Mám to Messenger, no. Počkej, tak mám tady.
Chlapi, tady se donesl vody, klidně si vemte, jo? Tady jsou vody, jo?
Kde? Máš ho zaplay? Já to se dokázal poslat ten a vlastně se na těch koupili, ale pokud bych se zapnul během toho.
Já jsem si stáhl na těch Facebook Live.
No, a tam by měl ti fungovat teď ten hromadný, že ten obrovský, který jako asi docela chcem, aby tam byl. Jo, vlastně, no, vlastně ne, ty budeš hrát, takže nedává smysl, mají dát. Ale nejde si odkaz. Ten si mám normálně pustit, ale já tady hlavně hodím ten noťaz, teď už musím oběhnout.
Tak. Podepsáno a já detailní na registraci. Tohle to je link, na kterým bude ta kavič?
Jo, ale tak bude prostě normálně to veřejně, nikam ho nezdílej, ten je zatím pro nás.
Jako mě se ptá jenom kamarádi, na kterým jako linku to pověří, tak až nějak budeme ready, tak já jenom pošlu link. To bude tenhle, ale ještě.
Ano, a budeme dát fotky vždycky, aby to teda jako vidět všude.
Jo, ale to jsou lidi, kteří nejsou ani jako zbytčíku.
No jasně, a zároveň, že jako vlastně na náš YouTube jako takový, jak tam toho si nebude hnedka vidět, no, na náš kanál to ukáže, ano, jsme tam se takže jako, tohle už máme vypuštěný, a to bude někdy tady hezky napoučím, to dopadne nějaké moment, řeší, a kabel to bude dobře, takže celou dobu, ale to tady jako...
OK, a ty 1180 JPEG, kdy tam někdo bude schopný přesázet? Tam jde jenom jako moje představa byla jako pokud v těch balíků třeba 5 minut mluvit. A jako udělat to tak, že mezi každým kolem máš prostě prostoj 10-15 minut, tak jako během toho zvládneš jako zmínit 2 balíky a vlastně jako odkryt 2 políčka z toho, jo? A po dalším kole řekneš prostě minule, jo, abys to na to navazoval, budeš tam mít ten screen a odkryješ další, jakoby.
Já rozumím, jako takhle, no to není tak jako složitý, že tady je záložka Adam,
bit. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a live coverage of the European Championship in Premodern in Prague. I'm Adam Koska. I'm here with...
Tomáš Vlček and our special guest, Martin Berlin.
It's a pleasure to be here. We are happy to have you here, and so we're gonna take turns commenting in the booth, the three of us. We also might have Petr Sochurek, our usual guest commentator. So fans of Petr, you will not miss him, hopefully, today.
Yes, we needed somebody to make fun of, so he's coming definitely later today.
It's one of his roles, I would say. I would say that like he's, obviously the former pro player, so a very good player for sure. We're going to start round one in about 10-15 minutes, I would say. People are still pouring into the main room, as you can see from there's this special camera, like the security camera at the top of the...
When you can see the whole room. Officially, what we know about is that we have 214 players that are registered, that send their list, so we are expecting something, that kind of a number, but, family matters, always something can happen.
Yeah. How many people are going to oversleep? Yeah. Like statistically, 214 is a lot of people already.
Yes,
so,
not to mention there was a small warm-up event last night. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend. I was babysitting, but how was it?
It was cool. It was 22 people in a cafe with stuff to eat and drink. In the meanwhile, it's also actually like a small theater with a stage on the side, and I think it was really casual. People had fun.
It's good to have a friend who's running like this kind of a place, and he's also a Magic player.
Yeah. That's true.
Some perks in that. So, Martin, what are your feelings about today, about the tournament? And
I feel that this is just like the perfect setup we have here. As I was thinking about venue, there was a nice cafe last night, but for the people who are not here today, can you tell us something about where we're at, the venue today?
Right, yeah. I mean, maybe Tomáš knows more about the venue?
Yes, we are in a part of Prague where... it's like the 19th century outskirts, which used to be a lot of it was very industrial, but it's still 19th century. And obviously one part of every industrial place is a brewery, So we are here at Staropramen Brewery, which paradoxically, I think Czechs don't like it very much. But every time
Opinions differ, I would say,
every time I go abroad and I see like shelves with beer, Staropramen is often there. It just costs like 7 times less here than in Sweden, for example, I think, or something about that. So we are actually in the perimeter of the brewery, and there is like a beautiful restaurant, and it still has that like 19th century feel, this place, and it's very spacious, and people can go for a walk. Like not far from here is like a big park, and I think it's lovely, and it's good that you have a draft beer on the site, done by professionals. So I think it's and we even have an award here. We'll show you later for a biggest drinker. Because
an award.
Sorry?
An award.
Award, yes. We have. Sorry, see it. So the biggest drinker today will get this kind of...
That's care of the Tecnoliga of Spain.
Something like that. Because for some reason in Czech culture, drinking a lot, which is like a bad thing, is like a good thing, and it makes you a hero. For some reason.
But this venue is honestly, it's the nicest one I've been to, and I've seen quite a few nice even Magic venues. So really nice place, and we also have a proper restaurant 1 floor down as well.
Yes.
So
I think that's sometimes where the restaurants can struggle. Oh, sorry, the venues can struggle. There's nothing to eat, just with overpriced baguettes, but eating third baguette for the day. I think it's great that you can go downstairs after you face say stifle knot, so you maybe have enough time to have a proper lunch.
There are some quick rounds, some quick matches for sure in Premodern. Yeah.
But in my experience of traveling the world, playing say Legacy, I remember Italy was great. But some smaller events, there was 2 rounds, and then we all went for lunch. And I told you about my visit. My visit in Sweden at Marcus Ewald. After 2 rounds, we went to the port and have seafood. Everybody went together. It was 40 people. We had a booking. We went there, had a lunch, came back hour later, played round 3. So
That sounds amazing.
maybe something we can think of.
Well, this city is unfortunately not known for its seafood, being like
Yes.
very much landlocked. This is
Yes,
not
there were
something
some
we
pork brisket and dumplings.
Yeah. So, but anyway, what's the situation on the floor? I think we're gonna start soon.
We're going to start soon. Like the say one of the main organizers of this whole event, Irka Chermak, he will have a speech. He will welcome everybody, say some
Yeah.
basic information.
He promised to keep it short this time. Yeah, very, very short.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I think he can do that, and but unfortunately we can't transmit it. You know, but we felt we can maybe talk about some other things. We have something in mind.
Yeah.
I already told Martin that I have like at least 5 big topics I want to discuss. You know, later during the stream. So I just want him to be ready for it. So,
Speeches before Magic tournaments can be short, can be long. I remember GP Shanghai some years ago. There was a political appointee who.
and,
had a
sorry, when you
speech
say some years ago, that means like 10 or 15.
about 15, I would
15.
say.
So some years ago. So you understand our
Yeah.
language.
But it was a speech about how games bring friendship between nations, and it was about 40 minutes. So like it was sealed deck, and people were sitting waiting to open their pools, and it was very important to have that speech, I would say. So we promise we're gonna keep it shorter than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
5 minutes.
Hopefully.
Yes, like Jirka speech, because obviously we'll be talking for next like 12 hours, you know, like pretty much non-stop. But I remember I was in the Pro Tour Brussels, and they had like a speech in front of the tournament, and then they were like, "Who's the first-time attendee of Pro Tour? Please stand up."
Oh, okay.
And I thought I would get some award, so I stood up, and they were like, "Thank you for participating," and you felt like total noob after sitting back, and everybody knew, like, okay, whatever signal this guy is giving, I'm not going to ignore it because he has no idea what he's doing. I think they stopped doing it,
Uh-huh.
you know, but that felt really embarrassing when
Yeah.
like few people stood up.
It's like when there are exams at school, and like when there was, I remember there were like 2-part exams, and if you failed the first part, you would not have to continue the second part, and then the teacher would start correcting straight away. So like sometimes during part 2, he would tell you like, "Okay, is this person here?" And they would say yes. You don't have to continue anymore. You can leave. And then like in the middle of everybody writing, that person would just leave the room. So
Yes.
I imagine it felt.
Yeah, no, as a teacher, I'm trying to skip all that sort of thing because, it can actually. I know now we make fun of it, but it can have actually some impact on the person, like in a long term. So I think it's maybe,
All right. Back to Magic. I know that Premodern is a format that doesn't rotate, but like, do you expect some hype around this time of the year? Like, is there some deck that's really like riding high right now? And
In my opinion, and I would like to obviously hear your opinions, but it seems to me that finally Replenish is getting where it like should have been. I think because it was a menace in standard, back in the day.
long time ago.
Some time ago, some time ago.
Yeah.
So it was a menace, and I think it's finally getting where it should be because it's kind of absurd. Some draws feel almost not beatable. It's super strong. It has strong combo. It has a good sideboard cards, swords and counterspell. But every single card is kind of good on its own. Like when you play turn 2 Seal of Cleansing, it's all right. It's like you're not sorry about it. And some decks, like we'll talk about it, the meta game breakdown, that one of the most popular decks is everybody's favorite Dead Guy Ale. So they have super hard time beating that deck. Like even if you discard his cards, then he draws Replenish and just wins on the spot.
Some Dead Guy Elves run Withered Dredge main deck, I
Yes,
think, which is a concession to the popularity of Replenish. But I agree. And actually, Václav Alt won the last big tournament here, the Czech Premodern Championship that was here in May. So he won with Replenish. So I think maybe that also contributed to the visibility of the deck. That like, it got the recognition, it got the win. So I agree.
I think I was thinking that super strong even like year ago, 2 years ago, but I was just still wondering why people don't play it more. Similar with elves. With elves, always people mention, well, it's so expensive, so many people just don't want to invest into it because like buying. Yeah, it's just really expensive.
Okay, so we have replenish. What do you think, Martin? Something that should maybe we should keep an eye on today, or
So I don't know if you heard, because it's pretty fresh news, but as many of you know, the LobsterCon Premodern, the North American Championships were played yesterday in the US and finished like tonight during our time.
All right.
So actually,
that's very fresh.
yeah,
then.
I actually woke up like tonight, and I couldn't get any sleep, so I tuned in, and in time for like the finals. So
It was a Dreadnought versus Dreadnought.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, how do you know? You also woke up early.
No. I have my people for it. They just told me this morning.
Okay.
But not surprising. I think Dreadnought Replenish, we are totally expecting that in
Okay.
like top 4.
And what versions of Dreadnought was it?
Yeah,
Did you-
if you don't want any spoilers, I guess you should run away now or cover your ears. But the version that won was quite interesting. It was a mono blue version, but with some different card choices. It included a Parallax, the Tide, the blue one.
Okay, that's sweet.
And also a couple of Mishra's Factories. So and it was piloted by Brian Selden. So meaning he now has back-to-back wins of LobsterCon, because he won last time
That's
around
impressive.
as well. Yeah, that's really impressive. And in the finals, he faced a blue-black Dreadnought with Psychotog. So two, I mean, kind of
Yes. Okay.
not quite standard builds. So even though, Stiflenaut for sure is a deck to watch out for, but it will be also interesting to see how they can gain an edge.
But I mean, with the bad news of like 2 Dreadnoughts in the finals, because I'm always for the underdog. I always want like these kind of slower mid-range decks to do well. But I mean, that's the good news is that they were like different, Psychotogs than
There's
we were
still
used to.
innovation going on, and
And I think it's especially, I guess we might see it today with the sideboards, because that's definitely a thing that will always change. You know, obviously one of the perks of the format is it's not going to change. You can still bring your deck, but definitely sideboard can be difference between winning and losing. And and I just talked to a friend of mine who plays Burn, and he's like, I'm just going to ignore white. It's not good anyway, you know. So he just puts more against Dreadnought, against blue decks, you know. And I think that makes sense. And I think it's usually that's how you want to do it, because like playing Anarchy sounds cool, but like when you're casting Anarchy, you're probably dead anyway. It doesn't really matter, probably. So.
But in general, I think we have a lot of these like micro innovations going on within the established archetypes. So we should watch out also not only what archetype it is, but actually how they build it. Sometimes it's in the details, and with all these small innovations, like over time, you almost end up with a new deck. Like.
Yes, and not to mention when we were sitting here with Adam about a year ago when we did the first first Czech Premodern, I was always saying the best card is like Phyrexian Furnace, because it's like it's just a small thing, but you can draw a card. I always like when you draw a card. But another card I always loved, and I thought it's amazing, and it's getting a little more recognition lately, is Sabos Web. Which I love so much. I always did, and it's amazing to see that people play like 2 main deck, or some play it in sideboard, and it can do a lot for you.
Yeah, a lot of replenish decks actually play it Sabos Web main deck as well. Like it gets you 1 card further to the 1 card you need actually. And it can do stuff on the side as well. I agree.
Yeah, yes, because I remember even like in standard the replenish, because that was that kind of standard when Mercadian Masks were there. So Rishadan port was a massive problem for replenish, like huge problem, because they needed often double blue, double white. You know, they had these extra lands. So I think they know what they're doing. And that Sabos Web was printed. Of course, it's not standard anymore, but it came in the next block in Invasion, and it was just, I think, so important. I like it a lot, and I'm happy that it gets recognition.
Yeah, I think it's like very much your style of card. It doesn't really do much, but it draws a card.
Yes,
Like,
I like
that's-
to
yeah.
draw
It's one of my favorites ever, I have to say.
Like Gail's Blessing, you know, I just make my top 10. Wall of Blossoms, I think we're...
It's like Tomáš's checklist of cards. If he plays it, does it draw a card? If yes, then proceed. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Striped Bears are a little bit... yes, they're not there.
Yeah. Phyrexian Rager, maybe?
Yes, that's like borderline playable. But I remember I
That's
tried
very
to play
generous
Strike
of you
Bears,
to
but
say.
it was just too. It was just too.
But what do you say about the Ponza Oath decks? I guess that is like one of the big decks to beat, and it's been quite hyped lately.
I think so. Maybe. Well, what's the matchup between the Ponza and Replenish? Actually, like it should be pretty good for Replenish, I suppose.
But
Because they don't have really creatures.
But they destroy your lands.
How much of a problem is it?
I think it's a big problem.
Because the Replenish deck has what, like
The
Attunement
Replenish
and
needs-
Frantic Search, so you can keep drawing.
That is true, but Attunement is like a bit kind of card at a disadvantage, and some cards can be relevant against like land destruction. And of course, it depends on how many like land destruction spells you play. You always have probably 4 Rishadan, Port 4 Wasteland, and then you have like 8 destroy land
Like
spells,
the
something like that.
Thermocost
Yes.
and
What I want to say is that I think, of course, it always depends on the dynamic of the particular matchup. But I mean, Replenish needs 4 mana to work. Yes, they have like Ancient Tomb or City of Traitors, but they kind of can struggle, you know. And when they stumble, when they don't play every turn a land for like 5 turns, I think
That's true.
they can have them. They have some disenchants. I would probably bring in like Tormund's Crypt or something like that, like just to against it. So I'm not so sure that it's. What do you think? Like,
Yeah, I was just thinking if you would expect, for example, Replenish decks to pack Teferi's Response in the sideboard.
yes, that was the other card I was thinking about when we talk about like Sabo's Web. It draws 2 cards, but it's yes, you need this kind of a protection. But I think definitely, I think you need to think about it when these decks become more prevalent, because that's how how Replenish can lose, like with some kind of Armageddon, with like quite a lot of hate. Like Rishadan Port just on its own, not so good. They can play in response Frantic Search, and basically just do the turn with Replenish. You know, when you tap their land, they just get mana, play it, and then untap. They can proceed play the 4th land and just like do their thing. But yeah, definitely one of the ways how to fight Replenish would be like deal with the mana. You know, they again back in the day they even played like these 2 mana artifact sources, like the marble, these diamonds. They played the Sky Diamond, the blue one, and white one, because because turn 2 you have not much to do. You know, in Premodern you just play like Seal of Cleansing. I don't think you have anything else. Maybe after sideboard you have like some mana leak. I'm sure. So here you can play the artifact, and then you have the 4 mana, like turn 3. So maybe that's like a future innovation. Well, innovation, you just play something what people played 25 years ago.
So like archaeology then innovation, but
Yes. But that's what we're doing here. Like I even have printed papers of some deck lists from 2002. I have some old sideboards where I go for inspiration.
like the magazine sideboard.
Yes, the magazine sideboard, sorry, and it's so amazing. The only thing I'm a little bit sometimes sad about, and I'm not criticizing anything, is that some decks are unplayable with the dual lands. You know, there was like amazing blue-green small creatures deck I always wanted to play with, like Winter Orb, Armageddon, Korean Ranger, Mother of Runes, River Boa. But unfortunately, it doesn't work.
The
when
mana
you don't
base
have Savannah.
and Mox Diamond doesn't solve your problems.
Unfortunately, no, because very important is that you want to play with Winter Orb in play.
Okay.
And you want to be returning Savannah or Taiga, untapping your creatures. You know, there are also Birds of Paradise. We can maybe find the deck list later, but it's like a deck I always wanted to play. I loved it so much. It has Phyrexian Furnace main deck.
Okay.
The actual deck list from many years ago to battle Out of Druids, because that was the best strategy at the time. It had like 4 Seal of Cleansing main deck, 3 Wax Wayne. So that's a deck I wanted to bring to this format.
If it's something that you really want to play, then you're talking to the right person here who's in charge. But like, I'm not sure how likely is it that Savannah will get unbanned or like introduced to the format. Probably not.
So. Yeah, because then the mana base would just completely change, right? It would not be the same. Because I think that's one of the things with Premodern, that like playing 2 colors, that's already a downside. You know, it makes
There's a price to pay for that.
there is a price. It's not for free. Not like in Legacy where you play 5 color control, which I sometimes play. It's like you just search first turn for triple land. You play second turn like dual land. You have all the mana in the world, and it doesn't cost you anything. And I kind of like it about Premodern. I think it's good. I like that it's difficult. That like even 2 mana. Like we all been there. Like 2 mana. in any format, probably you don't even think about it. You play double colored spells and you don't think about it. But in Premodern, it's complicated,
Yeah,
especially when you have when you don't have the fetch lands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you are off color, then the mana is kind of bad, and you see people play like City of Traitors in like mid-range decks because they need
City of
mana.
City of Brass, yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
City of Brass.
Yeah.
Yeah, in particular, color pie matters. So I mean, playing red-green is not hard, but black-white, as many of you know, is it's quite tricky to get it to work. But
Yes.
regarding that deck, I remember like a kind of a similar deck from Standard that went well. I think was there a Norwegian guy, Nikolai Herzog. I think he had this. He had Undiscovered Paradise, I think, as part of a mana base in a similar deck. It had like Winter Orbs and also small weenies and stuff. So
Yes.
Undiscovered Paradise, I think, has some potential in other decks with cards
Yeah.
like Winter Orb.
That's
and-
also in that deck list I was talking about. The Undiscovered Paradise was there. I think Undiscovered Paradise is fantastic. I like it a lot.
Can you play it in a playset though? Can you play four of them?
That's exactly what I want to say. I think you can play one.
I would go with like 2.
Maybe
or
you can
3
play-
if you're desperate.
Maybe you can play two,
But you can get punished. That's
you can really get punished, of course. As a one-off, like you never want to have like two on the table, but when you have one, I think you can play with it. It's like it's quite good. I like it a lot. But when you have to when you want to play Birds of Paradise turn one of Undiscovered Paradise, it's probably not where you want to be.
What's your limit on how many Undiscovered Paradise can you play?
I think it depends on. I mean, like the mana curve over deck. If the mana curve is really, really low,
Yeah.
I think you could probably play 4 of them. I mean,
Okay.
if it basically tops at 2, with some exception, because then you can even play like a birds, and then you play a 2 mana cost and cost spell after. So I think it depends.
Yes.
Uh,
After the
Okay.
Lantex is finally
Okay.
banned, because obviously I have play set from those days. Turn one Undiscovered Paradise Lantex, go enjoy your game.
It's so unfortunate that they got banned for
No, I wanted it. I wanted it for so long. That's why I played the deck. I told you.
Yeah, I think honestly banning Lantex was one of the better things that happened to the format. Like
No, of course, for sure. But we had like I remember it's like a long time. It was on Facebook. We had like exchange because I was asking what was the procedure, because my feeling was that it should have been banned, and maybe we can discuss that how that works and how you approach it. If because I think it's good
maybe
to be
later on
transparent in
when
it.
we have a bit of time, we can mention it.
Because I know you always want to be like transparent, Martin, and you also, I know you were saying that you go for data, you see how the deck does well, how oppressive it is. So maybe we can discuss it if you want to.
All right, so it seems like we're about to start. I'm gonna take a short break here. I'm gonna go and check in the main hall. So if you guys want to stay here,
Yes,
I'm gonna
maybe-
rejoin you
maybe
briefly.
we can stay, and Adam will get us. So if it's okay with you, Martin, so maybe since we like bite into it, how do you approach it? Because obviously you are in charge of like bannings and health of the format. You know, I was thinking that as I told you before, that it's like your child is somewhere in the world running, playing, and you still take care of it. So how do you approach it? How do you do it? Because it's a kind of quite a responsibility, isn't it? To thousands of players.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, when the format grows, like every year, it feels like almost the weight of taking decisions like increases gradually, because there will be more people who will have an opinion. I know that like if I make a change, there will always be some people that are happy, but also some people are unhappy. Yeah, I mean, in general, I don't like mind. I mean, doing uncomfortable decisions, which I believe are for the long term, like greater good of the format. So,
And which one would you say was like the more uncomfortable decisions that you had to make? Because I think banning Lantex, that it had a long time coming, right? Like that was not controversial. I don't think many people were I can imagine some people were unhappy that they couldn't play some of their decks. On the other hand, it was just so frustrating to play against it. It was just, and it was so strong. So I think most people, I don't know anybody who thinks it should not have been banned.
yeah, there are
In
people,
our community, I think most
okay,
people would agree with that. So
Some people were strongly against, and I can still see their points. And I mean, regarding like how decisions are made and so on. I mean, I would say it's more of an art than science, in the sense that, I mean, so as a person, I mean, I work with statistics and modeling and whatnot, but it's we don't really have that kind of data where you see like how decks perform generally. I mean, you can see like in terms of what are the matchup percentages and so on. So, and even if we had, it's sometimes hard to interpret, because you always have kind of selection into what players play certain types of decks and so on and so on. And as you said, I mean, some people will just. I mean, there are other constraints. Some people might not play all decks because they can't really afford like 4 Gas Cradle or 4 Metbox Diamond, or people more common people would like to play their favorite decks. Like I prefer to play my Lance deck, even though I know it's not like the best one, but it's the one I think is most fun. So there's a limit to data, but I mean, it's I think it's important to pay attention to what happens like in the top. I mean, not only the overall distribution, but also like what decks do really well, because that will have an impact on people preparing for tournaments. If they kind of want to do well. So that will have an impact, even if it's kind of a share. It is. We talk about like the winners meta game.
Yes, because that's another topic, big topic we'll discuss maybe later. But when I stay with the data, so what are the data? What data we have? How many tournaments there are? How many like players? Well, we can't probably even say how many players play. But also, as you mentioned, like the data can be a little bit deceiving in terms of like people have the deck, they want to play the deck, because there is less incentive to play the best deck. Of course, some people always have it. So how did you try to identify this problem with the data, let's say?
I think so data is a broad term. So that's like deck performance statistics, or we can look at top 8 specs. But I think equally important data is actually sitting down with the deck, like shuffling up, playing it or playing against it, or even just watching a game. Like how is the gameplay, and that will tell you actually a lot about like for instance, like the power level of a card, how it kind of shapes the matches. And so if we take a card like Land Tax, it really like from the very beginning of the game, it really like frames the match in a very special way.
It's like another standstill in a way, but
Yes.
But the other way around, like with Landstill, you want to play lands, and eventually the game like slows down a bit. But with Landtex, you are like, you don't play land number 2, and you just keep on discarding. Which is very odd. And watching game like that or commenting in on this was very weird. I'm sorry, I want to interrupt.
But in general, there are many factors to consider. So one factor to consider, generally, I've spoken about this earlier, is the balance like between creature decks and non-creature deck. Because if I think like creature decks should be sort of at the core of any like sane format, in a sense. It would be very weird if like its creatures were just a niche strategy. I think that breaks a lot of people's expectations about Magic. And another thing to consider is of course like color balance, and also like archetype balance in general.
No, that's absolutely fascinating. And do you think we are there? Are you happy with it, or is there something that worries you a little bit? Doesn't mean we'll get bans or anything, but is there anything you would like to see, or that you don't see, or the other way around? What is there that you do like, that it's actually happening, that you see? What makes you happy? Apart obviously from that it's growing, that people like it, that people enjoy it, that people brewing.
There are a lot of things I'm really happy with, and then some things I'm not so happy with. But starting with the things I'm happy with, I think a quite like big diversity in the field of good decks. Now, taken very broadly, it means you can. If you want to do well at the tournament, there are lots of decks you can actually choose from, and then a lot of people have made this like tier list. And what are they like? A tier, B tier, and exactly, and they don't always end up with the same ideas, but which is also, I think, sane in a way. But that is good. And then there is like below that, like okay decks. Then you have. Okay, Adam is telling us that the feature match is going to start very soon, so we're going to wrap up for now. But but that's one thing that I'm happy with, and I'm also happy to see that like there's this evolution going on, these innovations that I talked about. It's really cool to see, even if nothing really happened, say in the past half year, we still see a lot of small innovations.
But every time I say something, because always, at least in the sideboard, you always see some card that you have to read. That you have to find out what it is, because people are always going through the old sets. And
I'm still learning. I'm still, what the heck is this card? But just quickly, one thing that I'm not so happy with is the color balance, and in particular, with respect to black. Black is a little bit underwhelming. It has some very strong support cards, like discard spells, like the Rest and Cabal Therapy, and cards like Engineer Play. Like, perhaps lacking some really like truly black strategies that are really good.
No, it's very easy. You just unban Necropotence.
There are some candidates, but but overall, I have to say I'm very happy. I think the color balance, if we disregard black, is pretty good actually, and it's also quite interesting to see green being such a strong color. Maybe breaks people's expectations a little bit, at least back in the day. I mean, blue was always like the color to beat, but blue is still good. But I don't feel that blue is dominant in the way it can be. It can feel like in some other like older formats.
Yes. I know. I think I would agree with everything you say. Well, on the other, like one of the like a pet decks that I sometimes play in Premodern is mono black. You know, I like it a lot, especially with we call it potato, but it's that deals 1 damage to everything.
Plague Spitter.
Plague Spitter. I think that's a amazing card if you play against right matchup. It can be actually completely dominating the table.
And amazing artwork.
Amazing artwork, and But I think we are going to move to. Yes, they're shuffling. So we are getting ready for match number 1. So how are we going to do it? So, would you like to comment on the first round?
Sure.
Okay. Yes, is that okay? We just keep it, and
we have room for 3.
We spoke for the next round. But if you want to join us,
I think it's better if it's just 2.
Yes, 2 people. Okay. Maybe we just move a little bit. Yeah, Martin, if you can move a little bit, and we'll.
Okay.
Wonderful. Yes. So. Yeah, obviously cards I'm missing a lot is Hint to Turak. You know, I was wondering if it would be too strong, but maybe if it's a black, like I know there are some rules for it, but probably we allow Fallen Empires, it probably wouldn't do much. There are basically no cards there, right?
Apart from High Tide and perhaps Goblin Grenade.
There's Goblin Grenade.
Yeah.
I don't want to play against that.
But High Tide you would like to play against.
I'm not sure. Would it be? Probably would be good. It kind of exists even without it, right? With the diamonds. So here we go. So we have Roman Pulka with Rogue deck. I'm quite exciting about, and Federico Macali with Goblins. Oh, that's the brew. So how many? 2 Undiscovered Paradise. We just talked about it.
Oh, this is a cool deck.
That's a cool deck. That really is a cool deck. Armadillo Cloak to offset that Reaver's disadvantage, because the Reaver, it's I think it's 2 mana 4/4, but every time it deals damage to you as well. So you just put Armadillo Cloak on it, and that's combo.
That's actually brilliant. Yeah, we were talking about decks with greedy mana base, I could say, but I mean aggressive decks with Undiscovered Paradise, and here is an example.
Yes.
We have 2. I mean, this mana base takes the time to
Yes.
I understand it, but we have a mix of City of Brass, Gemstone Mine, and then a couple of undiscovered paradise, kind of answering the question
Yes. And I think I like a lot that they play 3 triple lands, you know, those lands from plane shift, which can like reset your gemstone mine, because the gemstone mine, every time you tap it for the second time, you feel like that's it. I'm going to lose the land next time. So I think it's I love it. I love all those cards.
Yeah,
it looked great.
It'd be interesting to see how this has everything basically. It's
And we're going to
aggression and
see
disruption.
Goblin deck. I think here it's probably no big surprises. I think this is a pretty standard deck. I don't see anything too special. So obviously it's quite clear. Nothing against Federico, but we know who we are cheering for. So I just want to say I think these lands, they are so important when you play gemstone mines. And what do we have here? I see it's double arena, counter spell, and 4 lands. I'm not sure who's starting, but the problem is like it's as old as like Urza Saga, like turn 1 lucky, and that can be it.
Yeah, I figured this has to be a mulligan, and he doesn't know what he's up against for sure. But this seems to be like a very passive hand with the double arena. That's like a mulligan already, and no threats, and also no answers.
No answer. There was
no
Swords to Plowshares. I would feel much better about
besides
it.
counterspell.
I hope Roman is at least on the play, because if he's on the draw, it's bored. I'm not sure if you can even like keep this hand. And I think that's one of the things because I play a lot of Legacy. And with Legacy, you just see like land ponder and you keep the hand pretty much, right?
Okay.
But I think in Premodern, you have to mulligan much more. You have to be a bit more cautious.
Yeah.
Oh no!
But
Oh no!
apparently-
Oh no! Okay, okay.
So apparently he kept that 7 card hand, right?
Yeah, he
On
kept
the
7
play.
card
Okay.
hand on the,
Okay.
but he was
Yeah,
on the
okay.
play. He
Okay,
had
then he has the counterspell
so he
for
had to
the-
just dodge the
Okay, fair enough.
lucky.
Yeah.
I think with Mog Fanatic he can
So
deal
he can
with
counter
that.
a threat and then drop arena, but then I don't know, that damage will add up, I believe, in this matchup.
Yes.
Yeah, but he has the cloak.
Armadillo
How many
Cloak.
cloaks? How many?
3. I think there were
okay.
3. This is quite a lot.
Quite a lot, yeah.
Yes, and I think goblins can have a hard time dealing with like 6/6 trample lifelink.
Yeah, but without the cloak, cards like Flesh Reaver is not exactly what you want.
Yes, yes.
And now we have the
And now we have
fort
the
versus
old-
the city.
Yes, very old combo.
Yeah.
Very old combo. So we'll see how he will approach it. But I think he can't tap. He has to pass, right? He can like tap out. He has Birds of Paradise, which
Okay.
Okay, he's going to play it. So he's like now he's like naked.
Tempting the Mog here to
Even that, yes. Then I probably would not tap out. I would probably pass with Counterspell because you're not under such a big clock. Because even if he's tapping your City of Brass, that means like it's just 1 damage for in exchange that he's not going to do anything. So lucky. No,
not a Mog.
he's going to kill it and tap. I think considering Roman's hand, probably this game is evolving. He can't be too sorry about that. He's right. Considering he had a hand, he could be just stomped.
Yeah. He had a cloak. He has a cloak in hand
Yes, but no creature.
and the two arenas. But yeah,
Yes. Now will you play? You will just play the arena. I remember arena was so strong, like drawing extra cards.
I think if you this is hard, but if you want to play the arena, it's almost like you should do it now because and you can have a counter spell for a siege gang or something that could be way worse. But it's of course
Yeah, he's
then-
playing it. He's
yeah.
going for it.
But
And I agree with it. Yeah, like yeah.
He has to do something, but a ringleader now is not so nice for him, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he has to.
On the other hand, he will untap with like 5 mana,
Yeah,
so he will have maybe
Yeah.
some things to do. Yes. Yeah, but I like it. I like it a lot, and I hope even later during today's tournament we will see decks like this. Because yeah, but my experience, like mainly playing against goblins, is that it's so resilient. Like you can like Wrath of God them 2 times. You can do this and that, counter some of their goblins, but then they will just they have so many like ways how to come back into the game.
Yeah, fortunately for Roman, Federico here has a quite slow start.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it seems that he doesn't have a land drop yet this turn, please, and plays a Goblin Matron instead.
And he's going probably from for a ring leader, I would imagine. And now it's
Yeah,
kind of
or
amazing.
maybe the War Chief, because if he doesn't have the 4th land,
see.
I would rather go for the War Chief. And possibly he has a ringleader already in hand. Yeah, he goes for the War Chief.
Yes.
But
But I don't hate Roman's position.
No,
he's not going to attack.
not
He's
now.
going to 14. He will have a 5th land,
Yeah,
and he will draw extra card.
yeah, he
and
can play a creature with a counterspell backup, and then he can come back with Armadillo
Armadillo
Cloak the
Cloak.
turn after that. And that creature, if it's like a Flesh River or something, is pretty hard to deal with.
Yes. You would need super wide boards to be able to like cycling.
With the Jump Pile Incinerator,
Jump Pile
yeah.
Mate, yes, absolutely. It's such a good feeling drawing extra card, being still on kind of a healthy 14 life. And now he can even reset his gemstone mine, gemstone, because he has.
Is that a Meddling Mage?
Yeah, I think there's Meddling Mage and there is a Dariga's Cavern.
Meddling Mage for War Chief is actually really nice play here.
So what he's going to do? Yes, that's nice. But generally, it's like, yeah. So how is he going to do it? But I think you just play, Meddling Mage, name War Chief. You have a blocker, you know, and it's kind of hard to get through it, right? Like you can't really attack, or you trade both creatures for Meddling Mage. Maybe he has Gem Palm.
It's possible that he has a jump on, but then he will spend 1 turn doing that at least. So
Absolutely.
I think at some point you might want to return the City of Brass
Yes.
when you get low on life with one of those.
Is he going to put Armadillo Cloak on it?
already?
Incredible.
Wow.
I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, but that at least But if he said War Chief now,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
I'm assuming I actually like this play because this means even if he has an Incinerator, he cannot touch it because that will only add up to 3 damage with a Mog. But wouldn't you swing there? No, it's Summoning Sickness.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Summoning Sickness, you
yeah.
just played it. But I think, still he can like attack with like Matron and with Gem Palm he can still kill it. So
Sure,
he's
but then we deal 1 damage. I mean, that's it's not a problem. He can swing back with a...
Yeah, but he would kill it, right? You attack with Mother, he blocks. That's 1 damage.
Yeah,
Not
but
Fanatic.
you don't have to block. That's what I mean.
Yeah. But I mean, there is a possibility of a swing. But yeah, it's super cool. I mean, Armadillo Cloak.
Yeah.
Don't laugh. It works.
Yeah, I mean, he has another Armadillo Cloak in hand. We can glance just now. That's pretty brutal. But on the other hand, he has only 3 mana, so in that case, he couldn't keep counterspell mana up.
And also the plane shift land that I think it's called Dariga's Cavern. This one, I'm not sure, but it's a there are Junt colors, right? Yes, Dariga's
Caldera.
Caldera. Yes, it's a word I use every week. Yeah, so there are Junt colors, so it might be a bit more complicated to cast counterspell.
Yeah, but that's an underground river, right? In play.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
and I think-
there is. I mean,
yeah, and then he has a gemstone in his hand. So.
yes, I think he will be fine. He'll be fine. It's also incredible. I remember when we were starting with Premodern, like it was like, oh, it's so cheap. Like these lands, they cost like 3-4 euros.
Yeah.
And now they cost like 10.
But when I
Maybe
started
12.
with Premodern, I can tell you, it was very, very cheap. It was ridiculous. And then it was more a problem that you couldn't even find some cards like among vendors because they were so bulky. They didn't dig them out.
Yeah, and I know. I actually found when I went through my bulk, I found a lot of them. Okay, so it's double gem.
Double Gemple. Okay, I didn't have that on my radar, to be honest. But I still think that was
Correct
it
play.
was the correct play there. Yeah.
But even if he kept counterspell up, nothing he could have done about it.
No,
But I think
exactly. You can't.
But I think he's still on like kind of healthy life points. So
Yeah.
he's not like dead yet. Now tell me, there's a shadow he has in hand.
Yeah, it's a 1 toughness creature, so that's a bit unfortunate.
That's
Means-
yeah. And does it have protection from white? Am I wrong, or is the other one?
I don't know if it's protection or if it cannot be blocked by white. It might be protection. And shadow, of course.
No.
Be blocked by
It can't be
white.
blocked by
Yeah,
white
yeah.
creatures.
So-
By the way, a lot of people brought this card today because Jeff Laubenstein
Yeah.
is our guest. You know, this one of the most iconic artists. Like if you ever like, we all know Recurring Nightmare or Show and Tell. So if you even if you are like not playing and you're in Prague, you should come today or tomorrow. Tomorrow we have like a dual commander tournament here. I think you'll still be here. So if you want your cards to be, you want your card signed.
But I think we're capped, right? So we're only allowed paying visitors. I think that was the information.
Oh really? You just
think so.
can't you can't walk around if you're not really. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Tomorrow. Okay. 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 So today.
Okay. This is just for the club.
Yeah. Okay, there comes the War Chief. Federico hit his 5th land, we could note as well. That's going to be relevant.
And it's interesting that he kept the forest on top. Does it mean he has like naturalized, or why wouldn't he keep like Richard on port? Of course, like I don't see his hand. He's probably going to play something. 3rd gem palm. Sounds fair. But he cannot completely ignore the shadow. The shadow doesn't do anything. You can't put Armadillo Cloak on it because that you'd kill it with the Mock Fanatic.
Now it looks very bad for Roman.
Yes.
He would have needed another creature that he could.
I'm but of course, like the creatures you can play in the format, it's he's destroying it.
Okay, seems kind of unnecessary because
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it kind of increases your clock and gives you kind of because you have 1 more damage. So he would be on virtual 5 right now. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But with this kind of a deck that you play all the colors, how do you deal with which creatures do you choose? Because you have like quite a lot of possibilities, but some are maybe a bit more suboptimal. Now the shadow looks pretty bad.
Yeah, in this matchup, that creature is very bad because he can never block.
Yes. And especially when you want to play like a game with Freaks in Arena, and you want to maybe like somehow sit on it, maybe protect your life total to increase your advantage.
I would guess the motivation for the shadow creature is just like getting there with Armadillo Cloak.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
The one toughness is keeping that from happening now. So this game, I would say,
is over.
It's over.
Yes, this was supposed to be hit by a counter spell.
Yeah.
In the ideal world.
But to be fair, he had also we don't know if he had it in hand back then, but Naturalize was another answer to the cloak there, except for the double.
Yes.
Double jump.
On the other hand, like Roman kept very sketchy hand, and he was quite lucky not to be instantly punished by something like lucky.
Yeah, I mean a lucky there, and the game would have been over.
Yeah, not to mention there was some missed land drop.
Yeah.
So I think he can't be too sorry, or he can't complain too much. Like the double gem palm was really tough, but like he had cards in hand, so he just played it. But here when we see his sideboard, I see 3 engineered plague.
Exactly, and then we have a couple of blue blast.
Couple of blue blast, and that's it. So there are 5 cards that you want to bring in. You definitely want to cut like the shadow. Like the shadow is you can't justify the shadow ever. So that's like 3 you want to cut, and like Seal of Cleansing, I guess.
Hypnotic Spectre doesn't seem very strong either in this matchup.
But Seal of Cleansing does literally nothing.
Yeah, I would rather have a Meddling Mage than an Hypnotic.
Yes, but
Meddling Mage is quite good. Like you can name something like Siege Gang or Ring Leader.
Unfortunately, you can't stop Gem Palm, so Gem Palm is always the answer. Probably he will have maybe some Red Blast, so that would be something he can hit. I don't know how good it is, but honestly, Martin, Seal of Cleansing does literally nothing, right?
That's correct.
Seal of Cleansing does nothing, and Shadow doesn't block.
No.
So that's the first 5 cards. I mean, Duress is kind of weird. You don't
Duress.
really want it, but still better than those 5 cards.
I mean, if you expect the Goblin player to keep, for instance, naturalize effects, then the rest could be nice. Since I
To
think
protect your plague.
yeah, and also the cloak.
Mm-hmm.
So the rest can make sense at least. But the Seal of Cleansings and the Daughter Horrors, not so much.
Yes, I mean they're the first ones that came to my attention,
But we would have a decent amount of removal with 3 bolts, 3 swords, and 2 blue blasts,
Yes.
plus Engineer Plague afterboard.
were there 3 swords or 4 swords?
3 that I could see. And for the red-green, I think we're looking at a pretty standard sideboard.
Yes, you just bring in some more disenchant effects, I guess. I'm not sure if you want. Do you really want Pyro Hydroblast? Because seems to me that sometimes players, especially players that play like Burn, that play these very decks that are well tuned together, they sometimes damage their deck by sideboarding.
Yeah.
That they over sideboard.
And to be fair, Federico doesn't really know what else is in Roman's rogue deck, right? So, but Meddling Mage was the only blue card he saw, at least.
And Counterspell.
That's true, and Counterspell. But yeah, I wouldn't take in too many red blasts, at least.
I think you probably want like the Tranquil Domain, in my opinion. I would take both of them because
why not?
you can expect like Engineered Plague. And a Tranquil Domain is kind of like sometimes when you have 2 Engineered Plagues, you feel like invincible. You feel like there's nothing that can possibly go wrong, and then it will just blow you out of the water with Tranquil Domain. And what's funny, if you don't really have a pressure, it can be like 4 turns draw and go. Then he draws Tranquil Domain, and then he just, punches you with like with War Chief and something else, and like Pile Driver or Lucky.
And he has a pair of Anarchy in the board, but even though they work against the Armadillo Cloak and the Meddling Mage, I'm a bit hesitant. I would be. I'd probably rather take in maybe a sneaky Pyrokinesis just to counter
That's
a cloak when it's cast. Or you can just get 2 creatures like a Meddling Mage and a Burst of Paradise or something like that.
Yes, I like that. Yes, maybe some Pyrokinesis and like
to get
Tranquil
some
Domain.
tempo. Yeah.
But I would just really keep it like kind of low key.
Yeah, not over sideboard.
Wouldn't
I agree.
change too
Yeah.
much. I would definitely keep the Kink
Yeah, versus the Plague. Yeah.
versus the Plague. And yes, the problem is that Plague, like, it's not even that amazing against goblins, right? Like, it's good, but there are a lot of goblins that have 2 toughness. So it's not like you just.
And you need
totally-
something else.
You need
yeah.
you need something to go with it. Absolutely. Because if you think about like the War Chief, Ringleader, Pile Driver, they are all 2 toughness. Of course, Pile Driver is not amazing when you don't have the friends, but it doesn't die. So you can like unlock him a few turns later when you get the disenchant effect. So yes.
Island Sanctuary is also an interesting card here.
Oh, I for some reason I thought it's like a fun card, like like you have the card that you divide. So you may decline to draw.
It's basically a moat if you give it your draw step.
Yes, yes, moat for the poor.
Yeah, but with Arena,
Legal mode.
Yeah, with Arena you can keep drawing. I would guess that's
That's lovely.
combo.
That's
But
lovely.
the problem is it dies to Tranquil Domain along with other stuff here. So I'm not sure how deep he wants to go with enchantments.
I think that Island Sanctuary is an amazing card, but the problem is that like he has like 6 disenchant effects or something like that.
Yeah,
that's a lot. How can you ever like realistically keep it?
Yeah, I think ideally Roman would want to be a bit more proactive in this game, like stick a creature with a cloak and then just play like removals and counters.
Yes, and also Island Sanctuary doesn't work on the turn you play it. You have to
No,
wait
yeah,
one turn and then skip your draw phase.
Yeah, of course.
And then you get
that's
disenchant.
a problem. Yeah.
Cool. But I see Blue Blast. That's a good start. There's a mulligan from Roman. Roman, please do it for us. Win one game. We believe in you. Yes, Island Sanctuary. I haven't seen it. I have it because from some Enchantress days from back in the day, but I completely forgot about the card.
He put it in his sideboard for something, so
Yes.
I mean,
which other matchup?
yeah, I was thinking about that. If it was relevant against like Dreadnought decks, if they don't have any way to remove it, and he has like a shadow creature or something, but
That's very cool.
or if you plan to win by decking, but
That's
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
But yes, that's another beautiful thing about the card. It's actually win con.
Yeah,
You can just keep how Stasis used to kill with a Chronotok,
yeah,
right? You pump it and you skip your next turn. So you just pump it in his turn, goes to his turn. You pump it again, and you just never get to your turn, and you deck your opponent. So that's kind of
yeah. But into the match, we saw that Roman apparently kept at least some number of Dorothy Horrors as he opens on that, while Federico opens again with a Mog Fanatic, and yeah, the dynamic there is
very
like
similar.
before. Yeah, he cannot threaten a cloak with the Mog Fanatic on the table.
Oh, there is a river.
Yeah, there's a fresh river. But it seems that he didn't use the port in the upkeep, but didn't play a spell. Does that signal anything?
I didn't Gem Palm, but it's weird.
It's kind of weird, yeah.
Yeah, it's because I think you can kind of ignore the shadow. Honestly, I think what he I don't understand this play because I would tap. I would like to.
Yeah, I would tap like the non-gemstone land just to make him use it actually.
Yes.
But here comes the Flesh
So,
Reaver.
what are the odds that Federico will have to read this card? But he hasn't reached out for it yet, so maybe he knows. But I know what it does, but I'll still read it again if somebody would play it.
And here we have it. And just for your information, because I'm assuming here there is an active Twitch chat, but we cannot see the chat. So if you come with,
Yes, I think we will figure it out how to do it. But definitely, please.
perhaps we can see the chat here. Perhaps, yeah.
Yes,
But we haven't looked so far. So pardon us if we missed any shoutouts or questions so far.
Wonderful. But I'm not so sure about this play. Maybe Federico wanted a land. Maybe he was missing a land. I couldn't see his hand. That's why he went for this like a Gem Palm play.
Yeah.
But it was very signalized. It was very, very clear that he wants to do that.
Yeah.
So
It's a wasteland.
and now, yes, now okay, he taps the gemstone land.
I would tap the forest.
Yes, I agree. But he's buying time before
That's a greedy play. Nice to sit your breath.
bird. Yes. And now do you attack? Yes, you do. Okay, it's funny.
Okay.
It's kind of funny.
I'm not sure about that.
Now he's reading it.
Now
Now
it's
you're reading it.
Perhaps if it has trample or not, he's wondering. If he wants to like block and kill the bird or something.
But it doesn't have to.
No, it doesn't have. But perhaps
It will.
Yeah, it it will.
It will
With a
have
cloak. Yeah, I mean, block shoot the bird could be something that he considers.
Yes, but a shout out to this amazing bird.
Yeah.
That's
But really, I mean, even it's not for sure that you want to block. They're equal in lives there, so
so he blocks and kills the bird.
and they will both go to 14. I'm not sure if I would consider myself the beatdown in Roman's Fist. Or maybe I would, because he seems short on land and
Yes,
has no threats on
but I have to say, would you play bird before attack?
no reason.
No reason.
If you want to attack, you should attack first.
Yes, I agree. I agree. I think that was maybe because he got like everything out of it. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
I would not block with if I was a goblin player, but if I want to block, then he got like.
now you
Basically,
just give
he's
him more
he
options.
kept the
Yeah.
car parity and
Yeah, now that we stay, correct myself, we stay at 18 because there was no combat damage, obviously. But if apparently he wanted to attack and do 4 to each, and in that case he should have done it before. But I think to me, without seeing his hand, I'm not sure if I agree if he's like the beatdown. especially with like City or Brass on the table and the opponent with a port.
Yes, we'll see. But I think again, Roman can't be too sad about this play. Basically, Federico, and it seems Federico didn't do anything, right? He just played matron.
Matron
Like, he
for
just
the
put 1/1, so he can like
pile driver. Yeah, if he has the cloak now,
he's
he's looking pretty good with the
Yes.
trample, as you said. He's looking pretty good,
yes.
but that's a big if. And if he doesn't have the sneaky pyrokinesis in response.
There's Armadillo Cloak. Come on. Give
It's
it
the
to me.
arena or plague or cloak. It's a cloak. Wow, power play. The foil armadillo cloak and no pyrokinesis, no sneaky. Would have been really good there.
Yes, that would be like would probably be almost the game. Like
Yeah.
you put so much, resources into this.
Now, even if he has, I mean, he doesn't have a green mana, but even if he could disenchant the cloak, he would be behind in the race.
Yes.
So now racing, I mean, in light of this, the attack last round makes a lot of sense if he had the cloak. So assuming that he didn't draw it, but then again, if he had attacked before, he could maybe having
I
down.
mean, when I was coming here today, I did not expect to see a Reaver with Armadillo Cloak turn 1.
No, this is.
it's-
Now, I think it's a first for me in my life. A Flesh Reaver with Armadillo Cloak. I don't know, but
I think it's amazing.
yeah.
Like it a lot. But it's like basically it means that Roman doesn't lose life, right?
Yeah.
He's not really gaining life.
No.
Yes. And he's also losing life.
Yeah. Okay, but it deals damage. It deals damage.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. Because it deals damage to yourself.
Because it
and then
deals
it
damage to yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's yes. I just want to make sure because I thought it's better than I
Okay.
thought.
He found the Kaplusan forest for the naturalized actually. So,
Well, he has another one for sure.
but that's good for the match because otherwise I think the match would have been over. Now it's instead looks really interesting because now we have a weird race with a Reaver and Roman up.
Of course, he has another one.
Or a plague now would also be devastating.
Oh,
yeah, it's the
plague.
plague, right?
Yes, that's good.
That's also really good.
Or I want more of this. Can we have Roman? Can we have Roman every round?
With the perfect Reaver into Armadillo Cloak. So.
Yes, always.
Yeah.
But one thing that if I would see this deck, one of the first things that came to my mind is that no Mox Diamond,
No.
right? Because that's so tempting, right? To put at Mox Diamond, have everything faster, have the right mana, but there is a big price to pay.
Yeah,
Mox
I
Diamond.
think, my opinion, if you play Moxam, you need other synergies to make it good. And it doesn't run things like Armageddon, for instance. So
Which is also interesting that I think there's no Armageddon in Roman's list.
no, I didn't see that.
Again, at least like one of in sideboard, I would like it.
Yeah.
I think it's a
Maybe.
cool card.
But-
But
but-
he goes for counterspell instead.
Yeah, I think the mana curve stops at 3 pretty much, right? And it only has the 4 birds, I think, as the mana creatures. Yeah. So what happens here? Ward Chief. Oh, Ward
Whoa.
Chief was
Lazy.
countered by the blast.
Yes, a plate of Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely, lovely. I like it.
Looks grim for Federico now. We don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming he doesn't have a naturalize because then he would probably attack. I figure.
Is he going to chomp?
Yeah, probably. Jumping.
But jumping is pretty good because
Yeah.
he's going to 14. Yes.
Yeah, it changes the life dynamics a lot. Again, he didn't use the port. But he didn't use his mana in any other way. That would be 1 free damage. I mean,
Yes,
that could be significant in
I
this
agree.
Flesh Reaver race.
I think
Yeah.
I mean that's one of the things I like
Yeah.
about Premodern is that mana is really not for free.
Yeah.
And you have to think a lot about it and use it correctly. And when you want to, take damage from Painland and how to tap correctly.
But actually here it would also stop him from his 3rd mana. So if he would have like another
yes, Armadillo.
cloak or plague or whatnot,
I
it would
agree.
actually stop him cold from playing it. So
So what does Roman has? Counterspell? Swords to Plowshares?
I haven't seen. I
Bolt.
don't even know how many
I want
cards in
bolt.
hand.
It's like,
to finish him up. Yeah.
don't jump one more turn. But obviously the problem with the Reaver on its own is that basically he can just play like every turn Mock Fanatic, and eventually he can't attack anymore. Well, there's a Plague, sorry. But without the Plague, if you have Flesh Reaver, it can sometimes be a bit strange. Like without the swing from Armadillo Cloak, he would be on 6 life, right? Do I say?
The drawback on Flesh River is real. It's real.
Yes.
It's very
Well, it's 2 mana for in this format, so. So, what is he going to do? I mean, he probably doesn't want to face that he's going to lose. That's why it takes him so long. Federico, it's not the end of the, there's one more game.
There's no shame in losing to a Flesh River, you say.
Oh,
the Goblin King has the perfect counter to play. Now he starts using.
Now he uses it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The port.
He has Armadillo Cloak, believe it or not. He does have it.
He has it, really?
Yes.
Ah, okay. So what? That's insane. Actually, that's insane. Another Armadillo Cloak.
You know, when I was starting with Magic, and I remember my friend told me, enchant creatures are bad. And I didn't want to believe him because I like them so much. I want to boost my creature. He's like, no, they are bad. Because when I kill the creature, you lose 2 cards.
With a trample, there's nothing he can do.
That's
really.
So cool. So cool. But yes, but even if he has like a disenchant or what, it's like he's in such a bad spot.
Yeah, because he cannot cast the
You
disenchant
can't
unless he jumps. But
yeah.
jumping with the king is absolutely horrendous. I mean, for his long-term plan in this game. And then he would have to use the naturalize on the cloak and not the plague. So yeah,
I think
he's in a rough spot.
Yeah, the writing's on the wall. He's jumping. No, he's not. He goes to 1. And now he will concede.
I don't see anything he can do because green mana will cost his life, as we said.
Please just don't tell me, Martin. Then the 3rd game will be like turn 1 lucky on the play without answer.
But he has, as we said, he has like 8 answers in the deck, so he should take that into account for his mulligans.
Yes. What I'm always fascinated by when some people... Oh. So 5 mana, 1/1.
Yeah.
Right? Just want to clarify. No. Actually, it's...
with the king. With the king.
Yes, with the king.
Yeah.
Very cool. But he will have to... So he has, what is it? 4 power, 5 power... He's dead.
Yeah, it's not enough power-wise. It's
Yes.
2, 3. It's 6 power. Yeah.
Good tokens.
No, he has 6 power. Right, 6 power because the king is a 2. No, the king is a 1/1.
No, king is 1/1.
Yeah, so it's 5.
Siege
King
is 2.
Yeah.
So it's 5. Yes, it's 6.
So he can block with everything. So
I think both.
I think it's
Of course.
to the face.
Of course. No, I mean, not that you kill the knight. I mean, yeah. Maybe you just want to.
You would humiliate him and
Yes,
kill the
goblin,
king and then attack with the
yes,
river.
Of course. Yes. No, I think that was a very cool game, and obviously he plays 4 Armadillo.
Yeah,
that explains it.
it's the full set.
The thing I was saying that he plays 3 Swords to Plowshares and 3 Lightning Bolt. It's always for me super hard to make this kind of a split. Like how do you know, like Swords to Plowshares?
I mean, I imagine
unquestionably the best.
It has to do also with like the mana base and so on. I don't know, or perhaps not because all of those are multicolor. I don't know, man. But
we'll see if Roman will reconsider keeping the Doughty because it seems so bad. I would just have another Meddling Mage instead.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And Melee Mage is very good just by itself. Just taking that War Chief from the curve or the Ringleader or even the Siege Gang.
Some people say it's
or the Naturalize if that's the best play. Melee Mage seems really good. The drawback being the red blast, but I don't think that he should be having red blast anyway. The Goblins
Certainly,
player.
it's always competing for like the title of being the best creature in the format, Meddling Mage. It's so strong. I always liked Meddling Mage, but it's pretty much unplayable in any other format.
Okay.
I think it's not really playable.
Other formats.
Oh, sorry. Cool. Very cool. I enjoy this game a lot. I hope we will see a lot of games like
Did
that.
we see any cyber cards? I don't think so. I'm still.
We saw Engineered Plague.
Yeah.
We saw.
Yeah, but I mean from the goblins.
Okay.
Yeah, but I still like.
Maybe we saw Naturalize from the sideboard.
Yeah, that's true. We can tell, but I'm still thinking that having pyrokinesis now that they've seen all of these armadillo cloaks would actually be the correct
Yes,
way. It
because
gives the tempo you need and the swing and.
if we think about it, if you have pyrokinesis in your hand, how can you lose?
Yeah.
That's maybe it would be a question maybe.
Yeah,
to
because
answer.
armadillo cloak would be completely crucial to the game plan here.
Yes.
It's very hard to see him like racing with the Flesh Reaver.
Yes,
for
with the
instance.
Flesh Reaver or having like double Meddling
Yeah.
Mage attacking with it,
Yeah.
it doesn't seem so realistic.
Yeah.
Of course, you can always lose to like Engineered Plague or
Engineered
to
Plague.
a holding counter spell for
Yeah.
Naturalize and attacking with small creatures. It's
Sure.
possible, but I agree that
It's central to the plan.
yeah, so that sounds very
And also you can do a lot of. I mean, you could wipe out, in theory, like a meddling mage, a bird, a horror. I mean, at least 2 creatures. So Federico on the play.
If he keeps the shadow, because maybe I'll talk to Roman later and ask him about it.
So what we are kind of expecting, or maybe not expecting, but we're thinking about whether we have a lucky hand here.
Yes,
We-
I mean
that we-
lucky. That's like. Do you have lucky? Do you have an answer? Like that's kind of the question. He's passing.
He's passing. So another slow start. To be fair,
Yes.
his previous starts have been quite slow with the
And
Mog
he drew
Fanatic.
Swords to Plowshares up the
Okay,
top. So
yeah. So
of
then,
planes.
but then it's nice. We're looking.
Yes,
at
we will have a game.
hopefully
We will
yeah,
have some
yeah.
reasonable game because
Yeah.
sometimes it's a little bit disheartening, you
Yeah.
know, that you lose, let's say, game 1, you don't know
Yeah.
what you're playing against. You win after 20 minutes, like a grind fest. You win game 2, and then game 3, he just like lucky turn 1. And
Yeah. But this is so we could see a counter spell and a swords in Romance. And did we see an arena as well, or am I wrong? I think I glanced
I
it.
really
but,
don't know.
But I'm thinking about the mana here with the planes. It's hard already to cast a counter spell, but if he has like an arena, we'll see how the mana works out.
And
That
I
will be
think
crucial.
Roman is also playing Forest, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. Oh,
He
he's
sorts it immediately. Yeah.
I don't know.
So depending on what he has, but I would generally be hesitant to,
Yes, I
to
agree.
waste my source. If there comes a war chief, I would rather go.
War Chief.
Yeah, but if he plans to play something here, maybe it makes sense. But okay, the
Okay.
horror again,
Horror again.
the horrible horror. But
Yeah,
now
this-
there's no Mog Fanatic
This
at
horror
least.
is
Yeah,
haunting me.
yeah, and without the Fanatic on board, there's always the threat of the
Armadillo.
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 Yeah, so now it looks.
But it's
Better.
such a cute creature as well. Like it a lot.
Yeah.
So it's Richard on port, and now he's the War Chief.
Probably.
So he would take 5 damage if he didn't sort.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, but if he can curve out, it makes sense. I mean, if Roman has other ways to spend his mana, I could.
I think I saw Lightning Bolt in Roman's hand.
Okay.
Depending whether he has the colors for it. No, he doesn't.
That's a green black. There's
Yes,
another Land
Land
of
of
Wastes.
Wastes.
There's 2 Land of Wastes, 1 planes. So no
In
zero
counter
blue
spell
mana.
deck. In counter spell deck, yes.
So we see either Plague or Arena. Oh, Hypnotic. Okay, he kept Hypnotic as well as a Horror. It takes. I mean, actually, Hypnotic is pretty good here because Federico hasn't evolved his hand, but he has to pay for it with 2 damage. And it's a flyer. He has. I mean, he has a real clock now. Actually,
Yes, he does, but it depends what is the follow up, because if
Yeah.
he has like pile driver and something,
Yeah,
then
I mean,
the game and where kick.
yeah, anything
Now
from-
I see counter spell, vindicate,
Yeah.
lightning bolt.
and Vindicate is castable, so that is important.
That's
yeah.
important.
We could see something crazy like Ringleader into Pile Driver here, as you said, and then that would be true. Then in that case, you will have to block a Pile Driver. So that's
Yes.
Hypnotic can block, unlike
Yes.
Horror at least.
That's
so.
why I was when we were
Yeah.
talking about the sideboard, I felt like hypnotic is like more justifiable. Oh,
Gem
just for
Fall?
one? Wait,
Wait.
It shouldn't
For
die.
one?
It's just for
Yeah,
one.
Yeah.
Can you believe this? Can you make?
Was this a misplay or does
It's
he
a
have
mis.
another
No,
one?
it's a misplay.
No, he can have another one.
Okay, yeah, he can have another one. You're
Yeah.
right. We saw it. They come in doubles.
Yeah.
Gem Pump Incinerator always rings twice.
Or it can follow up with a Mog Fanatic. But yeah, it would make more sense to play the
Oh
Mog Fanatic.
no, that's painful. I'm sorry. I think
So it was a misplay.
yeah, it was a misplay, but I think Federico had a plan. Like he wanted to play Matron to get something and then cycle. But he just somehow maybe he got
so he
ahead.
sequenced
He
it.
got ahead of himself.
Yeah,
Yes.
probably.
Yes.
What do we know? But yeah, that's unfortunate for him.
Yes. But it can happen when you think like so hard, like how are you going to approach it? He's probably thinking what he's going to do next turn, because he's like, okay, get my turn. Which one I get? What I want to cast? Maybe he will kill that, you know.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then you
It's
just
a feature match on camera at the European Premodern
Yes.
Championships.
and you
Some nerves.
and I don't know where Federico came from, but I would think maybe Italy.
I would guess that.
Yes. So he had to cross the Alps. It's not easy. So very, yeah. I think that has to feel bad, you know. But hopefully Federico can bounce back. Now he's attacking. Okay, there's one damage. Okay, I'm just. He's giving Roman chance
Yes, but
to.
no, but still, the Hypnotic could very well block the War Chief. I mean, it's not a bad trade per se, right? It's not a bad trade
Yes.
because also, yeah, I mean that would stop crazy plays down the line. But he has the Vindicate, so he could also go for the Vindicate
Yes.
on the War Chief. He has that option, and
and-
it's not crazy to keep the clock. I mean, I like actually.
and now, like biggest justice if you discard the ringleader.
Yeah, connecting with the Hypnotic.
Okay.
Tranquil Domain, that could be very relevant down the line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think so. Now he's starting to get his the value.
So depending on what he has now,
Yes.
I mean, killing the War Chief makes
but now
sense to
he
keep the
can
initiative.
bolt the war chief.
He has the Bolt and the Vindicate now. Okay, that's... Then he can even remove his green mana source or port or whatever.
Yes, but
But it
I
goes-
think that I like this the most. I think this is the best. Unless he has Wasteland, he will not be punished. But I think that's great because if he has like another war chief, because he needs kind of quite a lot. Of course, he can now play for 4 mana the ringleader.
Yeah, but now he's almost a bit slow.
Yes.
But we see. I mean, he's ahead in the race though. Still the Goblins with all the damage he's taking from his mana base.
Yes.
Um,
And now
but without the
he will
War
get
Chief,
he will get
it
2
will
cards.
not be
and-
as crazy.
Oh, there's
That was the Fanatic there is actually really good because
Yes.
you can get the horror, but
Uh-huh.
and then it was the Gem Palm,
Gem Palm,
which
but-
can deal with a Hypnotic
can, but it will be
unless it will
be discarded.
Yeah.
Well, it will be discarded either
You're
way.
calling it.
It will be discarded
Yeah.
either way, but depending.
Yeah.
With
I think it's a coin flip, right? Whether it gets, but he has one unknown card, as far as I can see.
very cool. I like it. I am kind of.
Nice match.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, but Roman has a bunch of cards in hand as well. I think we're seeing the Bolt and a Counterspell.
I think
but,
Bolt and a
yeah.
Counterspell, yes. So
But
now
yeah, I think
takes
he has
3.
even more cards.
So he's taking it. Maybe I would Bolt. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a bit. Yeah.
Oh, the Island Sanctuary.
Okay, yeah, but as we said,
But
it
that's
doesn't
actually
work.
so relevant. He discarded the Tranquil Domain, so you
Yeah.
can just cast that.
Yeah.
The problem is that he won't be able to bolt. No, he can bolt.
Yeah, he can
So he
bolt
can
as well,
play
but-
Sanctuary. He can have a security bolt,
Yeah,
attack.
The problem is here. Then he needs to discard the Gem Palm because otherwise he could deal with both his creatures
Exactly.
and then he's just stuck because
So-
he doesn't have arena.
I agree. So basically, he has to attack and get a little bit lucky.
Yeah.
But that would be so cool if single Spectre wins the game, protected by Island Sanctuary.
Yeah, that would be epic.
Yeah.
I think Roman.
Probably
is
we haven't seen thing like that since like 1995.
Roman is reading something on his phone. I would assume he's checking like the errata on Island Sanctuary.
Maybe his girlfriend is anxious.
If you would draw a card during your draw step,
Oh, he
instead you may
didn't play
skip
it.
that draw. If you do, until your next turn, you can't be attacked except by creatures with flying and/or island walk because it's an island. It makes a lot of sense. Self-explanatory rule.
Oh no, he discarded Mock Fanatic, so the game palm is there.
Okay,
He's not
so
playing it, but unfortunately,
now it's not good. It's. I mean, he can choose not to use it, so there's
He
no
can.
downside of playing it really.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
but the
But
problem is that he can't use it because he doesn't have a threat.
no, exactly. With the
On this-
incinerator threatening the hypnotic. So yeah. Looking kind of bleak for Roman because he's so low in life and all of his relevant mana is from Painlands. So that would be and also with the
Richard,
long
of course.
term, the port and the city
Yes.
could mess it up. So I'm looks very bad for Roman
Yeah, that's a
overall.
shame.
And that counter spell sitting in his hand all the game, of course, illustrating
You
the
would maybe need
wonky
Finkel
mana
with
base.
it.
Sorry.
Finkel, Shadow Mage
yeah,
Infiltrator.
that would
with
be
this.
that would be cool. With
Yes, that could work.
yeah, I like Finkel better than the horror actually. I mean, it obviously doesn't curve with the armadillo cloak, but maybe I actually like it better than hypnotic.
I mean, obviously the big strength of a Hypnotic and Premodern is Dark Ritual. You can get it
Yeah.
turn 1.
Yeah. Also, like three power is a little bit tougher to kill than 2 power. It can be relevant.
Yes. A little bit. But not so much. Like when you think about all the removal that's being played, it's not such a big difference, right? 2 power, 3 power.
I mean, for instance, like a situation with Gem Palm when there are 2 creatures. I mean, just take
of
one
course.
example.
It can
I
be
mean, also,
Grim Lavamancer.
yeah, cards like Shock exist and various like.
No, I think
Lots.
I think we're yeah.
There was the Pyrokinesis.
There was a
yeah.
Pyrokinesis. Good call from Federico. Yeah,
And
there is.
was it a Pile Driver and
Pile Driver.
Matron? Yeah.
Yes. Oh, he's not. Okay, he's attacking,
He can.
putting him down to.
He doesn't use his
shoot.
ball,
He doesn't use the ball. That's strange, because I don't think he.
but that was like the last chance to use it, pretty much, right? So yeah, he used his sanctuary there, but I mean,
but I
he,
think-
he cannot even raise the port, right?
That's really bad when you can't even raise a land. That's not a man land.
Yeah. If you had or can he? He can bolt him to the face, but he has the fanatic, so and he knows he has the gem palm, or
Yes.
and now he discarded. It was another card that was discarded, right?
Yes,
From
it
the
was a
top.
pile driver discarded. He
Okay,
taps.
so that maybe he just to the face. Okay,
And now he
But
will
still-
just shake his hand. Yes. Okay. Okay. Good match.
but wait, so was that?
No, it was just like he was killing him. He was on 2 life and he was about to sacrifice Mock Fanatic.
Ah, okay.
So,
Yeah, yeah,
he
there
was
the
he was
fanatic,
dead on
yeah,
board.
Yeah, I wasn't considering the fanatic.
He should
yeah.
have probably maybe bolted the
Yeah.
2/2 creature during the previous attack, but I did not. Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, had
He wouldn't make it anyway because he always
had
had
he
option of
discarded the
removing his-
Gem Palm, but funnily enough, he didn't even use the Gem Palm. He didn't mind being attacked
No,
again.
no, there was no chance there.
Definitely super cool deck from Roman.
Yeah.
Well played by Federico, and
Yeah.
yeah, I liked it a lot. I think that
Yeah.
was good. That was a
Yeah.
good start, and I hope we'll continue.
Very exciting games.
Yes,
Still, yeah.
yes, absolutely. I liked it a lot, and like Armadillo Cloak. It
Flesh
works.
River. Yeah, I will
Right.
remember that one.
So I think that was round 1. I
Yeah.
think we'll take a short break, and we will be back we will be back soon. 5-10 minutes.
Welcome back. We are live. Round 2 is going to start very soon. How did you like round 1?
I mean, I couldn't like it more. I mean, that's why we do this, because like double armadillo cloak in one game, that was just too good to be true.
Yeah.
In the end, of course, like probably better deck won. I hate to say it, but I think Roman, it was a good fight.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm quite happy. I hope he'll do well in the next rounds. And
Yeah. It's kind of a pity that the Goblin deck has answers to the Armadillo
Yeah.
Cloak, and as I think somebody said during the match, that if it's just Flesh Reaver, then all the Goblin player has to do is just jump, like every turn and deal 4. It's like almost a Goblin Grenade a turn. It's not, you can't attack that long without the Armadillo Cloak. But I liked it as well, and we had a sneak peek at the deck lists. We have some really spicy brews as well. This round we're gonna go back to something a little bit more usual. Although when you look at this,
I mean, when I look at this, I feel like, why are we even here? What are we doing? Let's just call it off.
You big fan of the modern only frame decks?
I mean, credit to Philip. He could have it mismatched. He
Okay,
could also have the
okay.
cards mismatched, and maybe then I would bleed even more right now. But no, of course. I mean, jokes aside, it's perfectly fine. Like play whatever you like, whatever version
I agree.
you want. There's no problem.
Part of the format. Like
Still a bit-
it's a bit of a trolling, I feel sometimes.
Sometimes,
It's like
yes.
from the world specifically
One-
copies that are hard
one-
to get, but they are
Yes,
more.
one of my
more
friends, he plays goblins, and he has them mismatched and all new versions. So
Okay, that's the trolling.
Sometimes I don't even know if it's like a matron or what is that.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So, but we are off to a start in game 1. Philip started with a little Grim Lavamancer and Rishadan Port. And is that a Rishadan Port? Yes, that should be a Rishadan Port,
Yes.
right? And Fabian is on Tide Control. And when I say control and Stone Rain, these two words,
yes.
usually they don't end up well for control players, right? Like control players don't like their lands being destroyed.
Exactly. But playing control decks like most of my like Magic life,
Ooh, that is a very aggressive play.
that's very aggressive.
So bounce your Lavamancer. Yeah,
But-
playing
but
control
I
decks.
just
the other
shouldn't
way?
say when playing control decks, like when you get to certain threshold, when you have like the breathing space, like say of 2 turns, you play a lot of lands, right?
Yeah.
And unless you have some kind of a pressure, he typically runs out of cards. And if you are able to play some of your like Vector Fiction or something, then you can be fine,
Yeah.
right? But I agree with what you're saying that.
It's true that control decks, apart from needing a lot of lands, they also are usually good at drawing cards. So
Yes.
that should kind of
And eventually you run
make
out
up
of
for that.
cards as the Ponza, and control can just like if you don't have the pressure there and you give him 3-4 turns, then he will just draw some cards, right? He will draw some lands. So we will see. But so far, it's probably what Philip wanted,
No,
I guess.
I mean Grim Lavamancer that trades for Mana Leak and Chain of Vapor. That is a good Grim Lavamancer, right?
Absolutely.
That's
Yes. I'm not so sure.
Ooh, Wasteland your port. Okay.
But honestly, I'm not so sure about the Chain of Vapor play.
That was very aggressive.
That was very aggressive, and if it was something else, like I don't know. Oh, there's good to encampment.
Get to incumbent, but that's good news for Fabian, right? Like
Yes.
Fabian has 1 mana up, so this was the turn when Philip could resolve something like Avalanche Riders, which would have been perfect.
That would be amazing.
And he still keeps playing lands, so that's starting. This is the phase where this is the breathing space that Tomasz talked about.
Yes, exactly. Because you need to kind of like
Wait, is that?
Wasteland
Oh,
and Stifle.
okay. Oh,
Okay. Well, which is like old rule with Wasteland against Stifle. You play it in his upkeep.
to tap him out.
Yes, to tap
Or
him
like
out.
to tap
Even
him-
if as an
uh-huh,
answer you tap him out, or when you fetch and you're expecting him to have Stifle, if you feel you need to do it, like do it in his upkeep at least. Yes.
That is like these small details.
Yes.
Really like.
I think maybe he felt like he wants to like attack, but with Gitu Encampment, now they are discussing whether he can tap it to be 3/3. But Gitu Encampment is first strike, so this is still a turn when he can go for it.
Yep, because the Mishra when it animates itself, it cannot. It's a creature. It's a summoning sickness. It cannot be tapped for
Right,
two.
it's so
extra
strong.
damage. but he is just going to go for pillage, I believe. It's a bit of a challenge for us. Like with every card that Philip plays, we are like, okay, I'm putting my money on pillage.
I only understood it's a pillage because it's double red.
Okay. I had no idea with the Wasteland that art like that existed. Rishidan Port, I think this one I've seen before. Gitu Incumbent, maybe. Pillage, yes. But
Yeah, and you don't even know that. I think with these editions, with something like still hasn't learned that. But if you with like Lord of the Rings sets, they even make like special cards, which are like Caracas
with different name, but
there's a different name on it, and there's
right.
just a small name beneath it.
Yeah.
Or,
that is, I'm gonna say that is a Jackal Pup. What do you say?
it's Mock Fanatic, right?
I was close. It looks more like Mock Fanatic, I guess. How do you feel, by the way, about wastelanding the Dust Bowl instead of the Mishra's Factory?
I don't like it. But I was saying something else about Lord of the Rings, so I didn't have time to react to it. But honestly, yes, I mean, Dust Bowl does nothing really.
Dust Bowl eats the Gitu encampment in response to like a stone rain. You can sacrifice and kill but like you have to have 4 mana.
You need to have 4 mana up.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not sure about it.
Now
and
Mishra can be animated and block, right? So that spells some kind of trick from Philip's
his lightning bolt, I guess.
Or if he blocks the Gitu encampment.
No, he took it.
He took it. All right. I mean, makes sense because this play telegraphs from Philip's side. I have something to kill your Mishra,
or I don't have anything, and I'm just going to bluff.
Sure. But like, what are you gonna like? Are you gonna accept that risk that you're just gonna lose a third of your lands?
Yes.
Right there.
It's almost like casting pox.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is a card that we never see, and it's a shame.
I think it is definitely in some of the deck lists of some of the people that play today, but... Okay, more land destruction. Fairy Conclave should go to the bin, says Philip.
I would kill the Mishra, honestly. Oh, he's
Monolith, Monolith anyway, but then, well, I mean,
but then you can swing at least.
Okay, now we're gonna see if it's a Jackal Pup or a Mock Fanatic based on... Okay, 1 light down. Okay, it's confirmed. It is a Mock Fanatic, yes.
It's a Fanatic.
Okay.
But I sometimes feel it's like a roulette when he just slams on the table like the pillage, and then he's thinking which land to destroy. It seems to me like that.
Do you think so? Like he takes a bit of a time.
Yes, he was like wasting the Mishra, and then he tried to destroy another land.
So that would be Wooded Foothills. Philip sacrificed it, and none of the Fabian's lands went to the graveyard. So.
Mountain.
I feel like Philip is kind of running out of gas here, right? 4 lands on Fabian's side. He's comfortable. He has 2-man lands.
It's kind of those things. Even if you now destroy a land, so what? Right? Like I think when Control has like 4-5 mana, he's fine. He's fine then.
But that's again an attack from
was
Philip.
strange. He was targeting like the Fairy Conclave, just much weaker, much weaker than is like the Mishra.
So bolt the Mishra.
Another
counter spell, very nice. 7
another bolt. Okay,
that is another
there
bolt.
you go.
Wow.
Okay, now I think Fabian is out of cards.
Okay, so Fabian takes 3. No. Fabian has a lot of cards. Philip is out of cards.
Yes, Philip is out of cards.
Or no, Philip has like 1 card at least. I can see in the top left corner over there.
Yes.
What do we have here? That is a Parallax Tide, yeah. Okay.
Maybe it wouldn't be bad to have that Chain of Vapor. No, but he could counter it. Maybe he would take much more damage now. Like don't.
Yeah. Like the Gorilla Lava Monster would do a lot of work since.
Yes. And now he's going to take what?
Okay, so you take 3 lands so that Philip does not have such an easy time casting his like 3 mana land destruction spells. Sure, like now he has to have a land and land destruction spell, so why not?
Okay. So.
But this is not the tide in the combo mode. This is the tide in just like I'm gonna deny some of your resources for a bit now and just like hope that I buy enough time to play Factor Fiction or something that would get him back into the like another Mock Fanatic. Wow. If you're in Fabian's shoes now, are you willing to trade the Fairy Conclave for a Mock Fanatic at this point? At some point, you're gonna have to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
looks
Okay.
like it.
Okay. But Philip can shoot it before
we shoot it
blockers.
with the other one, exactly.
Okay. Oh, so he actually that would be
I
like
hope it was
before
before block.
blockers.
Now we can save it with
Force spike. Woo! That is great. I mean, it doesn't really achieve everything just yet.
Uh-huh.
And he didn't. Okay, so he didn't shoot it with the untapped Mog Fanatic. That's. I feel like there was one damage missed.
There
there.
was also a chance to save the conclave with the Parallax Tide.
Okay.
But he would
Okay.
bring back 3 mountains. But
Yeah.
the question is how,
It's like an. Sorry.
yes, how strong they are now. Like
Yeah.
if he has like 3 mana, yeah.
So
he's getting
now,
there.
actually, I think Philip is like on Fabian's side. The problem is definitely not lack of lands. It's more like lack of.
And I think this is one of the issues with land destruction. Like if you draw a land destruction spell now, like that's so bad.
Yeah, well, if you draw island on Fabian's side, it's bad, right?
Yes,
It's-
but you want to play island, right?
I
But
know what
if
you- I
he
know
draws
what you
mountain,
mean,
it's
yeah.
bad. If he draws land destruction spell, it's bad.
That's true.
What I'm trying to say. He has like I don't know 20 life draws and a third and like 25 that are kind of bad.
Like Grim Lavancer is one of the best. Draws
Yes,
now,
that's
and
very
now he's going to Fabian is the one who needs to find an answer and find it soon.
Yes, and I think
Firebolt to the head.
yes, and I heard that blue decks have problems with removing creatures.
Where did you hear that?
Yeah,
Did you have like a secret source of information?
Yeah, that's what they told me when I was a little boy. Obviously, it's not true anymore.
In Premodern Magic, I would say it's still
It's still true,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
In Premodern, that's where the world is still makes sense. 2 + 2 is 4 in Premodern, not in
Yeah.
the other formats, of course.
In the other formats, 2 + 2 is Emrakul.
Something like that. It's 15
Yeah.
and 6.
Or just whatever. Okay, so we see it. You mentioned that blue has troubles answering creatures. Chain of Vapor is the go-to answer here. You don't like Grim Answer, you bounce him back and then you counter him, presumably. But that being said,
I mean, he
Fabian is on. Okay.
So he's taking 2 because he could. Maybe I'm wrong, right? But he could like in response like target and in response play Chain of Vapor and sack. No,
But
he would
then the
have to-
Lavamancer kills you. Philip has the Mog Fanatic and Lavamancer.
yes,
He absolutely has to answer Force Spike. That is the reason why to hide one of Philip's lands. But now,
No, my point was that you could target his lands.
yeah.
In response, play Chain of Vapor on your deck.
Okay,
sack it,
so-
and
and then
return-
bounce the
bounce
Lavamancer.
the
That would be very nice, actually. Okay, I agree. But it seems like
It was enough.
yeah, Philip had the Firebolt in his graveyard. He had the Mog Fanatic. He managed to push through enough damage.
It's funny that Fabian he had like the cards, but he like used them in a different order, not together, and so on. So he was not able to get what he wanted. If he
Yeah.
destroyed 5 lands of his opponent permanently, probably the game would look differently as
There
well.
would still be the Mog Fanatic, which could it would not answer there was Lavamancer and Fanatic. We see.
I see
Philip's
Disc and Pyroclasm.
Nevernal's Disc.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about the blue deck, but black-wise, I think you maybe Pyroblast.
Yeah. That's
Am I-
that's your playset of
Am I a
Pyroblast on
genius?
the-
Yes, you bring Pyroblast.
That's the experience that you have. That's if you have mono blue versus mono red.
I think he should bring a Blue Blast and Hydroblast, and I have not seen his sideboard yet. But I think it's just like a 4 Pyroblast. I'm thinking, what do you cut? I think you cut something like a Firebolt. It seems like
Possibly.
one of the weakest
Possibly.
cards that you have. You want to keep all the creatures because he struggles.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
then we
Blue
have-
Elemental Blast.
How only did you know that? That is.
But I think actually you just want to bring Dreadnought, honestly. He doesn't have
Oh, yeah.
really. There's only one Dreadnought in the main deck.
One Dreadnought main deck. That is funky.
And there is no way how to, because
Stifle?
you can't find it.
There's no way how to find it.
Because
you have Impulse.
I remember a long time ago in Legacy, people play like Trinket Mage, and you play one Dreadnought. That's why I had one Dreadnought before I sold it, and so you could get that one Dreadnought.
That is
but
pretty
but
cool.
here you have just one Dreadnought without anything. But I think it's probably fine. Like you have 4 Stifles.
For sure, yeah,
That-
yeah,
that-
and like
that's like
you
your
have
combo.
you have a vision charm in your sideboard, so you
Okay.
can have like
Fair.
3 dreadnoughts and 5 ways how to blink them, which is a really unusual really unusual numbers right here. But against the Monarch deck, do you think that Philip is going to anticipate that and bring in some shatters?
No.
I would not see it coming. If
No,
I see like this
honestly-
kind of
That's I'm surprised. The only one thing that bothers me is the island in right bottom corner, but other than that, everything's just fine.
I like it. It's like a hidden Easter egg, and like so I'm sure some opponents will appreciate it.
But the thing is that what some people do, they play that one like snow covered island,
Uh-huh.
and then the deck makes top 8, and then when people build the deck, they also put one snow covered island just to make sure, because I don't know why, but
Uh-huh.
It's
You
like a-
assume that the person who won knows what they're doing, right?
it's like a friend of mine who play elves from Germany. He had Taiga in main deck because he wanted to cast one legendary creature that cost red. But later he cut the creature, but he forgot about the Taiga, and then he went to win the whole big tournament. And the deck list went on, and it was one Taiga, and then next week you saw people with Taiga top 18
Sure.
because there was just like, well, there must be a reason, right?
Oh, you could think of it as like paying homage to the guy who, you know, it's like
Possibly,
it's like
possibly.
a gimmick. But okay, we'll see how many dreadnoughts we see, and how prepared Philip is for
No,
dreadnoughts.
I think that's a great sideboard option from
I agree,
Fabian,
I
because
agree.
like that's just like a free win. If you have it, it's
Yeah.
like a free win,
I agree.
and the point is, like we always discuss this, like threats are better than answers. So when you have answer, imagine how Philip must feel if he would bring shatters and he does not see dreadnought the whole game, and you have like 2 shatters in hand. That feels like
Force Spike your Lavamancer. Now that is a good answer to,
Yes, that's a good
to
answer.
that. I like Force Spike.
yes,
Stand still?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the perfect. This is how you.
The dream
Yeah,
scenario.
yeah, this is how you want the game to go. You're on
That's,
play.
that's also why Force Spike is not Days. That's also the reason.
Okay, sure. Because then you cannot play standstill turn 2 if you days. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But I think other than that, like obviously Days is so much more superior card
Yeah.
to Force Spike. But I think this was beautiful,
Yeah.
and I think I love Standstill, and I played a lot with it, like in Premodern, outside Premodern. And one of my favorite things about Standstill is that many people don't know how to play against it.
Like when to crack it,
When
you're
to
the
crack it,
opponent.
when sometimes you want to play straight away, sometimes you don't. For example, if Philip has like 3, 4, I mean, I'm not sure how many lands Philip has, but I think like 3. So I think kind of fine, like just to play all
So-
lands,
and
because
like wait it out.
yes, yes, but because these control decks, they play like 2, 3 lands more than you, or 4,
Yeah.
but that's not guaranteed.
How about Gito Encampment
Yeah,
though?
exactly.
Like Wasteland Gito Encampment. If your opponent plays standstill and you see those in your hand, you're like, be my guest. Yes,
Yeah,
I can. 2 can play this
Yes,
game.
or in Premodern, when your opponent plays Standstill and you are Rock, you play next 4 land drops,
Yeah.
and the 4th one is Dust Bowl.
And the 2 before are Treat of Villages.
Is that something like that? Yeah, no, it's
Even without that?
it can backfire very easily, especially
Yeah.
I would say in Premodern, where when man lands are at their best. Like I think no other format
I
has so
agree,
many
I
man lands.
agree.
Maybe some of the new formats when the man lands are super strong,
Yeah.
but I mean here they're at their best, and the Mishra's Factory is still like the strongest and most unbeatable, the one that can attack turn 2.
Okay, there we go. So
he-
the standstill gets cracked.
that's
Grim Lavancer is a good card to like play when your opponent
Good
starts
start
out.
for Spike.
Well, your opponent already played 1 for Spike. I like this spot. Like you, I don't know if you want to play. If you had an untapped land instead of the Gitu Encampment, if you want to play the untapped land to play around the Force Spike here and then play Gitu Encampment next turn. Okay, blast.
the
Well, that solves it. Yeah.
Yes, but yeah, it's obviously the question. But maybe for Philip, the possibility was just to attack with Gitu and encampment,
Oh, you mean like just play lands and
just play lands and,
Sure.
and go for it, because how was Fabian? Okay, here's Wasteland, so
that would have not
But he
worked.
only has 2 and 1 Dust Bowl. Of course, Philip does not know it,
Yeah.
but I think there's Rishiran Port in his hand. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the Russian part.
Yeah. So
Standstill is dangerous from Fabian's side. Like, look at Fabian played Standstill, and the next 3 lands that Philip played.
did he target Wasteland, or am I just dreaming?
I hope he did not target Wasteland. Okay,
Okay.
very conclave.
I was looking over there.
No, that would
Yes,
not
that-
go
yes,
very
that
well.
would not go well. But again, I don't know what Philip Hans was, but if he had like say 2-3 lands and he had some lands that do business like Richard and Porto Gitu, I'd probably not crack it. I'm just like,
Yeah.
show me, show me what you have, because he has a lot of reactive spells.
Yeah.
And they can and exactly.
I agree.
Like
I
you
agree,
play
I
Standstill,
agree.
you
You
have
want
2
to
more
see?
lands.
Yeah. Like, there's a chance. Maybe
You go
it
to
doesn't
4
work,
lands,
but like,
and then you just
yeah.
don't draw any lands.
There's
and-
no harm in trying it. There's no
Yes.
harm in trying it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of players crack their own Standstill just because when they played it, it didn't work the way out the way they wanted. So yeah, maybe this was the chance to just see it. It wouldn't have worked out, as we know, because Wasteland, Fairy Conclave were 2 lands that were in Fabian's hand. But
Yes, but again, we don't
ooh,
know.
main. Okay, I like that. That is main phase Factor Fiction to play around the blast.
That's
I like
that's
that.
Cool.
Philip is tapped out. There's not really much he can do to punish him. And so you just go for it. I love it. Because lands are very important as well here. So I mean, I don't know how many cards Fabian has in his hand. So that he,
Seems like
after
one or 2.
but he drew 3 from Standstill, so it must be more. But like, I like it a lot.
Because another thing with Standstill is the worst thing you can do is to like let your opponent to use all the cards well. Even if you like crack Standstill, do it end of turn with like Lightning Bolt. So he can when he's on 7 cards, so he has to discard something. He's not going to.
maybe, yeah.
So try to do it like that. But if he's on 3 cards, you break it, he goes to 5, he kills your spell, then he plays another Standstill. That's like the best way how to lose. And it's obviously very frustrating when this happens to you, but I think there is a way how to do it.
I would say that the one thing that I like about Standstill is that it gives you a lot of options both to play it and to play against it. Like it's not a simple card to
It kind of changes the game. And before we had mechanics like Monarch or things like that, it was like sub game. Like Factor Fiction is a little sub game, but Standstill could influence a big part of the game. Like turns to come.
So we have that is a
Snap.
juicy
Absolutely
target.
take a 3.
Yeah, 3 cards. Seems like Fabian does not have to discard.
There's Wasteland for Philip.
Okay, now you can Wasteland the Wasteland. Yeah, now is a good moment to do it.
And now
And
play-
then
I'll play Destroy Land.
yeah, if he eats the or Lava Monster or
Fanatic.
well, I mean Fanatic is an answer
He
to the
can
bone
tap,
tap.
yes, and now he can tap with Rishabh Port.
Yeah.
He taps the fairy.
No. Oh, all good. Like this all checks out with me. If you're Fabian, you're gonna think twice about playing that Standstill now.
But it's beautiful, isn't it? Like it's this classic like mono red versus
Oh,
blue.
yes. Oh,
Like
yes.
when you are like when you're starting with Magic, you couldn't have like you didn't have the mana, so you were like, no, I just like mono. Because
Yeah, and I understand that Wizards have eventually shied away from land destructions because it's not necessarily like fun, but I think it's part of Magic. Mana is part of Magic. Having your mana blown up, sure, why not?
no, I think it's good. And I was just talking about it with Martin the previous round, when I feel like that's one of the big appeals for me for Premodern is that the mana is just not for free, not
Yeah,
at all,
yeah,
and you have to really like everything can cost you, like every colorless land and even like basics are not for free because then you just can't cast your spells. And,
Yeah.
So it's a big alchemy.
Yeah, I agree.
And
So I'm curious how. So it looks like Philip has what, 2 cards in his hand? The what we can see all the way on the left, and I'm sure Fabian has a lot more. And he's like, his foot is firmly on the gas pedal, which in his case means just playing land and saying go. That's how control decks accelerate. But I like Fabian's position.
yes, but Yes, but I think Philip has some gameplay, so he definitely should be now attacking. He should start attacking because
Yeah,
like
for
when
sure.
your opponent is 19 life, it's too comfortable
Yep.
for that deck. So the problem is that I think the games is taking now so long that Fabian will get the cards that he needs. Like
And he's playing another Factor Fiction. Look at that. And okay,
Dreadnought.
okay. I was kind of hoping that Fabian would not show him the Dreadnought
Yes.
and like kill him with Mishra's Spectre. Oh, I mean, for Fabian's side. But now the secret is out.
Yes.
Philip
you
sees
put the Dreadnought and Stifle on the same pile?
Yeah, sure. It's a combo. It should go together. Like, why would you separate them? You monster.
Obviously, I think you have to put like Stifle and the Charm on one pile and Dreadnought on the other.
Yeah.
And then probably with Dreadnought you.
Okay, that is a lot of respect for Dreadnought that we see there. And
But if you do it like that, you can never win. How can you win in a million years when you go?
oh my god! So Fabian
took-
wants to. He clearly has the second piece of combo. And he just wants to. He wants to be done with this game. He's like
to Philip. He knew what he was doing.
He saw it. Yeah. So Fabian is like, okay, I don't need any of this nonsense. I'm just, let's just finish this game right here.
Okay,
There's Dreadnought.
into Stifle.
Yeah, and he can play standstill after the.
Get out.
Like, okay, maybe I have something better than Mishra's Factory post standstill. Yeah.
I would obviously
Okay.
tap the, have the basic
Yeah.
untapped, but it's just a minor thing.
Is Maze of Ith legal? No, it's not.
No, I meant like.
No, I mean, like-
Did you want to cover up with like Blue Blast?
Oh, yeah,
Blue
sure, yeah,
Blast and hand, so he could like Wasteland. But
Yeah. Well, it's like.
it's just a small thing
Mm,
because Philip is, I'm afraid, going to die.
yeah. So. See, I don't. I have a hard time seeing how Philip would come back from this.
Uh-huh. Yes, but I will have we have a third game. I always want
Yeah,
to see games.
sure. Yeah,
because-
yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, in this spot, I would probably wait for him to activate and then tap, because he has all the mana he needs.
Okay. Like tapping the land in his
Tapping,
does not
especially when
achieve
he's
too much.
but he's going to attack twice with
Yep.
Dreadnought. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's not even trying.
Yeah.
I think Philip, the only answer he probably had was like pyroblasting the Stifle. But he does not. I don't think he has an answer for the Dreadnought.
Yeah, looks like it.
That's the hesitation before scoop.
Uh-huh.
It's like you double checking
why
everything.
Why me? Before scoop. Yeah. Well, that seems like just prolonging the inevitable.
Yes.
You're not stealing 16. Then you have to deal with a blocking Mishra's Factory
Oh,
first.
he has Pyroblast in hand.
Okay, but
What is he doing?
no, the Dreadnought's just gonna like
Yeah, of course.
smash through and like he's not
Sure.
Yeah. Bolt, sure. 13.
How many times somebody
way.
tried to stifle standstill triggers?
More than once for sure. Like the thing is like how many times a single person has stifled.
But I
like,
even
has
had
tried
a
to
situation
stifle.
that we were like about to deck each other,
Yeah.
and it was like I play instant. No,
Yeah.
I play instant.
How
I
does
play
that work
instant.
then?
No, the last it triggers, and then when it resolves, you sack it, and the other one will draw.
So sacrificing is not part of the.
No.
It's.
No, it triggers that you do it.
That's
So
it.
I play end of turn, and he's like, "No, I play end of turn. No, I play end of turn."
No,
and
please,
you-
please, you draw.
And you
no,
can
no,
you
please,
even play
be my
like
guest.
you
Yeah.
play even like disenchant target and standstill. Because you just
sure.
want him to draw.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have the equalizer here. The match is 1-1. Fabian won with Dreadnought, which is something that we said might happen. Now I'm curious if Philip boards in his shatters. I think he has to. Like, it also destroys Mishra's Factory, which
Yes,
is like there's
yes.
not a completely dead card.
that's the thing. That's the thing I had in mind. So he has two shatters. I mean, you bring them.
Yeah, you bring
Sure.
them in, right?
It's funny. There's that Nevinar's disc.
Well, as an insurance against standstill, if you manage to land it first, but
Yes. Very likely against. for Spike. Like,
I know.
yes. But a beautiful shatter. I don't think I've ever seen this.
This is like I think it had first this image like Kamigawa, and then it was reprinted. This is like a core set shatter.
Yeah.
I think.
But I mean this shatter we have on the screen.
Oh, you mean
which
that
is like
one?
alpha or beta? Or which one
I'm
is it?
surprised you have not seen that one. That's a classic.
I've never seen this one.
I guess it's not a card that gets played in Legacy.
No.
Surprisingly.
Well, Disenchant doesn't get played in Legacy, but I know it.
Well, never.
But I remember
never in history of Legacy.
One of my favorite when I was reading the old Legenda, which is like
Yeah.
a magazine. We had like a Magic magazine that we read, many years ago. And I remember reading all these reports, not knowing like most of the cards, right? But I still read it because I was so like into it, and and I remember there was like three-page report from a big tournament.
Yeah.
And almost at the end, he was like, and then he cast Disenchant, and then in the brackets, Disenchant does. Oh, you don't know what Disenchant does, and you read thus far.
Seriously, they how did they know?
Yeah,
They were trolling you pretty badly.
yes, I knew what Disenchant does, but I didn't know all the
Yeah.
other cards. But yeah, so
Okay.
I think you have to bring Shatters. It's good against Mishra's Factory,
you have to, yeah.
and Mishra was kind of hindering his like attack
It's a
possibilities.
good blocker. 3/3 blocker.
Yes.
That's no joke. And then Fabian, I suppose, is fine with what he has, right? Like it worked once. Why wouldn't it work again?
Yes. We will see, but for sure, Philip would like to have like obviously turn one play, and honestly, turn two like two Mock Fanatics, turn one like Grim Lava Monster, turn two Mock
So
Fanatics.
we go the full burn plan with
But
Stone Rain
this
just as
attack
way
because
how to slow down.
he does not
Fabian.
really have a way. Fabian does not really have a way how to stop it, and then you can't even play standstill if he has like three
No, yeah,
creatures, even
that's
if they are
true,
1/1s.
that's true, yeah.
And Grim Lava Monster
Yeah.
beautifully controls the manlands
Yeah.
as well. So
A piece of magic wisdom says that standstill is worse on the draw than on the play.
oh really?
It's it's like one of those little things that you learned.
Shouldn't we publish a book?
I think we should. Yeah.
Old
So
wisdom.
that was okay. So that was a fetch main phase to play around Stifle.
Yes.
Sure. I think Fabian must have been like waiting for the one drop, and then very relieved it didn't come.
Oh,
that is a Blackwise.
Blackwise. That's
Blackwise? Sure. Yeah.
That's cool.
That's like one more reason to crack your opponent's standstill.
No, I cricket. No, I cricket.
I don't think it's gonna go that far with just Blackwise, but
But that's actually a super cool card, Blackwise, because suddenly everything what Fabian wants to do with his life, having like a lot of cards in hands, is God, it seems a bit bad.
and there's no turn to Dreadnought, which I think would have
Yes,
been like
that's-
that would just shift the gears of the game completely. But now we are very much in the double Blackwise game.
With Mana Leak. But I'd really like to see something like Rishadan port and just try to slow down the game.
Fabian doesn't seem to have a third land, so no Stone Rains, nothing like that just yet. But also
Philip
Fabian
doesn't have a third.
Philip, yeah. Sorry. Fabian might have a third land for his sake. I hope that he does. It seems like he
Dreadnought.
does. Yeah, that's
And he has
okay.
Typhon and he has a Hydroblast. I'm sure.
Okay. Yes. Now it's shatter or bust, right?
Yes.
Also, he managed to conveniently empty his hand.
Exactly.
Likewise, he's playing 3/1 drops.
Yes, that's why something like Rishadan port or something like that would feel pretty good
Yeah.
because like you try to really slow it down. You want to play this like draw and go game.
Yeah,
You don't want to give your opponent to play like some counter spells. But unfortunately for Philip, Fabian just had it.
One thing that I'm thinking of, Pillage can also get the Dreadnought.
That's true.
But that is actually, it's a pretty big upgrade from just Stone Rain to Incinerate. Oof, how much damage are the Blackwises dealing? So that's 8, how?
I think now nothing.
Nothing?
Now
Then it's over, I think. You just take 12 and then you take 12 again and you're done. Like what else can Philip do? Wow, this game was brutal. Like,
Yes.
Philip came prepared for a marathon and Fabian just like said, actually we're doing sprint here.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, like you nice cards you have there, but not for this game. That is brutal.
Yes, but yes, definitely Dreadnought is one of the most
Yeah.
defining cards of the whole.
Oh,
format.
yes. Yeah,
It's
for sure.
Incredible.
4 mana, oh my god, main phase Dust Bow, half
The
of your
rolls,
lands.
how rolls, and she like
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah, so is that it?
I think he,
Yeah, not like,
well, he didn't have a shatter and a land last time.
yeah.
Now he needs
so
land
I mean,
and a
it's both.
shatter.
Yeah,
And okay, he
Wasteland.
drew wasteland, but
that's it.
that's probably it.
Yeah, can you do like... Yeah, well,
alright.
that is just like... Make it a little bit more... Make the life totals a little bit more equal, and then there's the handshake. Okay. Feels like we had two very different matchups. Game one and then
felt
game
like
2 and 3.
it felt like two different matches. Yes,
Yeah, it
absolutely.
feels like Philip has a good matchup against Control. Unfortunately, he played against Control in one of the 3 games, you know? Like, the other 2 he played against Stiflenot, so... Yeah.
Yes. That's just very tough to play against because you need such a different answers to those things. But
Yeah.
but it was a good call. I didn't realize that Pillage can kill Dreadnought. It can be relevant. I mean, it was very clear he was signalizing that Pyroblast from round 1.
Yeah, right.
That he has it.
And nice play from Fabian that he actually waited the turn. So
He
that
waited
could,
the
he
turn.
could- yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
That's why I was
That
really
was-
hoping that he can have like Rishadan Port because he was on 3 mana, so he got Rishadan Port and
And then
Pyroblast.
like Mountain, yeah. That would have worked nice.
All right, so that's
So I
round
think
2.
we have a lot of time. So I was wondering if we could talk about the meta game a little bit, actually, because we know what our top 8 most represented decks are, and we have this like little infographic that we wanted to show you, but maybe we're gonna wait for a bit for. Okay, give us one more second, and we're gonna try to make something work here. We'll get Ondra to get here, but okay, we're back here. Hi everybody. So the metagame. So I think we're gonna tell you what the most played deck is. We're gonna have a look at the most played deck. Yeah. I think honestly, like, no spoilers, but I think like the most played deck is not a surprise.
Yes, it's not a surprise.
Yeah.
It's always the most played deck.
Is it? It's like,
I mean, with bigger events, it's always the most played deck. I would think
so maybe let's have a look at it.
it's super strong,
It is
super affordable.
Drumroll, burn.
Burn, yes.
Yeah. You don't seem excited.
I-
How is that possible?
Yeah, I don't really play that deck. I don't like it so much. I think it's very strong,
Uh-huh.
and maybe and I think it's good probably when like aggro deck is strong, but this is not like a classic aggro deck. It sometimes feels almost like a combo
It's-
with, especially with Fire Blast.
Yeah.
They just a little bit push it over the top.
It's a cornerstone of the format, right? Like that's why you have life gain in the sideboard. That's
Maybe
why
when we get Martin later back, we'll ask him about banning of Fire Blast.
Sure,
Maybe
sure.
later.
Yeah. I think maybe more interesting than the fact that Burn finished first, which it does usually in the big tournaments. It's fairly accessible, and it's just an archetype, you know, like by itself. Is 12%. Do you think it's like is it the number that you would have guessed? Like basically every 10th deck, a little bit more than every 10th
Yes.
deck is Burn deck.
I think, yeah.
That
I
would
mean,
be about the
yes,
right
I
number.
think
right?
sounds about right.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
I mean, if I say 10 or 13, makes
And I think it's like it also shows that the format is very diverse. When the most represented deck has 12% of the metagame, that's not a lot. So it means if there's like 8 rounds, maybe you play against one, maybe sometimes you don't even play any. That's fair. I think it makes for a nice experience that like it's not that repetitive. One thing that I wanted to do as well is like talk about a couple of niche
Can I
cards.
have a personal question?
Yes.
Do you like playing against Burn?
Oof, that is tricky. I think it just depends on the deck. Like, am I prepared? It depends on the matchup. I would say I don't mind. I don't love taking 6 from a ball lightning, but it's something that I'm
I always feel
willing
like
to
ball
put up
lightning
with.
is the least of my concerns because I think ball lightning is just super fair.
Yeah.
Because like you can deal with it with
Yeah,
creature
sure,
removal.
sure, yeah.
But if you play like mid-range decks,
Yeah.
and it sometimes feel like such an uphill battle.
Like,
which-
one thing that I don't love about it, I think, is that it often goes the game goes often to like they have one draw, you're at 3, and they just like flip the top card of the deck. If it's a burn spell, you die. If it's not, so it's like it feels very much a lot of those games
and
that
it can't be
are
lightning
this
healers.
close.
Oh my god!
What?
It can't be lightning healers. Oh my god!
Oh no, it can be. Oh my god, Lightning Helix. Yeah, for fans of the
So before-
coverage history.
So now number 2.
But before we go to number 2, I just wanted to briefly talk about like some niche cards, and I'm gonna ask you. We have like 2 cards here that are frequently or like sometimes played in Burn main deck, and I just want to ask you like which one of them you like more. So if you're like, imagine yourself playing Burn. I know it's a very far-fetched idea, but like just for a second, imagine that, and you have to choose between 2 cards to play main deck. Is it gonna be Price of Progress or Urza's Bubble?
Yeah, I don't know nothing about it, but
You played against Burn enough times that I'm gonna put you in this situation, and I'm gonna ask.
I would probably go for Price of Progress.
Mm-hmm.
I would go for Price of Progress because it's like some decks just can't really beat it. It's just so strong. But of course, like there are a lot of decks like what we just saw now, Mono Blue. When you just face islands, it doesn't do much. But even against those decks, they have
like
some.
2-4 with Manland.
Yes, they have some manlands, so I would probably go Price of Progress.
Uh-huh.
I also feel like Bubble. Imagine you keep like one lander with like 2 bubbles.
Yeah.
So you,
Yeah.
so you need like 3 draws or
Yeah.
something like that. You think, oh, for sure I will draw.
Of
land.
course, yeah. What
Of
are
course
the
I will
odds
draw
that,
land.
that
I think it can also make you keep some sketchy hands. So
Yeah, I think like the argument for Bubble is that I think that the burn decks typically have some weak last like a couple of cards to fill in the deck list because there's let's say 30 cards that are staples, they're very good, and then you have to do something like Shock or Steel of Fire, and it just feels underpowered. So I think the Bubble is like kind of part of the way, like you shave maybe 1 land, 2 lands, you shave a couple of bad cards, and then you have more of the
when
good
you shave
cards.
2 lands, that means you play 18, 17, and
18,
4
19, I would
bubbles.
say. It depends. That's also very much up for discussion.
Fair point. For sure. I don't think we will sort it out, but maybe let us know in the chat.
Yeah. Let us know
How do you
if-
feel about it?
Yeah. Urza's Bubble or Price of Progress? Which card you like more in the burn decks? So, anyway, we maybe we can have a look at number 2. Number 2, I gotta say I was surprised by. Like, number 2 is Parallax Replenish with 8% of the metagame. That is quite
That's
a lot.
quite
isn't
a
it?
lot. Considering the deck some time ago, I would feel like a year ago. I don't say it did not exist, but it was just very, very niche. Only few people had the deck and they were playing it.
Yeah.
And as I said before in our opening segment, I think that's a deck that finally it's getting its recognition
Yeah.
because it's so strong.
I agree.
So
I agree.
strong, and it does so many things, and it feels so unfair. Like I exile all your creatures all the time, and in the meantime I kill you, and you can't kill my enchantment.
Yeah, it's like the thing that I like about it is it's a combo deck that also like does something when it's not going off, and it can go off incrementally. First, you just like maybe the first replenish brings back three cards. I have not won yet, but like the replenish deck hasn't. But it's where we're moving forward, and then you do it again, and suddenly it's like it just adds up. So multiple replenishes in your hand are not dead cards.
Yes. And if it was just like I kill all your creatures, but I'm also killing you with those enchantments, you can't really. You have to kill opalescence first. And if I have double opalescence, I think then you just can't really. You have to have wrath or something like that.
Like double opalescence, parallax.
And the worst thing of all, well, there go your lands. So
Yeah.
good luck with answering my board when you don't have any lands.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. It is a deck that can punish for sure. And I'm also gonna say that the Czech Premodern Championship in May was won by Václav Alt, who was playing Parallax Replenish. So I think maybe that's when the deck got maybe some more recognition and respect and.
I also would think that it's not the easiest deck to pilot. I know that Václav has been playing it for some time. and so he knows what he's doing, because I think again mana can be very tricky, like how you tap, also how you sideboard, what you do when you can go like to some sort of card disadvantage, you know, how you sequence it, can you take one more. I think there are quite a few things
Yeah,
to do.
I
I
agree.
think they also play Ancient Tomb.
Yes,
So
I
you have
believe
to
so. Like
you have
play
to
the soul
be
lands.
careful about your life total. But definitely, if you play that well and you're a little bit lucky, I think it's a powerhouse.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. And with Ancient Tube, you can kind of go crazy with tap it, play Frantic Search, tap it again. Like if you want to take damage, then you definitely
Yes.
can.
And that's the thing that like in theory, right? Turn 2, you can like go off with like double Frantic Search.
Okay,
Right.
like at Arcar Waste, Ancient Tomb.
Oh well, you can have like City of Traitors to keep it low, but then you can you do? Yes, you can do that.
Yeah,
You get the mana, you play Frantic Search, you discard, you play Replenish.
maybe not the biggest replenish ever, but it can get you somewhere.
Yeah,
That's-
well, you'll be drawing 4 and discarding 4, so you
Yeah.
can have like 2 or 3.
All right.
So what
two,
about-
two
yes.
cards that I wanted to ask,
Yes.
and actually I think this stands for two slightly different directions that you can take the deck, and I've seen both of those cards main deck, usually not at the same time. One of them is Mana Leak, the other one is Impulse. So, you know, either you're like really digging for the combo piece, or you're trying to react a little bit more. And I'm curious which approach you like
Because,
better.
like you digging with Atonement,
yes,
which in Czech we call Tuniak.
yeah, tuna, sure.
That's that's
Very fitting nickname.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you have a Frantic Search, so you have 8 of those cards. And the question is if you need some more. I
Yeah.
would think so, that you want to go at least to like 10
Mm-hmm.
to have that like consistency. But as we said before, even the cards on their own, they are quite good on their own
Yeah.
already. I kind of like Mana Leak. I'm not.
Mana Leak.
Yes.
Oh, so you think what you're saying is you don't need more ways how to look for your combo piece?
Yes, I'm not so sure how many slots there are, because for sure we probably have to see some kind of a deck list, but for sure, like with Burn, you have something that's stock.
Oh yes,
Right.
yeah. Like you have like 30 cards maybe, or
yes.
somewhere around that number, which
So-
are just set in
So
stone.
maybe you can have both. You can maybe have like 9, 10 way how to dig with like Impulse. I'm not sure if that deck plays. Do they play Fact or Fiction?
I would say no, because you have a lot of 4-drops. You have like the Parallax, Titan,
Yes, you
Wave,
probably have
and
too many.
Replenish.
You have too
I
many.
think that's
But
just too
it
big.
sounds like a card that works pretty well, right?
I guess yeah, because it puts your stuff in the graveyard. I think it would, but the curve is the issue
Yes,
here.
the thing I like about Mana Leak, first of all, you can cast it, because of course you have a lot of Carolize, so Mana Leak seems good, better than Counterspell for sure. And second thing, sometimes you just need to survive that one turn.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that they don't like Armageddon you or do something nonsensical
Yeah.
before you had your
Yeah.
fourth mana and you go off somehow. So I kind of like Mana Leak. I think
I would say me too. I would say one strike against it is that sometimes, or quite often, you need to do stuff on your own turn. So you need to tap out Sorcerer
Yes.
Speed, Attunement, or so the Parallax enchantments, and so then, yeah, it's kind of.
But I think that generally, like, you don't really have 2 mana things, right? That's why you often go like Ancient Tomb turn 2 and you start Attunement.
Sure.
or
Yeah.
So like if you play like Island into Adarkar Waste and you have nothing to do, you can either maybe in future they will play
Sure.
those artifacts. But
Yeah.
I think that's usually like a blank turn. You can only play like Seal of Cleansing.
Yeah. It is, the turn 2 is pretty weak.
So
for
that
this
turn
deck,
2 is
yeah.
weak, so you can go there.
Yeah, I would say in general, I would see you as more a Mana Leak player than an Impulse player. So like I think this fits, but I think I also agree. I think I like Mana Leak because it can also sometimes protect your Replenish. You know, like it is pretty universal in that deck. Yeah.
But I think that deck has also very strong sideboard against control decks because they have like Orange Chance, mana short,
yeah.
and that's like I played with like Standstill against Replenish, and it felt so frustrating. This is like mana short end of turn. You counter it, okay, I untap Orange Chance.
Yeah.
Do you counter it? Well, then you can't counter anymore, and I'm just going to kill you. So-
That feels about right. Yeah. So I think you can do one more deck before our next round starts. So let's have a look at the third place here, and we have Dead Guy.
Everybody's favorite.
Yes, that's
Dead Guy
yeah.
Ale.
Dead Guy Ale in third. This was actually after the second place. It's becoming quite close. So we have like a couple of decks on 7%, but Dead Guy Ale with the most decks.
I mean, Dead Guy Ale is like decent deck,
Mm-hmm.
all around deck, struggles with mana. Like we talked
Right.
about it a bit. It's off color, so it has to come.
It's like the enemy
enemy
combination,
colors,
right,
yes.
right, right.
So that's bad. Also, that guy sometimes wants to play like for a longer game with like arena, trying to draw some cards. Their creatures are quite weak. They're small. They don't do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So you can take 3-4 turns of hits from
Yeah.
some of his creature, and you are still totally fine. You're still on like 12 life, 10 life. They have Gerard's Verdict, closest to him to Turak you can get in this format.
Sometimes better
That's
against
very
burn.
yes. You can target yourself, and so I think people have the deck. It's also a very cheap deck. I don't think there are any expensive cards.
No, I don't think so.
And it's cool. It's sweet. I like it.
Yeah. It's
But
like the
I-
mid-range deck. It's like everybody's favorite.
But except for
interactive
Burn
mid-range.
and Replenish, which are like S tier whatever decks, they belong to the strongest category. I think this would be like
Yeah.
tier 2.
Okay,
You know.
so it seems like we're gonna have feature match soon, or
In about
not
8
yet?
minutes.
Maybe we still have some time. Okay, that's good. So the two cards that I wanted to ask here, actually, again, I think that they kind of distinguish taking the deck in two different directions, and because we've seen, I think especially lately, we've seen versions of that guy Ale that are slower, more controlling. So they don't maybe even play Nantuko Shade, then instead they go for a longer game. So I would say I wanted to ask about Eternal Dragon versus Nantuko Shade. I think these two cards don't really belong into the same deck, and you can see,
Yes.
the guys that have a lower curve and then more controlling ones.
Yes. I mean, my problem with Nantuko Shade is that Nantuko Shade just it's so much mana you kind of have to put into it, and it's relatively easy to destroy. Like Mock Fanatic is everywhere, and there is not a realistic way that you can protect Nantuko Shade unless it's really late game from Mock Fanatic. So that would be my problem. I was also one of the cards I thought you might mention is Decree of Justice. which
Sure,
think
yeah,
now
I think
they-
that's in the same deck like Eternal Dragon,
yes.
right? Like that's the big mana.
And we also
guy.
one of our videos, one of our longest matches ever.
I enjoyed that.
It was like Eternal Dragon versus Allied Strategies. So if you want to check who drew more cards, you have to. You can find it on our channel.
Yeah.
Which kind of brings me, by the way, I don't want to dodge your question. If you still have not like subscribed, and if you're still not following our channel, we have this is not just a Twitch channel you're following right now, but there is we have a YouTube channel where we put yes.
Yeah, we do matches on camera where we jam all kinds of sweet decks against one another, and then show a little bit of the sideboarding and comment a little bit on the matches. And yeah, we tried. I don't know if it was a crazy idea or whose idea was it, but like two extremely controlled strategies against each other, and it was a long match.
Yes, it was a long match, and who won? Well, we're not going to tell you.
Yeah,
You have
no
to check.
spoilers,
You have to check. You have to check the video. But I think it's really worth it.
Yeah.
You know,
I liked
especially
it, I
if you
liked it.
are, if you have like 2 hours, 2 spare hours.
Yeah, like if you're
kids are sleeping. You know.
you don't have to get up to work the
Yes.
next day. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I understand that when we have Eternal Dragon versus Nantuko Shade, you would go with the Eternal Dragon.
Yeah, I would go for Eternal Dragon. The problem is that super late game.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the problem that sometimes this deck wants to have Dark Ritual into like Spectre.
Now,
When
yeah,
it
that's
gets
a
killed,
different version.
when
right?
you
That's
when
a
you
different-
get killed, you don't have any
Yeah.
follow up. So
But does Dark Ritual even get played in the same version like Eternal Dragon?
No,
I
no,
think
no,
it's like these two
no.
decks are just like kind of like
Yes.
getting into
so-
two
yeah.
very different archetypes.
but if you do play Eternal Dragon, you play like Angel, you
Yeah.
play Exalted Angel.
Right.
What are the other creatures that you're running?
Oof,
Is it like
that is a good
Phyrexian
question.
Ranger or
maybe?
yeah, I don't know. Do you have like Spectral Links?
I think I haven't seen that card for a long time.
And
Like,
that-
even
and
even
that's a
the
shame.
aggro version.
Everybody should be
It is a
ashamed.
shame. Yeah.
Or the dead guy,
Everybody try playing Spectral Links at least once. Yeah,
it's so good.
It's like a pet. Yeah. One more question: would something change if instead of Nantuko Shade I give you Withered Branch? Especially considering what you see in the second place in our metagame breakdown, does it change the equation, or are you still very much on Team Eternal Dragon?
Yeah, I'm probably Team Eternal Dragon. Honestly, I see the advantages of Withered Wretch, but at the end of the day, even against Replenish, he just casts those cards. He will just cast those cards. You kind of
Yeah.
need too much. You need like Duress into discard 2 into Wretch, and hope he's not going to like top deck somehow.
I mean, on the other hand, the guy does have a lot of discard. So like the Withered Wretch
Yes.
in this specific deck, it's, it could do
be.
the work against Parallax Replenish, but
In many decks, it's not so playable because of the double black. It's
Yeah.
very restricted,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think.
yeah.
But yes, definitely it's a card, and it's certainly not incorrect to play that.
Right.
And
maybe not with Eternal Dragon, but like in the more lower curve kind of.
when I think
aggressive
about
deck.
other cards against survival, it's quite decent.
Mm-hmm.
You know that you can take the squeeze.
Yeah, right. To break their engine.
and
yeah.
try to like break their engine.
Yeah. And every now and then you just like randomly make sure that the burn deck doesn't have threshold for Barbarian Ring, or
That's
it does
very-
like these small things. Graveyard is pretty important in Premodern, I would say, and like just
Honestly,
something-
I remember when Wretch was printed, everybody felt it's so strong.
Oh yes, right, yeah. It's so it seems like the feature match for round 3 is still not ready. We have some like the round has ended, but I think some matches are still playing. To wrap it up here with the Dead Gael, I feel like I'm a bit biased because I'm very much a control player at heart. So
You would go for Dragon as well.
I think so. Also, it's kind of my pet card. Like it feels good to like cycle for planes, bring it
And
back.
imagine
It
you
just
play
has value
you
written
play
all over
against
it.
that
Yeah.
pesky standstill player who thinks he can do you, and you just like, oh, I have Eternal Dragon. I will never miss a land drop in my life. You know? Good luck with you playing your land every
Uh-huh.
turn.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So,
But if you have Withered Wretch, you can exile their Eternal Dragon.
and I think one more thing. I think we played it. We played it on our channel. We played
Uh-huh.
that Gael against Dreadnought,
Yeah.
and that felt pretty good for that Gael.
Mm.
You know, you have all the discard in the world, all the removal in the world.
Yeah. All your removal
So-
spells actually hit Dreadnought.
So
right?
unless he had like turn 2 nuts with like gush foil counter spell and phase out of your Dreadnought.
But of course he does.
Of course he does.
yeah,
Yes.
but
only
if
in
he
one
doesn't-
game. You know, then
okay,
you
okay,
can-
I'll take that.
But I think that's pretty good because you really go slow. You go Duress, then
Mm-hmm.
you make him discard 2, and you slowly bring him down, and then he doesn't really have a way how to
Yeah,
kill you.
yeah,
He
that's
only has like Meddling Mage, or he has Dreadnought, and Dreadnought really needs at least like obviously at least 2 cards, but more like 3. So you have at least one protection.
Protection. Yeah, I agree.
And here you have swords, you have vindicate, you
Mm.
have I think that's a if your meta is plagued by dreadnoughts, I
Mm.
think this is maybe that's why also the Gael is so high. I think
Maybe.
number one reason, affordable and likable deck.
Uh-huh.
People like to play these cards. They are very nice cards, even if they don't play Spectral Links.
Uh-huh.
And then, but it's also good against dreadnought.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so these are the top 3 most played decks here today. Burn, Parallax Replenish, and Dead Gael. We're gonna take a short break, and we're gonna see what the other 5 most played decks are. Probably maybe after the next round, and then after the other. And we're also gonna talk about some niche cards that you can play. Maybe you can, maybe you don't. And but we're gonna be back with feature match for round 3 in a short while, I would assume. Yeah. So stay tuned and see you in a bit. Hello, everyone. We're back for the feature match of round 3. I'm here with Martin again. Good to have you here. And what are we gonna see today? I mean, this round. There is Jakub Citron, and I would say he plays his trademark deck. I would go as far as that.
Very nice layout for the deck pick.
Yeah. Also, I see some altered Terra Wars. Like, okay, nice. But either way, we have green-white Terragadon.
With a sneaker splash for Pyroclasm, I see in the board.
And is that Goblin Legionnaire up there? I think there's like 2 copies of Goblin Legionnaire.
Ah, that's
just
true. Yeah,
above.
yeah, that's
That
true.
is a really cool creature.
That's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
And we have, what is that? Weather Wayfarer, right?
Yeah, Weather
And,
Racer, Nimble
Nimble
Mongoose. Yeah,
Call of the Herd, I can see. Both Armageddon and is that a singleton Cataclysm?
Anarid Brushhopper. Oh, this deck is spicy.
Yeah, a
Okay,
couple
there we have
of-
Goblin Legionnaire, the older cousin of Mog Fanatic.
Couple of naturalized main deck, and also Silo Cleansing. Yeah, it seems to be well kind of hedged.
Yeah.
This deck with some removal.
Yep. And
wow.
he's up against Grzegorz Bosinek. I hope I pronounced it at least remotely close to how it's supposed to be. And okay, I like this one.
Yeah,
I
this
say.
is super nice. Classic red-green beatdown.
Yeah. We actually talked with Martin yesterday about the card Fires of Yavimaya, and we kind of hedged on the side that it's a bit too slow. But this deck, it doesn't mess around. It's faster. No fires, just burn and fast creatures, red-green aggro.
And they started. Seems like Gregor was going first with a Treetop Village,
Yeah.
and Jakob followed with a Wayfarer, and
yeah.
Gregor stuck at one land, it
Or
seems.
maybe he doesn't play the second one because of the Wayfarer. Like, because I think the way it worked is
True,
that
yeah.
Gregor played
yeah, yeah, you're right,
Yeah.
you're right, yeah. This...
Deciding you take 2 or 1. You can decide.
Oh, okay.
Jakob takes
yeah.
2.
So this is like a curd ape if the opponent has a non-basic.
Yeah.
For those who haven't seen the Sky Shroud Elite. But the
Also-
Wayfarer, is it 1-1? It's not 1-2.
It's a 1/1, yeah.
It's a 1-1, okay, yeah. So he could have cracked and traded if he
traded,
wanted,
yes.
but assuming here that he wants to
Yeah.
keep the Wayfarer. Curse Scroll for Gregor doesn't do a whole lot.
And now, maybe actually I'm thinking Gregor doesn't have the second land, because like at this point you want to play it, right?
Yeah.
Like against 2 lands from your opponent. Interesting. It's
But still, we don't know. I mean, there's also the trick with the fetch. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you can crack it and
That's
not
true.
find anything when you shuffle. I don't know.
Also,
like
you can crack it and then activate the Wayfarer in response when you only have 1 and your opponent has 2, right? And you can find.
Yeah, that's
Does
true.
that work? Should? Because
That's-
like you just need to have fewer
Yeah,
lands, so
that-
you crack
yeah.
it, and before you find it, you search in response. And you get
That should work. That should work. Yeah. So maybe he's holding back.
But now we have 2 basics.
Yeah.
on the
No,
other
that's
side.
the basics.
So let's see. Okay,
And the elite is just a 1-1 again.
Yes, yeah.
We know.
for now it's a 2/3 again.
Yeah. And again, so
Keeps
this is one
changing.
of those sneaky lands that he can get rid of eventually.
Yeah.
But he has, so what relevant lands has he? He has Treetop Village. I'm assuming there's some Wasteland or something like that as well in the deck.
In Gregor's deck,
Yeah, no, in Jakob's. I mean,
In
to
Jakob's deck
get
for
with
sure,
a
yeah,
Wayfarer, yeah.
there's like Richard and Port for sure, and okay, Swords, your Sky Shroud Elite.
Okay.
All right, to spend
Interesting.
the bleeding a bit, and Gregor has the second Treat of Village. The seal is ready for the Curse Scroll should it become a problem, but
Yeah.
right now it does not seem that that's what this game is about, and I think Jakub just wants to find some pressure, something.
Perhaps some red mana, we can assume.
Oh, you, well,
No, yeah,
both,
Gregor,
yeah,
yeah.
Both players want something
Yeah.
to start attacking
Yeah.
with, and then okay, that works. Bring back the Gemstone Cavern. And so 1 mana floating. That'll be 3 mana and a Terravor. Is it a 1/1? That would be a 1/1 Terravor, I think.
Yeah, should be.
And attack. Yes, there we have it. Attack for 1. The Gemstone Gemstone Mine is not in play. It's in.
Yeah, it's in the
It
hand.
should be in the hand,
Yeah.
right?
The counter there is.
You can't have counters on cards that are in your hand, Jakub. But
So do you know this this creature in Chinese that Gregor play now?
I remember actually when it was in standard, and people thought it was kind of a big deal. because it's uncounterable, and it's also you can't target it, right?
Yeah.
So when it was printed, people were thinking, well, this is you can't deal with it. You know, some decks cannot.
Yeah.
Um,
Oops, Armageddon.
and
certain-
the Terror becomes a bit bigger. Yeah. So my problem with the Mongoose is that it just feels a bit too fair. It's a 2-mana 2/1.
It's also a shame that you can't put the Armadillo Cloak on
Yeah,
it
yeah,
because
that's
it has the
right.
older
That's
version,
right,
like the
yeah.
Nerf
It's
version.
not hexproof. It's
Yeah,
really just
yeah.
Shroud. So,
But wow, what an Armageddon there. Is Terravor the Tarmogoyf of Premodern?
that sounds like a nice yeah. It feels quite accurate.
Yeah.
To say it that way. And also, I don't know what a red green deck is gonna do with a Terravor that just grew to 9/9 thanks to courtesy of a
Insane,
wasteland, and this game looks like it should be over.
And it has trample, so
Yeah.
no
yeah.
tricks.
I think Blurred Mongoose
Yeah.
is a nice card,
Wow.
but it's too fair for this game. And we'll see in the next one. So yeah, here we can see the red green deck. I like the multitude of 1-drops where you just like come out of the gates blazing and then you just hope to finish the game. How do you feel about no Rancor, by the way? Is this a deck where you play Rancor? Feels like maybe
yeah,
a good card, but
Rancor is. I like Rancor.
me too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. But okay, anyway, but like we in the sideboard, anything you like in particular?
I mean, I don't see anything really to combat like the Terravor plan
That's
here, right?
Yeah, maybe the Furnace. Furnace Furnace
Yeah,
is a bit
okay.
slow. Like if
Yeah.
everyone plays Geddon, then they will have a couple of turns to attack with the Terravor. That's still
Yeah,
pretty big.
Yeah, perhaps it's a necessary evil, so to speak, but it feels kind of passive still to include in this kind of match. I think he has to go for speed
Yeah,
and really take the initiative.
that's also true. It's a very reactive card.
Yeah.
And so, the disenchants, do you feel that there are enough targets? Or again, the trouble is that you would be boarding in the reactive spells if you go for disenchants. But basically, the whole
cards
sideboard
does he have? Like Sylvan Library
Yes,
doesn't feel.
Sylvan Library, Mog's Diamonds, maybe not enough. I guess that's not enough. Like as nice as it would be to hit Hull with like a Sylvan Library and Mog's Diamond with a Hull Breach, maybe that's just not worth it. And we can see there's 3 copies of Sylvan Library, 4 Mog's Diamonds. What is Jakub boarding in, by the way?
Pyroclasm. Pyroclasm
For
is
sure.
fantastic, especially with a Mongoose. If you do have the threshold
Yeah, that's true.
already,
That's true.
so some number. So yeah. Otherwise, I don't know. Like, will he take in like Suran Orb in this matchup? I'm not sure. I mean, he has a lot of burn, but then again, also like it is a rogue deck, the red-green one. So we cannot assume that Jakob knows his deck. He only saw green cards. He didn't even see a red.
He saw
Monosource.
Carpulson for us that got wastelanded.
Okay,
Like, very
okay.
briefly.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So but he doesn't know, like, for instance, the amount of burn.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And it's true that Zuran Orb, like if you're expecting mostly creatures with some burn, then it's not a good card. But if you're expecting just a couple of 1-drops and then a lot of burn, then it's great. So
Yeah.
it's very hard to estimate exactly where Jakub's opponent is when you don't know the
I think I would like to have at least one Suran Orb in the deck.
Okay.
Not, at least so you can grow like your Terravor that way.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that
and
works.
also you can save it.
That's true.
Because if you assume that he has some amount of burn spells, that's a great way to
That's
actually.
true. That's true. I like it. Yeah. And and like the Terravor is going to be the plan A here. That's by far the best card for Jakub, I think, to attack with. And he should. Otherwise, the other deck has a lot of reach where they can burn him out if the game goes too long. So I like the
Jakob
the reasoning.
definitely wants to go bigger in this game with Terravor.
for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right. So the players should be done sideboarding soon. And just like it looks like Jakub really put quite a lot of effort into the deck with like the altars, and there's I like it. Unglued lands, also very classy. And some gold bordered Rishadan ports. We talked about replenish before, and one thing I like is that you keep seeing those like mostly gold bordered replenish decks just because they were printed in
Yeah.
like what the
You can imagine someone just storing it like in the
Yeah.
attic and then
I have it.
Now
Let's go and play. Yeah, and I mean, of course, you have to change it a little bit because like the way it was, it is 60 cards, but I think you have to make a couple of changes there. But like the bulk of the deck, you can just go with it. And I think also these decks, the gold bordered packs disappeared from like online marketplaces a long time ago when people realized that this is an actual Premodern deck. So I don't think they're that easy to get. And
I noted also Simoon is a favorite card of mine in Gregor's sideboard. But,
Oh, yes.
but I don't think it seems super relevant. I mean, it can take the Mongoose before threshold, but there are no. I didn't see any like mana creatures, no werebears.
There's
right?
no werebears as far as I know. There's just the Weathered Wayfarer and Nimble Mongoose. I think that's just not enough.
So it doesn't seem super. There's the furnace.
There's the furnace we talked about. So I think Gregor would much rather have a Jackal Pup than a furnace.
This is a very
one.
passive start for this kind of deck. He has a lot of 1-drops.
Yeah,
and,
that's true. That's true.
So I wonder what. Yeah, I mean, for sure he needs a follow-up creature on turn 2. But this seems, I don't know, it's underwhelming to start a game like this from the, because he's clearly the beatdown in this, and Jakob wants to go bigger. We have the Mongoose of a Carplusa Forest from Jakob. And we see another nice Carplusa Forest from Gregor into the Blurred Mongoose.
So the two
Mongeese.
Is that right? Yeah. Two monkeys can have a chat in the red zone.
But I mean, the one toughness for the Blurred Mongoose is a bit of a bummer. I mean,
like it trades for Lenore Elf or for basically anything.
Should have been a 2/2, right? Like with today's standards, it would be had like a 4/4 creature or something. But
oh yes, compared to today's standards, it's almost like it's just creatures came a long way since the Premodern times.
But that Mongoose has a cool artwork. I have to say.
Yeah.
With the Wayfarer for Jakob, but Gregor is starting to chipping away at the fetch land.
So the threshold does not seem very likely anytime soon. Now Gregor is not afraid to play land number 3, so the Wayfarer can get online if Jakub gets to untap with it.
It's true that the Furnace is also good against Threshold here. I mostly had Terravor in mind, but that's very true.
Okay.
Here comes
Jakub
the trade.
realizes that Threshold is not coming anytime soon, and he just trades, and there's another Blurred Mongoose. All right. a lot of monkeys in this match so far. It's the match with the most monkeys that I've seen in a while. 3 lands. Okay, 3/4. I remember also this card when it was printed, people thought that a 3/4 for 3, as even these stats already justify the card seeing some kind of like having some presence, and it's very difficult to kill.
Yeah. In this matchup, it's really a wall.
It's just straight up bigger than anything than Gregor can muster, right? Like,
So
what are you gonna do about it? Are you like?
Yeah. He needs. Assuming he kept his curse scroll, but that would be like one possible plan here. But we're looking at a kind of longish game, perhaps.
Looks like it. And I think the longish game just favors Jakub. Like,
definitely.
If Jakub is at like 10 life, then maybe scratch that and let's have a different game here.
Okay,
So we have
that one we didn't really.
something that makes the game go faster. But
Now there's a race instead. And this changes the dynamics. Perhaps Jakob now also might want to consider going on the fence.
And
he does.
Or just race. Like, you're attacking me for 2, I'm attacking you for 3. That's like in my books that checks out. Also, Jakub's mana base now is a bit awkward, where he, after all the wastelands, he like has a Barbarian Ring, Plains, and Wasteland, and now it's just down to Barbarian Ring and Plains.
And again, Furnace is relevant here, stopping Barbarian Ring.
Yeah.
Threshold.
That's right.
It could be very relevant in a race situation.
Yeah, I don't know what's in Jakob's hand, but I would suppose there are some spells that are just not. It's not possible to cast them.
He could have like a swords that he cannot
true.
use now for the
Yeah.
mongoose.
Does Vortex stop the life gain from swords? So it makes the opponent's swords better? It does, right? Like, you can't target the mongoose, of course. The mongoose is too sneaky for that. But, like, if Gregor plays something else, then swords is not the answer I mean, it's better than it normally would be.
But like in a race here, it's true, right, that Jakob could in theory exile the brush hopper like post attack and then get it back as a blocker.
Okay, you mean on his own turn?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, especially since if he is stuck with some green cards in his hand that he cannot realistically use anyway. But that is a very good point. That is a very good point. He can kind of give it vigilance for pitching 2 cards a turn.
Yeah, because now it's all about racing, right?
Yeah, I agree.
And I assume he has a bunch of cards in hand.
Yeah.
We can't really see.
So he goes down to 11.
And he's already ahead in the race.
Yeah.
But
2 mana. Is it Goblin Legionnaire? No, it's a Pyroclasm.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mongoose goes
there's
away.
no shroud helping against that. And
Treat
the
of
treat of-
Village.
that's also that would put him, if he has another green source, that would be put him on the clock, 1 turn clock basically with the Vortex.
Yeah. Now Gregor decides it's a good time to crack that furnace and draw a card.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense that he's in a spot where he just needs something. Otherwise, his own Vortex is
I
going.
can't really see how he would even turn this around with
Yeah.
with that
Especially-
3/4 beast.
right.
Even if he finds a wasteland or something for the treetop, he just
I agree. It's just Jakob's threats are bigger this game. We've seen a couple of blurred mongooses just outmatched by 3/3 and 3/4. And also, just Gregor did not have a fast start with the Pharix and Furnace. And now he just
way too
passes the
passive.
turn,
pup or something there that could have been enough, like to just win the race.
Like like turn 1 pop. Yeah. Now, what if Gregor has like double bolt? Is it enough? Maybe not anymore, because now the treetop can attack as well, right? So like if you're Jakub, you just want to make sure that Gregor doesn't go like stay alive, bolt, you die in your upkeep.
Yeah, he will. He should attack with everything here, and then he will die in upkeep. And if he uses the bolt on the treetop village, then he's safe.
Right.
Anyway, so
I agree.
I mean, unless he has like even more bolts, like 3 bolts.
Like maybe Jakub is going for it. Wait, 1? What just happened? Why does the gemstone mine have just 1 counter? Okay, there's a couple of things I'm not sure about. Okay, we go back to briefly it got depleted and now it's back, and there's a Goblin Legionnaire.
Okay,
Okay,
that could shoot
that
him
would work. Yeah.
in the face as well.
Yeah, that's true.
And without the bolt even saving him.
Shock you go to 6. Shock you go to 4. Gregor goes to 3 in the process. He's gonna go to 1 in his upkeep, but because of the Carplusen Forest, he can't like bolt. So he's gonna go to 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, even if he has a lightning bolt, it's not. You say you would take 1 damage.
So
from
he goes
the...
to 1 in his upkeep, and then but like
What about
but he
lightning
has to
bolts
pay
here?
1 life for the barbarian ring.
A lightning bolt, but he didn't have the lightning bolt as well.
Okay, but that was so risky. That was like
Yeah.
you go to 3 in your upkeep when your opponent. Oh my god! Okay, that was extremely
I'm
close.
not even sure if it's worth.
I don't think you want to do it. like,
Using, you can wait because
because
he
you
will
know-
be down to 2, and then whoever blinks first. If he casts the bolt, then you can always
Respond. Yeah, exactly. And like if he doesn't cast it, you wait for your upkeep and you put the vortex on stack and you sacrifice the legionnaire with your gemstone mine instead of your barbarian. So you don't
that you
go
can
to
also
3.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. That was a pretty big bullet that Jakub just dodged.
Yeah.
But it all worked for him.
Yeah.
And the truth is that like by doing it in Gregor's upkeep, you avoid a scenario where they have like double like they have mountain and bolt, because if they go into their main phase, play mountain, and the 2 last cards in their hand are bolt, they can just like, can they? Yeah, they can bolt you in the face, and then whatever happens, you just respond with the other bolt, and then Jakub would have just the Barbarian Ring. So I suppose like maybe doing it right there was a way how to make sure that Gregor doesn't play a mountain and have his mana like unlocked, and he could even do like bolt incinerate, because that would have won the game for Gregor, right? Like he would be on 1.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, whoever blinks first. If Jakub blinks, then Gregor goes bolt. If Jakub wins in his waits until his upkeep, then Gregor could always like bolt. If Jakub sacrifices the Legionnaire, he would go in response to the other burn spell. But he would need 2 red sources that don't cost him life.
Yeah, but I think it makes more sense to play around just 1 bolt.
I think,
rather
I agree.
than 2.
I agree completely, and I think this was just like, if you want to think about why to do it this way, then maybe that's an argument for that. But I think the number of scenarios where that is relevant is lower than your opponent just having straight out 1 bolt and killing you.
Yeah, but if he has 2 bolts, you will lose anyway, right? Because you were dead to the first bolt in this case.
But Gregor had 1 life, I think, after the vortex, so he would need like untapped red source.
Yeah, but he had a mountain, right?
Yeah, but he would need another one for the second bolt.
Yeah, but I mean, if he used the Barbarian Ring there, as he did, 1 bolt would be enough. That's my point.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
I agree. And I think also it was safer to not do it the way that Jakub did it, but like he took the chance and it paid off.
Yeah.
And so he got there.
And with Brush Hopper, I mean,
what a beat stick.
Yes.
It's just too big for the format. It's like 3-4 it's yeah. But like, I think we just saw like 2 decks where the matchup kind of played like aggro matchup, where the bigger aggro just won. They had bigger creatures. Game 1 was about Terravor actually, and game 2 was just like bigger creatures. I really, Blurred Mongoose is a card that I wish was good, because it's cool. And I'm just not sure if that's the case.
No. Even something like River Boa, I could imagine even
a
bit more flexible.
That's true.
And can survive potentially like Pyroclasm or whatnot. But
and you can rancor it up, unlike Blood Mongoose. Maybe that's one of the reasons why.
That's
he's
true.
not
That's a
playing
horrible
Rancor, because-
number. That's a horrible number.
Like you really wish you could do it, and you just cannot. Yeah. So this was a pretty quick match. We can maybe go back to our meta game if we have some time, so we can have a look at a couple more decks. So we have Burn, Parallax Replenish, and Dead Guy Ale in the first 3, and we're
to
gonna
clarify, like the Dead Guy Ale category included all the black-white control decks as well.
That's true, and I think like we could have labeled them separately. That's true. And I think these decks started very similar, but I think now maybe they're at the point where it's already like 2 different strategies. I think it started like Dead Guy L adding more control cards, but I think maybe at this point we're like way past the point where these 2 decks.
Did you have a look about the distribution between these 2 decks? Is the majority control, black-white control, or is the majority the more
I'm not
mid-range?
Sure. I would have to look. I know we have 16 of those decks in total, but I don't know exactly. But in the 4th place, we have Goblins, also with 7%, and actually also 16 decks, so it's exactly the same like the Guy L plus the black-white control. I think nothing surprising there. Goblins are one of the pillars of the format.
Definitely.
Any thoughts on like which version you would run? Because I think again it's like the deck that where like 30 cards are just you don't mess with those, and then maybe you can fine tune it a little bit with like the last couple of cards. But the version that you personally like.
I would say that the red-green version that most people play seems like the most sensible. I mean, you want to have some kind of naturalized effects in there between the main deck and the sideboard, and then it's a question how many do you have in the main, etc. But you want to have access to them. There's too much.
Right. So, but it's mostly about like fine tuning the numbers, like how many you play, and I don't think there's something. Like we a while ago we tried Goblin deck with which splashed green for naturalizes, but also for Birds of Paradise.
Okay.
Because like the idea is that you get turned to War Chief. I don't think it was good enough.
I don't like that at all. I have to say, I have to be frank there, but yeah, no, it's such a synergistic deck. I mean, you want goblins.
Yeah, that's true. Like every card that's not Goblin just makes your recruiters, I mean ringleaders worse. That's true.
And also, you might not always have the green source turn 1 and so on. So yeah,
because it's more
actually,
like, so I think that was a dead end. Just one question about goblins, but I guess we already covered that basically, because the two cards to choose from that I was thinking about are Hearth Charm versus Naturalize, and you already said that Naturalize would be your choice, so that applies.
I think
here,
so.
right?
And especially, I mean, in a tournament like this, you could face whatever. Like I think Naturalize is just a more flexible option.
I
Actually,
agree.
I mean, if you're dead, like sure that you're going to meet particular like artifacts, like Dreadnought Text or something like that, then that could be the better choice with the charm, I guess. But I like.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I also saw like, or I mean, there was a time where we could see also goblins with black for like couple therapy. Also, some of the more funky versions played Burning Wish for some either Living Death or Patriarch's Bidding, which I think is super cool. Like it's a late game card where if you have access to that and you just draw Burning Wish, you just like win because you have War Chief, everything has haste, and you just like.
There's also this crazy black-red enchantment. I think it's called Dralner's Crusade, which makes the goblins black and give them +1/+1.
Right.
To counter like engineer play.
Right.
It's kind of a more robust counter than say a Goblin King.
Yeah, it's a pretty good answer. Yeah,
and it's also good like in itself. It's more proactive than compared to Naturalize. So that I think there's room to experiment like with a black red build. To be honest, also I mean it has a different toolbox. You could play cards like Cabal Therapy or Duress, and even cards like Recurring Nightmare. I don't know. You have like a different toolbox.
Sure. I also saw Diabolic Edict sometimes because it's a way how to get rid of Dreadnought.
Yeah, you have Terminate and
or Terminate.
Right,
one of the two. When I was checking all the different deck lists of goblins, maybe one card that I had to read or like look up that I haven't seen, and I thought it was pretty cool, is Goblin War Strike. Do you know what that one does?
Which one?
Goblin War Strike.
I have to.
I had to look it up. It's if I remember correctly, it's a sorcery. It deals damage to the opponent equal to the number of goblins you have in play.
Okay.
So it's kind of like sometimes win more, but sometimes like the extra turn that you need, you just like smash them straight away.
Okay.
And I saw it as a one-off in like some versions, but I think it's. Maybe it's unexpected, which is a big argument for it, but
is it an instant or sorcery or?
Let me check. That is a good question.
That's of course also the problem. If you play cards like the Goblin Ringleader, you want to really be careful not putting too much non-goblin cards.
Yeah. It's a sorcery. It's a sorcery for 1 mana. Yeah. So, not sure if it's good enough, but maybe another like. One thing that's good about it is that people definitely don't expect it, so they can think they're fine, they're gonna live for one turn, and then all of a sudden they get struck.
Should we move on?
Yeah,
to the
in fifth place we have Oath Ponza, which I think it's a deck that didn't really exist a couple of years ago, or at least I was not aware of it, and then there was kind of a boom of this deck around. So it's mostly like green based, and then with the green land destruction. We talked about it actually earlier, right? That maybe it's one of the decks that you expect. What do you think about the deck? Do you think it's like it's here to stay and it's one of the pillars of the format? It's good enough?
I mean, I hope so because I really like it, and I have to say I'm a land destruction dude.
Oh, are you?
So,
Okay.
So back in the days I played a mono red Ponza a lot, and it was always like. I mean, it was never good enough, to be honest. Like I tried it so hard. I mean, during mostly like in standard type 2 back in the days, but I mean, it was rarely good enough. So it warms my heart a little bit that actually Land Destruction now is considered like a top tier deck.
Sure, yeah.
And even different versions, because I mean, we have the like mono green version now. I guess maybe the red green version is slightly more popular or even dominating. And I don't know. I even saw a mono red Ponza winning a tournament recently.
We had it on camera actually. Mono red Ponza, the one against the mono blue control, which swapped into the Dreadnought. It was like, but I think I've seen what you mentioned that it did well, and it might have won one of the tournaments.
Yeah,
that's some time ago. So it is a real thing, I think, in pre-modern. Mana bases are greedy, and this is the deck to take advantage of that. The cards that like we did with Tomasz before, if you can choose one, which one would you go for? And this is actually the choice between taking the deck into green-white or green-red. And I've seen both of these versions, so the choice would be between Pyroclasm and Swords to Plowshare.
Pyroclasm, I think. Yeah, I think it's like a criminally underplayed card.
Okay.
I mean, it's starting to, people are starting to catch up, I think. But I think for a long time, even when the Elves deck was the big bad public enemy number one, I was always like advocating for, I mean, put those Pyroclasm in there. Or even in the board, but then they're splashable in some shells, and a really solid card. And we saw it on action here now, from even like a bit unexpectedly, maybe from the green-white terrible deck. But that shows that it's very splashable, and it can it can do a lot versus goblins. It's really good against Sly as well, to get those first couple of creatures off the board, and obviously against elves, and also has some other utility against like meddling mages and whatnot. I think that, I mean, swords is always swords, but you have other substitute if you're looking to kill like a dreadnought. Then you have naturalize effect or crumble or so that you don't really need that. I think the sweeper is more precious.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I think I was just thinking about like how many answers does the Oath Ponza deck have to Dreadnought, but then you have Oath, and sometimes you just flip a Terror board that can match the Dreadnought, right? And
the boring answer is, of course, it will depend on whether if you expect to face a lot of Dreadnought decks. If that's a very big share of the meta, perhaps Source would be sensible. But I think kind of in abstract, I like having the Clasm as the kind of backup, because then they also have some redundancy against creature deck, because you have both Oath and Pyroclasm, so then you're really, really solid against like weenies.
Agree. And I think that the Pyroclasm really like it covers your weak spot for this deck, because against the fast deck, if you're dirtling with destroying their lands, they might already be ahead on the board, and this is the card that gets you back from behind the Pyroclasm. So some of those Oath Ponza decks have the main deck Pyroclasms that they're only red cards, and it makes sense because that's how you would lose otherwise. But the Swords to Plowshares can take you into a slightly different direction, maybe somewhere closer to what we saw from Jakub's deck, where it's maybe you cut the Oath but I like the fact that the space there is quite fluid. You can decide to go more with the prison style deck or
and even with the mana base, I could imagine that you could fit both Swords and Pyroclasm in between Mox Diamonds and because you're on color with the
right. Yeah. So let's have a look at the sixth deck. This one, I think it's a deck that I kind of feel like if you asked me before the tournament, I would say we're kind of like behind the peak of its popularity already, because this was the talk of the Premodern community. If the Dreadnought is too good maybe for the format, it's very punishing some time ago. Now maybe like maybe I think it's a relevant discussion again, considering what you mentioned about the LobsterCon finals with
the Dreadnought on Dreadnought.
Yeah. So this card is here to stay. It is a powerhouse, and we have here in the sixth place we have 13 Dreadnought decks in the field of 200 and something people. Any thoughts on the deck? Is it a fair card in the format?
I mean, the combo is certainly not fair.
It's a combo.
Certainly not fair.
Combos are rarely fair, but yeah, I see your point.
What's interesting, I think, is that we see these micro innovations in how to build the deck.
Right.
If there was anything like a consensus that the blue-white version was best, I think we have to like throw that out of the window with Selden's win at LobsterCon with the blue version versus the blue-black version.
Yeah.
And,
Which I think is pretty awesome.
Yeah, and we saw in the previous feature match, we saw Fabian Sjöblom with it was more of a tide control deck, but he had also access to up to 3 dreadnoughts in the synods.
I love the fact that it was spread like 1 copy main deck, 2 copies in the board, which are numbers that are very uncommon.
Yeah.
But I like the logic behind it. You're not full on dreadnought. It's just you take advantage of the fact that it gives you some free wins every now and then.
Yeah.
But,
And if we see like tide control as one end of the spectrum and more the pure combo, Stifle combo. There, I mean, hybridizing these decks, it makes sense because of the overlap with Stifle, but you can imagine that you put yourself on different points on this spectrum. If you go like 50-50, or if you go like 75% control, 25% dreadnought, or more just splashing the tide. So it's interesting, and of course unpredictable for the opponent to know what they're up against, because if they're all in with answers versus dreadnought, then tide can be really nasty.
I agree, and I think also one good argument for keeping the dreadnought in the format is like what you mentioned, that it doesn't get boring because it's so varied. The shells that you can play, the constant like small step by small step innovation that you mentioned, and I think that's a process that's still very much going on, and so I see it as kind of healthy for the format. My question between the 2 cards was Swords to Plowshares versus Boomerang, which kind of is the split between mono blue and blue white. Maybe now I should say Boomerang or Psychotog. After maybe I should update
or Boomerang or Chain of Vapor, because Chain of Vapor is also you want it if you go with a tide.
Right, that makes sense.
So let me say Chain of Vapor then.
Okay. I'm gonna let you dodge the answer by saying like a third option, because I think it makes a lot of sense. That there's the options there are quite limitless. I personally I had a lot of fun with the red-green dreadnought deck with Greater Good and Fling. It was like a pet deck of mine that I played for quite some time, and I loved it. It was still very much not anywhere close to like tier 1, tier 2, but it was a lot of fun. Like drawing 12 with Greater Good feels very good in the format. But yeah, we have Stifle Node, I think, somewhere around where it belongs, 6% of the field. Next, we have we go down to 4%. So we're talking here about decks that have like 8 players in the field, and it's a deck that's as old as the format. I would say the Rock with 4%. Some people say that the Rock is like a 45% win percentage deck against the whole field. That like you're never favored, but you're never too much of an underdog. You can always like get behind, get it back from behind. Do you agree with that assessment? That it's like it's never quite like it doesn't have like any overwhelmingly good matchups, but it can play a game. It can have a game against anything. You see it that way as well?
I think there's room actually for micro innovations also within that archetype, but my impression is maybe there's not a whole lot of work going on right now, but I don't know. I think actually, and this is from like testing, I mean, not recently at all, but from my own experience, I think the Rock can have a better matchup than 45% against Sly.
Okay.
But it depends on the build. If you really have a lot of walls and you have like the bailouts, and maybe if you add spike feeders from the cyber or so, I think you can have at least 50% versus Sly. That's my experience.
Right.
It's not horrible. I mean, in my experience, the Rock should beat a deck like Sly, because if yeah, yeah.
Yeah, then what are you even, like,
Yeah,
what
we
do you even
struggle
want to be,
more
right?
against like combo decks
Yeah.
and so on.
I think the part where you're not a complete underdog against anything is the discard, because even against combo deck you can just go duress, therapy, Peloth, and just kill them before they get anything going.
Yeah.
So that's always what I liked about it. Also, some versions that we've seen are survival. I mean, the rock decks with survival. Which I think is just kind of taking advantage of the fact that survival of the fittest is just such a good card on its own. So you're going to try to put it in whatever deck you can. Does it make sense?
I don't know. I mean, it's perhaps a stretch, I would say, to call it a rock if you put survival in there. I would call it something else, actually. And I wouldn't know if you're... Do you keep even Pernicious Deed in that kind of deck?
Sure,
Because
that is a good question.
then you're in deep into non-bow territory, both blowing up your survival and like diluting the deck with non-creatures.
Yeah, you could have some fun with recurring nightmare, I guess. That synergizes with, but it's
I mean,
it's a good
recurring
combo,
survival, I would say. But that could absolutely be something playable. Yeah, but I mean, it has a lot of powerful tools. We have cards like, I mean, we have discard that can discard, and we have removal that can handle a dreadnought, for instance, in black. We have cards like Engineer Plague. So there are some powerful tools, but yeah.
It's my maybe my problem with the deck is a bit that it's a very reactive deck in a field that is very wide. You're trying to fight Replenish and Dreadnought and Burn.
Yeah.
And you just discard is where it overlaps the answers. Discard maybe not against goblins. The rest is not great against goblins, but
No,
like
it's
that's
horrible.
yeah. But it's like against the rest of the field, you have some game, and then you're just trying to kind of like find the right answers. But it's not always easy.
Yeah, and it's typically a bit slow to wrap up the game,
Right.
even if you
That's also true.
manage the disruption initially.
Agreed. Yeah. If you had to choose between playing a rock deck with either with Birds of Paradise or with Wall of Roots,
Wall of Roots.
for
on
sure,
deck,
hands down,
Yeah.
any time of the day,
Yeah,
always Wall
yeah,
of Roots.
Yes.
It's so you would play like a version with Wall of Blossoms and Wall of
Yeah,
Roots, for sure?
definitely. And that is regarding what I talked about earlier, my experience versus Sly, and probably why. I mean, the versions I played were pretty solid against Sly, because I opted for like both sets of balls rather than the bursts. The bursts can be absolutely horrible, both against goblins and Sly.
That is true. Like
Both
they
birds,
die just way too easily, and it's true that I like the fact that Wall of Roots can basically blank a Ball Lightning. Like if you can trade for it, you take 1 damage, and that is a very good trade. Like Ball Lightning is a very scary card. So, do you think that if you go for Wall of Roots, you have to play some City of Brass in order to make your mana base work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I
it's
think,
like that's a
like,
concession to.
A couple of City of Brass, I think, makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Also, one card that I really like is Natural Order. But actually, like in this regard, I think it doesn't really matter if you're playing Birds or Wall of Roots, because either way you're aiming at one Natural Order turn 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it squares more with the curve where you want to play Baloth or Natural Order if you play that, or perhaps some other fatty like Blastrum. I could even say like Masticore being decent.
Okay.
Actually.
Sure, yeah, makes sense. It's like a card that dominates like mid-range matchups. It's great.
Yeah, I mean it wins single-handedly against goblins, for instance. I mean, unless they already have like a Siege Gun in play, but once you land it.
Okay, yeah, like you can be behind where it's not fast enough, but in general it's great for the control of their board. Yeah. All right, so I think we can finish our top 8 of the metagame decks here. And 8th place we have Blue-Green Madness.
Another evergreen.
yeah, right. Which, like, there's an argument: is it good enough? And so every now and then you see somebody doing well with it.
But this is probably one of the most loved decks, is my impression.
I think so.
So we will always see it in the metagame.
Yeah. I think
And
it's
that's nice.
It's also one of the decks where I've seen the most copies of like full foil because it's relatively easy to it's mostly like commons and uncommons, and it looks really really nice. And yeah, as you said, it's loved. People used to play it back in standard, and they have some fond memories of it. Some people do for sure. Would you say that survival of the fittest is now an inherent part of the deck? Like, can you play Madness without survival?
I wouldn't know really, because this is one deck that I haven't really played myself.
You didn't play back when it was in
No, I
standard?
didn't. So I don't have any
okay.
personal nostalgia for the Madness deck. Actually, I understand a lot of people do,
Right.
but this is yeah. So I leave
Okay.
that to say. What do you say?
I used to play it back
Yeah.
when it was in standard, and it was just hands down the best deck in the field. Like it was just like basically at some point the meta game just boiled down to blue green versus mono black, and that was standard. And yeah, so I think that in Premodern it's not like tier 1, it's kind of like behind, and you're always trying to adapt to the current meta. There was a point where I quite liked Blue Green Madness like as a like more controlling shell with more counter spells. Like I used to play like counterspell, Mana Leak, Circular Logic, and then the idea was that either they play something and you counter it, or they don't play anything and you do go Frantic Search, Arrogant Worm. So it was like more instant speed, and I liked it. I would say now Survival of the Fittest is just too good, not to play. And I'm happy that the deck is around. Like every time I see it, it's nice that it's there. Yeah. So with that, this is our top 8. For me the biggest surprise is that Parallax Replenish finally getting the recognition. And then anything on the list that you surprise you, or something that's missing?
I think it's striking how even this distribution is. I mean, besides Sly at first place, I mean they're almost tied, like from second to sixth place here.
Yeah.
So they're really. It's not very skewed. And
Yeah, I agree.
that is quite nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so in practice, it's very open. Like if you come as a player here today, you would have no, idea really what you would face here.
It's just a little bit of everything. Kind
Yeah,
of thing.
and we should also note that, like, what does this sum to? This top 8, it's less than 50%, or 20,
yeah, like
41, 51, 54%. So it's,
yeah.
so it's a little bit more than half. That means that the remaining 46%, we see a lot of other things. Maybe you can just drop some.
If I go through the list from there on, it's Groatog, Tide Control, Stasis, Survival, Tarragadon, Devourer combo, Elves, Enchantress, Mud, Pitrak, Angry Hermit, Landstill, Pox, White Weenie, and these are still decks with like 3 or more people in the tournament. And then the list just goes on and on. It's a very long list of archetypes, including some specials like Machine Head with 2 people, the red-black aggro deck that also like translated from a standard version. Yes, Tron, Full English Breakfast, a lot of decks. It just shows how Premodern is an extremely diverse format, and I love it.
But I think my main surprise for me may be that Elves is so. I mean, it's not even in the top 8, and we know it's a bit of a particular deck because it requires practice. It also requires some expensive cards, but still, because it has really been the boogeyman, and the Eurochamps has a history of Elves doing well. Pablo is here from Spain, Pablo Suarez, and I'm assuming he is on Elves also today. I'm just assuming that.
Okay, makes sense.
But he's here to defend
Yeah.
the title. So we see. I mean, we
see how he
saw
does.
in the top 8 from last year in Darmstadt. I mean, we had. We had this like White Weenie multicolored rogue deck. I mean, that is, another example of a deck that went well last year, but it's not even in the top.
Yeah, it's not really anywhere. We have White Weenie with 3 copies in the whole tournament. So
I wouldn't assume that top 8 decks in the meta will be the same as the top decks in the top 8.
It's
So, yeah,
it's gonna be
that's
sort
very
of like
open,
that's
yeah.
gonna be interesting how it translates into the actual top 8. It seems like we have a feature match ready for, or very soon, coming very soon for round 4. So this was our meta game for today. We're gonna see how which decks do well. We're gonna take a very short break, and then we're gonna be back with round number 4. So. Thanks for having you here. You're gonna see a lot more from both of us later on, and let's have a short break.
Catch you later.
Hello and welcome to round number 4. Players are already getting ready to play. So we are here straight on the deck list here with Petr Sochurek. Hi, Petr.
Hello everyone, it's my first time on camera today, so I'm super excited.
Yes, Petr overslept and then he was a little bit unhappy that he could sleep
like-
a little bit longer.
I arrived like 4 hours ago and you didn't let me commentate, so I don't really know how much that matters, but
Yes, but Petr really deserves it, and he has a lot to tell us about it. So here we have Replenish. We've talked about this deck, some kind of a new boogeyman of the format, one of the decks that has been there since the start, but only lately people realize how really powerful it is.
yeah, Andrea Mengucci is like playing with it a lot on YouTube and stuff like that, so maybe that's the reason why a couple of people picked it up as well. I don't really know, but
Could be. I think just the deck is super strong, and you would think that like playing a lot of 4-mana spells means that you are maybe weaker to some countering strategies. But if you see sideboard, you have Orim's Chance, you have Abeyance. You know, some even play mana short. I don't see it in this list, so that can really make like a life of a control
yeah,
player.
also a lot of the counter spells in the format are like, you know, Mana League, Force Spike, Days and stuff like that, and you have Ancient Tomb and City of Traders, so that kind of helps to fight against that as well.
Yes, but this deck generally was always like very mana hungry. Like basically your haymakers are all 4 mana. So unless you get to 4 mana, you are like not doing much. So that's why Wasteland, Rishadan, Port, Armageddon, Winter Orb, and these kind of can be very annoying. And he will play against our team's favorite, Tom, and he's playing Madness with some cute little tech in form of Kaywin and Pyrokinesis. You know, green-blue, not the most well-known deck for killing creatures.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy that we get to see this matchup because it's the classic aggro deck with counter spells, which should be in theory good against, you know, type of a deck that Replenish deck is.
And Tom even has his own combo in it through Shapeshifter, you know, the Walrat's Shapeshifter, and obviously I forgot the name of those cards. He can actually
Combo off. Right?
combo off. He can combo off. He can kill you on the turn, but he has his Madness creatures. He can pressure you. He can get Wonder fly over you. He can grind with Survival of the Fittest, Squee.
It is actually a really smart way how to build a survival deck.
I like it. I like it a lot. There's a lot going on. I hope we will see it. Best possible start.
Well, he could have had turn 1 Ritual as well, I guess.
Yes, but you don't want to cast Root One. You
Is
want to
that-
play.
That's true, yeah.
You want to draw 2, discard 2, and discard
You're right,
like 2
you're right,
Root
you're
One.
right. You see
Okay.
it turn 2 cleansing though.
Yes. Victor.
Do you think there was maybe a consideration to hold the survival until turn 3 so that you can use it immediately?
Possibly. It depends what he had. If he had Mongrel, it's possible, but I don't think you can afford like not to play
Yeah.
anything just to get like Squee, because what he would do, he would just discard like Rutwala to get Squee, and that
Yeah.
would be it. Oh, that's nice.
Little value there with
So
Wonder.
all his creatures fly now. Oh,
Extremely
all
relevant
his
against this
dogs fly now. Okay,
deck. Is that relevant in any way in this matchup? That Replenish deck doesn't really...
It can be, because if Replenish has Opalescence and some other enchantments that are not Parallax Wave, because when he has Parallax Wave Opalescence, he just kills all your creatures.
Yeah.
But if he does not, you can like swing for lethal, for example.
that's
The little bit annoying thing here is that he knows about it. Like, he knows they fly. So the thing is that when you get it that last turn and fly over, then it can be a deal breaker.
Alright, we see an Ancient Tomb that's
And
extremely important.
Victor already has 4 mana, and he can start doing the stuff. But he can't. But he can't cast like. No, he can. Yes, he can. He can cast anything.
Maybe we see the blue Parallax Wave. Is it Parallax Tide?
Parallax Tide is for lands, and Parallax Wave is for creatures.
So that would kind of make sense to cast here, right? Depending on whether he wants to play in 2 days or not. But it seems like players are figuring something out.
I think he's. He played. He played Frantic Surge.
Oh, okay. So that actually generates him 1 extra mana with that
Yes.
Ancient Tomb.
Yes, That's why it's actually, even when you go after his lands, when he has just double land, like Ancient Tomb, and like say Adarkar Wastes, with Frantic Search, he can generate 4 mana and go for Replenish. So
Yeah.
even if you squeeze him like tight, he can still get out of it and win. And I think it will be difficult for Tom.
Frantic Search is extremely powerful in this deck. Not only that it generates extra mana, but it also puts cards into your graveyard to get back, so...
Absolutely. And now he will play one of those 4 mana enchantments, I reckon. Yes,
There it
Parallax
is.
Tide. And he will just time walk for 3 turns.
I mean,
or
if this resolves, then that's basically game over, right? Assuming he has something else going on.
Yes, pretty much. I mean, you probably just take all his lands. Oh, he just takes 2. Okay, you can. But the thing is that Tom can't counter now, because he will always take the blue
Yep.
source, even if he has the Circle Logic, which I am not 100% sure that he plays.
Yeah, right now it's basically just a question of whether he actually has some follow-up after this,
Yes,
but...
it's incredibly strong, honestly.
Turn free, kill all of your lands, you think that's good? I thought that Armageddon kills, like, you know, every land, but there's actually Armageddon that only kills opponents.
Yeah, pretty much. And here Merfolk. Was it from Lancer? I played a lot with this card.
It's not really gonna do much here.
No.
He did have the island, but as you said, he can just easily get rid of it.
And the thing is that he has so much time. He's going to remove 1 counter, next turn he will remove, only then he will sacrifice it. So he has at least like 2 turns without Tom having lands.
And it's not even like he can kill him with his Wild Mongrel in
No,
in 2 turns.
he's still sitting on healthy. Like most damage was dealt by Ancient Tomb in this game, which also tells you something. What is it? Parallax Wave. Yeah, it's like, what are we even? You take the dog. Yeah, this must be really frustrating because you I think, how do you deal with this? Like how fast you have to be. You know, you would have to counter the Parallax Tide. That's how you do it, or discard it possibly. The problem with this card, that's why Replenish is so strong, that discard is like, you need discard and something. Discard on its own is often just not good enough.
So right now he took care of all of his lands and creatures, but he still needs, like, you know, an actual action card, because eventually these tides gonna go away.
But
Do
I
you see
think,
anything in his hands? We can.
no, I didn't see anything. I think he will just take the Hound, and next turn he will just like, oh, this one, and next turn he will just maybe just play Opalescence and win on the spot. He won't be able to stop him. So he takes both of them.
Do you think this is how the matchup usually plays out?
I mean, we will see. I guess we will see more game, so we can talk about it after. But I think it seems very difficult for Magnus.
It happened even the last time we were watching a Replenish on camera. That I thought that, you know, he was playing against a creature deck, maybe like a Stifle Knot. It seems like that matchup would be hard because they have counters and a clock, and it just didn't really seem to be that way. Like.
Oh, there's another Frantic Search.
There's just so many mask hunters coming down into play since turn 3, so it's really difficult.
As for example, when he plays Parallax Tide, like, can you not counter it? If
Yeah, you have
can?
to.
You have to counter it. Then he plays another like bomb. Will you counter it? Not counter it. Then he has a Replenish. Like maybe you don't have counters anymore.
You
so
need clock and you need like 2 or 3 hurry counters. That's really very difficult.
and the problem is that even when you have like a grave hate, often doesn't matter. Like he didn't use graveyard in this game, and he's kind of in commanding position. If he now plays Opalescence, or another Parallax Tide, it's madness. He just needs to get Opalescence to basically win the game, and Tom won't be able to stop him as long as he, you know, will put his hands on Opalescence. There's nothing he can do.
But seems like he doesn't have it though, right? So
Yes, but
maybe he can just kind of
but
float
he,
out.
but he kind of doesn't need it, right? There's no pressure, nothing's going on.
Well, these tides are eventually gonna go away, so
Well, eventually. Yes. But the true is that he would kind of need to have that opalescence now. Draw. Because he needs to have that one counter to blink his own parallax
He
wave.
can also just have like a replenish in his hand, and
Yeah,
once this tide goes away,
Absolutely.
it's actually kind of funny that in Premodern we see like some of these decks that are just like playing 2-mana 2/2s. Then you have a deck like this one, which is extremely powerful.
So he was going for it. He was like kind of risking it, giving him chance to use counterspell.
Yeah, I think
Because I'm not saying he was greedy, but he was just trying. Like if you don't have counterspell now, you lose your 5 lands.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the game.
but the game seems closer than we thought a couple of turns ago. Like
Yes.
I just thought it's over, and right now it doesn't seem like super like 100% that he's gonna win. Like he's probably gonna win, but
Probably if you were about to decide which deck to play, you would go for replenish, right?
I think I would play elves.
Elves.
But
So I generally consider probably a replenish, elves, burn, and stifle note. Probably like 4
Yeah.
top decks. That you can't be wrong with those.
I would just be worried that the replenish deck would be like people would play too much hate. I'm not really sure if it's possible, but I think that if like the elf deck has like 4 Tormod script in a sideboard, it can be pretty tough. Yeah, I don't know. I just think the elf deck is extremely good.
Extremely good. It's also extremely fast. Sometimes like really hard to stop. But funnily enough, a lot of games I saw replenish against elves. You would think that elves would have upper hand, be like maybe even 2 turns faster, or at least 1 turn faster. Somehow replenish always got parallax wave opalescence on the board.
There's
There
the
we go.
namesake art.
Yes. Yes. What can he do? He will get back Seal of Cleansing.
It's so frustrating to
Parallax
play against this
Tide,
deck because you
yes.
cannot really scoop, because there's always hope, but
Uh-huh.
you're just struggling the entire game and eventually you just lose.
But I mean, this will only result in like removing all of Tom's lands.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just have to keep playing.
Oh, there
but
is-
there's the opposite.
There is opalescence, but it's funny because he does not if he only had a counter on a parallax wave, he would win now, but he does not. So next turn parallax wave will die, will go to graveyard, and he won't be able to reset all his parallax enchantments.
So can you explain the combo with resetting them?
Yes, the combo is that if you have opalescence in play, all other global enchantments, so that excludes like Armadillo Cloaks and other generally played cards. So basically, all those are creatures. So that means Parallax Wave, which says when you can remove, counter, and exile a creature, it also becomes a creature. So Parallax Wave now can target itself, and when it target itself, it will it leaves play, come back with another 5 counters. So what you do, you target for creatures, and then target Parallax Wave in response. So first, Parallax Wave will leave and come back instantly as a new permanent, and then you will resolve those 4 triggers that you are exiling creatures.
Yeah.
So and they will never come back because Parallax Wave will never leave play because it's already a different permanent. So you can basically kill all his creatures. If you have Parallax Tide and Parallax Wave and Opalescence, you can every turn you can exile all his lands forever, and he will never have more than 1 land. So now he's removing it. I hope he's doing it well. He should be putting on the stack all of them at once, and then kill it with Seal of Cleansing. He should be able to kill 5 lands.
It's so weird that wave can just target itself and then it comes back from itself.
Because I think here it seems a little bit weird, because I would just put on the stack the first Tide that would die. That would go on the stack that he gets lands back, and before I remove one of the counters, I would exile all 5 lands. Instead of what we see now, that he removed 1 counter for upkeep, and only then he's exiling now 4 lands. I think he could have He could have done better. Okay, but as we said before, so now he has 2/2 Seal of Cleansing as a creature, so that can block, say, the Merfolk, or he's bouncing it. It's funny.
It actually seemed like it was an unsummon because it's also 1 blue. But it's actually the ability of the creature. Yeah, I wouldn't really expect this ability to be relevant in this matchup, but here we are.
Funny. And now he wants to swing, and he can actually, I'm not sure how many cards Tom has, but he could, in theory, go for lethal. So now this works, that there are now opalescence, that says all other enchantments. Now there are 2, so they are both for 4 creatures. And now he also has Swords to Plowshares. Amazing.
Okay, so he has 2 blockers. Problem is that if only one of those opalescences dies, he loses both of the creatures.
Yeah, exactly. So now he'll probably have to double block. He's on 4 life, so he has to block, I guess. And
Is he actually gonna lose this game?
that'd be funny. And also his Ancient Tomb doesn't seem so appealing as
Yeah.
it did on like turn 3.
And he, as we said a million times, he really needs to have 4.
Okay, so he saved one,
sources.
killed one. Okay, so now basically he has to hope that Victor does not have anything. And when I say anything, I mean anything.
Yeah, every enchantment is a creature, so
Yes, and we know there is this one. But he can beat that.
I didn't really expect this matchup to come down to combat, but here we are.
First combat, and second that Tom is drawing card off the top, and he knows he was going to discard it just to get through.
I mean, I would still say that Victor is in a commanding position, but maybe not.
Maybe not. Every
They're just exchanging the top of their deck.
Yeah,
every turn.
in a way, Tom is skipping his draw step, and Victor, in a way, is hoping that he can. I mean, I'm not sure. Victor just needs replenish, right? Replenish, parallax wave.
He
also
can draw a root wall, in which case.
I see. Yeah. We just got a note that he was tapping wrongly. He was tapping both filter lands, which you can't do. By the way, lands that look very beautiful. They almost look like Flooded Strand, but
Not quite.
yeah, not that good. But they are not unplayable. Some people might.
It seems like
think.
Victor really doesn't have anything.
And he's good. What is it? He's
Okay,
going to
so
have-
now Ancient Tomb is
he
the...
only has 1 card. So he's going to 2. It's so weird.
This is crazy.
That's it.
Wow.
Incredible.
Well, I would never see this coming.
And I
there
think
were
there
like-
must have been.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think there must have been something was wrong.
Yep.
Something was wrong. Maybe he didn't have to take the Waterfront Bouncer.
Mhm.
Maybe, and he would have 1 more counter on Parallax Wave, and it would change everything.
Yep.
But since he did it, it was just like yeah, maybe that was the little misstep. But I would not.
Yeah, it just seemed like, that game was, I don't know, locked up and it just didn't really work out.
Yes. And he played like 3 frantic searches. But it's
Right,
card
so,
it's
what
card
do you
disadvantage.
think about sideboarding to us?
Sideboarding, well, I don't know. What do you think about sideboarding? I feel like maybe like Orim's chant to get in crucial turn
I just think the
protection.
Replenish deck generally doesn't really want to sideboard that much because it just kind of needs all of its pieces to work.
Yes.
So every time you're boarding, it's like you're bringing in extremely impactful card, or you're like boarding all sorts of launchers that doesn't do anything. But in general, you don't really board that much.
Yes, and here I think it's some Tormund. I think that's Tormund script. If I see it, is that a Tormund script?
It seems like that, yeah. He has
But-
2 of them.
But yeah, it's a Tormund script, and then obviously some number of naturalizes. That comes without saying. I think what you are going to cut first that comes to my mind is obviously Wonder. I'm also thinking whether you want to cut the combo. I think so, because the cards on their own they're kind of bad.
But doesn't the Replenish deck really have a way to interact with a combo? Maybe you can steal a game with it somehow.
You can possibly, yes.
Also, maybe he doesn't really need like free squeeze because like just generating a lot of card advantage is not really gonna do that much because
Maybe that's better. But maybe you just keep one squee if you get like survival going.
I would definitely
Not
keep
sure.
one, but
Yes. But I think Wanderer certainly you don't need that.
Yeah.
And maybe you cut something else. It's funny how that they play some of the similar cards like Frantic Search, right? And yeah. But also, if you think about it, this deck like doesn't play that many creatures, right? Like you have the classic whatever 11 green creatures, including Arrogant Worm.
to be fair, you only need to draw one, and you also have like Careful Study to dig for them and Frantic Search, which are like kind of creatures because a lot of the time they're gonna draw into a creature. So the number is a little bit higher than it seems, I think.
But also here we see a thing we discussed like 2 times before today is that like mana in Premodern is rough. Like if you think this is like 2-color deck and you only have 4 dual lands and everything else are basics and you play 4 counterspell.
Yeah, that's rough.
That's like
I'm curious how the format would look like if you had a perfect mana base like we see in Modern, like with these fetch lands and dual lands. I think it would be quite different, but
yes, I think that's one of the appeals of Premodern that you don't have dual lands, and
yeah, I think it makes the format great because it's just very different from.
yes, it's very different, and yeah, just things are not for free.
Yep.
Like I said before in Legacy, like it's free. Like you don't even think about it. Like 3-color deck, you don't even think about it. And here you play 2 colors, and you're like, oh no, I'm going to build a mana base. I'm off color. I have to play like City of Brass.
Yeah, even the monocolor decks have issues with mana sometimes. I'm
Yes.
joking, but
Well, you don't have to be. If you play Gush and you play a lot of colorless, you draw like 3 wastelands and islands,
It's
and
true,
you
it's
have 2
true, yeah.
Gush in hand, and can't do anything about it. Yeah. But I would be quite happy with Victor because I can imagine Tom has like survival, can't do anything about it, can't play it. Maybe just has to play through it. Oh,
maybe see the nature wise.
seems like he has survival.
Yep, I was just about to say, given that he's naturalizing Seal of Cleansing, I would assume that he has something that he wants to protect.
But like now you play it, and now he plays Parallax Tide.
Maybe,
And we will call it game, and Tom is going to win anyway. He will prove us wrong.
Yeah, maybe survival is the only thing that he has going on, so he kind of has to do it. But yeah, can definitely backfire for sure.
Yeah, there
is the
there's
Tide.
card. Most dreaded, one of the most dreaded enchantments in the
I mean, he
format.
can still like play a forest next turn and I don't know, put Root Wall into play or something.
I guess he still got mana, right? Yes, he did. He got Root Vala. That's nice.
It feels extremely good to just put Root Wall into play for free. The problem is it doesn't really actually do anything, but it feels good.
As I remember when it was a combo in Legacy with Survival and
Vengevine, yeah. That deck was
that Root Vala was so crucial, you know.
Yeah,
So you could,
that deck was broken. They had to ban it.
yes, then they had to ban Survival, and then we should have all bought it.
Should have all.
Bought a playset of Survivals, because now they are really expensive.
They got really cheap after the ban, and now because of.
I think so. Yeah. I think so. I think Survival is never like free. I think people always played it in every like Highlander commander deck likes to play with Survival. You know, that's like it's like natural toolbox. Like some Highlander deck is a toolbox, but I have one from like my like Highlander times, but I don't feel like I want to buy another 3. I think they're like 200 euros if I'm not mistaken, for one. And it's funny that some people criticize the image, which is obviously a beautiful image, of the survival. But like the idea of survival of the fittest, is not that like the strongest win, but like the fittest in the sense of like, the species that can take care of, let's say, ill, that can like help each other, support each other. They are the fittest. They survive, not the strongest ones.
I never thought about it that way, but now that you're explaining it, it makes a lot of sense to us.
Yeah, so that's the evolution. That's like the obviously some you can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I think that's like the basic of the evolution theory. That it's not always the strongest. Like you had like I don't know, you had dinosaurs, and they were quite strong,
Yeah.
but that didn't work out so well for them. So that's kind of why like humans.
So are you saying that humans are the fittest species? That
Yeah. I mean, with all our arrogance, we are the most like properly spreaded, species in the world.
I mean, right now I would say it's pretty obvious. Maybe like some kind of a like
didn't count
ants
some-
or something.
Yeah, for sure. And I think maybe even some like livestock, something like maybe sheep or something like that might be more numerous. But I think 8 billion.
I would think there is more humans than sheeps, but maybe I'm wrong.
It's possible.
It's
Well,
not
I-
like you
well, I
really
w-
see sheeps on the streets, you know.
All I was saying that there was like a debate between which picture is better, if like the reprint of Survival of this classic one, because I would always go with the classic one. It's a great picture, but it's just something to think about. So he's taking. Okay, he's attacking. He's attacking, really? Do you have? Oh, you have another parallax. Another parallax wave. Because I feel with like parallax wave, if you play just like for value, just to slow it down, you maybe don't even remove those root fellas, and only if they like try to like pump them, So because I think you can
Yeah, taking one a turn is really a
taking
big
one a
deal.
turn is good deal, yes.
It's kind of similar to the previous game where it just seems like the replenish deck is dominating, but maybe the same thing will happen. I don't know.
Yes.
Given that he lost last game, I think that anything can happen now. So
Yes. Quite agree.
I think the card that he was missing last game is I don't remember the name, but it's like the 3-mana draw spell.
Attunement.
Yeah. Anytime they have that, it just seems like they never really run out of gas.
Now he wants him to. Okay, that's interesting.
This is just a shock into face.
Yes. Interesting. It's quite interesting, just as it really evolves, because exactly you would think that the victor should be able to win, but he's now taking it. So Parallax died, so he should get his lands back, right? Yes, so he has them back. It's funny because since you have survival, you can actually do quite a lot with the double green. You have also double blue. Now you can just wait him out in a way, or at least you should be able to counter his next big spell.
Yeah.
The problem is that even if if he has like replenish and you counter it or what, at any point he can just get opalescence with those two enchantments in play, and it's like a machine gun.
Well, he needs 2 action spells, right? So I don't know if he has that or not, but if he doesn't, he might just lose. Also, post-board Tom has access to 4 naturalizes. Like, I think he still has a pretty good chance here.
Yes, for sure. And finally he has some mana, so he can do something about
His
it.
survival is going off now.
If he has a creature, and I hope he does, because especially when you play with survival, you should always have it in the back of your mind, like
Well, he
keeping
searched for something with that second root ball, right?
Yes. Survival.
It's just so sweet to just have fun with survival. You get a squee and then you just so much value. We apologize for the noise. There's a restaurant.
But it's for a good cause. It's for providing more beer to the players.
Yeah, so we apologize for that.
So here he's discarding Devourer, and he's going for some. I reckon he's going for Squee. I would think, if he kept.
Well, he goes for six. That makes sense. It's basically for free.
Okay.
But now he doesn't have any more green mana, so I think it should be, as you said,
Something like Squee, Aragon Worm.
Depends on his hand. Usually, I would assume that you just get squeezed so that you can get the ball rolling. But
But sure, Tom is not too unhappy about the fact that like Victor didn't play anything, and he's going for this.
so what is this card, Thomas?
Well, basically this card, and I wish there was somebody else but me. But this card is a copy of the top creature in your graveyard. Maybe you can. It's called Volrat's Shapeshifter.
So we didn't borrow the combo, right? We see 2 pieces now.
Yes, we have. There are these 2 pieces, and he can actually, unless there is.
So can you explain the combo?
The combo is that when you have Volrat Shapeshifter in play, it's a copy of the top creature in your graveyard. So what he does, he will be this devourer. He can like put counters on it, and when there are a certain number of counters, he would have to sack it. But in response, he will discard Triskelion,
Okay.
and then remove all the counters from Volrat's Shapeshifter and shoot him in the face and kill him. While the trigger that he has to sacrifice him will be still on the stack. So basically, he has this Devourer when he has 7 or greater power, and then remove the top card of your library from the game and put X counters on Phyrexian Devourer, where X is equal to the number of cards casting. So he can like mill part of his
Yeah,
deck.
so it's just really big, and you would have to sacrifice it,
Yes.
but before you actually do,
You just have to make sure that you have the Triskelion in your hand, so you don't exile it, and then you just win on the spot. So when I was suggesting maybe to cut the combo, that would now it seems super strong. Like you gave him 1 turn, Parallax Tide going off, and there is
It's
it.
actually-
And you can't really respond well to this with your.
Yeah, because anytime they cannot really interrupt it with a removal spell, because you can just in response do it again.
Now maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I think in response you could just plus it, and then just discard the Triskelion. When you discard it, it's already in the graveyard.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can't
okay,
respond to it, and then just shoot him. But maybe there's something I'm missing. If there's something I'm missing, maybe let us know. in the chat.
I think you're right, because I talked to someone before this tournament who was playing this combo, and he was also saying that you cannot interrupt it with a removal spell. So, but maybe Tom doesn't know that.
Maybe we can talk. Maybe we can talk to him about it later, because I would like to know. Wonderful. And the thing I would like to know, and I don't, is what did Meddling Mage name? Did we miss it? I would think Counterspell. That would be like my or Neutralize, something like that.
There is neutralize. Okay, so once again, we're in a situation where Victor needs something really good here. Also, in response to neutralize, he's removing his meddling main so that he can
So you can reset it. Yes,
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
it's pretty sweet, but I'm not sure what does it do now. What is he going to name?
It's not like naming something different really changes that much, but I guess it's just better. It's also untapped, so
But I have to say, I really like Meddling Mage. I like it so much. It's such a great sideboard card, like, especially for a deck like this, for a planet that doesn't play any other creatures, and it's like removal feels bad to have. And then he plays Meddling Mage, and he can name the crucial card, and you don't really have a way to remove it. I think it's pretty strong.
it's pretty sweet, yeah. It's also pretty skill intensive because you really need to know all the cards and understand the situation so that you know what you need to name and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
sometimes it's not so difficult. You just name Swords of Plowshares and then play Dreadnought, and then you just
I mean,
kill
sure,
your
yeah.
opponent. And it always feels bad when you have 2 Swords of Plowshares in hand, and there's this Chris Piccola kind of controlling everything.
I think when you draw only like one of the cards that he named, it's fine. But when you draw the second copy, that's when it really becomes painful.
What's this? He's going to remove it, and Tom is going to accept it. I really have to ask him about it, because again, we are in the same situation, so I think he could have killed him again, but Really like to know. And there is Tormod script. Okay. It seems like the door is slowly closing on Victor, because with Tormod script in play, another Parallax wave. Do you counter it? You don't care, right? Do you care? And I think I would like to know whether Tom has a creature or not, because I think something like Arrogant Worm, Squee.
I'm still kind of confused what happened like a couple turns ago. It's just I don't know.
That he didn't go for the kill,
Yeah.
so he's countering it.
Not only that, but
He named counterspell. With the meddling mage. So
not only he didn't go for a kill, but it seems like he doesn't have a creature, which like he could have just easily searched for Squee or something.
Maybe he wanted to put like more pressure, but because in hand he does have that Triskelion, I guess he has that, and he doesn't want to discard it because you think that's like his combo. But I think if you get a Squee will come back.
It's also possible that he boarded out all of the Squees.
That's possible. That's for sure.
I don't think that's right, but that's definitely something that could have happened.
Yes. I would always like to have one because it really gives you, it just changes everything how you can play the
additional
game.
copies aren't as important, but the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we see all the creatures come back. Victor still has one more Parallax Wave, but he needs something more.
Mm-hmm.
And with this Tormod script in play, it's gonna be kind of rough. Replenish is a sorcery, right?
Yes, it's a sorcery.
You can't really go like disenchant your Tormod script in response to.
No, you can't. But I think, just from the body language of Victor, it seems like he doesn't believe he's going to win this game.
Every time that their hand is in kind of a slow motion and it seems desperate, you know that he's not really in a great spot. Yeah, I definitely think we see a lot more Tormod grips this tournament than we see in the last one. Just because the Replenish deck wasn't really on the radar the last time, but this time around, things changed.
But I mean, for example, this careful study, it's great when you have those squeeze. It feels great. Suddenly you're playing 1 mana divination.
Yep.
With that.
I think it's so crazy that these cards in this format was around for forever, and we still see like changes in metagame, innovations and stuff like that. Things are changing all the time. People are still learning. Yeah, I'm curious where the format goes in like 3 years. If we see the same decks just coming back, or if something new shows up.
Yes, I think Martin Berlin was talking about some of these micro innovations that obviously meta always evolves a little bit. Some cards are more preferred, and we always see some kind of new. We always learn about some new cards. I have to say, I've never seen Reaver. The Phyrexian Reaver we saw in the round 1. I don't think I've seen it in competitive Magic. I think I have it somewhere in my box among like possible cards to play. But yeah, I think it's very cool. You let it die? I don't know. I'm lost.
Yeah, this game it's kind of slipping away from me as well. Like I don't really understand what's going on.
So now he tried to push him. So he wants to get rid of the Parallax Wave because obviously the less cards to play with. Oh, now we could see there's Naturalize, there's Counterspell.
Survival.
Let's see.
He doesn't have any blue mana though, so.
Why did he use that blue mana?
He probably drew the Counterspell from the Careful Study.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, he used it for Careful Study, and then he pumped with the Root Well. He probably wants to have a double green for survival.
Yeah.
And he wants to do things with it. Wonderful, but over 200 players. It's great. Last week was not really great for Czech Republic. We had big floods. It was raining, and it was raining like 5 days straight. but now it's a sunny, beautiful day. So, you know, the street in front of the venue is always full of people just getting some fresh air. And I think Tom and Victor will need some fresh air quite soon.
This game is dragging forever.
Yes, it's dragging forever. Yeah, I was just thinking. But now realistically, what would Victor need to get to like turn it around? Not so sure. Like still, Opalescence is the strong card. Like Opalescence can kill all the creatures.
Yeah, but he's still.
I mean,
facing
Tom
the
has
damage
Naturalize, right? I mean,
and counterspell, and a fast clock as well. So it's not like Victor has time to draw those things.
okay, so now he's tapping, so you will take it. You take it. But it's good that Tom is like pushing him like that, so that Parallax Wave will go away soon.
Yep.
Because now even if he draws Opalescence, it's too late because he will lose that last counter, and if you don't have a counter, it doesn't work. Like when a wave has no counters on it, doesn't really work.
Even one counter is enough, right? Because you can just
Yeah, you
flip
just
it.
target yourself. You just target Parallax Wave after you cast Opalescence, and then you get the train
Fresh
rolling. But
Yep.
that's not going to happen. Now he's probably just going to. I'm not saying he's going to concede.
Probably the last possible turn that he can.
I
do
think
anything.
it seems even like that it's too late. I think he can probably draw another one, but he already. This is like the third one, if I'm not mistaken.
What is this?
Sometimes it's hard to follow.
Replenish. There's the replenish. Maybe he. Okay. You see the activation of thermal script. He probably that was probably a desperate move. He just kind of had to go for it.
Yeah, as I'm reading some things from the chat.
We see end of turn neutralize, and this is probably gonna be a game over. Unless Victor has a source soup launchers, but I think he would have played it, a couple turns ago if he had it. So I assume this is gonna be a game over.
Now he's discarding.
A mongrel.
Mongrel is going to Wonder. He's going to Wonder, and funny. Good,
Oh,
good. Finally, it
so
feels
both
like
games I kind of thought that Victor's gonna win, but wasn't really the case.
yes, interesting. It's very interesting, but I see it a little bit as a. Relief that this ended, because I was almost kind of getting lost. I wasn't sure where we're going. I would really like to ask Tom why he didn't go for the kill. What we missed? If there's something we missed. And so that's now that was round number 4, and I guess we will get back to you for round number 5.
Okay, bye.
So hello and welcome to round number 5. So we go straight to the deck list because players are getting ready. They're shuffling their decks. This is deck of Michal Duda, Elves. You know, we talked about his deck for a lot lately. One of the top decks in the format. Super fast, great mana, can be fast and can still play grindy game through survival of the fittest. I remember how I was destroying lands of my opponent through Kamal when he had Plague Spitter. You also play what's not always the case. You play Tanglewire to slow down your opponent and win the game because you have so many more permanents. Some people play it, some people don't play it. So, but I think other than that, I think this is classic list by written in the sideboard. And the next deck we have here. And the next deck we have here is Goblins. So this is really classic matchup, Elves versus Goblins.
Ooh.
Goblins, Elves is pretty standard with Tanglewire, and Goblins is... do we have anything special here? There is like the Tinker against artifacts in the main deck. Other than that, I don't see anything special in the main deck. And
I
in
see 2 Goblin Sharpshooters.
and you see, and
Right?
yeah.
And usually you would just run 1. But 2 is the more the merrier, especially in the matchup against
In this
elves.
matchup, yes. I think generally it's considered that Goblins are favorite in this matchup,
Yeah,
right?
I would think so. I would say like the reason why there's not more elves, 1 is burn, 2 is goblins. So let's see if that actually holds true here.
And 3 is the price of gas crab.
Yeah, sure.
But right, what I like, and we don't see it so much, is Blood Moon in the sideboard. But if we are honest, it's not at its best in pre-modern Blood Moon,
Yeah.
isn't it? Like,
Yeah, like
it's not like in so many formats where you just like.
Yeah. I'm also curious about the fact that this deck is the straight up mono red version. So usually I would say green. I would say like more often than not we see green these days for naturalize. How big of a factor is it specifically in the matchup against elves, where you have survival of the fittest, which is a bit of a boogeyman.
Yes, that it is, and there is not really a way how to stop it, honestly. Like, you're not going to bring Crypt to hit Squee. So players are ready. And
So yeah, we'll see if it's gonna cost Juliaco. How would he call the player?
we can ask him. But Julie,
Julie?
how
Let's
would
call him
that-
Julie.
Julie, yes.
I like it.
And Michal, how we should call Michal?
Let's call him Michal.
Michal, okay.
Michal.
Okay, I'm for that. And so goblins are mulliganing. Like, I think I'll be probably cheering a little bit for the elves.
For the underdog.
For the underdog, I'm always for the underdog.
Yeah, I'm curious how they can overcome. This was another mulligan.
So this mulligan to
Sharpshooter is just scary.
Yes, that's
it's
broken.
like so scary. Like if you resolve Sharpshooter, especially if it has haste, it's like what are the elves supposed to do about it?
I don't.
Do you hope that Masticor will kill
Yeah,
you?
that's it. It was just exactly what I wanted to say. There's Masticor. There's that Kamal.
Okay.
Fist of Crossat, so that can do something potentially.
Like you
but
can animate your lands so that the Sharpshooter can eat them.
No, you animate his lands and they somehow die to
Ah,
Masticor.
okay.
Yes, but I remember playing against like Plague Spitter.
Yeah.
He had it turn 1, and then I had Kamal, and I just animated his land in his upkeep.
That is just cruel.
Yes.
That's like.
But my
if you
favorite-
have Kamal already in the play.
favorite
Why
was-
do you need to need that?
My favorite was that all his lands died, and then he played another land, and then passed, and I did it again. And then he realized he has to wait.
And he realized he's locked out of the game forever.
Yeah, so then he killed his own Plague Spitters.
Okay, that's just evil.
But I think, what I was when I played elves, I always loved how powerful it is, how fast
It's
it
so
is.
explosive,
Yeah, it's
like
like-
with Cradle.
Yes, I nothing against the players we had the previous round, but at some point I felt I would fall asleep
Uh-huh.
because it was just like Parallax Wave, take your three creatures,
Yeah.
wait 2 turns, then my Parallax Wave dies.
Yeah.
Then I play another Parallax Wave, and it was like we were not getting anywhere. And here
Uh-huh.
it seems that both decks like go straight to the point.
Yeah, let's like we have Lanover Elf versus Goblin Lucky. That's
Like
just the
best possible start for both.
I mean, Julie Mulligan, so maybe his hand, is like little.
We will see what
shorter.
Michal will do, but probably he wants to maybe focus on like making sure this Goblin Lucky does not connect.
Right.
That should be his priority number one, I guess, because that's the way how we can get back into the game. This is pretty good. Quirion Ranger,
Okay.
Querdlon.
Good line, yeah. Severely mispronounced name of the word Quirion,
Yes,
which can just become good.
but that's obviously you have to forgive us. That's from the times when nobody could speak English.
Yeah, we were like 11 and we were
Yeah.
trying to read the names of the cards. Yes.
And still like for example, like most classic Czech Magic incorrect pronunciation is target.
Target. Well, but
Target.
yeah, sure, but
Yes.
that's not just with Magic. That's just like in general. It's one of the most common mistakes.
I see it especially with Magic when people they know it's target, but it's just we were saying target. G is J, so it's target.
So what's going on there? There's a bit of a glare, but there's a mountain for Michal, and now the question is, will the Goblin Lackey be able to connect? And so we're moving the cards a little bit from the glare zone. Okay, now that works. That works very nicely. Okay. So the Gordlon hits the bin, and that's pretty solid start from Julie, who has 2 lackeys and Fanatic that took down the elf that brings the land.
Now if you're Michal, what do you do? Because like it's tempting to play the Echo.
Yeah,
Because you have
for
2/2
lackey.
creature,
Yeah.
like that's also one of the things I like about Premodern. Like 2/2 creature is actually relevant.
It blocks the 1/1 creature.
Blocks 1/1, yes. On the other hand,
He does play the
he does
Echo.
play for the Echo.
I think if you have another land with
That's
with
sweet.
creature, then it's relatively safe. But I'm not gonna say safe. Safe is too strong.
You're never safe, right?
you're
Because
not safe.
it's just 1 gem palm, not gem
Yeah.
palm, but gem palm. 1 gem palm, and then he's going to connect with one of them, or he can play Goblin King or something like that. That can be
War Chief.
War Chief,
Okay,
yes.
that could have been. Well, it's a good card. But Julie, I think, is running out of cards in his hand. At this point, after the double mulligan, he has maybe, 1 or 2 cards? And he
is attacking.
he decides to swing.
Well, you just double block the luckies, and
Yeah,
you
like,
are- you are-
like block, not double.
basically Julie needs to have like a ringleader.
Hmm.
Yes, I would do this. I would do the same.
I agree. Because that way, yeah, you're just 2 for 1 your opponent.
Hmm.
That works.
You didn't get any value from the wire.
The other lucky should hit the bin as well. The
Yes.
other lucky should die.
Yes.
Maybe we can remind them.
Yes.
So, do we have the other lucky that's dead? I thought that's what they were doing there.
Yes. Adam will just check it, but it's clear if Wirewood Symbiote traded with Lucky, and then the 2/2, died as well. Yeah, exactly. Now this is correct. Less promising for Julie, that's for sure. This board, and like if Michal plays almost whatever, he's like he's doing great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's the survival of the fittest. That is something for sure. And
Yes, there are some points that maybe they would not go for the Korean Ranger, that they would try to kill like Lanover Elf, with the Mook Fanatic. Before he's discarding
discarding and on
Deranged
his
Hermit
turn,
on his
Deranged
turn,
Hermit.
Deranged Hermit, and he's probably going to get like another Wirewood or Squee, one or the other.
This is the point where I feel like you're the Elves player. You just really need to know what you're doing, because if you don't, then you're just gonna spend too much time thinking about like what is the best in this specific moment, and you cannot play the deck that way. You're like, you need to know at least, okay, like in a situation like this, this is what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, you should definitely limit possibilities for your opponent to come back. You know, so if your opponent will draw now like a sharpshooter, you know, do you have something against it? What will you do against it? Because
Survival can find you Mastic, or that's
yeah. But like we had it because after the previous game, I went to talk to Tom and Victor about the match, and I was like, Tom, why didn't you do something? And he's like, well, I didn't have creatures. I could have. I was like, you could get Squee and just get your survival, but he didn't. And then he didn't have creatures.
And he ran out of
things to do.
Interesting.
So that was.
I mean, if you have the time, and mostly you should, then you should always go for Squeeb, like to kickstart the engine where you basically don't run.
With
Is that
madness when you.
Oh, okay, this is dangerous. Now Matron can find the sharpshooter who's
and
going
you
to be
can play
online
it, and
this turn
it will
with
have
haste.
Yes, it will have haste.
Okay, I feel like somehow the game has turned around. Has it? Like, okay, Michal has the survival. Is it enough?
No. Because his mana is going to die. He will need like at least have a fourth land to play Masticore.
He will be able to find Squeak. Like, he has 2 green lands, so that's good. And then
Middle finger pointing to the elf. That's going to die.
did the elf just got shown middle finger?
Yes.
Huh.
Also, how many years it was before you knew what twig means?
Twig?
Because that's the
One bone,
one bone
broken for each
every
twig
twig
snapped underfoot.
Yes.
I'm not sure. Actually, when I was a kid, I used to actually like translate quite a lot of the flavor text. I was like, when I would.
But you had to use a dictionary.
Yeah,
actual
sure. Like
book.
an actual paper dictionary. Yeah, like
Yeah.
you would like this tiny white. I think we all had it in the school. It was like this small format.
Yes.
So you would go and what is a twig? Okay, that sounds painful. And then you go on and translate another flavor text. Of course, not if it's Japanese or then I didn't have Japanese dictionary, so.
Yeah. Well, if you had, you would totally be
I
able
would
to translate it.
100% be able
Absolutely.
to find what it is, yeah. Okay, so that elf is getting a dice, which sounds like, or maybe not.
Okay, so he's discarding Mutani
Discarding.
Acolyte.
Oh, so there was another Quirion Ranger,
Quirion Ranger activation,
response.
which again, I don't know what's Michal. I guess Michal has a plan, but my first idea is I don't like it because like you're further away from Masticore.
Yeah, right. Like you want land number 4, and then you just want to clear that pesky sharpshooter out of the way before you rebuild.
It's kind of insane,
Like-
sharpshooter.
Yeah. Okay, like squeak. Come on, let's find a squeak. That's it's a starting point at least.
I'm thinking what else you have. You have Birchlo Rangers. You can play it as a morph, as a 2/2. Because basically you have to think that you need 2/2s.
Yeah.
Or X2s.
I guess. Anger.
Sure.
Yeah. How about we find our own sharpshooter?
Does
No,
he?
I know. I don't think
He doesn't
so.
play.
So, does he?
That'd be funny.
Yeah. Okay, and now.
But I still would like to see the red card.
You mean like the red card that Michal is playing the mountain for?
No, I'm using the squee.
Squeeze in the bin.
Oh, it's
Squeeze
already in the bin.
Yeah,
Okay,
he went like
didn't see
squee into anger into like still having 1 mana open.
Now he's attacking. I guess he just
Yeah,
trade with the war chief.
Snap trade the war chief.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Like
This is.
that's
I,
what-
I think it makes sense to only to attack with the Matron. Like
Yeah.
you can trade it.
Absolutely.
The war chief is way too valuable. It's more valuable than a random 2/2 in my opinion.
What is he doing?
Shooting per 1, I guess. Oh, you shoot twice, right? Because 2 creatures die.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
two. Those,
Yeah. So you will tap it, shoot for 1.
So Michal
Then
Bush,
they will
yeah,
die.
exactly.
They will both die. There are
Trigger
two
twice.
triggers.
Yeah.
So you can deal 2 damage.
So 3 damage in total, and the sharpshooter's
Mhm.
going to be untapped.
Mhm.
Yeah. No,
No, 2.
2 damage. 2 damage
damage,
in
yes,
total,
yes.
and it's going to be untapped. Yeah. So like post combat, Michal should be on 14. because the Goblin Metron. What is happening? What's happening there?
Oh yeah, now I understand. Maybe he's saying that when when the goblin will die, then sharpshooter doesn't have haste anymore.
Okay, that is actually a very valid point. That is true. So that means that there will be 2 triggers, but he won't be able to use it.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't
you
see
can-
that.
yeah, you
so
can use it.
you can only shoot once.
Now
then.
I see it also in the Twitch chat. Thank you for pointing it out. They say the same thing.
Yeah.
I think this is quite clear. Like they will trade, and he will deal 1 damage,
damage,
and then
right,
let's
right,
go on.
right.
So Michal will take 2 from Matron and from the
Right.
from the sharpshooter.
Okay. Like it can't stay tapped. Because the last thing that will happen are the
Yes.
triggers that untap it. So
Yes,
these
but
are
by
not
then
tied.
Warchief is not in the play.
Yes, right. And I
But
think that's
he thinks that he wants to maybe tap it several times in advance.
like I
tap it 3
pre-tap
times.
it, pre-tap it, and
pre-tap it.
it's gonna be tapped thrice, and then it will untap 3 times.
Mhm.
In a different game, maybe that would work.
Yes, but I have to say, I'm a very tolerant person, I believe. But I would like to move on from this.
I think this
From
whole
this
tapping and
situation, I think
untapping, we've seen
we've seen enough of this.
Yeah. Okay. So Michal should be at 15, I believe.
Yes.
Let's see if they confirm our 15 minutes.
Perfect.
All right, and then end of turn
And
we're
now,
gonna
end
see
of
the
turn.
anger.
Anger goes to the bin
Yeah.
and take something.
Angrecht.
Take something that has 2 toughness.
This is miserable. Like the. Also, if you go for Bird Claw Rangers, then you play them, and you don't even have time to search for Masticore to play it like the turn after.
Mm-hmm.
The good thing is that there's no pressure right now. Like Julie might be kind of out of cards. We'll see. Maybe he has a ringleader.
Yes,
to
if he has
do that,
ringleader,
but, like
yeah.
if he doesn't have much, then at least he's not applying pressure. If you're
Yeah.
Michal's shoes, then you have
Yes.
some breathing room.
Absolutely. But I think it's quite interesting because like basically both players have the strongest card they have. Like in this matchup, or well, Michal in any matchup pretty much, and Julie particularly in this one, like sharpshooter. It's fantastic.
Insane. And it's like the fact that you have all the Metrons to search it.
Yes.
It's like your deck has like 6 sharpshooters.
6 sharpshooters that have haste and cost 2 mana because we always
You
have War
always
Chief.
have Warchief, yeah.
No, I think it's lovely, and I think he also plays Skir Prospector or 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So you're on 10 life and you still die.
Uh-huh.
So
So Michal goes for a morph, as you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Not Berkeley Rangers, but a Nantical Vigilante.
it will be also less surprising.
Yeah. Well, you can still like shuffle your cards in hand and play a morph.
Oh yeah. But I wish, like, of course, that was the original idea of morphs, that you don't know what they have.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you kind of always do.
You know, and yesterday we had this like Friday meetup tournament, and people were drinking beer, and like the atmosphere was relaxed. And in round 4, there was a judge call, and the question was: so I had a morph, like the player said, okay, I have Bane of the Living as a morph. My opponent returned it with some Chain of Vapor, and I also have Exalted Angel. Do I have to show him the morph that it's Bane of the Living when I want to play it? It was like the most absurd. Like he simultaneously told his opponent he had Exalted Angel in his hand, and he also. It was kind of like fun. I understand it was quite late into the tournament.
But I think according to rules, if it's bounced, you have to show it, right?
You have. I don't think so.
You don't?
No,
Okay.
because like you're playing it, it can be anything else.
Okay.
Like you can literally, even if it's the only morph that you have in your deck, then you can still like shuffle your cards around in your deck and just play. You know.
But I think at the end of the match, you have to show it.
Yeah, at the end of the match, you have to show it. Yes.
Because I remember there was some kind of affair that some American pro last round of some GP in a draft when there were morphs.
Yeah.
He basically lost, and then his opponent, who was obviously ran like a casual player, packed it in. And he like waited for it and called judge and had
I
him
remember.
dequiet, and he got the win.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Because he didn't show him the.
He
morph.
didn't show him the morph, and he moved to. So I think a lot of people felt it was like not really what like pro players how they should
Yeah.
represent the game.
Dude, is there any chance you remember who was it?
I think I do, but maybe I don't want to say.
Okay, then you can say it off camera. I'm curious, but I remember there was a story like that. I don't know if it's like urban myth, but it might have
no,
very well happened.
I think it happened, and I think he even like commented on it. The player, and maybe even like sort of like mildly apologize for it.
Mildly apologized for this. Like that is a very mild way how to do it. We have make one sharpshooter, two sharpshooters.
Yeah, it's like
actually.
what's worse for elves
Yeah.
than is one more
Like,
sharpshooter.
you just need Masticore, and you like pray that the opponent doesn't have anything at this
Yes.
point, right? Like a single Mock Fanatic can kill the Masticore at this point.
It's kind of
And so it's like you ask, do you have it? If they have it, then there's not much you can do about it. Funny thing is, you can't even block the Matron with the Masticore unless you want it to die.
Somebody says in the chat that every time a morph leaves the battlefield, you
Yeah.
have to show it.
Uh huh. Yeah.
So that's
I believe so.
unsummon.
Yeah, you need to show it as well.
Okay, because that was my point. I thought that you said you don't show it when it's
No,
bounced.
you show it. Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No, I might have said it in the wrong way, but like what I meant was like you have to show it as it's leaving the battlefield.
Okay.
And then it's clear that you have it in your hand. But then when you replay a morph, your opponent doesn't know if you still have it in your hand or if it's that one, because they don't know if it's like a different morph or
Okay, and what's funny that now we thought that Michal is dead, but I
No.
think he's just going to take control of the game.
He's close to stabilizing. The thing is, he cannot block here. Oh, okay, both sharpshooters into the red zone. What happens if you block one? Do you want to block one?
Oh yeah, for sure you do.
Kind of tempted. Like you definitely don't block the war chief, otherwise your Mastigor dies.
Yes, but I mean,
But if
why,
one- like,
why
if
not
you-
to block the?
yeah. Like if your opponent had Mock Fanatic, then they would just kill the Mastigor before attacking. Like
No.
they-
Yeah, you just
right.
block the sharpshooter and you
just-
save 2
yeah.
mana next turn.
Yeah, I think that's the way to play it. Because like what can Julie have
Huh?
that would punish Michal for blocking here?
No idea.
Like
Like,
land number
leave
2
it
for
like-
Spectre?
because we
Script? No, don't block the war chief. That's not gonna work well, I think.
No.
Don't do it.
It's like it seems like every turn. Okay, Julie is going to win. Now Michal is going to win. Now Julie is going
This
to
is back and forth. I don't
Yes.
think this is gonna work the way Michal wants it to work. Yeah. Okay. This guy's dead now. They don't need haste. They're just gonna snipe.
No,
the
but I think,
Mastigor.
somebody says in the check that no blocks. But I think,
No,
we
I-
think if you block the sharpshooter,
Yeah.
then he untaps and he only has one.
Yeah.
He has only one trigger of sharpshooter, like one damage.
Yeah.
So
I think that was the block here. I think, but yeah, Mastigor down, and now the question is, okay, what now?
is there a Genesis?
What's your next good play against a double sharpshooter?
I feel a bit sorry for Michal because I
Yeah.
think had he probably thought
Yeah, he would have taken one more damage. He would go to 7.
and you just win. You just untap and win. You just
Then
kill
the sharpshooter. Wait, the sharpshooter would deal.
No, but no, it would be
One
like this.
more?
You target sharpshooter and you kill it. Okay?
Yeah. No, I
That-
mean like you would take one more damage from the sharpshooter who would untap from the other sharpshooter dying. So you'd go to 5, right? 6,
Okay.
7. Yeah, but well, yeah. Anyway, the sharpshooters would be gone,
Yes.
and like gone. There's no more sharpshooters in Julie's deck at that point.
Not to mention, even if he didn't attack, you just kill one sharpshooter
Mm.
and he deals damage. And when the one that survives wants to untap, you should shoot it in response.
Yeah.
So it's not like an extra damage anyway.
Okay. Michal doesn't have
He
lamp
doesn't
number
have a lamp.
6. This went from
Like
Yeah.
I think like that he won pretty much
yeah.
to that he lost.
Yeah,
Yes, I
looks
think
like
it's
it.
very-
It's a
It's
brutal,
painful.
brutal,
Yes.
brutal turn of events there for Michal.
But like, sometimes you have to go for it. I think maybe if he didn't attack with like sharpshooters, probably Michal would not block
Maybe that's possible.
and he would just win.
Yeah.
But the fact that Julie went for it, he risked it
Mm.
and attacked. Like it's always sometimes when you think I have this phase when you are like, we should probably comment on the sideboarding, but I just want to say this thing. Like, when you know you're like dead,
Uh-huh.
I always like switch into this Zen move that you do everything the best you can possibly do and
Yeah.
still not expect anything.
Yeah.
And then things like that happen. Like Julie did the best what he could.
Yeah. Like,
And
he had
maybe
nothing to lose. He had nothing
maybe he
to lose at
confused
this
Michal
point.
with attacking with everything.
Pyrokinesis here.
Yes, it's very clear. I think it's Pyrokinesis, and that's it. It potentially Goblin King, in theory, but he has
Well-
already one in main because he
Well,
plays Mountain.
Yeah, exactly.
So it can be surprising, like you just kill him.
Yeah,
Out
yeah.
of
I like it.
Out of
I
nothing.
like it.
But the question is, do you want more than one? I think it's just one.
I mean, let's see. What do you board out then? Do you board out Goblin Tinkerer?
Yes, that's the first one comes to mind.
And basically that's it, right?
Maybe
Like,
Skirk
all
Prospector.
the other cards are okay. Maybe Skirk Prospector, yeah. Although sometimes it can help when you're like facing a tangle wire, you need to resolve something. But I can imagine you make your deck slightly slower. I think you want really one drops, maybe even because of Pile Driver. But okay, I'm not like I don't know that.
What do we do here? I mean, Color of the Claw, and your Sharpshooter. It will be Sharpshooter
Okay,
versus Sharpshooter.
yeah, Sharpshooter Mirror, bring it on. Do you want something that's more grindy, like Genesis, or
I mean, Genesis in this situation,
no, it's too slow, right?
that was just too slow. Even if he had like Genesis and he would bring back Masticore, it just takes your whole turn unless you have like some board.
Okay.
So I think you don't want you don't want the disenchant creature.
Well Wisher,
Well Wisher
No.
is I don't like
Yeah,
Well
it's
Wisher
different.
honestly.
other matchup.
Does it do anything?
Game's life?
Okay.
Okay, maybe not.
You mean one of the
How about
one of
Winter
the
Orb?
worst things in Magic, gain life.
Yeah.
Unless it's Exalted Angel.
Yeah. Or Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Winter Orb. I like the
That's
the
good.
difference between elves and goblins is that the goblins want to tap a lot of mana, and they don't have any like natural way how to untap.
That's actually a really interesting idea, honestly. I really don't like Tanglewire. I don't like Tanglewire because like goblins can I don't say punish you. Of course, they will tap much more, right? Because because with Tanglewire, when you think of Tanglewire, it's good to think that you tap 3 non-Tanglewire permanents, and your opponent will tap 10.
Oh, like in total when you
In total,
when
when you
all add
count it
up.
all together, you tap 3 and he taps 10. So, and especially when it's like early, especially when you play it and he has 4 non-land permanents, he just taps everything. Right?
Yeah.
So then it's at its strongest.
Would you say there's a difference on play and on draw against goblins, and when you want?
You mean Tanglewire?
Like that you would want Tanglewire against goblins on the play, but not on the draw, or it doesn't matter.
Honestly, I don't know, but I feel like my gut feeling is I don't want it at all.
Okay.
Tanglewire. I feel it's
So
like it doesn't do much, and they have a lot of 1 mana
Yeah,
spells,
they do.
and they can have they can get creatures quite quickly into play. So it's not like when you play against Control, who has no. Of course, if you have Phyrex and Furnace, it's different. But against like anything
Taps
else, like
into
if you play against like Control, he has 3 lands. You play Tanglewire, he taps everything. He
Yeah,
plays
yeah.
4 land,
That's-
then he taps almost everything. It's like 2 times time walks, and then by then he's kind of dead. Especially in this format when you don't really have something like Force of Will,
Oh,
you really need to counter with your mana. So
yeah.
I don't like Tanglewire, but I agree that Winter Orb can be good. Yes.
So,
But I think you want Color of the Claw.
well, you can board in Sharpshooter, Color of the Claw, Winter Orb, and just board out your Tanglewires.
Tanglewires and the morph creature you want to
Oh, the one that does the
Nantuko
Vigilante.
Vigilante.
Oh well, okay. So I believe Julie mulliganed, and he's on the draw, and
Okay.
he has a land. Mock Fanatic does not
Oh, you didn't
shoot
didn't
the
kill it.
finger
That's
in your upkeep,
or in the draw step.
or sometimes after. Well, definitely before Mikhail's first main phase. I think that makes sense that you want to do it like
Hopefully.
yeah. Well, if that's what happened, then the fanatic should be in the graveyard and the trigger should be on the stack.
Yes.
So this is kind of ambiguous in
Yes.
terms of.
But
what
since
is
nothing is moving, I think like whole world froze,
yeah.
and we don't
Is
know
there
where we
still
are.
moving? Okay, so it looks like the Finor. Maybe he was just like saying, "Oh, should I? Shan't I?" But
Okay.
he and like the Gaia Scroll is in one more reason to actually go for it, but that is too late at this point. Or maybe he's gonna get some more juicy targets, like not this one. I was thinking more like Priest of Titania. So draw a card. Now the Cradle can do its thing.
Yes, and I only noticed now that we don't have like round in our graphic. So those of you who only join us now, it's round 5. You know,
Out of 8.
Out of 8, there'll be 8 rounds in total, and after that we'll play top 8.
Okay, that Gaia's Cradle turned from a forest into a
Like
Solaring into a.
Adam, can you please remind me how this turn would look like if Mock Fanatic killed the Premodern?
I mean, this round would be different. Yeah.
Yes, but I think we all. And now he's like resigned. Okay, untap it to get some more mana.
Oh, look at that survival.
Yeah, that's what I meant when like this is incredible. What elves can do.
And this is turn 2. Now we're gonna actually
Now you're
kill
going
the symbiote. All right.
Okay. Yeah, he probably was waiting for it all along. He knew. He knew it was coming.
Yeah. It's like and you have to have a plan, right? So maybe the plan is leave the mana dorks alone, like just kill the stuff that does something.
Yes.
Ball driver. Also, maybe he could have attacked, but then
There's like old rock song, "Leave the kids alone."
it's I
No,
think
no,
it's the wall.
Yes, it's the wall. But it's about teachers,
Uh-huh.
so I don't take it personally.
Okay. Leave the elves alone.
Yes, leave the
Goblins, leave the elves alone.
I read recently that according to Welsh mythology, fairies. Do you know what they ride into the battle?
I'm gonna say geese. They ran.
Corgi.
What?
Corgi,
What's that?
the dog, the queen's favorite dog.
Like the little
The-
couch
Yes,
sofa
this
dog.
one. This one now it's popular. Everybody's buying it. But I'm just imagining like these fairies, with the saddle on the corgi, charging into battle.
Okay,
It's rather
that's
cute.
kind of cute. That's I'm surprised they didn't print that in Bloomborough. But like in that, like I don't know if you
Yes,
noticed the last.
But there was one. There's like Fairlia exuberant shepherd, which is a corgi, and it's actually pretty good. Pretty good creature has been printed in this year. I think now the train's rolling. Michal is.
And an interesting thing is that Julie has a wasteland, but he decided to give Michal one more turn of cradling around.
I almost feel like I want to have a word with Julie after the game, because that's the thing with elves. Like you just like when I play against elves in like say Legacy, you kind of always kill the first elf.
But you do go for their mana because like what you're suggesting, kill the mana door can kill the cradle as soon as you see it. So can the elves, because if you kill their mana, it means also you
But
spend some resources and
Yeah,
they will be able to do
But
something.
Adam, if we just go back to turn 2,
Yeah.
how the turn would look like?
Like in this specific case, it
It would be
it's-
just
yeah.
a whole world different.
Yeah.
Would he just play survival and pass with the second forest, and that would be it? That's just so different from what we are seeing now. Now he's playing
Now
like
there's
summoning
sharpshooter.
sick sharpshooter, and I believe if Michal has red mana,
He can do like anger, sharpshooter.
anger
kill
sharp,
your
he can have it all. He can just do it.
Does he have enough mana though? Like
I
he's
mean-
gonna have
He's going to have Cradle. I think he will be fine.
the cradle. So one, we don't even know if he has red source. Two, he needs to like use the survival at least twice. Once to find anger, second
But
time
I'll
to use-
just stop you there.
Yeah.
Even if he like kind of doesn't have it,
Yeah.
he can do it next turn with Anger in Grave, and
Sure,
he can search
sure,
for
yeah.
the Yavimaya Granger to get a mountain.
Sure.
So even if he doesn't have it now, he will for sure have it next turn,
Yeah,
and
that's
he will at least kill the sharpshooter.
Yeah, that's true. But at that point, Julie will be able to like wasteland the cradle, kill Michal's board. I mean, this game.
You mean the Cradle he should have wasted? but of course it's difficult. I mean, I'm not hating on Julie at all because
Yeah.
he had the sharpshooter.
Like, there were options.
And
Yeah,
of
like
course-
he wanted to play his third mana. So
Yes,
like,
of
if you
course.
waste
That's my
cradle,
point.
then
Like
you're
that,
delaying the
he
sharpshooter.
decided. He went for this
Yeah,
plan, and he felt this is like the
Like,
plan.
I
How
see,
can I win?
I see why he would do it the way he did, and now we can have a conversation about if it's better or worse, which we're actually doing, without the person who's actually playing. So it's a bit one-sided.
Yes, without knowing what was in his hand.
Yeah,
which is
also,
like-
also.
which
Like,
is another
yeah.
part of it.
we're all being very smart here in the booth, but like there's definitely a lot of information that we're missing here. Now, also, we don't know if Mikhail has access to red. Like, if you seems like he doesn't. If you do it with the Granger, then it takes a bit more time. Also, it comes to play tapped. So I think that Sharpshooter looks like it's gonna have at least one turn of activation.
But if he has like Masticore, so what is it? Is it 6 mana now?
Fun, is it?
So he can have Masticore in hand.
He would have to. He would.
he has
If he. Okay, this works as well. Sure, yeah, why not? This works. So now we have like 4 more mana.
4 more, so he can discard Squee and get Granger and get Mountain.
Sure, and next turn he should have enough stuff for like that actually is gonna work pretty well. His deck is really difficult to play, I gotta say as well.
No, I think that's
Elves.
for sure.
Yeah.
There's so many things to do, and
Yeah.
not overuse Quirion Ranger to not to like Quirion Ranger yourself into Stone Age with having like 1 forest in play
You
turn
can-
6.
You're with elves, and like somebody asked you after the match how it went, and you can say I lost. I Quirion Ranger too much. Like
It's like I like expression. I'm not sure who came with it. Maybe Caleb Darward. Like bury your opponent under card advantage.
how do you do that?
Like that you draw so much that you just have everything.
Oh, you
So
mean
you-
like I thought
you
that you
bury.
would give them.
No, you bury your opponent on card
They
advantage
just like
of yours.
throw cards at them.
Kind of, yes, exactly. That's how it is. Like I don't even care. I just
Yeah.
sort of apply to everything you have.
He didn't. Mikhail, by the way, didn't go for the Granger plan.
Yeah.
So and
Maybe
now
you know what? Maybe
Julie-
just what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Maybe he has something like Collar of the Claw.
Do you think that Julie might have Mountain? Like he searches for Mog Fanatic. Oh, he could. Oh, right. Because if Julie decides to wipe Mikhail's board,
He
then
can do
Mikhail
it.
can easily go like
Collar of the Claw.
Color of the Claw and make 3 bears. Yeah, okay,
Yes.
that is very well. Because I was thinking, Julie now searches for Mog Fanatic. He plays Mountain and he just like shoots away all the 3. But actually, it's
Yeah,
not
that's-
that simple. It's not that simple. Also because of the Wirewood Symbiont. Okay, this game is starting to be really fascinating. And it's like, there are decks when you have 1 mana on turn 1, 2 mana on turn 2, 3 mana on turn 3. Here's like, usually you have 1 mana on turn 1, unless you start with Gaia Cradle, which you probably shouldn't.
There's waste
And
time.
then,
And imagine now Julie, in theory,
Yeah.
could have go for Mog Fanatic
yeah.
and just like wipe his board.
But there's the Color of the Claw danger.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, and also there's White, yeah.
He's probably well aware of it because 4 mana means that
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
even like search.
Yeah,
For Color of
exactly.
the Claw. It's
exactly.
not- it's
That
not
would
like
be
you
a
have to have
dangerous
it in hand.
place. Wait, so what's happening?
He's
Okay.
shooting.
But like, why would you shoot? Oh, because it's a 1/1. Sure. Symbiont goes away. It's not an elf.
But I wonder whether he waited and let the mana burn.
Then we
in
would
between
see
phases.
what
There would be a
Mikhail
die probably
used.
with mana.
And we would see what Mikhail used the mana for.
Yes, he would probably search for sure. He would use.
Yeah.
Now he's putting the die because he wants to attack, right? So moving to the next phase. So that's
So these creatures are not attacking yet, I believe.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Yes. Yes, and he's also saying that the Matron has been just played, so he can't attack with it.
That's also true.
That's a very good point. And
It's
we
not.
should-
You don't always have the war chief in place.
Give
Sometimes
them-
you don't, and
yes, and I
Goblins
think
are sick.
we should make sure that that's the case.
so
So
there's
only got 1 bear.
yeah, 1 Baron color. I mean, it's like still 3 mana, or I mean, make it 4. 4 power toughness, not bad. You can start attacking
5.
straight away. 5 because it's an elf. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So it's not that bad. Like you can go on the offense basically. That is it's a nice bear. And then
So now I'm just getting ready to jump up, and okay, so he didn't attack. Yeah, that also makes sense. You don't want to attack into the bear.
into the bear. Yeah.
By the way, maybe our viewers don't know that you're a big fan of bears, and that you always collected, right? Grizzly bears.
No. That was
never-
actually Mikhail Tabik.
Oh, that's Mikhail Tabik.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. He tried to collect like every single version of
Tutu
every
bear.
grizzly bear. And I guess he expanded. Originally, it was just grizzly bears in different languages and foil, non-foil. And then I think he expanded the collection to just
Okay.
like every tutu bear. I think it was Mikhail Tebek.
Okay, Mikhail Tebek.
Yeah. I'm actually more into like collecting dragons. So
Okay.
I've had a collection of dragons going for some time. I haven't been updating it as much as I used to.
Are you a big fan of How to Train Your Dragon?
I started collecting way before that was a thing. Like, come on.
Because I was babysitting some kids last night and we watched the 3.
Okay.
I didn't see the previous
Okay.
iterations of that show.
I don't. I mean, I gotta say I haven't. Seen
In my
it.
opinion,
It
there
might
are
be
too many dragons in that show.
good. There is no.
Like,
such
I think it
thing
should
as
be
too
it
many
should be
dragons.
like reasonably rare.
Uh-huh.
And there are more dragons than there are people in those films.
Okay. What is this show about dragons?
It's like it's a film. It's an animated film,
Yeah.
and this was like there is 1, 2, 3, and now the latest one is 3. And
All dragons.
I remember my good friend of mine, left leaning one. She was really a bit angry, and I hope it's not spoiling for anybody. At the end, they both find a mate and they have children, and she
Dragon
felt
kids. Yeah.
like the dragon finds a she dragon, and the guy finally marries
Dragonette.
his dragonette, and she felt like, why does it fulfillment has to always involve kids?
The writers running out of ideas.
What was telling me holding one of her kids in one hand and the other in the other?
Okay, biased. Yeah. Okay. So Mikhail finally searched for the Quirion range. What's the name? The guy who searches for mountain.
Mhm.
Now.
Yavimaya Granger.
Yavimaya Granger. That's the one. Yes. And so
Now-
the risk of a Goblin King is becoming slightly more real, specifically, or
Yeah, but
especially with
risk on 20 life.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
so much of a risk, I guess.
I'm just curious if you're Mikhail, if you want to start attacking. Like, sure, you're gonna trade your Matron for
No,
Grizzly
I don't
Bear?
like it because if you attack,
Yeah.
your elvish champion will die.
What if you only attack with one creature, though? You mean like that?
If you attack with
Julie
it-
would double block.
No, if you attack with any creature,
Yeah.
he blocks with Matron.
Yeah.
And then he will deal 1 damage to champion. Then the creature will die, and you will kill the champion.
Okay.
You will
okay,
untap.
yeah,
You will
you're
kill.
right. You are.
You will kill
absolutely
bear.
right.
You
Yeah,
will
yeah,
kill
you're
bear.
right.
You kind of kill everything,
You can.
except for 1, 2, 2 that would stay.
That would be a very bad attack then.
Yes.
The reason why I don't play elves.
I think we've seen some bad
I've
attacks.
seen some
today.
attacks involving sharpshooters that didn't go exactly the way as planned. So now Mikhail is kind of like gradually building a bigger position here.
Yes.
Okay, War Chief.
Yes.
Is-
We had a question. I mentioned it shortly with the floods, and we had a question in the chat. I just want to say, in Prague we are fine. It's just like river is still higher. There are there are like the embankments of the river. They are closed for public because there somewhere
Yeah,
there's still water. But we were not like badly damaged. You know,
Yeah.
if you want to see flood in Prague, you can Google 2002 flood Prague, and it's kind of insane. The water was almost 8 meters higher than is normally.
Yeah.
And if you've ever visited, like huge part of Prague was flooded. I think like 1/8 or 1/10
yeah.
of Prague was flooded.
It was
Like water was just under like Charles Bridge. It was kind of crazy. But now we were mostly affected like east part of our region. So
Yeah.
there are several cities that were very, very badly damaged. So,
Yeah.
but not in Prague. We were just watching it on TV.
So Julie decided not to attack.
I think like now let's just like face it. Like what is the plan? Where were we getting?
For Julie.
Yes, like
Second sharpshooter?
for Juliet, second sharpshooter. I think yes, but also what Michal, like in theory, Michal, he should be commanding. He should be deciding what's going on, right? And I feel like
Priest of Titania. Okay, so you can also go with the Masticore, generate absurd amount of mana, and okay, is this the Masticore turn? Like you go for a Priest of Titania, which has haste, and it can give
Yes.
you 5 mana when it taps. So it's like a green ritual, green cabal ritual.
Now, am I missing something, or the Granger should die?
Okay, yes.
he let it
there
let
we
it
go,
die.
there we
Okay.
go. So it's 4 instead of 5, but still. Also, that actually. Okay, that is dangerous because. Oh no.
No.
Yeah. Okay. It's happening.
Mega, please. That's too painful.
Yeah, that is good.
Because I feel like, let's face it, like I mean, I have to say all credit to Julie, because although we were not sure, I think he should have killed, for example, the Finhorn elf. There was no reason not to do that, but he had a plan. His plan was very clear. I want to get Sharpshooter into play and control game from there.
Yeah.
And I feel that Michal had everything. Everything, and
Now he seems to be quite unhappy by the gesturing and.
yes, and he should have been in much better position, honestly.
Yeah.
Now he's unhappy. He would like to maybe take it back.
Like, does it still work the way that if you don't pay the
He
echo,
even,
it's just
did you
goes
see that
straight
little
to
thing that he even threw the forest back? He picked them up and then threw them back.
Yeah, like the body language is pretty clear here.
Yes, very clear.
Like, is there something that I remember there was last tournament, like if somebody forgets to discard to Masticore,
Yes,
like, it used to be the way that your Masticore is dead, but
Yeah.
the ruling was that like
Yes, and actually I discussed it with the judge later because we had like storm in the chat and everybody felt it was so
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
I have to say I felt bad about it as well because I think that it should be, and personally I would probably like let it die if I was the Mastercore player, because I think that's like the way how to do it. But I discussed the judge and he really even showed me the guidelines, because the competition was not competitive. It was casual, and these like things you can take back.
Uh-huh. Is it the same case here? You forget to pay the echo.
That's a very good question.
You can like
But
because
no,
you
but-
didn't
but
put it in
please,
the graveyard.
No. He didn't forget to pay the echo. I think
He decided
he
not to?
decided not to pay.
Okay.
That's how I understand from what we saw. But now, yeah, I'm not sure.
We can hear a bit of a commotion from
Yes,
the other.
it's getting
room. I think
louder
It's
from
getting
the
more emotional
neighboring-
there, but it's pretty clear here. Like if the Granger dies, then
Everything dies.
everything dies. Yeah.
He's
Like he's gonna be left with a bear and the collar of the claw and pretty useless.
he won't be
Priest of
even.
Titania
I don't
and
even think he will be left with the color of the claw.
I would say yes, because it has 2 toughness. Like the 1 extra damage from the creature dying goes to Elvish champion. So then Finor elves and the champion die. I'm just curious, like what is his reasoning now? So clearly he's trying to say, okay, the Granger stays. I'm just curious, like what would be his line of like why would he say that the Granger stays?
Yes, but unfortunately now it's.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
I
just
don't
gonna go check if they have a
Yes,
judge
please
in
do
there.
check it. It's not that Michal is dead. He still is on 20 life. He can still go like Mastercore or something. It's definitely pretty bad. It's quite unnecessary. We will see. But I have to say it's very, very loud. I'm not sure if you can hear it on the stream, but it's quite a loud argument. Yeah, I mean, it's very clear that Sharpshooter is like, I think it's always good when you play when you obviously generally when you play Magic. There is that famous article, like I think it's called "Who is Aggro" or something like that, or "Who is Control." That you should always think what is how you should approach the match, whether you should be aggressive, you should be more defensive. And I think Julie very well identified how do I win against this deck that can just like kill me in 1 turn with like super big turn. I just want to get Sharpshooter, and Sharpshooter will just control the game. And he went for it. He even resist Wasteland Gas Cradle, which gave his opponent like 3 mana in that 1 turn, and just went for the Sharpshooter. And I think Michal could have been a little bit faster in finding the answer. Yes.
We have an update from the judge. The head judge was actually involved.
Yes.
Apparently what happened was that Michal did not draw his card for the turn yet, and they were reminded before to play faster, and so there was a miscommunication in that like Julie assumed that the step where the echo is paid has already passed and he wanted to shoot it. Michal did not draw a card yet for the turn, so he said that he was still thinking about like to pay or not to pay, and so they let it go back to
see.
make him either pay or not pay. I think the crucial thing here is to draw the card for the turn.
Yes.
If you draw the card for the turn, it's pretty clear.
But it seemed to me that Michal at some point put the Granger into graveyard.
We were somewhere there.
If I was Julie, I would think, well, he's not paying Echo.
Yeah,
and then he
and
wanted
then
to
I'm shooting,
shoot,
yeah, because-
and then Michal realized, but I don't know. I wasn't
I
been there,
wasn't
but
there,
that's
but-
how it seemed, because Michal just put the Granger into the graveyard without like Julie pointing to it or anything. Maybe he just reminded him.
I'm
But
just gonna quickly check one.
But it's really getting rather complicated, a little bit messy. Certainly, the elf champion is holding Michal's lines. Oh, there's Masticore. Okay. Now he probably wants to untap. So he's killing the Wirewood symbiote. He will in response return whatever, color the claw, it doesn't matter. Probably doesn't matter very much. And he will untap this and just shoot the. It's kind of crazy. Yes. So like just a moment ago,
yeah.
Michal was just totally dead.
Yeah, now
And now he's kind of winning.
So apparently there was an agreement between the players that Michal did not deliberately decide not to pay the echo. That like there was no spot where
and when he
would
put
just
it
like,
into graveyard,
I'm not sure about that, and I don't know if it was just like saying it would go or I'm not sure.
yes, it's fine. They sorted it out, or with the judge.
But yeah.
That is important that they did sorted it out. Now he's
So now
attacking.
sharpshooter's gone,
now he's-
and Michal seems to be on the offense. And also they were reminded by the judge to play faster, so I
Okay.
think maybe partially that's like why
Maybe.
that was the miscommunication in upkeep. But like going back to what the board looks like,
Yes.
Michal is firmly in the driver's seat.
Yes. So we'll have a decider. It seems
Looks
like
like it, yeah.
he won't let it slip, like Steven Gerrard. But
Is there a football?
yeah, it's a football reference. It's kind of painful for me personally, but yeah, like it's kind of crazy. Like what a turnaround. There is this. Why not to have red untapped when you get Pile Driver now?
You have another red mana in your hand and you want to play around Guy's Girdle? I don't know. That was nice.
Or you can't play around Gas Cradle, right? You can't.
Okay, well.
Oh, now he's
Where's the red
retapping
there?
because it was actually one mana cheaper.
Oh, okay.
Because that's something that I'm not so sure, because I feel that if I make mistake, I have to like bear. And I'm not saying Michal did make mistake. Maybe there was really some kind of miscommunication. I'm not talking about it. But I mean in general, like when I make mistake, I think you should bear the consequences of it. But I feel that some people, it makes them angry, and they feel that it was just like a stupid mistake. They realize right away, and they feel that they just lost because of it, or that sort of thing. So I'm not quite sure what's the right way, how to do it. You know, it's like I feel like in chess, you like in theory, if you play with your friend chess, you have like unlimited time. You can think of your moves.
Yeah.
Okay, obviously it's not exactly magic, but it's similar, right? Nobody forces you to make like some move, and when you make it, then you should probably stand by it. And if you make a mistake, well, then he takes your queen, but you can still like kind of turn it around or do something about
or
it.
play another match.
Yes, play another match. So that's something that's simply how I feel.
Yeah.
And I think that's good about magic, that it's in my view, it's like very clear. You make a mistake, well, you made a mistake. It's not the end of the world, and everybody makes a mistake.
So Michal is going to take 5 here from the attack. Trade a bear for Pile Driver. Not a bad trade.
Not a bad trade.
And then the Masticore is done. Masticore died to a Gem Palm Incinerator.
Okay, I have We have somebody from the chat. Albino Turtles. He says he always let his opponent take it back, and he never takes back his mistakes.
Well, that is like a very
Yeah,
what do
that's
you call it?
yes.
Very brave and
Yes,
also
that's very brave.
very generous.
Some people call it masochist, but
I guess it really depends. Like, I think honestly, it also depends on what kind of tournament you're playing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it's a casual tournament, then like, they shouldn't rules should be enforced more casually way as long as somebody's not taking advantage of it. And here we have a deranged hermit, and it's gonna be with the haste and the anger in
yeah,
the
it seems like
an attack for
that's probably
a
it.
what? Is it
But
lethal?
that's because just the deranged hermit is 9 damage. Actually 10 with the champion.
10 with the champion.
So this is it.
That should be more than lethal then.
Yes.
We're gonna be off to game 3 then very soon,
And Julie will just now play pyrokinesis and just turn it around.
spoken too soon.
Next turn he will get the second sharpshooter, and no, I think so. I think he has like 1 card in hand.
Wire with Symbiont. That's a lot of preparation for an alpha strike.
Somebody says La Robada del Año. I have very limited knowledge of Spanish, but it seems like robbery of the year.
Sounds like
Yes.
it could be what it's. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean.
Probably there are some Julie's fans in the chat.
I think from our position we are missing quite a bit in terms of the verbal communication between the players, but like it was I would lean towards saying that like the Granger was more dead than alive at that point.
Now it's like just some kind of emotions. I think that's it. So let's just move to the next game.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think, especially if they had a problem. Now will he bounce deranged hermit just to add insult to injury?
Oh, so
Like swing for whatever 28.
so not even a pyrokinesis would be enough. I mean, it still would, right? Like it would kill the champion, the hermit.
Champion.
There's no way that would be lethal then.
Yes.
And if you're Michal, you still want to play around pyrokinesis, right? Like
Yes.
you don't want to like maybe you leave 2 squirrels back.
By the way, this is like for Julie. This is like this moment of zen, because
Uh-huh.
it's
It's the
like he's
one where-
dead. He's dead.
Uh-huh.
So he can only like pretend. He can just be there as like this sphinx, not showing emotions, and he's like, yeah, you have it. And always pretend like you can do something.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still thinking about the situation because even the body
Yeah.
language of Michal kind of suggested that, like, maybe he was angry. Like, what would he be angry about? Like, if he
Yes, if you make him, yes, if you can take mistakes, because some people can't. And again, please, I just want to say, I'm not talking about Michal specific because I didn't see the situation.
Yeah,
But
right,
some
right, we're
people
still-
get angry with their own mistakes, but you are the one that's paying the price.
Yeah.
You know, kind of, because they are kind of angry on you. And I see, hi Robert, there's a friend Robert, and he's saying, 4-0 bracket, take back mistakes. Well, again, Robert, we are not sure if it was a mistake. There might have been this kind of a miscommunication, so we don't know. But Robert is a friend and legacy player, and he wants to start like a chess timers
For Magic.
for Magic, because he's like,
He's a
make
fast-
the
he's a-
play.
he's a fast player.
He's a fast player,
Uh-huh.
and he felt like some people slow playing. We have to sort it out. And
Yeah.
how are we going to do it? And
I think chess clock would be extremely inconvenient for Magic.
because you're passing that priority
Yeah.
back and forth
20
during
times a turn.
yes during I don't think that could work, but I think that's
That's a well-wisher.
well,
And while we're talking, stuff is still
yes,
happening.
of course, because you're
on
swinging for
Michal's
28.
side.
You also
Side
want
of
to
the
gain
board.
like
Is it pyrokinesis? What happens if there's still no? Okay,
it's fire blast. No,
fire what? Fire blast?
no, I'm just joking. Okay.
Okay, well, this game took an unexpected turn. But we have.
But I have to say, from what I have seen, I think Julie seems a little bit more like I sense bit more from Julie that he knows where he's going, what he wants to do. Because I think Michal was a bit durdling there, like a turn or two, when I think he should have taken a grip of the game and just win the game. I think he almost let it slip.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we will see. I think with Julie, it's just very clear. It's just the pyrokinesis, and that's it. It's 1-1. So we're going to the final match.
Final game. Yeah.
Yes, and not one or two players that more than that in chat they said it's turn one lucky goodbye.
Yeah. Like no, I mean, in all seriousness, goblins are going to be on the play, and I think they're highly favored in this game when they're in the play.
Yes, Goblin game 3 is the scariest thing to face. Yes, it's like don't have lucky, don't have lucky, don't have lucky, please don't have lucky.
But even here, the sequence of like Fanatic, Pile Driver, War Chief it's a very strong.
Absolutely, or even yes, absolutely. And like Gem Palm, just always hits, always
Right,
hits.
right.
And it's quite incredible.
Still talking to the players now. I don't know if it's about what happened before, but they are still in the middle of some discussion. I would suppose that it's about what happened earlier. And let me just check on what's going on there. I think the match should be 1-1 at this point.
Yes, I think so.
But,
Yes. So while Adam is still checking, and he will come back soon and tell us what's going on. But Martin came for a moment. I just we had absolutely crazy 2 games of elves versus goblins.
I watched the first game.
Yes, every like turn, it looked like the other one is going to win. So I was do you have any information?
No. I think the judges are talking to the players away from the tables, like, one by one, to maybe just get
clarify what happened.
Yeah, clarify what happened from each of the players' perspective. And but I mean, it's okay. I can finish the match.
Yeah, just finish.
You want-
Sorry, because I thought that I'm going for longer, like just to check. Yeah, so we're just crazy, and it was kind of crazy. If you watched it, and if you have not watched it, definitely rewatch it, because like it's like if you were about to bet who is going to win, it was just changing all the time. And
Oh, so maybe the match. I'm just gonna go. Maybe that means the match ended with a draw.
oh,
Did we run out of time?
it's okay, it's possible. Okay, I can hear it. It's a draw. It's a draw. I see.
So, Martin, do you want to come in the next round? Sure, feel free to. Like, up to you. Are you chcesz spát, nebo chceš komentovat? Můžeš to nějak. Můžeš.
Tak ale
Ale teď začíná další match.
Right, everyone, we are back with a new match. It's better than Martin this time around. We're gonna watch Replenish against Terrageddon. What do you think about the matchup?
Phew, good question. I don't know, actually. What do you think?
Well, just based on the power of the Replenish deck, I would kinda assume that it has an edge because the Terragon deck doesn't really have that much to interact with it. But, you know, I'll be happy to get proven wrong.
Yeah, I would assume that there's at least an edge for that deck. But I mean, like the card Armageddon should be brutal if it could be resolved.
That is true.
And we already see some disruption here with Wasteland. So trying to catch up, we're in the third turn, and we see attunement and a Silo cleansing for the Replenish player, and Ancient Tomb got Wastelanded, and Terrageddon has no pressure whatsoever.
Yep.
Only two Mirage Forest in play, and I guess that's generally like an awkward spot to be in when you don't have that pressure. You want to have something down, and then the Wastelands become better if you have a creature on board already.
Yep. As you said, I think Armageddon is like one of the few ways that this deck can actually steal game one.
Yeah.
Postboard is probably gonna get better. We might see some like graveyard removal stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, especially with that, what is the name of the blue card in play?
Attunement, yeah.
Attunement. It's gonna be really hard for Machi to not be able to find anything.
Yeah.
And given that David has only 2 forests, I think that Machi is in a huge favor.
Yeah, especially being on the play here, and also with the
like an
Ancient Tomb into Ancient Tomb. He has the clear like
Kind
mana
of a
advantage.
weird sequencing, by the way. He Seal of Cleansing end of turn, where you can just draw and then decide. Also, he bounced the attunement, and then he played he played Ancient Tomb, and then he cracked the attunement. You know, it's rather
You will crack the attunement first, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
keep all options.
yeah, he would probably still
Yeah.
play the Ancient Tomb, but you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's on the crucial 4 mana. We're probably gonna see Parallax Tide, I would assume. That card is just brutal. It's basically just Armageddon just for your opponent.
It's important here what he puts in the graveyard. We saw, was it an Appellescence and a wave in the graveyard, or and a couple of lands?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we see a Frantic Search. So I assume he's gonna discard 2 more enchantments and then just play Replenish, assuming he has one.
I don't see a replenish.
He
I
doesn't.
see a swords and a pair of attunements,
Pair-
I think.
and
Yeah,
Tide.
that's it.
Okay, so he's probably just gonna see Parallax Tide.
But I mean, he has, it seems that he has some time to dig.
So
to
he
dig
goes
for Armageddon.
for the attunement again.
Dig for replenish, yeah.
So he could have played Parallax Tide. Instead, he opts for just playing attunement, probably trying to find a Replenish for the next turn.
But do you mean wave? Because I didn't see him, the white one.
Not the blue one.
Did
You
he
didn't have
win
it?
that? I don't think he had it.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I
yeah.
just.
It was the wave and the white one and
sorry.
and Appellescence. I think that he binned.
He has one more blue card in his hand. Maybe it's like an intuition or
I
something.
think it was another attunement, but
Oh,
I'm
I
not
see.
quite. It could
Okay,
be an
yeah, yeah.
intuition. Could be an intuition, but I'm not sure. But if he had an intuition, I
would
would
have
almost
casted
assume
it.
that he would
Yeah, yeah.
cast it for replenish. Yeah.
So Richard Amport is quite important here. That's gonna stop that Ancient Tomb. So he goes from 4 mana to 2 mana now.
Yeah. A mana leak was that? Okay, that also gave him some. I don't know, some extra space if he wants to just like pass
Oh,
the
he
turn.
didn't find land though. Oh, did he? Maybe the last card is land. Okay.
I think it's in a darker wastes. He bins
cool.
swords, some enchantment, and another swords. Why not? Because yeah, Terragon has no pressure whatsoever, so it's just hitting those land drops, and I think it's an intuition he's holding back now. Actually,
It might be. Or he just passed because he has the mana leak.
yeah, for the Geddon. So now the mana leak is very handy here.
Yeah, we were talking about before whether mana leak is actually good in the deck or not. But as we can see now, if he didn't have it, he would have just lost. So,
Yeah.
was pretty good here.
can be noted that, I mean, even a resolved Armageddon here would not be like the end of things, because yeah, as we said before, the lack of pressure from the Terragod
That is
player would
true,
just
that
put
is
them in some kind of top deck mode. So it has to be an intuition now, I feel, because yeah, if it would be an attunement, it would have played it. So we assume it's an intuition in.
If it
in
is
the
an
replenished
intuition,
basin.
then it's basically GG, unless there's another Armageddon.
Yeah, but there's not. It's a Call of a Herd.
Cool card, but it's not really gonna do anything that important here.
Oh. And the port is not enough either. I mean, he has plenty of mana at this point. And with 3 potential white sources, I think, is that the fetch down or is the plains? It's a plains, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, there comes the intuition for replenish, we should assume. And that should wrap up.
Intuition is such a cool card. It's
This game.
basically a tutor, but you know it has like some other applications. It's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
I feel it's a card which like the potential for it has not been completely explored
yeah.
in the format. Actually, it's such a tricky card.
How often do you search for like different cards? For example, in this deck, do you think it ever happens? Like
Yeah.
obviously, if you have only 2 copies left, then it's different. But
I can see it happening if you want to set up a replenish and you want some particular pieces.
yeah,
So I mean, imagine you have like a frantic search or an attunement in play. Then I can see that you want to go for, say, a wave, a tide, and an opalescence, for instance, if you have the replenish, just to get all the pieces there, because you can build them anyway with a frantic search. So
that makes a lot of sense.
so I think if any deck, it's in this. And here we go. Didn't even bother to use the port. And of course, with the parallax wave, you get to exile the tokens permanently. So it's a bit humiliating, even. But this should be more than enough, just in terms of
Raw power.
yeah, 3 opalescence even. Okay, yeah. Is this It's yeah. It's he could one shot him with his army. It's 21.
He doesn't have a
21
parallax
power.
died, so it's not like immediate GG, but I assume it's still gonna be enough. There's no Wrath of God in the Terragon deck, right?
No. So that's
would be
it's
funny.
the first game. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna get a look at the sideboards here. I assume there's not gonna be that many changes from the replenish side. Just playing against like a mid-range deck. Maybe he wants more potential answers for Armageddon, but I don't know if he has any. He can name it with a Mending Mage, I guess. But that seems kind of clunky.
Yeah, maybe. It's not. Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not terrible if it's a card that you really fear, but I don't know. Abeyance, could that be relevant? They could also just like buy that crucial turn, like a time walk almost.
From the other side, I'm curious how many crypts do we see? I see 2
You see 2? I don't see 2.
here, right?
So yeah, that's right. 2 crypts. Disenchants, why not? You'll probably bring in all the disenchant effects that you have. Is that like extra cataclysm? It's a bit hard to see from the picture. It might be extra cataclysm, or it might be something else at the bottom there.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
sure.
just something you.
It is Cataclysm.
Yeah, I mean,
You probably want to bore out all the removal spells.
yeah. I mean, some replenish deck would have like Exalted Alien in the board. They don't know, but you probably board out at least. I mean, some amount. Yeah. Here you can imagine boarding out all
Yeah,
the
I
swords
I
for 2
think-
disenchant and 2 crypt, for
I think the
instance.
assumption is that they don't have the Exalted Angel. Maybe
Okay.
if you see it game 2, you can bring some swords back. But in general, I wouldn't really want to draw a dead
Yeah.
card. So
But like a card like, how do you feel about a card like Call of the Herd? Seems kind of slow.
it is, but I don't think he has like that many cards to bring in. So he has to probably keep it.
Isn't it better to have, if those are indeed extra copies of Cataclysm, I think I'd rather have those just to
Yeah.
disturb the mana base, because that's,
I agree.
like one of the ways you would win. I think to
Yeah, that
disrupt
makes
the
sense.
mana.
Yeah, I think the matchup is gonna get a lot more better for the Dragon deck, but that being said, I still think it favors the Replenish deck,
Yeah.
especially game 3 when he will be on the play. So, given that, you know, assuming that he will lose the game 2, which, you know, we obviously don't know if it happens or not.
Okay, so we're taking Mulligs. I was thinking about whether they were still sideboarding or not, but I saw some meddling mages there.
Yeah, maybe he really fears the Armageddon.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But I think it makes sense to bring in meddling mage actually, because that's Armageddon is one of the ways you lose in two ways. I mean, it destroys your mana, but it also makes Terravor a threat, a really fast clock. So without Geddon, you don't have to be afraid of much. I would say you could you could play it quite slow from the Replenish player's perspective.
Yeah, I agree. I saw only one land from Machi now, so he
Yeah,
might
there
see a
should be another
to
mulligan.
five.
Yeah, we can't really see David's hand here, but he also mulliganed.
That is definitely one of the ways he can lose, though. Just mulligan infinite.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and there's the wasteland factor in this matchup. He needs to hit that crucial like 4 mana, or at least 3, so he can get Attunement or Frantic Surge going.
Seems like David kept his 6. Mulligan is way more punishing for the combo deck, of course, because, you know, the Dragon deck can play like 1 Sylvan Library, and he's fine immediately, but the Replenish deck needs to combine multiple pieces, lands, you know, things that to discard the Replenish itself. 5 cards isn't really enough.
Especially with Attunement, you would like some. I mean, then you really feel if you're mulligan to 5 and use Attunement.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I think we have a Dark Oasis and a Swords. From what I can see in the Replenish players. Is that a Sabbath Web as well? I think it's a Sabbath Web. That should come in handy against the Preto Village that David deployed.
Turn 1/1. Did he just? Oh.
Yeah, the Nimble Mongoose of the Treato Village, and then the Wasteland. And yeah, here's the Wasteland factor if we talk. I think it's really crucial. Now we can't play the Sabbath Web, and now David is, yeah, he has the initiative at least for now.
Yeah.
So
The Mongoose wasn't played in the Dragon deck at the beginning, I think, but it seems pretty good because you can just, you know, get threshold pretty easily with like Armageddons and stuff.
So let's see if he has the next land drop. I'm not sure. He doesn't. And that really
probably
changes
it.
the game. Because the Sabbath Web there will be absolutely crushing
So what does the web do exactly?
lands that have some other effect than producing mana. They do not untap during their... So bye-bye to all the Treaty Villages, for instance. Rishadan Ports.
Yep.
And it also cantrips, so then it could cantrip him into his next land drop. But now it's a completely different game.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty fast clock, so
So the one treetop village ate the swords, right? So they're playing pretty fast here. But
he might not have another land though. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. No land for replenish player, and now the pressure is just
He just
yeah.
has
Even
free
if
one
they're
ones.
even if they're just 1/1s, yeah, another wasteland. This is exactly how I imagine that Terragon wins, just punishing the mana base
Yeah.
somehow. And now with the pressure in play, that's the difference compared to the previous game where they had no creatures, and then you'll also have all the time in the world.
The creatures are pretty embracing. He just used free cards to put free 1/1s into play, but it's probably gonna be enough this game.
And this is not the fetch land, right? This is the filter land. They have
Yes.
ridiculously similar artwork, but I think this is the filter land, so it actually does nothing for him at this point. Yeah, it's a 2-turn clock now, so this game should be in the bag already.
GG. Even if he draws the land here, it's still not gonna save him. He might play the web to stop the tree top for a turn, but
Yeah, but then there's nothing else going.
alright, well,
Okay, that
David
was a quick one,
Yeah,
yeah.
David was able to steal game 2. I'm not really sure if it's gonna work out the same for game 3, but being on the play is huge in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
You can just play, for example, like a Parallax Tide with the turn before they can play Armageddon. Yeah.
So there's really just one Sabbath Web in the main deck and none in the sidebar as far as I can see.
That's such a weird card to play main deck. I guess he's really scared of those wastelands, but I guess it always cantrips, but I don't know.
It's good against some other decks like the Oath Ponce decks because they have both Richard and Porta and Treat of Villages. And then with the cantrip effect, like, really doesn't cost you a lot. It would have been absolutely fantastic if he had his second land here and he could shut down both the treetops. That would be brutal, but yeah, he didn't get there because of the wastelands.
Yeah, I don't think the fact that he's on the play really changes anything in his sideboarding. Maybe the meddling mage is less important because you can stop the Armageddon by, I don't know, playing Parallax Knight and stuff. But that's the only thing I can think about.
Oh, first turn, the Meister's Sabbath Web. This might, it might turn out to be like
actually
win
brutal.
him the game
Yeah.
actually, because it's Treat of Village is also a big part of the pressure that David can put on
Yeah.
him.
Well, more importantly, it stops the wastelands, right? That's the.
Yeah, but it doesn't really stop them because you can use them, right?
Oh, it only doesn't untap, right?
Yeah, yeah,
oh,
yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's less good than I thought.
But it's free because it cantrip, so
Yeah.
he discards the treetop, I think, of the Mox Diamond. Makes sense. And it is with a turn 1 Wayfarer. Okay, that's nice. It will obviously will be looking now for wastelands. And there's the
Yeah,
filter land.
Wayfarer with Mox is kind of brutal.
So we'll see maybe an attunement or a frantic search. Yeah, an attunement. And now I'm expecting Wayfarer to find a wasteland here.
Yep.
For the tomb probably, just to keep his mana down.
What is Mighty gonna do about that? Wayfarer just searching for a wasteland every turn.
I mean, he needs to make David run out of wastelands, right?
Or just sword it, I guess. But if he had a sword, he would have used it already.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can find a sword next turn, maybe off attunement, but yeah, still. It will buy David some time because then he will not doing anything else that turn.
Yep.
Cycling the what's it called, step, something secluded step. What's it called?
Interestingly, Mighty brought in a Tormod script.
Yeah.
What do you think about that in this matchup? It kills it makes the Terran War a little bit smaller, but
I don't think it makes sense to bring in Thomas script from
Yeah.
the replenished player's perspective. Did David have 2 in his cyber, right? Or
I think so.
yeah. And here's the wasteland as expected.
Here's
Only
the
one
one.
crypt.
Bayfire is such a weird card. Sometimes it looks super embracing. It doesn't really do anything. Sometimes it's completely insane.
Yeah, it's a powerful effect.
Okay, so Mikey does really need to find swords here. Alternatively, he can just like keep playing basics. That's one way to get around Wastelands.
Sure, but then he needs to hit those basics. So now we've been tied this time, I think, and 2 attunement,
He
and
found
there
the
was the
swords.
swords. Okay,
Alright, so the game continues.
so now it's a bit. Yeah, so it is a crypt in play. Maybe that was what you commented. I didn't see it because of the glare.
Yeah, that's
and,
why I commented.
Okay, sorry. I didn't even see it. It is a bit of glare on the stream, as you might notice, but you see a crypt there. We also have the stream overlay, so yeah, it's. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't like it. Also, like you can just wait on it. You don't have to put it into play immediately. And
Yeah.
especially with attunement, I think it's better to just keep it in your hand, and then if you need it, you can play it.
Yeah.
At that turn. But he just played it preemptively. I don't really like that.
It seems a little bit passive. Also, given that you have swords as an answer to Terror War, you maybe not need to be terribly scared of that, but yeah. Now it's a 6/6, but I think they have. I think most of the lands are actually in the replenish player's graveyard.
So you can just remove his own graveyard, but that's pretty
Yeah,
awkward.
that's pretty bad. I think there's just maybe a wasteland and a treetop village should be in David's Interrogator player's graveyard at this point. So it's a bit awkward now with the crypts, in my opinion.
It is pretty awkward, yeah. If he wanted to do it, maybe he should have done it before the frantic search. Now it's like super awkward. Yeah, I don't know.
It's almost a 2-turn clock now. The Terror War. We don't know the cards in hand here. There could be another swords waiting, of course.
I mean, he didn't play the attunement, right? So I assume he has intuition or
Yeah.
swords.
Here comes the Cataclysm. Let's see if he has the mana leak.
The way he grabbed the card,
Yeah.
I don't think it's,
No, that's a bad sign. Like if you read it.
it's like, what is this? His hand is trembling.
Yeah. And it would make. Yeah, he has a replenish in hand. Ouch.
So close, yet so
That
far.
might be game actually, because I don't think there's no time to recover mana wise now for the replenish side, right? There's no way he will get to 4 mana again.
I mean, he can top deck a sword to keep the game going.
Sure. Yeah, that's pretty much it then. Yeah.
Did use the crypt to make it a little bit smaller, so he
Yeah.
might get like slightly more time.
Yeah, but it's okay. So it's down to 11. Yeah, okay. So it's a 3-turn clock. Yeah, he has a few turns, but that's swords now is his outs as far as I can see.
What if he draws two more lands? Because
Yeah, I mean you can draw like an ancient tomb, and then you can replenish immediately. So he has other outs to be fair, but he has a darker in hand. Maybe it's enough with one hand now because the
there is a
clock
fish
is.
land, so
Okay, so now it's a 2-turn clock. So now
needs
one.
City of Raiders, Ancient Tomb, or Swords.
Yeah, like a regular land doesn't do it anymore, because now it's a 2-turn clock.
Yep.
And I think how many ancient tombs are gone already? Did we see?
I think there was only one because he played it on turn 1, and I think he
was
didn't play a
wasted,
second
yeah.
one.
Okay, it's that's a
Ooh.
crypt from him, and that's another story.
That gets
Yeah, even though it
Almost
would,
all
would
that.
it would shrink the Terror War, so you only use it if you really need to. But it now destroys the replenishment, and that's game over.
nice. didn't expect the match to go this way, but here we are.
Yeah.
Maybe the matchup isn't as bad as we thought because those Armageddons and Cataclysms are really brutal. But I don't know. Maybe the matchup usually doesn't play out this way. He got really unlucky by only getting to 5 game 2, and then he kind of stumbled
Yeah.
game 3 as well. But yeah, maybe if he like drew something else instead of that Tormod grip.
Yeah,
might
I'm
have-
also thinking that could have been a more relevant card,
Yeah.
to be honest. But we don't know what he boarded out there. But
Maybe if it was like a mana league or something, that would change everything. So we obviously don't know, but yeah, that's gonna be it for this round, and we will be back.
So, Helen, welcome back to our like in between rounds program, because since we have Martin here, and it would be a real shame not to use this opportunity asking questions. Probably you had some questions. You can write us in the chat. Maybe you had some things about Premodern. How did it start? Why this is banned? Why this is unbanned? Our friend, I was just coming in, and my friend was like, "Don't forget to ask him about Entum."
So I was not the first person asking about Entum today.
And he was like, "I was just testing with Entum, but I was like 15. It's totally not overpowered." So
It's a popular demand.
So we would like to use this. Maybe you have some questions. We definitely have some questions. We would like to ask exactly that, like maybe how Premodern started, how you got with this idea. Martin was maybe trying to avoid it because he was trying to poison us with this.
Yeah, actually, so I brought some sweets and treats from our Nordic countries. This is the sweet licorice pie.
In some countries, that's a nuclear waste. We call it sweet.
Yeah, in Sweden we have this thing called lördagsgodis, which will mean Saturday candy. So Saturday is where we eat the candy. That's where we get the kids candy. But now you're already like strongly said that you don't eat this kind of thing. So
I would say that we're very split in the team, where
Okay.
like me and Tomáš are on the side that we're not such a big fans, but there are other people like Stepan here.
Okay, I should not offer another one here to our tech guy in the back here.
Pass it around. Okay. Yeah. Is it a pipe? Like
Yeah.
Okay.
And you don't use that word like pendrek, Pendrek. You don't call it like that. That's German.
Or German.
Yes. No, you don't say that. Okay, that's fine. Because it's like a funny name for this, because it's from Berendrek, which means like bear's poop.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
that, like that.
it comes from German.
That's where it comes from. It's from German.
Okay.
And in Czech we call it Pendrek. That's okay. Anyway, but I have to say I'm not strongly against Swedish things. I even tried.
Okay, that's
I
nice.
even tried
That's
that.
nice to hear.
I even tried that rotten fish you sell in the
Ah, okay,
cans.
okay.
I tried that.
Yeah,
It
but
was
that's hardcore.
That was actually quite good.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
That one I didn't even try myself.
You
but
never-
no,
never ate
no.
it?
But they say it smells worse than it tastes.
yeah,
That's the
yeah,
thing,
it smells horrible.
Yeah.
It's literally like rotten fish.
Uh-huh.
But they make it rot in a certain way, so then you can eat it and you don't die.
It's not harmful.
fermented.
It's,
I've heard about it as well. I've never had the chance to try it.
yes.
I think if I'm in the right situation, I might give it a go, especially since Tomáš recommended it and I trust his opinion. But
Yes, but yeah, maybe you should try the
Definitely,
licorice.
yeah.
But maybe we should maybe go back to Premodern, and I was yeah.
you catch photobombing at the back.
Yeah, another licorice. How do you even say it in English? Licorice. Yeah,
Licorice?
hater. He actually kind of spat it out, so it must not be very popular here.
Yeah, sometimes he doesn't have manners, you know. So like I think.
Okay.
Anyway, so I probably you explained it so many times, but where did you get this idea from? You know, to have that Premodern.
How did it start? When did it
How did it start? Or...
Yeah, I mean, it was in a period in my life when I kind of switched from more competitive magic to more casual magic, because a lot of things happening in life, and I just felt stressful to like keep up with the tournament pace of things with all the new sets and everything.
yes.
So I started playing 93, 94 old school, and I enjoyed that a lot. Still do every now and then, but I felt quite quickly that format was kind of solved quite early, but also that you had a lot of other nice old cards that were just sitting there and not seeing any play, and that's basically the pre-modern card pool, because the format modern, which was back then, I mean, fairly new, but it was growing and Wizards were promoting it, but that meant all of those cards sitting in between, like 93, 94 and the modern format, they wouldn't see play except for, I mean, few exceptions, really powerful cards that will make their way into formats like Legacy and Vintage and maybe Commander. But like with power creep and whatnot, a lot of the cards were just didn't make the cut for other formats. These cards were also dirt cheap because there were no demand for them, but they were super sweet. I mean, sweet mechanics, sweet artwork, as you know, and I thought there should be a home for them as well. So that's where the idea came from.
No, I think
And-
it's amazing because that's true. Like there are so many like I don't know, rebels and things like that. You know, like these kind of cards, Blastoderm. These cards are not really playable like anywhere. So I like
And
that.
this was, which year was this roughly? Was this like way
2012.
2012,
Yeah.
so quite a long
Yeah.
time ago then actually.
Yeah.
Because I had, my impression was that Premodern kind of became a thing internationally around COVID time, I would say, or maybe like
Just before, maybe.
It was before.
Yeah. So what
it-
was the word?
It was like
what happening
2018,
between,
2019, wasn't it?
I mean,
Yeah, like
the
between
truth is,
2012.
it not a lot happened in those first year. We were a very small group, basically play group in Sweden and mostly in Stockholm, playing it on a very like non-regular basis. We have some discussions, but I mean, yeah. I had like a gauntlet of decks that I built, so I could share in some events. I could share a couple of decks, and we played it very casually. And then eventually, I shared the idea with like the Swedish community. I got some input. I mean, from the different Swedish communities, and kind of discussing like what should the ban list be, because I think the set list pretty much defined itself, except for some details like okay, should Fall Empires be there or not, like these special sets, promo cards, should they be, but these are more details. So the sets were pretty much there, and then it was more about the ban list. And like
you had a ban list straight away from the beginning, which you just tuned, or like how much did it change?
I mean, we changed it a little bit. We changed it around a little bit in the beginning. I mean, mostly based on reasoning, because we couldn't get in that amount of games.
Yeah.
But then at some point I felt, okay, this is good enough. We need any way to play it and put the idea out there to see how the ban list holds up. And I think the ban list was, generally speaking, a little bit conservative, I would say, meaning that it was more extensive than perhaps it would. Generally speaking, with some.
But one of the basic concepts was that you don't want dual lands. That's like the basic thing.
Yeah,
right?
that I should mention exactly. So I wanted the format to have like its own identity. Okay, so then you need to look at other formats. So it should not be like 93, 94. It should more be complementary. So I wanted to have my 93, 94 decks, for instance. I knew a lot of my friends like playing Legacy. I knew that they had like their Legacy decks with the dual lands and so on. I wanted to have my Premodern deck. Or decks, and I didn't want to like switch cards
all the
between
time.
them, right? I want, and I think that's a nice feature in many respects. I mean, first, you don't have that practical thing of using the same cards like in all formats. That's maybe a minor nuisance, but like in terms of card prices, it will make the format a lot more accessible when you don't have that threshold. Because honestly, if you had duels in the format with fetch lands, all the decks would use that engine.
So with the only mana base
Yeah.
that you would see basically,
Yeah,
right? Like
and
fetches and duels.
that brings us to the distinctiveness. I already felt like, not that I played Legacy a lot, I've just like dipped into it a little bit, but I mean, also Vintage, like tried very little, but it's very obvious that all of the mana bases there, like most of the mana bases, I would say, and with some exceptions like the mud decks and so on, but you would have like fetches into duels, and often they were blue based decks. You had Brainstorm and you have Force of Will, and that would be, and then you just fill up like with whatever rest of the, I mean, nothing wrong about this format, that has its own charm, but I don't want to repeat that kind of game
So you didn't want to
pattern.
have duels and you didn't want to have Brainstorm. I think
Yeah,
that's like
exactly, yeah.
that was like the decision, and that's it. What was like given, right? And then and Force of Will.
Yeah, Force of Will, from my perspective, I knew you liked Force of Will here, but yeah, from my point of view, it was in the same category of cards that, like, all the blue decks played for Force of Will. I didn't like the idea of have this kind of go-to cards that you start, like, without even thinking. You just write down for Brainstorm, for Force of Will, like, just, and then you write the other cards. And I think, to some extent, I think I've succeeded with that. But of course, there will always be staples. I mean, now, I mean, you can imagine, card like Source of Closures is a staple. You could argue, but still, I didn't want to have that. You know, it just having all of those must-haves leaves less room for other cards to shine. So I wanted other cards to shine, and the fact is, like, if you cut the best card, I mean, then people will need to play with the next best card. So if Force of Will was legal, foil would never see play.
Right.
More or less, right? And so on. And if Brainstorm were legal, Portent would never see play. So in general, you have fun, good cards, substitutes that you can use as well. So that was part of it. So making
and isn't it? And I would argue, and I'm not arguing against it. And I think it's amazing that you can explain us this because it's so clear. Isn't it that because you don't have this core that makes decks much more, like, let's say, stable, much more like do what they want to do? Isn't it that then you get more in Premodern into games that are a little bit more like rock paper scissors? I have that feeling a little bit more in Premodern than in other formats. You know, that sometimes it's some matchups are super hard against other matchups. Also the threats, because obviously it's not just creatures, it's like so many enchantments, so many artifacts, and so on. It feels like to catch all, to be able to answer it, you need different cards for different threats, right? So that was kind of my idea when I asked you before about like Force of Will is like the card that can keep it, you know, together, that can be like a general answer that's like disadvantage. Of course, you can always argue Dreadnought with Force of Will. I don't know if you want to see that.
Say, like,
Can
it's
we
not just
review-
protection, but it's also a way how to make sure you actually push through dirty things, you know, like unfair things.
Yes.
I'd like
I mean, I see the argument is kind of a check, like that stops crazy combos. So my approach was trying to nerf all the really crazy combos from the start. The exception, I would say, was Yogma's Bargain, but that I was aware of that was an experiment from the start. But I would say that
And that was banned, right? It's banned, Yogma's Bargain.
Yeah, but not from the beginning.
Okay.
Now it is, but it
now
was
it is. Yeah, but back then I had a watch list, so that was on the watch list. I think from the beginning, just wanted to try it out in this context. But
That's too good.
yeah, and especially so like without a card like Force of Will, it's just too fast and too powerful. But yes. So the idea there was, I mean, to take down the power level a little bit, to make the format a little bit slower and kind of more towards like standard, the old standard, rather than say today's add-on legacy or that were like extended back then. But with that said, I think there have been some changes to in the game rules, and I'm thinking about the Mulligan rules, because the Mulligan rules were different. I think it was this, if I remember correct now, it was the Scry Mulligan.
yeah.
And actually, to be honest, the more I think about it, like the new Mulligan rules, they actually make some decks more. I think it more dangerous. Like cards like Goblin Lackey, for instance, or even Stifle Knot. These decks become way more consistent with a new Mulligan, and but I just put it out there because it was actually different back then. Goblin Lackey was worse, even if it was very good.
Because when Goblin mulligans to 5 and starts with Lucky, you don't have answer.
Yeah.
Square will die, right? And even if he goes
You
to 5.
might, like, it still requires some other boxes to tick, but yeah.
But I mean,
It's
but
still-
definitely,
it's
and
still nice.
I said it before. I think definitely Premodern is the format where you mulligan more than if I mostly I can compare with Legacy. You definitely mulligan more, and it's correct because if you just have spells and lands, that's sometimes not enough.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to think, what do you have? What's your
Right.
Because when we saw the round 1 Romanza hand, like 3 lands counter spell and 3 drops or something like that.
Yeah, it was
That
like
were
Arena-
against goblins on
Arena.
the it was on the play. Okay, we'll give him that. But I mean that was definitely borderline.
But can I maybe just, like, you mentioned the Scry, I mean the old Mulligan with Scry, so is there any chance that you would be thinking about introducing the slightly older Mulligan version to Premodern?
Or
like
damage on the stack?
experimenting Damage on the stack, that's dead and buried. I would
Okay,
say.
damage on
Like,
the stack
that's-
is okay.
But no, I mean, like, seriously, is it something that you would think of?
I mean, we had a Paris and a London mulligan, right?
Mhm.
So it's only time that we introduced the Berlin mulligan.
Okay, okay. That
You mean-
makes perfect sense. Yeah.
No, I'm joking, of course. No, but I'm fairly committed to just going with the contemporary rules as is. I mean, I think so far that has worked very well. I think it has been for the better for the format. It's so much clearer to
Yes.
communicate.
I guess.
For older players as well as for newer players and for everyone. So no, I don't have any.
And I have to say that a contra argument against like damage on the stack, because that's what we remember. We like the mock fanatic like that with damage on the stack, or that bushwhacker we saw earlier from Jakub. But the problem is that when we go to the beginning of the card pool of Premodern, there was no damage on the stack,
No,
right?
of course.
So damage on the stack is introduced, if I'm not mistaken, 6th edition.
Yeah. This is like halfway through.
So halfway through, so it was not even there from the start.
Yeah.
So when we say good old days, but when exactly? It's good old
A
days.
card like Mock Fanatic was designed with the batch in mind and not damage on the stack. To take an example, but
So
Yeah.
basically,
It's
we go
something
back to the originals. It's like, so we made Mock Fanatic kind of great again, as it was intended. You know, Premodern play Mock Fanatic as it was intended.
Uh-huh,
yeah,
uh-huh.
and it's still great, and that's
That's
cool.
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah,
Exactly,
yeah,
I agree. I agree.
Okay.
Wonderful. Now, Martin, maybe I'm not sure when the next round is starting. I'm not sure how much time we have.
Right? I think.
We'll check. But tell me, when it comes to banning, unbannings, do you think about something to be banned or unbanned, like N2? Asking for a friend, literally.
Like start
Asking for a
a
friend.
magic card market.
Was that a leading question? I don't know. I mean, I do enjoy keeping you all guessing. So playing this game here,
I think that's fair. I think that's the only way how to keep it fair.
So try not to give away too much here. But I mean, I'm happy to like discuss pros and cons of cards. I think there are clear pros and cons with at least most of the cards on the ban list. There's probably something that can come off in the future. As I can say so much, but there are also some interactions to consider. Just as an example, people sometimes talk about mystical tutor. Like, would that be okay? Maybe that would be okay, but maybe. And maybe Entomb would be okay, but would it be okay with both Mystical Tutor and Entomb? Just to give an example. So, and that makes the decisions also a little bit more complicated for me because I can just not look at one card in isolation and say, okay, let's release Mystical Tutor now, because that would sort of make other cards more dangerous.
Because what's kind of funny is that Reanimate, she's like dominating Legacy right now. It's like one of the best cards. Like, it doesn't see play.
Because the creatures are not good.
The creatures
Like,
are so bad.
That's actually the same thing. Like, I remember Show and Tell when it was unbanned 2 years ago, I believe, right? And just didn't really do much. So it was a very right thing to unban it. Yeah, and then the format is still basically the same format. So yeah.
But if you want me to just, speak my heart like about that card in particular, the pros and cons, I think the pros is it would boost black. I think black is not in the best spot now. I think I'm really happy with all the other colors. Really, it's also fun to see green being so strong. I mean, it kind of breaks expectations. I think blue is not strong it's strong, of course, but it's not like the strongest, most dominant that you see in many of these older formats. So I think it's kind of nice to
Because I just want to say, maybe for younger viewers, I'm not sure how many there are, green was always like mocked color. It was always the worst color.
And in Premodern it's like survival, oath. It's really, it's powerful.
It's a lot of tools. Yeah.
And I think it's kind of cool, to be honest. But all the other colors they have, they're good by themselves and they are good in combination with other colors. Black is more of a supportive color now, and it would be nice to have maybe some more build around cards. I'm thinking about that. But when it comes to the drawbacks of a card like Entomb, I would say that relates a little bit to what you say about the rock paper scissors dynamics. I'm a little bit afraid of the non-game aspects that you would have, like just a very quick Entomb into whatever is best in that matchup.
Especially if you think that you can have Dark Ritual, so you can actually pull it off turn 1.
Yeah, and you have Lotus Petal. But even without Dark Ritual, I mean, imagine you're on the play and then you have just like turn 2, you reanimate what you need in that matchup. It could be like an
Maybe
Akoma.
it's a stupid question. Animate that is legal, right?
Yeah.
So you can have, but yeah.
It's
like
and then you have
Exhume.
reanimate. So you have a lot. Could have as many of reanimate
As many as
effects
you want.
Yes. And with a new mulligan, they're not exactly new mulligan rules, but with the current mulligan rule, it's a bit like mulligan into lackey. And it is hard. I mean, imagine you're on the other side playing goblins, elves, sly. Just to take an example, because these are like creature-based decks. There are very good answers against those. You can get the Nishoba, you can get Chroma, or you can get the Ascendant Evincur. So it's this non-game aspect that you have to weigh against.
But if somebody reanimates Ascendant Evincur against me, I'll probably like it.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of cool. It is kind of cool. So I mean,
If it happens the first time, you're gonna like it. If it happens like you're on elves and it happens like fifth
I'm
time,
sorry, it's
you're
6
gonna like it
mana
less.
3/3. 6
Yeah.
mana 3/3.
I mean,
Like that can't be. You can't be sorry about that.
yeah, I mean, it's not like this. What is it called? This demon that draws you 7 cards.
Yeah, with Griselbrand.
Yeah, I mean, it's not Griselbrand for sure. So I mean, it's a different power level. You have tools to combat it. To be fair, you have swords, which is a staple. Yeah, swords is the main thing. You have cards like Chain of Vapor. Black would paradoxically might actually be pushed indirectly because the black removal is pretty good. I mean, cards like Diabolic Edict are really good against anything that you will reanimate, right? So,
Yeah,
so it could push like black indirectly. So yeah, it's something to consider. Yeah.
Actually, I don't think I ever really played Enton deck. I probably don't like it. I don't like that strategy, but I was asking,
Yeah,
For a friend.
for a friend.
for a friend. But then too, I mean, if we put, I can mention something other positive. I mean, it's also a brewing card. So for all the brewers out there who wants to get their like Nether Spirit or something like that,
exactly.
I mean,
Nether
contamination
Spirit.
deck.
Love it so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Entom would be amazing for them.
It's a question whether it causes more damage than it gives
Yeah.
benefit to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
format, and I think it's pretty close in this one. But I like the idea that the bannings and unbannings, that one of the big factors is if it's going to create interesting interaction and plays or not. I think that's actually like what I like about the format, that it's steered towards games that are fun. Yeah. So all right.
Yeah. There's obviously, I'm not sure if we have time to talk
I
more
think we have
about
like 5
this.
more minutes.
Maybe like 5 more
So-
minutes. And Martin, if we, I'm sorry, Adam.
Yeah, go on.
Because Martin, you were saying that there are some things that make you happy, some things that make you less happy. You know, we were talking about
Yeah.
it before the start of the main program. Today. So can you continue with that, because you were saying that what you like, that there is like diversity in the
format,
format,
yeah.
that there are a lot of decks you can play, that it's growing, that there are a lot of tournaments. So can you continue? Can you finish it, because we were interrupted then?
Yeah, this is like, what do you say? Beating my own drum here, or hitting my own drum here. But yeah, I'm very happy with where Premodern is at right now.
Yeah.
Like in many respects. I mean, obviously, like having a tournament like this today with over 200 players. I mean, it's amazing. It's starting to get like at the Grand Prix level, but it's still very. It feels like very. What can I say? Like friendly, very
Familiar,
informal.
friendly,
Yeah,
yes,
it's
yes,
not
yes.
at all. It doesn't feel like this stressful. I mean, yeah. So it's only good vibes so far. We'll see toward in the last round.
Might
here
get a
if-
bit more
if people-
competitive
yeah,
towards the
take
end
a
of the
competitive
tournament.
things.
But I agree as well. Like it's the format just somehow brings like a more casual approach and more friendly approach. I would say, like, when I compare it to like Grand Prix or something.
I think it's you have like a little bit older people. Most of them are really like relaxed. You know, they didn't take it like that seriously. Probably, they just want to have fun. So I think that's what makes the crowd so good. And I have to say, I met thanks to Premodern, I met a lot of friends that I thought I will never see playing Magic, for example. You know, one of them is here. He was actually 0-3.
Is he having fun?
I hope he's having fun.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I just want to say, I thought he will never come back to Magic next round. So we have the next round.
Yeah, okay.
We should save some conversation for later.
Yes,
Yeah,
say some
yeah,
conversation
sure.
later.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a super quick break, and we're gonna swap to. We're gonna see who's in the booth, and we're gonna.
Okay, it's starting now.
All right, so
Yes, so we will do that. So, Martin, do you want to stay?
Sure, if you want to. Yeah.
one way or the other. Fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So let's just stay here. Let's move a little bit, and we'll do this next round. Maybe just a bit further. Good. Thank you. Wonderful. So we'll see what they prepared for us. So we have Philip Altman. I have to say I actually ordered Philip because I saw that he's playing something amazing. You see, he's playing Ill-Gotten Gains, Storm.
Nice.
I've been meeting Philip on and off on a Legacy circuit. So he's been playing Legacy. Now he plays this. It looks beautiful. What I like about these decks that you are not always sure how do they kill. It always takes some time before you discover it.
Please do tell.
Yes. So he needs to go for Cunning Wish. There is no win condition in the main deck. And he goes Cunning Wish. And in the sideboard, he has Brain Freeze. And then he has the green card that gives you 4/4 Beast.
Yeah.
Which has Storm. So there are two Storm cards in the sideboard. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, how you beat this deck? Counterspell. I mean, if you counter Cunning Wish, they struggle, right?
Indeed. I mean, and I guess you could also counter like Ill-Gotten Gains at some point.
Yes.
Graveyard Hate, like a Tormos Crypt, could be
there
really bad.
There was one Orim's Chant. I think that's the point. You play Orim's Chant and then you just do whatever you want. You know, you don't care anymore. And they were.
Rico, he was on stream previously.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
With red-green,
Yes.
fairly stock Goblin list.
Yes. So I think it's only about like pressure because like Philip, I think he has like one Chain of Vapor, which can slow down like Goblin Lucky. But I think it will be just a race.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how fast can Philip win. Probably with ideal hand turn 1. Is that possible?
Probably like in
With
theory,
like
but
multiple rituals, Lion's Eye Diamond, and
probably, but that's probably
Not very
close
likely.
to 0%. But I would like, I mean, game 1 is, I would guess, better for the Storm player here, because then we saw both the Red Blast and 3 crypts from the sideboard, and that could mess quite a lot with the Storm plan, I imagine. Especially if you combine it with like a Wasteland or so.
Yes, and I see that Philip is already mulliganing. Yes, I think it's lovely because like Philip apparently won last round, so we are now in round.
Is it 7?
7?
Yeah. Do we know?
Is it already round 7? 6.
Are we in round 6?
Round 6?
I think we're round 7.
I think it's round 7 because when I was commenting it was round 5, then there was round 6, now it's round 7.
And these is this like one of the top tables?
6. Yes, it's round 7.
Are they 6-0 even?
Yeah, so no, that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
That
So
Philip,
then it's-
Philip must be is around 6-1, 6-0 or 5-1. Now it's round 7. So
Okay.
we will have after this round we'll have one more round and then we'll go to top 8. And I mean, honestly, taking a deck like this to a huge event like this one, and let's face it, like Storm, we have not seen it. We have not played against like Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual, Ill-Gotten Gains. I don't think I've ever played against it in Premodern. So huge respect to Philip that he brings deck like that, and I think it's a massive challenge. And format when there are a lot of like sphere of resistance, a lot of like destroy lands, grave hate. It shows you that he's a skilled pilot who knows how to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deck you need to love. You need to goldfish your hours with the deck. I mean, to be really to know it in and out.
Yes, because that's a friend of mine who plays occasionally Legacy Storm. He's so strict on him. Like even when he wins, he's angry because he did not make the perfect play.
Yeah.
You know, and it's quite incredible to see it, and it's a whole cabal. You know, that's really a community.
Yeah.
You know, of Storm players that just and they're
Personality disorder.
I'm not sure about it. Hello, Martin. But yeah, I just want to say it's quite impressive
Personality type.
to see how they talk, how they discuss like single card in graveyard that can completely change like one of their matchups. So, but it's also quite interesting to see that he does not have any sort of discard main deck. There was not even single duress.
It's very pure. It was very pure combo
pure.
build. Yeah.
Yes.
And we saw Philip on the play. And Federico on the draw, but he has
No lucky.
no lucky, and or no Morphinactus, or no what do you call it, prospectors.
And I think there is one thing when he plays against Storm player and he plays this fast, like Philip.
Yeah,
That's quite intimidating. It feels like, because I've beaten so many times Storm players or Doomsday players when they don't know what they're doing.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, you know, that's the Zen thing. Like, you dead,
Yeah.
but you let them screw it up. And I'm afraid with Philip, it feels like he knows what he's doing.
It seems so. He went Merchant Scroll into Intuition, and Federico he leads with a Goblin Pile Driver.
Pile Driver.
For
So-
a shot import.
Yes, probably next turn he will have something like War Chief. He will swing for 5, but still gives Philip quite a lot of time.
Yeah.
And now he can play that Intuition that otherwise he would not be able to play if he tapped with Rashad
Yeah.
Port. Question is, where is Federico going with it?
He has the third land, but we might expect that at least. Yeah, we were discussing before, like, are there any playable cards in Homelands? And I pointed out Merchant Scroll, and here we see it. But Merchant Scroll doesn't see much.
Because I'm
play.
trying.
Yeah.
I'm basically every hour I'm telling Martin that maybe Fallen Empires wouldn't be all that bad. And I was just basically one of my arguments was like, Homelands, what do Homelands bring to the format? Nothing. And then we found there like 3 cards.
Pretty much. I mean, I mean,
Are you trying to say there are more?
no, I mean maybe fewer in practice.
Well,
I mean, there are some that are.
So what was there? Merchant Scroll and
Primal Order is at least in theory replayable, but I haven't really seen it.
no, but I saw it once in Enchantress like 12 years ago, and so I had to buy it. But I don't think that's a card that. But definitely Homelands is a.
I mean, Serrated Arrows is not like it's a card.
That's
yeah.
true. Yes, Grey Ogre is a card.
Grey Ogre, yeah, but
that's
that's
a
not
card.
in Homelands.
That's true. Or Baron Sengir. That's a card. I think that's in.
Isan Shade, potential reanimation target versus Sorcery.
I think there are quite a few 7-mana creatures in Homelands or something like that.
So going back to the game, we saw
Yes,
Philip playing an Ancient Tomb.
Not so
and
much was going on.
Yeah.
I think Philip is maybe considering what he played now.
Yeah.
That Intuition. No, he. Oh.
What happened here?
Oh, he's going for it. Oh, that's so intimidating. That's like he will put like how much of which mana
yeah,
has.
yeah.
When he puts that, he like has it.
It's a bad sign.
So he's going for it,
Yeah.
and that's quite scary. So he's going
Yeah.
Intuition, potentially maybe for Dark Ritual. Well, I'm not sure about it, but maybe the Ill-Gotten Gains or something like that. We will see what he's missing for his combo. Intuition. But when he starts counting, I'm always on the other side of the table, and I feel like, oh no, give me one more turn, just one more turn. So we'll see if Philip is actually really going to do
Yeah.
it.
The storm counter is a little bit out of the camera view.
Yes, but even if it is, I don't think we can see it with this die. So we can count it for ourselves.
Yeah, but
I will tell you,
think
it's
we'll
one.
get lo-
It's
yeah,
one.
now it's
Now it's
easy.
one.
It will
Yes.
get harder.
I'll leave that to you. How is going for Ill-Gotten Gains?
Yeah. So does he have a bunch of rituals now? What do you think?
Yeah, he will probably go a bunch of rituals. Maybe he'll play Lineside Diamond. That's really good with Golden Gains, and then he'll just go for it.
So yeah, Ill-Gotten Gains. It's a very peculiar card.
I think I like it a lot, and I even saw some play recently in Legacy with Besiege the Mirror and Leyline of the Void. When you cast it, your opponent discards, but
okay.
everything is exiled.
Okay.
So
Here comes ritual number 1. But what happened there? Did they have black
I
mana
think
from another source?
maybe there is some. I will.
Maybe he tapped it now. I think he just tapped it after he announced the spell. Okay. Yeah. Now we see the board a little bit better, even though
Yes.
it's a bit unclear. The storm count
No,
died.
Storm count is 3, and he has four black mana.
Exactly, because he played a Cabal Ritual, but without Threshold, as far as I can see.
Yes, but I think with this deck, I think it's very often without threshold. I watched Philip last round,
And here
so
comes the Ill-Gotten Gains, and we
Keep-
assume the Lineside Diamond
keep
will...
priority and
Yeah.
just blow it and get 3 black.
Yeah.
And discard. Yeah, it's fantastic. Love it.
So the Ill-Gotten Gains, it affects both players, right?
Yes.
So the Goblin player
Federico
needs to...
will discard his hand
Yeah.
and return 3 cards of his choice back.
Yeah.
But he has like 4 or 5 cards,
That's
so he
5
will
cards,
discard
yeah.
5 and return 3. But he will return like. I can see Philip is explaining how he's going
Yeah.
to kill him. But what is he going to do? He will just get back like, I guess, rituals and Ill-Gotten Gains.
Yeah.
And he'll go through the motion multiple times. Ill-Gotten Gains is exiled on the resolution.
Or maybe
And
Ritual
event-
Led and Ill-Gotten Gains,
eventually
so he can filter to some blue mana.
Yeah, he will
Yeah.
get blue mana through a Lineside Diamond, and then he will get Intuition and get Cunning Wish, go for Cunning Wish, and like probably do the Storm thing.
Yeah.
I guess he knows what he's doing. I still don't see it. If he will have enough Storm, that's kind of my point. Because Federico has, let's say, 50... What is it? Turn to 52 cards in his deck? I think it's something like that. So he needs Storm like, what is it? 15, 16, 17? 18?
Something like that.
Yes. So now he's just going through the motion. It's very, very, very clear. Now he will get blue mana as he casts the Ill-Gotten Gains. So he will probably get 3 blue.
Yeah, exactly. He can start filtering a little bit now. And now we can do the same thing, more or
Well,
less.
this is super cool that you go Intuition into triple Ill-Gotten
Yeah.
Gains, so you have it in grave, and you can you know it will increase your mana and
So it's again Ill-Gotten Gains, but now he needs something else, right? I mean, he needs finish.
well he will get Ill-Gotten Gains again.
Merchant Scroll can fetch. Yeah, Ill-Gotten Gains again, but next time
He will
does
get-
he go for Merchant Scroll into Cunning Wish? Is that enough?
Yes, or he can get Intuition for Cunning Wish, but I think he still needs quite a lot of Storm.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't see it. He can, but honestly, if he gets the Beasts, if he can get the green
Yeah,
mana,
that's true. That's true.
if
Yeah.
he gets like 16 Beasts,
That would
that's
be
the
more
game,
enough. Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. I think that's the plan.
Just the question is
yeah.
whether he will have enough mana, but I think he will.
Yeah, he will.
So cool, isn't it? Like to see this deck round 7 we said. That's amazing.
I mean, I'm assuming that he did the math here and get enough mana. I didn't do the math.
Yeah, but
so
honestly, some Storm players they just
Yeah.
go for it and hope.
Yeah.
I remember it was GP Gent, that player in a like deciding match. He just went for it, and he didn't have it, and then he just cast the probe, Gitaxian probe,
Okay.
and drew into business and won.
Okay.
But he didn't have it, so sometimes you need.
So
and he won
Yeah.
GP.
So he has 5 mana floating. With the ritual, he would have 7, and with the diamond, he would have 10, right? -2 for the merchant scroll, that's 8.
And that costs 6 mana.
Cunning wish.
Oh, the Cunning Wish.
3. Then he will have 5. But the beast, how much does it cost?
I think it's cost 6 mana.
So then is it 1 short?
Well, I hope he knows what he's doing. That's all I can say. But I think he's getting close even for a brain freeze. Right?
So what's the? It's 14. Yeah, then it's getting very close for the brain freeze.
So I don't know exactly how many cards are there. I'm not sure if you like mulliganed or something. But let's say he has 52 cards. He needs something like 17, 18 Storm for brain freeze.
He's at
I think.
50 now. So intuitioning for
Cunning
wish.
Wish and
Yeah,
brain freeze.
it
That's
would be
16.
perfect, I think.
Oh,
17, right?
No, he's intuition for Cunning Wish, so he will get the Cunning Wish.
Into brain freeze, right?
Yes. And he's going to 16, and then there will be 17. But as I said, I'm not sure how many cards he has. Maybe 17. 17 is like 51, if I say it correctly.
Yeah, but he's not dead on the table. He's at
Yeah, that's
17
true.
lives.
Yeah, that's true. Even
versus
if he,
a 1-2.
yeah,
and-
you're
and,
right. You're very right. Even if
This
he
is
has
like a 3-turn clock. A 4-turn clock even.
Yes.
Depending on what else they can draw.
Because I think some person suggested a strategy that you just mulligan to 0. So when he tries to storm, you have
Okay,
more
okay.
cards. Okay, not the best plan, but
Yeah, but then you have the beast plan and all the time in
yes,
the world for that. So.
absolutely.
But I mean, the conversation previously, whether at the lunch, well, like, does it really matter if we have tendrils instead of brainstorm? And I think this kind of illustrate that it does matter, because I mean it's not easy to pull the brainstorm for the full. I mean, tendrils here will be considerably
Brain freeze.
brain freeze.
Yes, you were saying brainstorm.
Brain freeze.
I was
Of course,
confused.
yeah.
I was confused.
Tendrils would be a lot less work here, obviously.
But Andrews, that's for
But-
that's for children.
Still, this is, I have to say, this is very elegant. Leaving
Yeah.
him with 1 card. I mean, it's more humiliating.
But I mean, I loved when Philip was just like looking at his hand for like a minute, and then he just put up, his tokens for mana,
Yeah.
and like I think Federico knew, that's it.
Yeah.
So that's why you play Gale's Blessing, by the way.
In goblins. I mean,
Goblins, yeah.
especially green. So
Yes, you have green. You
Yeah.
can always cycle it.
okay, game 1 to Storm, and as we said, that's probably the most
Difficult.
comfortable. I mean, for Storm, and the most difficult for.
But I just want to say again, no matter how the match will end up, I'm super impressed with Philip's play.
Yeah,
He
look.
just so much knows what's going on. Like, so I hate when I'm dying to like storm opponent who has no idea what he's doing. That's very frustrating. But with Philip, you're kind of happy to die.
Yeah, I mean, we
Because
can see that
he's a professional.
yeah.
It won't hurt too much.
We can see that he did his goldfish practice. for
Yeah,
sure.
for sure. Yeah, that's one of those decks that you actually have to practice at home.
Yeah.
So there are 3 chills.
Uh,
That's for sure.
That seems relevant. And then we have this sorcery effect that gives -2/-2 to
But
all creatures.
yes,
But you can also
it's called crippling.
So.
Can we see crippling
fatigue, right?
It costs 4 mana, right?
I think it's 3 flashback 2.
Okay, let's see.
But the thing
Oh,
is,
it's 3.
yeah,
You're right.
But do you leave it in the board so that you can
But
cunning wish?
No,
for
it's
it?
sorcery. You can't
Ah,
get it.
okay. No, but then
No,
it should be in the main deck.
You like intuition.
I main deck. I mean, in the
You can,
you
like-
should board it in.
You can board it in, and you can intuition, and then like it can kill lucky, but it's too late, right? It's too slow. But you can dark ritual it. Maybe like turn 1.
Yeah, you have.
Is there anything better?
You have petals and you have dark rituals, so I mean,
Because
this is a sweeper.
I see. Because I remember what used to be a card, even Legacy. It was. Now I can't remember the name of it, but it's a black instant, and it destroys creature according to its power based on cards in your graveyard. So turn 1 when you fetch, Ghastly Demise. Ghastly Demise. So there used to be even like it was even like a legacy card, but I wonder whether that's like a card you want like as a 1/0, 2/0 to protect you from Lucky.
I think it's a bit slow because if Lucky comes down turn 1, I mean, if
You need fetch land because you need to have at least because you compare
Yeah.
your cards in graveyard with the creature's toughness.
Yeah,
So if
no,
you have
but-
nothing in graveyard, you can't kill.
Yeah, but I was thinking about the Cunning Wish scenario. I mean, if you want it in the deck, but I think it makes much more sense to have a sweeper, because then you don't have to kill a Lucky. You can do it like the
Absolutely.
turn after.
And is
but,
there
yeah,
what's the Black Sweeper?
the Crippling Fatigue here.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, but Crippling Fatigue is only one creature. It's all creatures.
All creatures. Or no, is it one? No, it's one.
It's just one
Oh, my
creature.
bad. Okay,
Yeah,
my bad.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm mixing it up with this effect. There is a black card doing -2/-2 to everyone, but it doesn't have flashback.
Infest.
Yeah, infest. So my bad. I'm mixing things up here. Yeah, I mean, chills. I think the main thing with chill here is that it makes red blast worse because the red blast is something he needs to worry about.
Yes.
Uh,
Because what was good with this situation, Philip, game 1, he's tapped out. There's like no interaction whatsoever, right? That's like I would say that's the main thing. But after a board, there will be Tormund script.
Yeah.
That's definitely coming in.
3 Tormund scripts, that's
And
quite a bit.
3 red
And
elemental
3 red
blasts.
blasts. It's actually a headache. I think there was a chain of vapor in the Stormplayer sideboard that should come in against. You can use it against Tormund script or you can use it against Lackey. So that's kind of a catch-all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I expect him to. You can also leave it in the board so that you can wish for it. And
Is it realistic for Philip to go off without ill-gotten gains? That's not possible.
I don't think so. I think it's so tight with the storm count.
Yes. We saw that he cast 3 ill-gotten gains in
Yeah,
that game.
yeah. You need.
And it's still, I'm not saying it was close, but I don't think he had like that much spare mana after that, after doing all that.
I think he had 0 spare mana after. I think, or maybe 1 mana or something, but perhaps I think 0 even. So it's really small margins. So like a good start from Federico with like Lackey plus a crypt is really a headache, and in that
Yes.
case, chill doesn't do a whole lot, right? If Lackey hits, only thing like chill does is makes blast a little worse, but still if he has Lackey, he can probably afford to keep up 3 mana for the blast anyway. You don't need. So I'm not sure how good chill is. It's in this matchup. It's almost like
Yes.
I'd imagine like a blue blast would even be better because it's more flexible. You can counter a red blast or you can just destroy a Lackey,
Yes, that's very interesting.
especially on the draw. I mean, you have situations like on the play where you have like Lotus Petal into chill, right? And then it's amazing.
Yes.
But on the draw,
I think that's maybe on his mind. Of course, the Lucky is broken, but I think he's probably thinking also about Burn, because against
I
Burn,
guess Burn is a different story.
that's
Yeah.
chill is always
Yeah.
great against Burn.
Yeah, but no, not always. No,
Ah.
not always. I mean, imagine if you're in the play and Sly player leads with like Jackal Pup, then you play land, and then Sly player plays like another creature, and then you play chill. I mean, now you're on a clock, and I mean you need to answer those 2 creatures on the board. And like time is just in favor of the red player. If he has like 3 lands or even 4, he can eventually cast everything except for maybe ball lightning.
Yes,
so.
but I would say the main thing is that if you cast it, even when he has those 2 creatures on the board, it slows him down. It certainly slows him down. He can't just like Fire Blast you turn 4 to kill you. So my point is that it slows his opponent down and maybe gives you 1 or 2 extra draw steps, even when you're under attack. And you know that when your opponent is like tapped or he doesn't have 2 open mana, he can't cast any spells, and then you can just like easier go off. Certainly you want it against Burn, and it does some work. It's not going to save you. It's not like turn 1 chill with Petal, turn 2 chill against Burn, then you probably won the game, right?
But the thing is, like the counterfactual there is having the blue blast instead.
Yes.
So the question is, how much better is that? Just blasting
Yeah,
the
we
pup
can
outright?
we can ask Philip
Yeah.
about it because I don't know much about it, but but I totally take your argument, and I think Blue Blast is very flexible,
Yeah.
and it can counter Pyroblast, which can be really.
But with that said, Lotus Petal changes the math a little bit,
Yes.
and because
obviously, if you play Lotus Petal, Chill sounds much more appealing.
yeah, and now it's on the draw. But I mean, even if he loses now,
Mock Fanatic or Lucky?
I think like
Mock Fanatic. I say Mock Fanatic.
okay.
But
He didn't-
honestly,
he
but
didn't-
I
he
don't.
didn't mulligan, but yeah.
But I don't think we saw Federico like playing Lucky turn 1.
But here it is.
Now
I mean, it happens. It has to happen some games, right?
But you are right that probably in this matchup you also tend to feel you want to mulligan more, right?
Yeah.
In this matchup, just some spells and lands isn't maybe not good enough. So you want to have Lucky, you want to have Tormund's Grave.
But now, would you rather have Chill or Blue Blast?
I don't want to answer this question.
No, but we see it's okay. Here comes the Storm and.
Are you
Mana
joking?
counters.
Are you kidding me? You said it's a 0% chance. If somebody does not believe,
Close to zero.
no, you said it's 0% chance. So I want to see it now. I want to see
That
the
would be-
0% chance.
that would be epic.
That would be impressive.
Yeah. But I mean, imagine now the psychological factor in lane
No, I mean, I feel for Federico because I'm under this like psychological factor, because this is quite.
Wow.
It's so
Ancient Tomb,
it's
Lotus
so
Pit.
intimidating.
Wow, it
doing-
seems he's for real. He's starting the Storm count.
Yes, he is.
Wow. Is this the dream hand?
I want to see it. You know, I want to see the 0% hand.
Wow. So Lotus Petal, Ancient Tomb, Dark Ritual. So he has access to
That's amazing.
five mana.
He already has like for ill-gotten gains, so he has light side and
Oh.
ill-gotten gains, and he needs also some kind of one more. He needs some business. He needs something to
Yes,
search.
some search effect. And not the light side hand.
Yes. So you think one Black Lotus is not enough? Let's have 2 Black Lotus. He has to tap. Yes, he has to tap the Ancient Tomb.
He's the guy that taps after announcing his
Yeah, that's old school. You should like that. That's incredible. Love it. Oh, he has it. He has it.
Both the
He has both
merchants
merchants
scroll
scroll
and
and
the
Cunning Wish.
This is crazy. Is this a turn 1?
It's a turn 1 kill in Premodern.
Let's see if he pulls it off though.
Yes.
Let's see. But I'm like, so if you for
I mean,
any
if
Storm
he's-
players watching, you're probably figured it out already. That I mean, if this works,
But I think the thing here is that if you have 2 Lions Eye Diamond, that's
Yeah.
like so much mana.
Yeah.
That's like it's that's
at this point we do like trust Philip that he knows what he's doing, because if he goes for it,
Are you kidding me? He didn't play Tormund's Crypt turn 1. That's
you're kidding.
What are the odds that he has it turn 1 and your opponent has the
That's
answer, but he
crazy.
doesn't play
That's crazy. Why?
it? Why would you not play it?
It's honestly weird, because there's also the chance that he could have like discard in his deck. I mean, he doesn't, but he does. But Federico doesn't know. Oh man, he must hate that decision now.
Insane. It's like the best story of Magic of all time when 2 dredge players play against each other, and one casts Cabal Therapy turn 1 and named Leyline of the Void,
Okay.
and he had 2.
And he had to.
Like, what are the odds that 2 dredge players play against each other? One has 2 ley lines in opening hand and forgets to put them into
Okay,
play.
if he forgets to
And
play.
the other one plays Cabal Therapy.
Okay, now I
And
get
what
it,
can
yeah.
I think of?
Yeah,
Like,
now I
I
get
know-
it. Yeah, it's the one you can play from the start, obviously.
yes,
okay,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
that's.
Yes. I mean, this is quite incredible.
Yeah.
I think Federico, he's keeping it cool, but he's like, he's,
Yeah, he
he's
must
cursing.
want to
He's,
hit himself
yes.
in the head real hard.
But I mean,
Yeah.
we got this from Philip. Like, think of a beauty.
And he also has a siege gang in hand, so that would be really the nuts. And
Yes.
he discarded a Goblin King. Yeah, it's not
but,
a turn 3.
but honestly, you called it Lucky and Crypt turn 1. And then to have put anything reasonable into play from Lucky, you win.
Yeah.
You win. Like
Yeah.
it would be super hard for. I mean, Philip could go like Merchant Scroll for the Chain of Vapor and whatnot, but
That
maybe he would be dead by
complicate
then.
things, yeah.
But I think what's maybe a little bit complicated for Philip is that maybe like a smaller storm is not enough, right?
But I think in this case he might go for the beast then, because he has a ton of mana now with a double lead. If that checks out, I haven't really. I'm not doing the math actively here, but yeah, he goes for.
He's going for green
mana,
mana.
so that seems to be
That seems to be that.
He's onto that.
That's fantastic. What there is not to love about this? Yes, he's going for the beasts. Amazing.
Yeah, that's even better actually. Flavor wise, it's
but-
not
but-
even a win. It's just like
Yeah, it's like better than Armadillo Cloak. I think we have beasts, right? Among our Prague tokens. There they are.
how many does he get?
I think like 10.
Oh my god. Yeah,
Nine.
I didn't see powder keg.
And he
for
even
goblins.
kept Black Lotus just for the. Maybe he'll need it later.
So we have 9.
9
and
4
4
4s.
vanilla beasts.
It's just 36 damage casually.
Yeah.
Turn 1.
Okay, Federico, it's okay to scoop now. Yeah. Okay, that was
That,
amazing.
that was incredible.
amazing.
I'm so
Yeah.
happy I could be part of this moment because this is not going to happen again. And obviously Federico's now talking.
Yeah.
You know, if I could play the Dortmund script, he would-
I mean,
I don't know why he didn't do that. Please, children at home, you know, if your
Free
Dortmund
spells,
script,
play
play
them.
it,
yeah.
play it. There's nothing wrong about that. Hunting pack. I don't think I've ever seen the card being cast. That's
But then again, this morning you hadn't seen a Flesh Reaver with an Armadillo Cloak either, right?
okay. So we finished quite soon. So would you like, Martin, maybe that we finish that little interview that we had?
sure.
Would you like to? Yes. Oh, maybe we'll do interview with. Philip.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
That's
I think
even better.
yes.
That's even better.
Let's do that if you don't mind. I'll just put. The table.
So just the two of you, or right?
No, please stay with us because you can offer him your licorice.
Yeah, I will. Philip, where is he from? Is he?
I think he's German.
Yeah.
I probably have met him for the first time. It would be like 15 years ago, maybe more. He's a long time legacy player. Yeah, so and obviously maybe lately he played more Premodern. I don't know. I haven't talked to him for quite some time, but you know.
I do recognize the name.
Yes, and you recognize him. He's really like this blonde head, you know, in the room. He's very like as a. Well,
Let's see if he has some love for Swedish candy.
He's coming. Wonderful. No, I think it's great. But definitely, if there's something we want to,
Another chance.
can I have just a bit?
Yeah, you can.
I would just like to have. I just try one bit. Okay? Can I bite into it or can I tear it?
Sure. Yeah.
I just bite.
Do what you need to do. Instantly put it away.
It's all right. No, I think it's all right because I had finished one and that was not so good.
Okay.
I think it's better. So the licorice. I apologize to all the sweets watching. It's not too bad.
I think the Finns, they love their licorice even more. Trying to introduce Swedish concept of Saturday candy, lördagsgodis here in Prague. Czech Republic. It's not going that great so far.
Well, I know some kids. My sister has 2. I don't think they would accept sweets on Saturday only. I don't think they would accept that. That just would not be possible. I think we bribe them every day with some ice creams and sweets.
No, but ice cream is not candy.
Oh, that's not candy.
That doesn't count. And like cookies, it's not all sweets, but it's really like candy.
By the way, just like I like these things. Do you know why it's candy? Why the word candy?
No.
It's from Candia. That's
Okay.
an old name for Crete, for the island Crete in Mediterranean, where they put fruit into like honey, maybe
Okay.
sugar, you know. So that's the candy
Okay.
fruit. In Czech we say kandované
Okay.
fruit,
Yeah.
and that's where it's from. So just like interesting. I don't know. I like these things. If you want to ask me, know these things.
Tomasz is well versed in the history of things.
Yes, because I was already trying to shame Martin for being Swedish. Because in Prague we have a lot of stories about the Swedes. They only came for a few years, but we still remember it.
Yeah, I did a very quick read up while I was taking a stroll through town and just realized that Swedes sacked half of it and pillaged
Yes. Yes.
quite a few.
There's quite a lot. I would like to show Martin later. There is an amazing like garden where all the statues were designed specifically for the garden. And when the Swedes came, they took all those statues to Sweden. And they were made by a really famous sculptor. His name was Adrian de Vries. He was like the best sculptor of his time. And now if you go to Drottningholm, there is a Museum de Vries, and all the statues are from Prague. And only in 1920s you allowed us to make copies. But that's fine. We don't mind that. That's all right.
Finders keepers.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Please sit.
Hi, Philip.
Hi.
Please sit on the chair. Over
Yeah.
there. Thank you. So here we are with Philip. I was just saying that we know each other with Philip for like quite many years because we always played Legacy for many years. You still play Legacy sometimes?
Yeah, I do.
I do. Yes, you do.
I do.
You do. I just want to say thank you. This is just beauty. Just amazing. Like, so you're 6-0?
No, 6-1.
6-1. Oh,
Yeah,
there was
yeah.
a 7th round.
Yeah.
So you're 6-1. That's just, which is incredible. And I think it was great because I was just saying that when I play Legacy and I play against Storm player and he doesn't know what he's doing, I hate it so much that I'm going to die.
Yeah.
This person doesn't know. But when you with you, that was so clear that you know you did your goldfish.
Yeah.
You just know. You look at it and you see it.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I try my very best to make it completely clear for my opponent that he knows what I'm doing, because I think it is very important that, of course, it's annoying to see how you lose, but it's also important to show the opponent in which way he's losing, and if I'm counting my storm and my mana correctly. So I was also told for example, for legacy players, don't scoop too early if you play against Storm, because sometimes they don't have it, and just pretend they have it.
Yeah.
And this is not the way I want to like to play Magic. I want to make it clear that look here, I can really show you, and also I tell my opponent, if something is unclear, we can rewind. I can show you as much as you want, or how often you want, how I'm doing this. Yeah.
Yes. Because it's the same thing. I was just saying that many times I won in Legacy against Storm players.
Yeah.
That they just messed up. They got the wrong mana with like Lineside Diamond.
Yeah.
Or they made a bad pile with Doomsday or something like that.
Yeah.
But with you it felt so clinical.
Yeah.
It felt like even just the turn 1 in the game 2 when you just put it turn 1.
they were like,
you know,
what?
the token. I was like, is he just playing it? It's so intimidating.
I kept a very, so my friends are calling me Greedy Philip, because I really tend to keep greedy hands. And I looked at my hand and I said, if I get a pedal from the top, this will be a clearly turn 1. And I thought maybe if I get colored mana, it will be a turn 2. But then I flipped and it was the pedal. I felt so embarrassed because I was looking at the opponent's face. I thought, what can goblins do against, I don't know, 9 beasts or
Maybe
something?
maybe Tormund's
Yeah,
because it's
sure. Sure. Yeah, if he said, I made a mistake, I didn't play the crypt, and I said, this was clearly a mistake, of course, in this case. But with Cunning Wish in my hand and 2 LEDs, I'm capable of winning through a Tormund's crypt without using the graveyard.
So you were able to win through the Tormund script this game?
No. This game he just didn't play it, so I didn't have to. But if I had to, of course, I need to play it slower, and then it depends on, do I get my mana, because then I kept a really greedy hand, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
But if the best play he had, he made. This is the turn 1 Leck here, so to make a lot of pressure, so he don't have to use his mana for casting any goblins.
Because when we were discussing what's like the best play, Martin said turn 1 Lucky and Tormund script.
Yes.
And like he almost had it.
Yeah.
And then after I would almost concede like it's like the shame concession. I don't want you to show you what I had in hand.
Yeah.
Because that was just because he had it. Not to mention he had the big guy what's
Siege
Siege
Gang,
Gang.
yeah.
Siege Gang.
yeah, Siege King Commander, so it was like best possible
Yeah.
like a hand he could have.
Yes, yes.
And you still managed to win game one. Because Martin said that for you to win game one, round one,
Yeah.
is 0% chance.
No,
So I'm happy you showed us. Yeah, people will see it. People will rewind it. And they'll see
Okay,
it.
okay.
So that was great. We were just wondering, why did you choose this deck? Clearly you must love it.
Yeah. So I hope it's okay if I make a short advertisement, because Ivan van Lennep, who's also playing, and me, we're also doing a new podcast, so the two cover therapists, and I'm explaining a lot why I love this deck. So when I started Premodern also for the same reason as most players, like for nostalgia and so on.
Yes.
And one of my first decks I ever played in Magic was Madness. So I built Madness,
Yes.
and then I realized when I was playing Legacy again, one of my favorite cards of all is Lionside Diamond. So then I looked up what kind of decks are possible in Premodern with Lionside Diamond, and I fell over Balancing Things and also Turtle Splash, and I didn't like the mana base of Turtle Splash. Was kind of okay. Balancing Act has also some kind of weird mana base, but it looked more appealing. But then in the end, I felt okay, doing a kind of combo and then not winning the same turn doesn't feel good. And then Paul, who's also playing here, made top 16 in Eternal Weekend, I think in 2023. And I saw the list, and I really fell in love, and I put a lot of effort in it to find out which is the correct amount of cantrips, which are the best ones. Is it sleight of hand or is it opt? And because of black matchups, I prefer opt, because I had so many times I took a good card with sleight of hand the first turn, and then they rest exactly this card I took,
Yes,
and then it took so much effort to get it back. And we had Frantic Search in the deck because I love Frantic Search, and a lot of people say, yeah, you have to play a card that's not legal in Legacy to have a very strong deck in Premodern. Okay, and why the main reason, the real besides loving the deck is it's very complicated to play, and it takes a lot of effort to think of everything.
Yes.
This is what I like about playing Magic. So
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I just want to say it was a joy to see somebody who knows what he's doing
Okay.
with this kind of a difficult deck.
Yeah.
And also like pulling off like turn one win.
Okay, yeah.
And so that was amazing. I was wondering like if there are still some questions in the deck, or you're very happy with it. We were, for example, wondering about the chill, because we felt maybe Hydroblast is maybe better because you can kill the lucky and it takes off so much
Yeah.
pressure. We were thinking chill is good when you can play turn one of the battle that you always have on the top of your deck. As we know now. So beware. But maybe Hydroblast, even like when he wants to Pyroblast, like so your intuition, you can Hydroblast back.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What are your thoughts? You definitely thought about it.
Yeah. In the first in my first list, I tried Hydroblast, but the problem is with Ill-Gotten Gains. If he has 2 red mana open, I give him back another blast, and in the end I have to cast a blue spell again. So I also have to take back my Hydroblast if I have one. So if he blasted once and I don't have a Hydroblast and I want to do the Ill-Gotten Gains loop, then I can't do anything against Hydroblast. So
that would go. But in case it gets back the
yeah.
red blast. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yes.
That's-
So, and this is why also the foil is an incredibly hard card to play against. So there were some considerations, and for example, the other guy who's also playing Ill-Gotten Gains is trying a different approach. He is using for these kinds of decks Oath of Druids in the sideboard, but it takes
He's using what?
What?
Well, he's using what? Sorry, I misheard.
of the roots.
Oath of Druids.
Oath of Druids,
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but this takes 7 slots in the sideboard or 6 slots in the sideboard. This is 7. Yeah, it's 7. Yeah, and this is quite a lot. And
Especially if you play Cunning Wish.
yeah, yes. And so the main reason I came back to chill was, okay, if I have 2 Oath of Druids in the hand, one is good, the other one is crap. I just have a crap card in the hand. But if I have 2 chill, for example, against Sly, yeah, okay, I play the first one, maybe I play the second one, and they do nothing till the game until I am finished, because then I have time to set up my cards, and then I will go in the combo. So I think in this specifically, especially in the matchup with Sly, Chill is better than Hydro Blast, I think, because I have to slow them down, otherwise they will kill me even though I have a blast for a
Makes a lot of sense.
But against goblins, probably that Hydro Blast is better.
Could be because of the Lecky, I see the point, but if you give back the blast with a gotten gains, it can be really tough to beat that. And with a Chill, he needs to have 3 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the main thing with Chill is really protecting from the blasts.
Yes,
I guess.
yes,
And
yes,
you'll need to hope to raise whatever they have on board anyway.
Yeah, so the deck is capable of winning turn 1 till turn 3, and on slower turns on 4, of course, and if it takes longer, so if he doesn't do any pressure, of course, and then I just take mana, and then everything will be fine.
And isn't, because you play defense grid as well?
Yes.
Isn't just defense grid protecting you from the blast?
Yes, I was thinking about this too, but I think Chill does more, yeah, in the red matchups. So, but yes, you're right. I was also thinking maybe I can cut Chill.
Because you, in theory, you have like 6 cards. That's like 2 mana permanent that protects you from his counters.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. I'm not boarding in grids because I have Chill in this specific matchup, but I really thought about, is it possible to cut the Chill for something else and just keep in the grids and just, side in grid for protecting against blasts. Yeah, maybe I will try this out at some point. So far, I'm quite happy with the sideboard, but in the end, there are a lot of more cards I would like to try. So maybe this is something I can.
And maybe last thing, what I was really surprised, there's no duress, not even one.
Yeah.
There's one Orim's Chant main deck against
Yeah.
obviously counter deck. Obviously, when you have Orim's Chant resolved, then you just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
But not even one duress is.
Yeah, my first list had so I was top 8 in German nationals and this year or last year? I think this year. Yeah, and it has free duress, and I faced a lot of zero resistance decks, and so it felt quite good because I really took away a library or a sphere of resistance turn 1. But then I recognized I have a harder time beating foil or sometimes also blue decks, especially game 1, and winning game 1 with the deck is, I think, quite important. And so this Orim's Chant I didn't like it in the beginning because Paul was also playing it, because I said, you can't fetch it, you can't get it, just intuition for it and then it's in your grave. But I really recognize sometimes you don't take the same 3 cards with your intuition, you can take 3 different ones, and the opponent is hard guessing which beats me in this case. And I really had it like casting something at the end of turn, he foiled it, or my opponent foiled it and had no cards in hand, and then I was ill-gotten gaining, or casting ill-gotten gains, and then he took back foil and island and another card, and then it just took back the Orim's Chant and said, yeah, okay, now it's Orim's Chant again, and let's go on, let's do it again. Yes. Yeah, so yeah, the card is
fantastic.
Impressing. Yeah, this.
I think what would be amazing if you have a chance for it, it would be great if you write some kind of a primer, because because I think a few people know more about it, and it's so intricate, and I think for many people hard to approach it. Like a lot of people would not be even able to build it, even if they could borrow like Lineside Diamond, because they just wouldn't know what to do. How to approach it, how to start it, how to approach the matchup. So maybe like a thesis.
Yeah, it would be like kind of a thesis, because I really think some people also ask me. So also shout out to Anton Glanz, who also was.
Anton is going crazy. In
Yeah,
chat,
yeah,
by the way.
okay.
He's very happy for you.
this is awesome, because he was also interviewing me about the list, and he's also a very passionate and Storm player. And he said, yeah, if you can play something like this, there must be more player interested in it. And I said, yeah, totally, but. Believe me, I have so many experience in playing like Solidarity, like Spiral Tide, like INT and TES in Legacy, and nothing felt this complicated. Really, and I'm not making any jokes, and it's not. I don't want to talk about me. It's just really the deck is very hard to play. It's very hard to play because you have to keep in mind. Not only is it enough mana and will it be enough storm, is it the correct mana? So can I go on with blue and black after an intuition and so on? So you have to keep other things in mind, and then the hate pieces of the opponent come into play again. So
yes.
there is really, and I recognized. So this is why I'm also playing it today. The list felt quite good at the last tournaments. I really felt the list with Orange Town and so on, and so I said, yeah, I really want to play it today. Nevertheless, how it will go, but okay, 6-1. I'm very. I can't say it. I'm very,
That's
very,
fantastic.
very happy.
I think I'm not sure if you can draw for the last round. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe,
but I
but-
definitely want to see you in top 8.
Oh,
Love your
yeah.
passion.
Okay.
Amazing round. Thank you for this. It was a great experience.
Yeah.
Philip, I should also offer you a Swedish treat here, candy pipe.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. For top 8.
And we'll see you for round 8 in a short time.
Hello, hello. We're back with a match from the last round of the Swiss portion. We have a matchup of two X1 players who are playing for the top 8. We have Pavel Vladik with green-white Terravor Ponza deck. It's like when we were discussing with Martin if it's better to play the Terravor deck with red for Pyroclasm or white for Swords to Plowshares. I think the answers to that are still very much split in two camps, and Pavel seems to be clearly in the white camp.
He's not playing Armageddon main deck though. Even in the sideboard, that's kind of strange.
This is the more the Ponza deck where you snipe your opponent's deck, your opponent's lands one at a time with a Winter's Grasp and Thermokarst and
Wasteland and such.
Yeah, Wasteland and such, and just like make their life miserable with Fear of Resistance. Yeah. And the second deck, so this is Douglas Penman with a deck we talked a lot about today as well.
Yeah, every time I'm
Replenish.
covering a match, there's always a Replenish deck. This is my first. It's my third time, and there was always a Replenish.
So, well, at this point, we can consider you the resident Replenish expert.
I'm the expert,
you had the training today. I think this is going to be interesting because when we talked about it, we were discussing how good is the land destruction against Replenish. And the answer, I mean, I think it's still out there, but the Replenish deck does need to get to 4 mana to function. And so going after their lands might be a good idea here, and we'll see how exactly effective.
Interesting that he's playing 3 Static Webs main deck.
Tsabos Webs.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Right. Which is gonna be really good against Pavel's Rishadan ports.
Is he playing 3 drops as well?
I would say probably yes. Can we just quickly check Pavel's deck?
Actually, insane against Rito because it's forced to comes into play.
Yeah. He plays Mishra's Factories, Treetop Villages, and Rishadan ports. So that is a lot of lands that he can catch with that Tsabos Web, and he does not even have to invest a single card into it because Tsabos Web.
It seems like it's such a random card that you would put into your deck, but it's actually insane in this matchup.
Yeah,
it's actually ridiculous.
Like it blanks a lot of cards from Pavel's side. But yeah, that being said, a quick Terravor backed up by some land destruction, and I think that Pavel can definitely stand a chance here. And Sphere of Resistance is also not bad.
Interestingly, he's playing Out of Druids, which is not really going to shine in this
No,
matchup.
that's not. That's designed for other. Also, Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, he has a lot of dead cards. Also, the Static Web. Tsabos Web.
Tsabos Web, yeah.
As we talked about, I think the matchup is pretty bad for Pavel, but maybe he will prove us wrong.
I like. There's also a lot of really good starts. Like from Pavel, if he starts Land Mox Sylvan Library,
Yeah.
the blue-eye deck does not attack his life total, so he can really go nuts with the Sylvan
Yeah, that's
Library.
true.
And there's a bunch of starts that look really good. So we'll see. Also, I think who's on the play is important because then the Spheres of Resistance can come to play. I wouldn't count Pavel out at this point. I think it's anyone's game.
I think it's also important whether he actually knows what he's playing against, because then he can maybe mulligan into a better hand. Not drawing those dead cards.
Yeah, not relying on Auto Druid.
Yeah, at this point in the tournament, maybe he knows, but we obviously don't know.
These two players have been on the top tables for the past couple of rounds already, so they might have caught a glimpse of the other person's deck. Seems like the players are ready to go, and Pavel is on the play with a Treetop Village. That we'll see.
He gets to untap it at least once.
Yeah.
Maybe we will see Mox into one destruction.
Well, that wouldn't be bad. Like as I said, on the play, there's a number of good starts that can leave. Okay, there's the Mox.
It just seems crazy to me that Stone Rain is an actual playable card.
Yeah, it is. Mishra's Factory. That's.
See?
Oh right, there we
go.
go.
I can foresee the future.
Okay, like how long can you delay the Tsabos Fest from landing? Right, like they're gonna have their second land at some point,
Probably.
right? And you look at Pavel has already invested 5 cards into his board and his spell, so he has 3 cards in his hand now. He's gonna draw his 4th. How long can he manage to do this? Yeah, like see, like now he's attacking for 2.
That's pretty weak.
Yeah, but I mean he has something because okay, he has a Rishidan port. Yeah, he didn't attack with the Cheetah, so it's 3 lands that get destroyed by Sabo's Web at this point. By the way.
Yep. I mean, we don't actually know whether he has it in his
Yeah,
hand.
sure. Like I'm just kind of talking about the worst case scenario here, I would say. But okay, so still there's Rishidan port. There's something going on Pavel's side. Is it enough? Is it going to be fast enough? Also, I believe Douglas should be on 18 already. So, because he took a hit from that Mishra's factory.
Bam.
Make that
Under attack.
16. Yeah.
I assume he's just gonna use this port again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh my god. Like, okay, Douglas goes like
Now is the turn. Now is the turn.
Yeah, this is the turn where basically it's like a stasis on. Okay, is it?
Does he have
Does
it?
he have it?
He has it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
That's
now-
disappointing.
That's well, depends on who you're rooting for. I'm trying to be very impartial here. Let's try to fix the light totals, by the way, because Douglas, I think, should be on 16. So light totals fixed. I think Pavel breathed a huge sigh of relief there as no Sabo's Web came to completely obliterate his board. And instead of Seal of Cleansing, I'm like, how inclined would you be to just like sack it straight away to discard the Mox Diamond? I mean, destroy it.
The better question is why wouldn't you do it? I guess one of the reasons is still on library. Though Pavel would have played it if he had it.
Yeah, like he had it. Yeah, instead
That
of
being
chipping for 2 damage with Mishra's Factory, then yeah.
That being said, he might draw into it. Like, I don't know. I would personally kill the Mox, but
Yeah. Okay, there's another.
Oh man,
Yeah. That's a lot of
that's a lot of disruption.
going on. But like that being said, Douglas seems unfazed, just keeps playing 1 land each turn, no problem.
Yeah.
Like this is his land number, what, 5, 6?
Like if he has enough lands, he's not under pressure. So eventually, you know, he will get to a point where he can start casting
It
stuff.
depends on what Pavel does. Like if Pavel decides, okay, screw that, I'm not gonna tap your lands anymore, I'm just gonna smash, then he can deal like what, 8 damage a turn. But then of course you leave your opponent with the mana that they need. So not sure.
Something like a Parallax Tide would be pretty bad for you.
Yeah,
So
yeah. For example, because the Seal of Cleansing is already there, so
Yeah.
like that can be just a one-sided Armageddon. So, but like for the final strike,
that
or
was
the final
probably the reason
strike,
why he didn't kill the Mox, by the way.
sure, yeah, that definitely makes sense. Yeah. And so Douglas on 14 and Pavel basically like threatening somewhere between 6 and 8 damage. Douglas on 12, make that 12 already. Intuition, is that end of... No, that's upkeep, right? Like the port
Probably
is
lucky.
tapping something and Douglas says, you know what, I'm just gonna intuition. Is that what's going on?
I think so.
Frantic Search.
Ooh, that's pretty good. Because you can
Okay.
just flow the mana when he Rishadan ports you.
Yeah,
and
yeah, and then you
untap
can
it.
untap it. Yeah, right.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, like you can do it next turn in your upkeep.
And you can also discard stuff for
Replenish.
with
Yes.
the search, so
No,
that's
like
actually
Frantic
insane.
Search does it all. I mean, 11 life. 11 life is getting close to where Pavel can just like animate his lands and attack for the win.
I think
It's true
Douglas
that
is so likely to have like Parallax Tide next turn.
Yeah,
that-
yeah,
Or
right.
Parallax Wave, either one works. That the aggro plan's not really gonna work. I don't think.
also he has Seal of Cleansing that can kill the Mishra's Factory, so like
Yeah.
it's not gonna be 8, it's gonna be like 6. The
That being said,
most.
the ports don't really do anything against the Frantic Search anyway, so maybe it's just better to attack. But either way, I don't think it's great for him.
Can you like tap one of the lands and then wait if they respond
in
with
draw
they
step,
draw? Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah.
There should still be space to like at least sequence it in a way that one of the boards works, right? It's another ancient too. Wow. That's still quite impressive that Douglas still keeps playing lands like every single like he has enough. This is the best way how to keep how to beat the Ponza deck. Just draw enough lands, no problem. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm never really rooting for a guy who destroys my lands.
so you think it's like there are people who feel it's like an inherent part of Magic, and there are people who just think it's rude. So you would go into the
I
second
just think
camp.
that you really have to have a lot of sadistic tendencies to play that kind of a deck.
Okay. I don't usually take it personally. You want to destroy my
I
lands?
do, I do. Just
Be
let me
my
play my cards. What are you doing?
So 11, like 11 is not a super safe number, and Pavel can have a number of cards here to make Douglas's life somewhat miserable. The question is, what is his plans? Maybe his hand is full of Oath of Druids and Swords to Plowshares. Like this pre-board game is very really depends on how many useful cards you draw here. But like so far, the plan of keeping Douglas off 4 mana has worked. That I gotta say. Also, he only has 1 blue source, so if you tap the Darker Ways, let him play the Frantic Search, untap it, and then tap it again and draw step, then like he won't be able to hardcast Parallax Tide, and then it depends on what he discards to Frantic Search, but like Replenish, of course, like Replenish with good stuff is still looming menacingly over this game state.
Also, at any point, if he just draws the web, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, that's still very much like actually he plays 3. He could have Intuition for the web,
Oh, that's true.
and like he still has 2 mana from the Ancient Tomb to actually.
I haven't
to
even
play.
realized that. Yeah.
Like he plays 3 main deck, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we were talking about it. And
Yeah,
there's
that's a good point.
there's no way of him actually having it in hand because like then he would just hardcast it, right? And there's exactly 1 land on Pavel's side of the board
Well,
that
maybe
taps.
if he has Replenish in his hand, maybe he knows that just Frantic Search is more powerful, even though
Okay.
it would be good. That may be one of the reasons.
Yeah, it could be like that he's actually not messing around and he just wants to go for the kill. It's true that like if... I mean, I still have a hard time imagining that...
The web would be pretty
Okay,
good, yeah.
that looks like... What does it look like? An act of desperation, kinda. Like, basically this says, you have something, kill me. You
Well,
don't
it
have
was-
it? I'm gonna challenge you here on, like,
Well,
not
it was
having
either
it.
this or just tap only one of his lands. So I guess he,
Right.
thought that just dealing 6 is better.
Go for the planes. Okay. It's also true that now Douglas actually can't go like he can't use the blue from the Adarka Waste plus Tomb because
Right,
that's
right,
5.
right.
So like to some extent you limit his mana anyway.
Yeah, this was better than just using port twice. I think.
That was a very bold move, but yeah. And now you kind of force him to play the Frantic Search, taking 3 damage. He goes to 2, and he can't even tap one of the tombs, so he's not going to be on 4 mana.
Yep.
That actually, okay, I like it a lot because like, do you cast Frantic Search now? It's gonna cost you 3 life. There's no other way how to do this.
It really depends on his hand, but I think he kind of has to like. What is he gonna do if he doesn't cast Replenish?
And like, he's not casting Replenish unless there's something in his graveyard, and there's not anything in his graveyard unless he casts the Frantic
Yeah,
Search.
that's what I mean.
And then he's not casting the Replenish for 4 mana unless he has like City of Creators.
right.
Because he's gonna have like 2, another one
yep,
on
yep,
top.
yep.
So I actually think Pavel put him in a really precarious spot here
he's
where
kinda screwed.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
not much you can
should
do.
have searched for the web.
Maybe, yeah, it looks like it at this point. But I mean, we still don't know the content of his hand.
He also
if
has,
he
like,
has City of
Social Plowshares,
Traitors,
right? And it's like
yeah, Does he though? In the
He's
main
playing
deck?
3 webs, so maybe he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We would have to.
They
check the
usually
deck
play
list.
4 though. Like
Yeah. State of Traitors would really help, because that way you can get to 4 mana without dying, and that is a pretty good. That's, if you ask me, that is quite a benefit. So still very much in the upkeep, and no frantic search is happening here. So how does Douglas want to win this? He's gonna take 2. So he goes to 3. Is that the Tabos Web? What else can you have? Okay, so okay, did he just draw it?
ooh,
Did he just draw that Tabos Web? Because like,
that's pretty good.
oh my god, that's brutal. Also, he doesn't play Seed of Traitors in the deck, so like that avenue was never open.
That's crazy.
But
That's crazy.
I think now Pavel just has to find a way how to get rid of that.
I don't
Tabos
think he
Web.
plays main deck Naturalizes.
Hmm.
So
Then 5 of his lands go away. Says, come on, this is just
you
ridiculous.
even draw a card. It's
Yeah,
just,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
incredible.
It's just like, oh, by the way, this is a 6 for 1.
Yeah.
So, also, but like, okay, like look at Douglas' side of the board. He has a fetch land. If he fetches, he can never use the Ancient Tomb again. So like he's really like he's losing some of the resources that he has in play as well. But that Tabos Web is ridiculously good. There's a land destruction spell which says, you know what, that plains, I don't like it. Make that plains go away. And now let me
wants
see
a-
let me see how you play spells, mister.
He wants a revenge for his 5 lands getting
Yeah.
destroyed, but
Like you're messing with my lands, I'm gonna mess with yours. Actually, that's maybe what Douglas should have said, because like Pavel was the one who started it. He was the one who messed with his lands first. But this is the most ridiculous Tabos Web that I've ever seen. Like I've seen the card played quite a few times, and this is single-handedly this is the best one that I've seen. And so like all 4 of Douglas's lands cost life now to do anything, unless you count like 1 colorless from Darker Wastes.
yeah, so
Like-
Ghana has to choose whether he wants the fetch land or
Yeah.
the Ancient Tomb for one time.
He needs to be very careful casting spells here, otherwise he dies. And he has like a full grip of cards. I'm sure he's not short on resources like the good cards. We know he has Frantic Search that he searched for.
Yep.
You know what? That Frantic Search doesn't really do much. And so it's Pavel's turn. I think Douglas at this point just wants like hopes to draw more basics. Yeah.
Yeah. Even something like a random Mishra's factory is gonna get the job done.
I mean, there's still the Seal of Cleansing. So like,
Right.
that option is not there, but Entreat of Village enters the battlefield tap, so
he
it doesn't
needs
even have.
Terror, I guess?
He needs Terror War, I
Yeah.
would say.
That's not that many cards.
He needs Terror War means yeah.
Such a crazy
Is
game.
there anything else that he can do? Like Cell and Library would help a lot.
Did he draw the? Oh,
Okay, sure. Like, would you wait for a basic there, or would you just go for it?
I think I would be maybe scared that I don't know.
It's another. Okay, so now we have 2 flooded strands, which we'll put into 1. But like the thing is, if he discards 2 to Frantic Search and then he goes for Replenish, like at some point in the future, because now his mana does not allow that, then which 2 cards would be the best? Opalescence and Parallax Wave to start attacking for 4, or Parallax Tide maybe to get rid of the 2/2 forests. Like, I'm just curious what Douglas's plan is at this point, except for wait it out. The fetches are good that they cannot be destroyed, but jeez, like if you're in Pavel's seat, you have to still shake your head in disbelief in like that was the one turn that he had to draw the Tabos Web, and he did.
Yeah.
And I think if he drew it earlier, then the game would be over. So
The previous match that I covered, he played only one web, and I
Yeah.
was like suspicious about it. Like, what is this card doing in the deck?
It's just
I,
cycles.
I got convinced. I got
Yeah,
convinced.
it's just cycles. It just draws a
Yeah.
card. It's just like you play 56 cards in the deck, you know, you cycle. Every now and then.
The fact that it doesn't actually work against Wasteland, made me think that it's not that great. But
Yeah.
it's hard to argue against this game.
Like every now and then, every once in a while, it works against
Yeah.
Wasteland if they actually use it
Yeah,
to
right.
pay something, to pay for it, something, but that does not happen very often. And so here we are in the waiting game. Does Pavel draw Terravor or does Douglas draw lands?
He needs to draw like 2 non-paper lands.
Yeah.
He has like the Tainted Isle and couple the filter land.
Okay, like the Sky Cloud expands.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
And couple basics, but I don't think he has that many.
Maybe. The good thing is that he can start discarding at the end of the turn now. So like, it's actually as a good. That is the way how to fill
actually
your
meaningful,
graveyard. Yeah. And it's just Pavel's turn to like come up with something proactive here. If he doesn't, I think Douglas wins this game. Adarkar Wastes. Is it time to go off? Maybe not yet. Like, no, maybe not yet here. Wasteland your Adarkar Wastes. Sure, yeah. I mean that is what's in Pavel's hand? You see it? There's like Swords to Plowshares. You can gain 3 life by activating your own tree top and sorting it, but I mean. Okay, so now things are happening actually. So, okay, Douglas is gonna go for the Frantic Search, right? Like, in response to that Wasteland. Makes me think if Pavel didn't want to... Maybe, like, he could have waited for Douglas to fetch and then Wasteland the other ways. It doesn't really matter. It's I guess it's good to just, like, go off now. I can also see... Is that a Terravor in Pavel's hand?
Yeah, I think I saw it as well. Like,
Is there any way that like he's waiting to
I don't understand
for
at all.
something? Did he just draw it? Like if he's gonna play it, then I think the answer is he just drew it and he's gonna play it and hope that he wins. But like otherwise, I'm not sure what you would be waiting for.
Yeah, I don't.
So
Is there multiple Jaguars in his hand?
there's no way. There's no, like. Do you think he's just like trying to play around Swords to Plowshares? But like, at that point, what are you waiting for, right?
I have
like,
no idea.
Okay, so Frantic Search resolves. Now the Wasteland is there to take care of that those other wastes. That being said, Douglas is at Precarious 1. So he's gonna go for another Frantic Search here. Oh, Intuition. Well, that's pretty scary. That being said, he's not gonna have 4 mana. The Wasteland resolves. Sure, yeah. That's fine. So he's not gonna have... Yeah, well, I mean, if you're Pavel, just like you have to go with the Terravor, right?
Yeah.
Like you see that like your opponent is like 2 lands from winning the game.
I have no explanation for it, so
We'll see. Maybe like I also think it's not 100% guaranteed that we actually saw the Terravor there. Like I wouldn't.
well, I think I saw it.
Yeah?
Also.
Okay, Wasteland resolves. Urker Waste goes away. Now there is a Terravor, and he plays it. So I suppose he just drew it this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the rest is like I saw Swords to Plowshares. So this is a very lethal Terravor. Like, there's an island. What can Douglas do about it?
Well, he needs to have swords, right?
Yeah. He needs swords.
But maybe he doesn't play the sword.
I mean, I think some of those decks are just all in on combo, and or some of them.
Never
Okay,
mind.
never mind. There's the Swords to Plowshares. Like Pavel is gonna get a lot of life, but that's not what this game is about.
I mean, if he has swords to plowshares in his deck, there's no way he's gonna lose this game because like he
You
probably
think-
has like
think
one
if
more
you
in
multiples.
his hands.
And,
And
yeah.
Pavel doesn't really have that many threats to finish the game with.
Yeah, that's true. Like you could try to like destroy the planes now with some kind of. It's one reason, by the way, why. But then like okay, this is quite in like What's that? Another Seal of Cleansing. I think that does not do that much. But Mishra's Factory, no, that just dies to Seal of Cleansing. And is that land number 4 anywhere close from Douglas? Maybe not yet, but Pavel just keeps drawing lands, I think, and passing. And I think that is the perfect land. It's not a fetch land. That's the replenish, and that should be the game. Because look how stacked. Okay, Douglas's graveyard was pretty stacked, and yeah. So yeah, just by the way, looking at what the options, like I think Sylvan Library would have been the best card to draw just because it digs pretty deep, and yeah, it was just Terror Wars and Sylvan Library. There's no response to there's no answer to Tapas Web in the main deck.
Yep.
So post board we see, what do we see here? Ray of Revelation, but a naturalized, definitely Tormod Script.
Yep.
So probably Enlightened Tutor for Tormod Script as well.
I'm actually surprised that these decks don't play more crypts. Like, I don't know. Going into a tournament, I would kind of assume that this deck would be pretty popular. And yeah.
You mean the Replenish deck?
Yep.
It's still... the thing is, like, what is it useful against, right? Like, it's useful against Replenish.
Yep.
And then that's, like, against some other decks, it's okay. Like, we saw it last turn against Storm, but, like, there's, like, 1 or 2 Storm decks in the tournament. So, it is a very good card, but against a relatively narrow number of decks, yeah. What we do see is Aura of Silence.
I mean, that's probably pretty good, right?
It looks alright. It looks alright. The first clause doesn't. Well, I mean, yeah, okay, sure.
It helps against the
delay.
Parallax
Yeah,
Tides and
that's true.
waves.
That's true. Or like a tournament, if your opponent wants to,
Yeah.
just channel or chain tournaments, that can help as well. So, and okay, so Douglas plays 4 Swords to Plowshares in the main deck, so he was pretty far from dying anything, and. One thing that I found interesting, look at Douglas's sideboard. He has Meddling Mages and Exalted Angels. So if you're Pavel, you like by default you board out Swords and Oaths.
You're actually talking about it in the previous match. He didn't actually have any Exalted Angels. I think
Just Meddling Mages?
yeah. I think they usually don't really have Exalted Angels, so
Yeah.
you don't really want to leave a dead card in your deck, especially if you don't have
Yeah.
any way to discard it, like Frantic Search or anything like that. So I think he's gonna board it out and then maybe bring it back in, but you know, it depends.
And then Douglas boards out
Yeah,
the
yeah.
creatures. This is one thing that I love about transformative sideboards. It's kind of like a cat and mouse game where, like if your opponent misses, then they're kind of screwed. But if you miss, then it's just even. Like you trade 1 for 1.
Yep.
And that's not the worst thing in the world.
Another question is though whether Exalted Angel is actually even like that great, because Terravor can be like 12-12 and you can still raise it.
I mean, I think Terror War is 12-12 when you
Yeah, I
reveal it
guess
from
it's-
Oath of Druids, but like by itself, it would be more like what, like 4 or 5-ish.
True,
Like
true.
you have a fetch land, a couple of land destruction spells in the wasteland. So I think that the especially if you play a turn 3 morph, turn 4 you attack, you're gonna have to fight through some land destruction spells to do that. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm actually really curious to see how Douglas sees it if he boards those in. And if you're Pavel, you just have to be like you have to count with that option and what do you board out here? I know cards that you don't board out, and it's the majority of like non.
Yeah, that's the problem with a deck, right? Like
Yeah.
it just needs all the pieces to kind of function.
Yeah,
Anytime
yeah,
you bring something in, like you can just kind of lose the game because you are missing one of those pieces, just
Okay.
because you wanted to get fancy and like you have this Exalted Angel, but 2 of your other cards don't work because they needed that 3rd card to
Yeah.
make them good. So like I'm actually not sure.
Can you afford boarding out Swords to Plowshares and just trying to raise the Terravor with an Exalted Angel?
I would not really advise to do that. I don't know.
I mean, swords can be also good against just a cheeky treat of village that decides it's a good idea to attack into an open white mana.
Right. It's just a more powerful card, right?
Yeah. It's just really fascinating how the cards are gonna stack. I think Pavel
Also, you don't
still
have to bring in 4. You can bring in like cheeky 1 or 2.
sure. yeah. It's like if you don't know, if you're not sure, just just give it a try. Maybe they don't have the answer.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, like you can confuse your opponent in terms of how many of those you have. They see one Exalted Angel. Does it mean it's a one-off, or does it mean that they board into all their Oath of Druids and Swords to Plowshares? And also, like, it doesn't hurt after the game if you go for game 3, just like shuffle 8 random cards or like 8 cards in the deck and take 8 out. So it can be the same, but you never know. Like, if
Another
the
scary
transformative
thing about the
Sark
Exalted
was-
Angel is that maybe the Terravor deck doesn't have enough cards to bring in, and he has to keep some oaths or swords regardless. And
That's
if,
true.
If that
that's
happens,
true.
then it's
Yeah,
like really bad
yeah,
for you.
right. Because this, like, when you look at the sideboard, you're not boarding in 8 cards, right?
He can bring in the Cold Hurts just as a 3/3.
Sure.
And then you have 8 cards, right? Because you have the 2 Crypt, 2 Neutralizes. You can bring in the Ray of Revelation as well,
Yeah,
and maybe a couple Cold Hurts. But
yeah. I believe the 6-1. Yeah. There's a question from here. The crew. What's the score of those 2 players? It is 6-1. They are very much playing for the top 8 here. Basically, it's a very straight, clean win and in. Nothing, no counting tiebreakers here, and yeah. So it took a couple of minutes to sideboard. Let's see, the players are ready. Pavel's gonna be on the play. Does he have the land Moxil library go? Doesn't look like it. He has a couple of land destruction spells. He has an Enlightened Tutor, and then a bunch of lands, I believe. One of them being Wasteland. So he has a lot of land disruption. Now, if you pause like that at the end of the turn, you're kind of telegraphing the Enlightened Tutor, right? So you might as well cast it. You go for the Sylvan Library?
probably, yeah. I mean, drawing 3 cards a turn seems pretty good.
You hope your opponent doesn't have Seal of Cleansing?
What is the other option
If
to
they
search
if
for?
they do, you just 2-for-1 to yourself?
Well, that kind of happens regardless, right?
Ooh, well, this... Okay, this is interesting. So, this makes sure that the Seal of Cleansing does not see play next turn.
Mhm.
It makes everything cost 1 more, right?
It's pretty good.
What it also does is you're not gonna play land
free
destruction spell
Yep.
on turn 3. I'm just curious how big deal is that?
Maybe he already has the Silver Library in hand, and
I don't think so. I don't think it was in the opening hand.
okay.
So land go. That was a very aggressive tutor for Sphere of Resistance.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, Wasteland. Wasteland is a good card. Okay. So, like, okay, the downside is your land destruction spells cost 5, but... Okay. And I think he just drew Sylvan Library, by the way, if I circled it correctly. If, like,
That was the perfect draw.
I think so. And if that's the case, then that is the perfect draw, yeah.
I don't know. It just seems crazy to me because like library on the play on turn 2 is just so powerful in this matchup. I would have gone for it.
I see the logic in that, like, you know your opponent has 3 Seals of Cleansing,
Yeah.
right? And you know that, like I think Pavel's hand got a lot better since the start, yeah, from turn 1. But if if they have the Seal of Cleansing, then basically you're left with like not much. Now I think Pavel is like way ahead, and there's the Call of the Herd, by the way. So I think he did end up boarding out the. Is he just not paying any line? By the way, also Douglas did not play land number 4. So at this point, he's pretty much locked. Especially if Pavel casts Stone Rain, of the one of the green land destruction spells. Or even like activates Wasteland, and then like Douglas cannot cast the spell. So he's gonna take 8. I love it. Who needs life? Fetch, go to 9.
To be fair, you usually take 8 with the first trigger, right? Assuming
It
you're not
depends.
playing
If-
against
like, look, if there's something that he doesn't need, then he can shuffle it away.
Right,
and fetch.
right,
So
right.
like, but yeah, like the thing is, he needs lands because of the 2 spheres, and he needs also business spells. So yeah. I think the trouble is like if you don't have any other shuffle effect and then you just hit like 3 blanks, then there's no way out. But right now, what we have here is the number of spheres of resistance on Pavel's side is equal to number of lands on Douglas's side. Well, actually, Douglas played a land now, but there's another land destruction. Is he gonna take the full 8? No, don't do that.
Yeah, this is
Just
exactly what I talked
Okay,
about.
just one. But I think he has another land destruction.
People with sadistic tendencies.
Ooh, Frida Village. So we have a win condition.
Go.
Okay, so again, Douglas can play an Urza's bubble, and and he has to pay to like all his mana for it.
No more lands. No more
You
lands. for
don't
lands.
deserve to cast spells, and there's a Thermokarst. This is just, this is just brutal. Maybe. I'm good. Thanks. You want something? I'm good. Thanks. Yes, there's 5 mana Call of the Herd, which is perfectly fine. We have an elephant. And that's land number 3, so we can play 1-drops. But I think this is over. Like, Pavel still has... Yeah, there's another land destruction spell. There's a Grisharan port. I think... Unless Pavel somehow lets this slip away, like unless, for example, you let him play land number 4 in Sabo Swap, like, but you have the tools not to do that. So that's an attack for 6, I believe, where Pavel decides to like swing with the Call of the Herd and
Bam. I'm so jealous.
So you don't like when people do that to you, but you would
Exactly,
when you say
exactly,
you're
exactly.
jealous, it means that you wouldn't mind actually like.
When I said that, I meant it, but now that I see it in action, it feels great.
Okay.
It feels great.
All right. Sylvan Library.
Also, it seems like Pavel is really enjoying it. Anytime he plays land destruction
I
spell,
mean, come on, if you're playing this deck, you have to enjoy it, right? Like, if you're the person who apologizes with every land destruction spell that you cast, this deck is not for you. Yeah, this is over. There's the Wasteland, so like Douglas would be at like -1 land basically with the Spheres of Resistance.
yeah, he brought in the Golden Hearts. Okay, so
Yeah.
I wonder that now that Douglas saw that, maybe he starts to think, okay, oh, he has that card, maybe he doesn't have, and he didn't saw any source or oaths or anything.
No.
Maybe he will board into Exile with
Yeah,
Angel for
maybe.
game 3, especially on the play.
Yeah. Like the thing is, I don't think Douglas has played a spell this turn, so I don't know if Pavel knows about any of the like transformative sideboard, yes or no.
We were wondering about that search for Sphere of Resistance, but it worked out great.
But that being said, it worked because he
Right, I know.
drew
I know.
another sphere and then a Sylvan Library.
Right,
But-
I know. I'm just saying that had he not done that, maybe he would have it wouldn't be so great.
yeah. It worked. It worked like a charm for him, and all of a sudden it's 1 game apiece, and we're heading for a decider. So now Douglas is going to be on the play. Is there any difference in how you like the transformative sideboard based on whether you're on play or draw?
Well, first of all, I think Exalted Angel is better on the play just because it's very mana intensive, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And you can start racing.
Yeah.
Secondly, as I said, he saw the Call the Herds, which is kind of an indication that he bore that in over the Swords and Oaths.
And like you don't want to play Oath in the same deck like Call of the Herd, right?
Right. So yeah, I think it's probably pretty good here.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm really curious. I'm really curious if if just Douglas is gonna go for it. It feels like if he wants to go for it at some point, this is the spot, right? You're on the play. Your opponent doesn't suspect, or maybe he does. Maybe he does. I don't know. But like, you haven't given him any clues at this point. So
The
like,
meddling
might
match
as
is
well
probably
go for
bad
it.
though, right?
Huh?
The meddling match is bad, right?
Well, what would you say? Like, would you if
Sphere
you
of
name-
resistance.
If you wait, and now after this bloodbath, then you say Sphere of Resistance, and you say Sphere of Resistance with the second meddling mage as well. But
Right.
maybe Terravore, and then you're kinda like, like you really restrict their win conditions, but then they can just like bomb you into Stone
Yeah, I
Age
don't think
with all
it's
the
great.
land
I don't think it's
destruction.
great.
Yeah. It's like when they're casting Terravore, then it means that they
Also,
already
he can
are.
get stoned by like Mishra's Factory later,
Yeah.
so
I would say the crucial part is drawing the Tabos Web. That's Douglas's most reliable way to win game 3. Also, people are asking in the chat about Arcane Denial, which is a card that Douglas plays 2 of in his sideboard.
oh,
And on the draw, I'm not. Maybe it's okay on like land destruction. Like they play turn 3, but that being said, on the play it does look quite interesting. I think it suffers from the same problem like the other cards, that you have to cut some part of your engine or like your combo. Okay, both players keeping their 7. Douglas on the play with Flooded Strand, a very how would I say it? Like hard to kill land. If you want to kill the Flooded Strand, you'd better like have a stifle. Turn 1 Sylvan Library. Now we'll see if that looks like a Seal of Cleansing to me. Okay, 2 basics. Go to 18. You can't leave that Sylvan Library in play, right? Like if you have a way to stop it, then that's what you want to do. And like, why else would you pop the fetch lands now? Then you want to actually play a 2-drop. Okay. Yeah, Seal of Cleansing, and I would assume that seal's not gonna stay there for long, and we're gonna see the Soul Library go. Or maybe not. Pavel would very much like to untap. Oh,
what the hell?
Okay, so I mean, I think maybe Douglas considers it more as a part of the combo, where he really wants to like keep it for.
I understand that, but
Parallax, but like this is just like this is like your opponent just like got up 2 cards for basically nothing. So it is very generous from Douglas to let that happen.
The library is way too powerful. Like we
Yeah,
have to kill that
yeah,
there.
yeah.
That's just there's no excuse for that. I cannot imagine a scenario where that would be
Well,
right.
The thing is, like next turn you go like Frantic Surge, Ancient Tomb. You can float.
Yeah, maybe, but you can draw
mana.
into so many cards to disrupt you with the library.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, that's true, that's
Land Destruction,
I agree.
Spear.
So yeah, like that's the plan. The plan here is just to go for the lands, and
Yeah.
that's what Pavel is gonna do.
Now he's just gonna trade 1-for-1 with his library sitting in play. I mean, he's probably gonna
mean,
destroy it now.
No, I don't think so. Like, I think if you didn't destroy it now, then you're just
Yeah.
like you're saying, okay, you know what, you can have it. Like, because the thing is, Pavel's not gonna take 8 more damage
Right.
many more times. Maybe 4. Maybe he's gonna be a little bit more careful. But so I think the damage has been done already. So it's not like it. Yeah. That was the spot to destroy it. Now I'm not. I don't want to like.
You think he's committed to the play, so even if he realizes that it was wrong, he's still not gonna do it just to like stay committed.
I know that this is there's definitely the thing where you should ignore the past mistakes and you should like go for the best plays.
I actually hate to admit that, but I sometimes do it as well. Like I just commit to the bad play just to like not.
Because you're already committed.
Yeah, because I'm
Yeah.
already
Yeah,
committed.
I think we've all been guilty of that. So, I don't think you need to feel bad about that. What is interesting is that Pavel is giving up the pressure on Douglas's lands here, and he's just going with the Call of the Herd. So Douglas is gonna get some breathing room here. He's going to be able to resolve something. And when we look at Pavel's hand, it's like Rishadan Port, Wasteland, and I don't see a lot of business spells there. So I understand why Pavel wants to kind of switch gears here, put some creature on the board, and then maybe like pressure Douglas's lands when he already has some clock. Ooh, wow. Okay, that just means more cards for Pavel, right?
Right,
Three more life.
It feels so good to get sorted with Sylvan Library.
with the Silver Knight, it's like, woo, I can do it again. Yeah. But if you're Pavel, you just need to be like the crucial number of lands is 4.
Mm-hmm.
And so like next turn you'd better come up with a good land destruction plan. Yeah. So attunement.
So what is the best turn for Pavel that we can imagine here?
I mean, with attunement you can easily go for a plan.
He has Thermal Script.
Like, okay, and it seems like he's gonna take 4 damage here. But like, okay, Douglas's Seal of Cleansing is ready for the crypt.
Right.
So maybe that's why he's keeping it. Yeah. Yeah, as people point out in the chat as well that it could be Sphere of Resistance, it could be Torment Script, and
I understand that. I just think that the Sylvan Library is so likely to find some card that you will have to
yeah,
use anyway,
right. That I agree.
That like it's kind of the same, but you just give him more cards.
Yeah, right. So that is the great thing is that finally there's a target for Wasteland. Are we gonna attack for 3? It looks like we're gonna attack for 3 here with the Treat of Village. Yeah.
Bam.
And you need to put them under pressure. You're not. Also, I think Pavel did not pay. Well, okay. Let's go. So again, keeping the. I think what I like is like not playing the crypt and just like letting them do the thing with the attunement, and then you get some value out of it. And yeah, it's like you're not in danger of dying to replenish just yet. So now Douglas is going to decide what are the cards that he wants in the graveyard. Like to set up the combo pieces, put them in place. I mean, a Sabos Web would still be awesome. Like Sabos Web is awesome at any point in the match, in any number of copies.
Best card in Magic. Can you even imagine something stronger than that, actually?
In this matchup, it is the best card. Attunement one more time.
Would you rather have like 10 Webs or 10 Black Lotuses in this deck in this matchup? The Web might be better, right?
Might be. Can we? I'm just gonna like move the graveyard a little bit in our direction, or if we can send someone to, like, because we very much would like to see what is in Douglas's graveyard.
It's actually pretty important here. So
yeah, and Pavel has another wasteland, so he can still harass Douglas's.
yeah, this is exactly the issue with just letting him have the library,
Yeah.
because then he can just 1/1 you and like.
Yeah. And so the graveyard looks like there's Parallax Tide and another attunement and Source to Plowshares and Land. So these were the 4 cards that Douglas discarded. Not the best, like not the
He'll be
most
probably
all-in.
right. He'll be probably able to have good targets for replenish with that attunement if it comes down to that.
Yeah, sure. Like
But-
no, for sure. Like also he could just even if he just like destroy. Yeah, but I don't think any replenish is coming anytime soon because of all the land destruction. Pavel is at 6, by the way. That Sylvan Library is working overtime here.
He's kind of getting close to killing Douglas though. Like if he attacks here for free, then he can just
Yeah.
double attack for 5 and 5 or something.
I kind of liked like he left the Sylvan Library. No, okay, never mind. Like he's gonna. No, actually, what I was saying was that like last turn he let the Mishra's Factory to be untapped, so that if Douglas plays Tsabos Web, it's not going to be as devastating just for that turn. I think he's aiming at like casting Enlightened Tutor at the end of the
Yeah,
turn.
I got
so-
to peek at his hand. I think it's like 2 more libraries at least.
Oh wow.
Enlightened Tutor, Tormod Script, and 1 more green card.
Okay.
So he
Do
doesn't
you,
actually
do you
have
like
that much.
not playing the crypt here, or do you think that it's like the spot where even if Douglas kills it with the okay, he's playing it.
Well, what's the reason to hold it? The reason would be if you can like neutralize the Seal of Cleansing, and you can play it or something.
No,
but-
I would say that like the reason would be that your opponent would be not suspecting you have it, and then like goes for one more attunement. You know they can't replenish this turn yet,
Oh right.
so like they get more stuff into the graveyard which you can
Right,
eat them.
right,
But
right.
like if Douglas wants to go for attunement now, he can start by sacking the Seal of Cleansing to get rid of the
Right,
crypt
right,
and
right.
then attunement. Yeah. But like there is a bit of danger. Like if Douglas had another Ancient Tomb and Frantic Search,
Right,
he would
right.
be able to go to get to 4 mana and just maybe win from that point on,
I
depending
think
on
it was
what.
probably better to not play it, but it really depends. like
Yeah, for sure. Okay, end of turn, Enlightened Tutor. What are you going for? Like Sphere of Resistance dies to Seal of
it's
Cleansing.
also nice that he can shuffle this
Yeah,
library
for sure.
cards.
Yeah. I think that's like one of the reasons that he's also on 5 life. Sphere of Resistance that dies to Seal of Cleansing, but that means if that happens, that your crypt lives. Like you give them 2 targets that you have to deal with. Okay, this is we're heading for. We're approaching the end game here, and basically Douglas, it's like 3 attacks from Retreat of Village to reduce his life to 0. So Sylvan Library trigger, another Retreat of Village, fetch land, and a Sphere of Resistance. So this, I suppose, it's just gonna be the draw sphere. There's also Rishadan Port. Oh my god, this is actually like I think this game is just slipping in Pavel's direction here pretty significantly. Sphere of Resistance, sure. Rishadan Port. Do you attack here, or do you just like try to what? What just happened here? Oh, so he's like responding to.
Right.
Sure.
You
Okay.
can draw into Intuition
yeah.
or Frantic Search or something.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. But that just means that like you're not gonna go with the plan to Seal of Cleansing away the crypt, because like you discard a bunch of
Right,
stuff
right,
and then
right.
the crypt just gets it. I mean, like Douglas is kind of between a rock and a hard place here because.
Maybe he wants to Seal of Cleansing the sphere so
I
he
think
can
so, yeah.
play a 4-drop. Like,
But then like which like
Parallax
Parallax side maybe. Possibly, yeah, maybe. That is one way how to do it, but now that he knows that Pavel has a Rishadan Port, because we briefly saw that the Rishadan Port before Douglas had a chance to respond to that Sphere of Resistance. So what do we have here? Land, Attunement, Opalescence, Parallax side. So it looks like he's setting up for some kind of Oh, here is the
Wow.
Arcane Denial. Okay.
So that draws both players a card?
Yeah, well, no. It's what happens is that Douglas draws 1 and Pavel draws 2.
Oh,
Yeah.
that doesn't seem like a great card.
I mean, that's the way it works here. Yeah, they may draw and you draw a card. And is that the extra time here? What's the dice doing there? Do we have already the end of the round here? Okay, so we might be already in the extra turns, which is actually kind of bad news for both players, because I think I suppose the reason why they're playing is that draw would not help them to like secure top 8. That was a pretty long match. Yeah, you're right that Pavel has 2 more Sylvan libraries. And it's easy to say, like, well, if Douglas got rid of the first Sylvan library, another one would come in its place, but I think at that point, I'm not sure if he already had it. It's a tough call anyway. But, like, if this is extra turn number 2, That means that Pavel's gonna have 2 more attacks. And it doesn't seem to me that that would be enough, right? Like he has 1, like he would have to attack with the treetop for 3. And then actually, like if you play another treetop and then next turn attack for 6, then he might get there. And that means that Douglas is gonna have 1 turn to resolve the replenish.
Yeah.
And then like 1 turn to attack with his opalescence animated enchantments. If indeed we are on in extra turns, which I think we are. So I would suppose that the treetop village attacks here.
What a crazy match, though.
Yeah. And it's like so close to just being resolved. Yeah, there's another treetop. And Pavel just says, go and tap your white mana in your
It's probably
upkeep.
gonna be it,
And,
right?
yeah, like, well, looks like it. Looks like Douglas does not have Swords to Plowshares. He's not. So that's, yeah, like,
It's coming down to the wire.
yeah. Okay, so Pavel has lethal. He animates both of the treetops. Seal of Cleansing doesn't do anything about it.
Draw is bad for them, right? Like one of them
I mean,
is-
I suppose that like the reason why they're playing
Right,
is that they
right.
couldn't draw into the
Yeah,
top
yeah,
8.
yeah.
So I mean,
maybe it's good for only one of them.
that is also possible. Yeah, right. So like, but okay, Pavel is going for it. 2 treetop villages animated, and they charge, and it is for exact lethal damage on extra turn number 4. Pavel secures the top
By
8
the way,
slot
if
here. I
Douglas
think.
had only one white source, he could have actually
Yeah.
port him on upkeep. Then
Yeah.
the white mana goes away, and then you can attack even through source. Just
Sure.
one.
Yeah. Like if had, yeah. Right. That would have worked. Pavel wins 2-1 in a.
Congrats for making the top 8.
Yeah, and this was a really intense match. I love it.
Before this match, I was a hater of Land Destruction.
Uh-huh.
But, I might
Not so
try
much
it out
anymore?
at some point.
Okay, sure. So this was our last round of Swiss here. We're gonna see how the standings work out for our players here. Hi everyone, we're back, and we're gonna update you once we know the top 8 competitors. We're gonna update you. I suppose we're gonna take a bit longer break because we need to change the layout here so that the top 8 can start playing. And we're gonna be back with the standings, and then our top 8 matches. Stay tuned.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Hello. Even though you cannot see us, you can hear us. Oh, now you can see us as well. Yeah. Hi, it's Adam and Martin here. We're gonna be covering the top 8 match. So the Swiss portion finished quite swiftly, and there was a announcement. We posted the standings here a little later on. We're also gonna post the deck lists, or at least we're gonna give you the info on which decks ended up in the top 8. What we do know already is the 2 decks that we have on the feature match area, in the feature match area where they are going to start very soon. Who are
It's
who
Philip
they're playing?
Altman,
Yeah.
which we saw on stream. If you looked at the 7th round, where he won with his Iggy Pop Storm deck.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So we're gonna see if he's able to pull it off again one more time.
Yeah,
First
those were
turn, second turn.
amazing
Yeah.
games there.
Yeah, these are like some of the best games that I've seen in a while. And against him is going to be another gentleman who we just had in the feature match area, Pavel Vladík, with a Terragadon deck. Now, there are some cards that don't do much.
Sponsor, right?
Yeah.
Not the Terragadon.
Yeah, but there are some, like, we had a discussion,
Okay.
is Pyroclasm or Swords better
Yeah.
a little earlier. Pavel decided for Swords and
Yeah.
Plowshares.
And they will both be relevant in this match.
Yeah, right, like, so it doesn't really matter, yeah. But what does matter is the playset of Spheres of Resistance.
That's relevant indeed.
Yeah. So, and also Pavel is going to be on the play, courtesy of finishing higher in the Swiss. So, this is interesting. Like, I'm just thinking, how is this going to play out? Like,
I mean, Sphere is really the key card.
Yeah.
Like, without Sphere, it will be tough.
yeah, I think so.
I imagine.
Yeah.
I can also imagine even Storm player like even holding back lands and just like trying to sculpt his hand. But I don't know because it doesn't have a lot of pressure.
It has,
the
pretty slow
Oath
clock.
deck, yeah.
Without Oath, the Terravor, you have to play the fairway. I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna destroy a couple of lands, and there's gonna be like.
But on the other hand,
fetch lands.
it's light on land, so if the Storm deck places a few lands and they get destroyed, he can struggle to recover as well.
Okay.
So
How many lands does the Storm deck play?
I'm not sure, but it's probably a low land count because you have all the
makes
rituals
sense.
and Lotus Petals. So
we can see it here.
is that 12 plus 3,
I
15?
can see 15 lands. Yeah.
And there, I mean, how many non-basic? Okay, not too many non-basics
Yeah,
actually,
like
because it doesn't
7.
run Underground Rivers.
Right.
It's just the fetches and basics. So
Yeah.
half of them mana base.
Yeah. And then he has petals and.
Yeah.
Okay. Landmarks. Is it
There
the
was the
Sphere or is it the
Sphere
Sylvan
General.
Library?
The
Sylvan
Sylvan
Library.
Library, yeah.
So that is
But,
the better option, I think, but it can dig pretty deep.
But it's not a bad start. You can also,
Yeah.
you have the Rishadan port here to
Yeah. That's true.
suppress one land
Yeah.
as well. But most of this will, of course, come down to Philip's hand rather than Pavel's.
I mean, if he has a fetch land to start with, that would be great because this is
Yeah, that's
virtually
perfect.
immune
Yeah.
to like Pavel's
You call it is perfect.
land destruction. And now the Sylvan Library, is he gonna go for it turn 1? No, I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah, for those of you who just tuned in to the stream, I mean, it's the Premodern Euro Championships in Prague, and this is one of the quarterfinals.
Yeah. We have 8 players standing out of the 205, 203
Yeah,
at the
205,
beginning. Yeah. So 8 remain. And after this round, there's only going to be 4, and we'll see if it's Philip Altman on Storm or... I like how it's still labeled Rogue, you know? It's just some weird deck. We don't know what it is, so we just call it Rogue.
It's probably the only of its kind here in the room today. Yeah.
Okay, this is the problem. This is the problematic card, and now what is Philip gonna do about it?
It's tricky. I mean, he has the cunning wish into some answer, I guess. Does he have some bounce? I don't quite remember. But I mean, it's very much an uphill battle with Sphere.
Yep. Like he can go on 4 mana, he can go end of turn, Cunning Wish, and then like get rid of it. But I would assume that there's going to be some land destruction from Pavel's side now.
Yeah, and with the port and everything, it's hard to like build up your mana with that when you have played 15 lands and
right.
facing
That's
all.
true. That's true. Yeah. So Philip is gonna dig
Wait,
for.
oh,
it's in response to
it
the
must-
sphere. There's
It's in
the
response, of
opt.
course. Yeah.
And what is Philip looking for? More lands, I would suppose. And
Probably,
then
yeah.
maybe
Basic
a Cunning Wish,
lands.
right? Yeah, basics ideally.
Yeah. But what does he have in the board Cunning Wish for? Did he have like a Chain of Vapor or something, or
As far as I remember, there's definitely some bounds. Like there's like Chain of Vapor would make sense, right? So there's
Yeah, it's
Rushing
one
River, Chain of
chain.
Vapor. Yeah.
Hercules Recall and Russian River? So all of those.
But main deck, he has one Chain of Vapor main deck.
Yeah, that's true. And he has 4
And he-
Merchant Scrolls. So I mean, that's,
Oh yeah. Well, okay.
that's not
Not
too
as bad.
expensive, but yeah, he still needs a bunch of lands. Ancient Tomb is good because you could cast Merchant Scroll now,
Yeah.
for instance. Yeah.
And he's going for it.
But then it's likely to get wastelanded down the line.
I wouldn't hold my hopes too high for that Ancient Tomb to live. All right.
And it goes for the Chain of Vapor.
Yeah. So we have some clear line of play. What Philip's plan is for the next, like whenever he's ready, whenever he feels like he can go off. Now Pavel's job is going to be to keep Philip under, like to keep Philip's lands under pressure. And
Yeah.
should he succeed in doing that, I think that's going to be an uphill battle for
Yeah.
Philip.
He's drawing extra cards here
Yeah,
with
oh, yeah,
Sylvan.
that's right.
It makes a
Now-
lot of sense.
Now the Sylvan Library is really good. Like it just keeps the spells coming. So, okay, we do a bit of shuffling here. A bit more. And then this is gonna be an important turn.
So we're gonna expect perhaps some land destruction spell.
I would assume so. Like this is what the deck does, and there we go. Yeah, Ancient Tomb is gone. Costs 2 green. That all checks out. Yes. Ooh, this is really like so far. I think like for Pavel it just goes the way he really would want. Like
Yeah,
everything,
yeah.
like with Mox Diamond turn
an
one,
ideal
with
start.
card advantage. He has everything he wants. This
Yeah.
is
And
how
on
he
the
wants
play.
to play this. Yeah, and he's on the play, which is massive in this game. Like this is how he wants to play this matchup. So this land
Another
number
basic
not
land.
bad, not bad.
Another
not a bad
island.
start. And I was gonna indulge in some more card draw from Sylvan Library. I would assume he still has 12 lives, so
Yeah.
you know, 2 more cards. Although, like, the thing is, if Philip played Tendrils of Agony, then like Pavel would have to be a lot more careful with that Sylvan Library.
Definitely.
But,
Yeah. Right now, it's not life is not really a factor. If he pulls like the beasts, then it
Yeah,
doesn't
sure,
matter
sure.
because we assume that there will be a pack.
Yeah. Usually you don't just
Anyway.
like go. You don't make 1 or 2
Yeah.
beasts with that card.
Another Winter's Grasp.
Looks like it. Looks like he just wants to reduce Philip's mana
Yeah.
base into rubble.
I mean, he's very happy to play this game against
Yeah.
the 15 land deck
Yeah.
any day a week.
Yeah.
He has the option now for the Chain of Vapor, but the thing is, it only makes sense if he can go for it.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's not trivial, especially with so many lands lost.
Like with a couple of Lion's Eye Diamonds maybe or rituals. I think that the deck can explode kind of out of nowhere, but still seems like he's quite far. off,
It's
or-
like
or-
you
or
need
is-
the both the black source and the dark ritual also,
Yeah,
or,
that's
or the other ritual to
He-
get started.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
could have
basi-
a lot of spell. No,
Yeah, sure, but you need like the ritual as well.
Yeah. For sure. He's thinking, okay, is he going for
He's
it?
going for it.
Okay,
Wow.
okay.
Wow,
Let's
interesting. Yeah.
let's go, says Philip.
Yeah.
Maybe he sees like if this game goes for a couple more turns, his chance don't increase. Maybe he sees.
Yeah,
an
that's
opening.
correct. That's correct.
And Pavel is tapped out now, so
Yeah.
let's see what.
Even
Philip
a
can
small
do.
chance now might be better than
Yeah.
a 0 chance down the line, as you say,
Yeah,
because
possibly.
that land destruction would just keep coming, and it also has to be shard and port.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's
so
one.
that's true. That's true. Well, it seems very much like the now or never.
So is this I need to top deck a petal moment?
I've heard he's very good at that. I've heard that like.
But here's the black source at least. So
Yeah,
like,
yeah, right.
yeah, ritual, ill-gotten gains, and a lion's eye diamond.
Are you gonna see the storm counter and the colored mana
Yeah.
counter? The first time I just like walked around the feature match and I saw the storm count and I was thinking, well, like who plays those lands in Premodern? Because I had no clue that these are not actual lands. But yeah, there's like what Tempest or
Yeah, for those of you who didn't watch the previous feature match, he used like cards to represent like the different manas,
Yeah,
also
yeah.
like the storm count. So when he put them down on the table, he was going for it successful as well. So now we're looking for that signal.
Yeah, that like the green light that the storm is about to happen. We don't see it yet. And think like if Philip passes this turn, then
Yeah,
I
Sphere will just
really
come
don't-
down again,
yeah,
and-
and this was the only main deck Chain of Vapor. Like you would have to fetch the other one with Cunning Wish. So
Yeah.
like
Seems like he's deep in the tank now, probably doing some math.
yeah. Like what are the chances of fizzling? You know, if I do this, like
Yeah.
maybe he sees the pieces of the puzzle and he just needs to figure out. But as you said, even if the chances are not huge, I think it makes sense to go for it here because you might not even get another window.
Yeah, I agree.
for it,
I
with the
agree.
Sylvan Library and everything.
Yeah, I mean, and I mean, he already decided to. I mean, with
Yeah.
Chain of Vapor in a sense, but
exactly.
but
He
it
kind of
might
committed with
yeah,
that.
but it might be that he hoped to draw something, of course, some missing piece. And,
yeah, that's true.
um,
So we don't know if he like didn't get there with his draw step or. Like if he manages to win from this spot, I'm just gonna I don't know like it's then this deck is I'm willing to
you need to ban Brain Freeze.
it's I mean as long as it's just one player playing it then you know that's fine but but like this was the ideal start that Pavel could hope for and he played like one of the most powerful pieces of like one of the most powerful silver bullets, I would say, against the deck. And yet, we might see some fireworks. Or maybe not. Who knows at this point. Come on, let's put the colored mana counters in play. Let's start. Don't leave us hanging. There we go.
Okay.
Are we going for it? So
what
these
we were
are
talking
the
about.
lands that I meant before.
Yeah.
Don't get fooled. These are not the actual lands. These represent the colored mana.
So he doesn't put the green mana there even.
Yeah. That
Blue,
does
black, and the storm count.
Huh.
Yeah. Let's
So-
see. Is the ritual
go.
Yes,
That
it's
is
the ritual.
dark ritual. That is
from Mirage?
yeah. So 3 black mana. Storm count 1. Like literally on the edge of my seat now. Okay. Do you think he's still like what is going through his head? Like has he done the math already and he's just like because you're as you said you're committed, you're going off, so is it just like making sure he doesn't make some mistakes?
I mean, it should be deterministic, right? So
Yeah,
right.
like
so
either
I
get there
agree.
or not.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't. If you just cast Brain Freeze for 21 cards, then that achieves nothing. So either you get there or you don't.
I think there might be a factor where you can get a brain freeze up to a certain number, and then you have to decide like, is that enough? Because the only clock now is the Treetop Village, and that's a 6-turn clock.
Yeah.
So you might not need to go all the way with brain freeze.
Okay, but you need to go pretty close.
Yeah,
though.
you need to go pretty close. So
So,
or go for beasts.
sure.
yeah.
Yeah. I think actually beasts are not a bad plan here at all. Like, how many beasts do you need to win the game? 4? Here, it depends on whether Pavel has a Terravore. Okay, Impulse. That just reduces the storm count up, mana down. And so clearly there's something that he's...
So in that sense, it's not deterministic.
Yeah,
yet,
yeah, sure. Yeah, no,
because
this
it's
is-
still looking for something.
That's
so
true. That's true. Cabal Ritual with Threshold? Yes. Comfortably with Threshold.
So he's at 5 black mana.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Lioness Diamond.
And now he's kind of like faster,
don't
so
forget the
does it
storm.
mean he hit what he needed with the Impulse? Ill-gotten gains.
Okay,
All right.
looking pretty strong in the mana department here.
Yeah, for sure. Also, Storm comfortably building up. Discarding Deep Analysis. All right.
It runs deep analysis as well.
Yeah. It's like it's one of Chain of Vapor, one of Deep Analysis, right?
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. So, but does he? Can he dig for? So he's taking the Merchant Scroll. So that means that he's going to go for the Hunting Pack, right? Like he's gonna Merchant Scroll the Cunning Wish for Hunting Pack. Does he have enough mana here?
I mean,
Cabal Ritual.
scroll into intuition into ill-gotten gains. Is
Yeah.
that
So he's 7, 8, 11 mana with the Lion's Eye Diamond, if I count correctly.
I think he can
And
do the
then, so it's 9 now. Is he 1 mana short? So
5 plus 9.
5 plus
3. No, we can do another ill-gotten gains, like intuition into ill-gotten gains, right?
Okay, sure.
And just
that
build
puts him
storm,
up
yeah.
the up mana or okay, I'm just gonna leave it to professionals here. I'm just gonna watch comfortably and assume
And
that
not
Philip
ruin
knows what
your
he's doing.
experience.
Okay, so you were right. We go for intuition here. We cast the intuition, and so that's 5 mana left. Spell number 10. Ill-gotten gains. There we go.
Yeah.
So I suppose it's gonna be 3 ill-gotten gains here.
For sure.
Yeah. We can see by the way that Pavel kept Sphere of Resistance and 2 land destruction spells. So, but I don't think that's gonna be relevant. All right. So he can get to storm count like what? 12, 13, 14? Is that the count? And 14 times 3 would be like. Okay. Okay. So the way it works. Okay. Okay. So the way it works is now he has 3 ill-gotten gains in the graveyard, so he can return.
Yeah, he will
Cabal
cycle
Ritual,
through all of them.
Oh Jesus, that's dirty.
Yeah, just build storm.
Yeah. So Cabal Ritual. Okay, so he's going for the kill, right? Cabal Ritual, Lion's Eye Diamond, Ill-Gotten Gains. In response, sacrifice the diamond. This is ridiculous. This is just like I'm watching. It feels like a deck from a different format.
Yeah. But like still like the margins are so small. I mean
Yeah.
like mana wise and so
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
and even storm wise.
I'm really curious what was it that he was looking for with that impulse? Like which piece? If he really had like how many outs he had in the deck. So there's the other the last ill-gotten gains, or there's one more. The last one. Yeah. So we go up the mana. we go for. There's like so much counting ahead that
The storm count is at 17
Like-
as far as I can see.
imagine counting the mana right from the beginning if you're gonna have enough mana for hunting pack at the end.
Yeah.
Like you have to go literally through like 12 more spells and then see if at the end of the day you're gonna have enough stuff. If that's indeed what he's going for. Lotus, Lion's Eye Diamond, Merchant Scroll. I would suppose in response we're gonna see some Lion's Eye Diamond
Because
activation.
he will take the Cunning Wish
Oh,
now
okay,
and then
okay,
Brain
so-
Freeze, and that should seal it, right?
So the storm count is what, 19?
Yeah, it's enough.
That is insane.
No, he has the main deck. No, that's the Cunning Wish. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because he has. I mean, he has 11 mana, so he can
For
comfortably
sure.
be.
Yeah, right. So no hunting pack nonsense here. We're just gonna go straight for the.
Yeah, it's the Brain Freeze kill.
This is just okay. This is absurd. This is like
He did
this
it.
is
He did it through the sphere.
Yeah, turn
on the
like
draw.
on the draw through turn 2 Sylvan Library, turn 3 the sphere,
That's crazy.
and then like land destruction. Okay, so
Even
deep
flash this
analysis,
back a
just
deep analysis just
good
for
measure.
funsies.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Okay. You already
Okay.
cast the Gunning Wish? Oh yeah, there's the Brain Freeze. Yeah, sure. So deep analysis, Brain Freeze you, and that should be game number 1. And we can't see Pavel right now, but my guess would be he like if it was me, I would be just shaking my head in disbelief, like what just happened. Like it seemed like you were like Pavel was so close to. Oh, he's gonna let Pavel draw 2 cards actually to kill him straight away. So he doesn't even give him. That's what it's there for.
Okay, so with that on the stack,
Yeah,
Brain
he's,
Freeze is in
yeah.
response.
Like
Okay,
he's
now
targeting him, and
we're a
his
bit slower here.
response, Brain
Yeah,
Freeze.
because
yeah.
deep analysis is target player.
Yeah. What just happened? Okay.
I mean, it was strictly speaking not necessary, I guess,
Yeah,
because
because you would get decked
yeah.
in. Like with Sylvan Library, you still draw a card. Like there's no way like how you can. Yeah. I am genuinely impressed, and I have no idea how this is happening in Premodern, which is a format that we all thought we knew, and it turns out there's the perfect storm in the format that we just missed. You know. I mean, to give Philip some credit, I think also he's like one of the few people who can probably play it to this kind of result. And we had an interview with him here earlier on, and he has insane amount of experience playing storm decks in all kinds of formats. So like this is the person to like play the deck in a tournament like this. And he also, I like what he said, that compared to storm decks in other formats, this is the one that's the most difficult to play. Because there's like the most counting going on, and like you need to figure out what to do against different hate cards. So yeah. Speaking of like this, we're looking at the sideboards, by the way. So what do you think Pavel's bringing in?
What's that card even? Is that Call of the Herd?
From left to right, it's Call of the
Okay.
Herd. Then we have Zoran or Curse Totem. There's an Aura of Silence, I think. Like one of the
Is
white
that a
cards.
reprisal? One of them?
No, I think this Ray of Revelation. Well, we have it here as well. Ray of Revelation, Aura of Silence, Naturalized, Dormant Script, Sealed Cleansing. and
Okay.
Awakened to
So
Her.
I mean, Torment Script goes in, Aura of Silence goes in. Like disenchant effects do nothing, right? Or very little.
Yeah, because Philip is gonna cast them the artifacts on the turn that he uses them. So, yeah.
And the Enlightened Tutor, of course, to find like the crypt.
For sure.
Yeah, he can board out the sword. He has swords mainly.
He has 8
And
cards, like
Oath,
Oath of Druids, and
He has a lot of
Swords
dead
of-
cards. Yeah.
So as far as he's not like, as long as he's not worried about some transformative sideboard from
Yeah.
from
I mean-
Philip's side, which
He might as well bring in like Call of the Herd, just because it's better than Oath.
yeah, I agree. I think these are like the 8 cards when you're boarding out 4 swords for oaths, then there's 8 cards that you're like.
Yeah.
That's how he did it last.
And what about
game.
Philip Cyber?
And-
Anything relevant? I mean, he wants some more answers to the spheres, I think.
But I mean, you still have to keep the chain of vapor in the sideboard, right? Like in the like for the cunning wish, and then
Yeah, but you
there's,
can bring in like a rushing river and
Okay, sure.
what's it? Oh, you also have the Hercules recall is an answer.
Yeah, that's yeah. I can imagine him doing that for sure. And that's
I guess
it.
that's it. Yeah, maybe you will leave like maybe 1 bounce in the board, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Yeah, like for the cunning wish, I suppose.
Orim's chant is not relevant, right? So you can board it out.
You can board out Orim's chant and then
A random card.
sure. Okay, yeah. Maybe deep analysis, right? Because you don't actually need to kill them the turn
No.
you
No.
brain freeze them. So I think maybe against some
Yeah,
decks
and it's a
you
bit
do,
expensive, I guess, versus the land destruction deck.
Yeah. Like you're never casting it because 4 mana is a luxury that you're not gonna have. And like there might be some spots where you flashback it after discarding it with no, but that doesn't
I mean,
seem
I can see you like casting it like off Dark Ritual, just draw 2 and then you can draw 2 more, but kind of fringe.
I mean I
Then you
suppose-
waste your ritual. But
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
if you need to find other pieces, but yeah. So it's not. Yeah, obviously you cannot sideboard a whole lot with a deck like this, because you need to keep the core engine.
yeah, agreed.
But yeah, even if the green white deck has kind of few cards to bring in, it will still add up because you will go from 4 spheres to 4 spheres plus a crypt plus an enlightened
Plus
tutor
the tutor,
plus the
Or of silence.
all inside. So that you go from 4 to 7 relevant cards.
Yeah, that's true. I think that the Phillips deck pre-board, like post-board, he's gonna be less favored than he was pre-board, I think. And now Pavel's gonna be on the play again, so we'll see if there's another good draw for him. I think that, like, if he doesn't, he has to mulligan aggressively into the hate card.
Kind of, yeah. And
Yeah. But this is like, I did not think that this is something that I would see today, and I'm just like
I agree.
thoroughly entertained. So they are shuffling right now. As soon as they are done shuffling, we're gonna have the match. We can just look at just to tell you which archetypes actually finished in the top 8. So we have one Groatog, I believe.
that's the second place in the Swiss, Guillaume Salvador.
Then we have in third. Is this the third place?
Yeah, David Krinsky.
Krinsky. So we have Terrageddon. This time, like with really like the small creatures, Weathered Wayfarer, and Exalted Angel. Yeah, like the one that I think we've seen from Jakub Citron already in.
Yeah, but this one has Exalted Angel, so it's a little bit
right.
different.
Yeah. Like some card choices are a bit different. Yeah. Then we have just Burn, straight up, good old Burn.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
4th place.
Then we have Michal Duda with Elves, who we've also seen in the feature match.
So the
against
elves are
Goblins.
still in the game.
Yeah. They still took one slot, and then we have another Burn. So make that 2 Burn decks in the top 8, and then we have
Fabian Sjöblom. Swede. From Stockholm.
This is we've seen him. No, we've seen him on the feature match, right?
Yeah, we see him.
It's the mono blue.
It's a
kind
tide control with a splash of Dreadnought.
Yeah, and that's the one who won game 2 and 3 on the back of the Dreadnought.
Yeah, so he's playing one Dreadnought main and 2 in the board.
So we see quite a few people who've already been covered in our feature match area. I'm excited about the Groatog deck. I always like seeing it. It's just like it has so much going on, and you have Quirion Dryad. It's. I think there was a point where, and I'm gonna finish that sentence after the match because we're here, and since Philip's deck can win on turn 1, I don't want to miss.
You need to be ready.
Yeah.
It seems like Pavel starts off with a fetch. We missed if they took any mulligans. I don't know if our tech guy saw that. But here we are. Pavel starts
Yeah.
with a windswept heath into a snow-covered forest. It seems,
And
a
there's
Mox
Diamond again. Oh,
and a Sylvan. So
Sylvan
it's
Library.
same start pretty
Yeah.
much as last time.
Right.
So let's see if we can follow it up with a sphere or other relevant hit card.
Like Sylvan Library is just the longer the game goes, the better it is, and
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup where you can pretty much draw yourself down to, I mean, the last couple of lives, because
Yeah,
their
yeah,
lives
for
are so irrelevant.
yeah. And like Pavel is like with the Mox Diamond is so incredibly important here. I feel.
Indeed.
Now he's just free to play his 3-mana land destruction spells.
Yeah.
And that's such a huge difference, and that's exactly
Indeed,
what he's
that's
gonna
the
do.
Thermocast. And we see a mental note in response.
Trying to draw more lands.
That was Drowning Glare, the first card. The second was an Intuition. It was on blue card.
Yeah.
I can't quite catch it. Chain of Vapor. Okay.
That hurts. Now Chain of Vapor is not in your deck anymore to match him scroll. That's not what you want to mill, I think, here.
But you should have at least one other.
Yeah,
like
we talked
Russian
about
River,
it.
for
Yeah,
instance.
the post board there should be that, but like Chain of Vapor is the cheapest one. Chain of Vapor is the one
Indeed.
that costs 2 mana under, and there is a Sphere of Resistance.
We could glance a sphere there among the Sylvan cards that he considers.
Yeah.
So great start again from Pavel. But yeah,
So okay, Philip has we there was definitely Cunning Wish, definitely Opt. Think there were. I'm not sure about the rest. It's too quick for me. Okay, so like if you're Pavel, do you go for the land destruction spell if you have it, or do you go for the sphere?
depends. I mean, if he have if he has other lands and so
Sure,
on.
yeah, because you want to like with Sylvan Library, I think.
I guess
my
if
guess
you
would be
have
he does.
your next land drop, I mean, why not go for the sphere?
Yeah, that's
because that just messes with him
Yeah.
more.
Okay, so maybe he doesn't. He just goes for another land destruction spell. Will respond with an Opt.
And assuming that he keeps looking like for lands, basic lands ideally, because he needs typically he needs a couple of lands to get started. I mean, there are exceptions with the petals and so on,
But here he says, "Yep, I like it. I'll take it."
And he's building his threshold. We should note.
Yeah,
I mean
that's
that's not irrelevant.
No, the difference between Cabal Ritual that gives you 3 and that gives you 5 is huge, especially since you tend to reuse it with ill-gotten gains.
Yeah, one petal now, and he's online with the
Or fetch
threshold.
land.
So yeah,
Or fetch land, yeah.
like petal land, Cabal Ritual, ill-gotten gains, and a lead, something like that.
It's entirely possible that he can win here.
Yeah.
Yeah. He kept the top card from opt, so either just more lands or he's already like sculpting the hand to just go for it.
And he doesn't know, of course, about the sphere resistant that is presumably about to hit like next turn.
Yeah. True. But then again, it just giving Pavel another turn, every like single turn that you give him extra, it just means he can find the silver bullets.
yeah.
So
Are you surprised that he's not using Sylvan even more aggressively?
maybe he has a fetch land and there was nothing that he wanted, so he wants to like use it on more.
It's possible.
Yeah, but and we see main phase Chain of Vapor on
the Sylvan.
Sylvan Library. So one, it means that he boarded in the second chain of Vapor.
So we may or may not have the Rushing River in the sideboard, but it's quite possible that's in the board. But still, I mean,
this was a very aggressive play. And why would you do it now?
It's a bit weird. I mean, it's just, I mean, to get threshold is
Sure.
that would be one explanation, but
I-
otherwise it's doesn't seem to do very much, and it kind of takes away the possibility to remove a sphere or a crypt later on.
So we see, is that upkeep or is that main phase?
Take
Main phase, I
yeah.
think. Yeah, main phase. Enlightened Tutor for
Yeah.
Sphere of Resistance.
And now he will play the
And
one from his
now
hand.
we play, yeah, right.
And
Like
that was the
he-
shuffle effect, by the way. I mean,
Oh, the Enlightened Tutor.
yeah,
Yeah, right.
regarding
Yeah.
Sylvan there, but
It's like the
he
reason.
hasn't made a land drop. So let's see if he has another land.
If he doesn't, then it's. But I mean, come on.
He
like,
can still play the second sphere, but he
Yeah,
cannot do a
and-
whole lot himself. But maybe that's enough.
No, but like, if you have 2 spheres in play, then you're happy to wait to draw
Yeah.
more lands, and I don't like. There's no echoing truth in the format, so I don't think Philip can come back from. Or maybe
the Russian River.
Russian River, yeah.
But that's
But that
still that
costs a
would be
lot of
5
yeah.
mana.
Yeah,
So
that costs a lot of mana. You can get there with the Cabal Ritual.
Yeah.
So like with 3 lands, you can already bounce 2 spheres. But then you're spending a lot of resources only on basically.
and just getting to
Like,
5 is
yeah,
not
yeah.
it's not trivial.
So
But
Ancient-
Ancient Tomb.
Wow, I'm really
That's-
curious about
yeah.
that Chain of Vapor. That's just like.
Yeah. And
And passes the-
he knows that the second sphere is on the way here.
Sure, yeah, because he knew this
Yeah.
was one. This one.
This is rough.
Yeah. Like also, but Pavel doesn't have another land.
No,
So he's not gonna
no,
have us, like. There's no more land destruction coming at
No.
least.
but he has a lot of lands in the deck, so
Sure,
he'll
yeah,
hit
yeah.
them
And
eventually.
there's a
Yeah.
Richard import, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. So Soul Library comes. What's
The
that
one
at
that
the
was
end
bounced.
of turn?
And
Oof.
the tournamental notes. Yeah.
Mental that it costs 2 life,
Yeah.
half of your counters from Gemstone Mine, and oh my god, and costs 3 mana. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay.
No clock, of course, for Pavel, so no immediate stress, but
I mean, the Sylvan Library is kind of like a card that just can. It's not a clock, but it gives you a lot more cards, and I think there's a certain point after which I have a hard time imagining Philip coming back from. All right.
yeah, the chat points out that Hercules Recall is relevant to bounce.
Sure.
So
That's true.
that's very true. We mentioned
Yeah, that's
this
true. That's true. Yeah.
before,
so both
so-
Rushing River and
Yeah.
Hercules Recall.
Hercules
And actually,
Recall is cheaper, so
yeah. Like Hercules Recall, Philip
Yeah.
can cast.
he can cast it now even.
Yeah.
We
But
don't
then
know,
he already played his land, so he would.
but we don't know exactly what he left in the board and what he took in. So it's very possible that he has Hercules now in the deck and perhaps Russian River as the last
Yeah.
out in the
Yeah,
board,
yeah,
for
yeah.
instance.
Actually,
makes sense.
so now that like, if he played the Chain of Vapor that aggressively, does it mean he has another answer to those spheres in his hand?
It kind of signals that,
Right.
to
yeah.
be
Like
honest.
if it was
right?
his only
Yeah.
answer, he wouldn't just throw it away.
No,
Right.
because it seems quite weak to play it on a similar. I mean, yeah.
And then Jim. Oh, that's
It's a
painful.
wasteland,
That is
yeah.
painful. So, Gemstone Mine gets tapped in the upkeep, and Pavel's still being relatively going easy on the Sylvan Library.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly hoping to shuffle and draw something more useful and get more cards out of it. 1, 2, 3.
See a treated village?
Yeah, that would be a clock. That would at least. Yeah. And tap your land in your upkeep.
It's a 6-turn clock.
Mm-hmm. And he can do it. He has the mana to do it. He's.
But ideally, he would like to destroy more lands
Sure.
instead, I guess.
Also,
Wouldn't you
might
draw
have
more
been
cards
a-
here just to hit like a few more land destruction spells?
Yeah. Call
Color
the
her,
card.
yeah.
Okay.
Like we
then.
discussed, it's
Yeah.
better than an oath,
Yeah.
and it's a clock. But yeah, actually, it's hard to reach 4 mana for Hercules now. He could have if he has another ancient tomb. That's like an out, but then he would also have to kill his own.
Yeah.
Gemstone Mine and Tomb could get tapped
Yeah.
next turn, so
And-
I'm not sure what it would accomplish really.
Right. It feels like this is the turn where Pavel's not going to use the port, but when he has a clock, then I think he's going to be a lot more inclined to use that port again regularly. Yeah, and Philip just says go. What does Pavel have?
See a Terravor there, and a Mox Diamond, and perhaps a land. Couldn't quite see the third card of Sylvan.
Mox Diamond that costs 2 mana. So actually, let's make it a 3-turn clock instead of a 6-turn clock.
Swings with a treat
How
up
about
an
that?
elephant token, and leaving
Yeah,
Rishalan
upkeep.
Port up for the gemstone mine.
Yep. And Philip has to do something fast. The sphere's resistance is a nightmare. It's
Yeah, double is something else.
double nightmare. A nightmare in the nightmare. Yeah, and I think like all that Pavel has to do now is just to repeat the same turn twice. Attack, tap your land,
Yep.
attack, tap your land. That's like
Definitely.
you don't want to cast anything. You don't even want to cast like a Terror or anything.
There was a wasteland,
Oof.
so
Okay.
doesn't perhaps.
It doesn't change that much.
No, but he can fetch a
Yeah,
response
yeah,
to
exactly,
the port,
right,
but
right.
I mean,
Yeah, like the. Yeah, but he's just gonna swing for 6, get Philip down to 6, and just say, okay, like, show me what you have. This is the turn.
Yeah.
You don't come up with something, you die. And now we're gonna see game 3 here.
okay. So back to the yeah, that was strong start again for Pavel. Should we get back
Yeah.
to the top 8 because the
Sure,
decks? I
sure.
think that was interesting. We
Yeah,
didn't see any replenish, right? In the
There's,
top 8?
I believe there's 0 replenish decks. I
No.
think there was a couple of them lurking near the top of the standings, but then like one of them lost to Pavel playing for top 8.
So that's
but
interesting, given that that was the second largest share. I mean, tied, pretty much tied for many other decks, but it was
no, actually, well, yeah, you're right. It was like 8% replenish, 7% something else.
Yeah,
Yeah,
or
that's-
close,
that's
close.
true. Yeah, no, we have virtually tied, and we have 2 burn decks, so
Yeah.
that's actually they're overrepresented. Like they had 12% and they
Yeah.
have 25% of the top 8. So.
But no pure Stifle Knot deck. Only Fabian's with the one
Yeah.
Dreadnought main, right?
That's right.
Like the hybrid
That's right. I believe so.
type control.
Yeah. So it's and then,
And then what we had a Groatog.
we have
That's
Groatog, we have elves, we have the Terrageddon,
Yeah.
and then we have the 2 decks that are on
Okay.
camera.
Yeah.
That's
No red green Oath monster. Only this
Yes.
green white.
Yes. Also no goblins.
No goblins.
No dead guy.
No dead guy.
Yeah. It's the format is so wide that like, there's so many good decks that anything can happen really in terms of what your top 8 decks are going to be. Yeah. No madness, though Tom Botka was quite close. I think I saw him somewhere close to the top of the standing at some point. No rock. 1 rogue for sure, definitely.
Yeah. But yeah, we don't. Yeah, one survival deck. It's the elves deck.
Right.
No devourer decks, no enchantress, etc., etc., etc. A lot of different decks. And no like white weenie shenanigans with flip decks and so on. But this is a nice mix, I think.
Considering we know the top 8 metagame, do you think any of those decks is favored? Is there any deck that would like be good against the rest of the top 8?
Oh, hard to
2
say.
burn decks, 1 elves.
We should have should look at like, oh, it's almost like comes down to the brackets as well.
Yeah, sure.
Uh,
Like being on the play is super important here.
Yeah, and the specific matchup. So it seems like Fabian is facing. So number 2, Fabian is facing the Groatog deck.
Uh-huh. And Fabian is on the play or draw?
He's on the draw, and he's with a tide
More-
control.
yeah.
With a bit of Stiflenot.
Okay.
I imagine the Groatog is pretty good in that matchup. You can
Seems
take
like it to me. Yeah, you have the
threats
Query
and
Dread, which is a huge
some
beast deck.
backup.
Yeah.
But who knows? I mean, 2 blue decks fighting against each other.
Yeah.
I mean, Sly. I personally think Sly is pretty good against elves, but
And
yeah,
are
I mean, it's
they pairing?
it's closer than you think. I'm not sure.
So that will be Michal Duda versus either Gabriel or Jiří Moravec.
It's 5 versus 4, right? So then it's
Uh-huh.
Michal against Jiri. Yeah, so that's indeed Sly versus elves.
Okay. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And who's on the play there?
It's Jiri. He was the Sly player. So
Well, that is rough for the elves. on
I
the other
think so,
hand.
but I mean, it's the matchup. I mean, it can go either way, but I think
Totally. Yeah.
Sly on the play is not bad.
Yeah. And here we're gonna see the Storm on the play against a deck that's post-board prepared for Storm. It doesn't get much better than having access to 4 spheres of resistance and an enlightened tutor. Like if you knew that 15% of the metagame was Storm,
Yeah.
then like you have your spheres of resistance, you're good, right? We'll see though. We'll see. All right. So the players are still shuffling. You mentioned that Fabian is your fellow Swedish player.
Yeah,
so
he's
he's
from
also
Stockholm.
from Stockholm
Yeah.
as well. So is he like one of your like the group that plays regularly?
I mean, he's a bit on and off, as many of us are now. But he's been into Premodern for quite a while, for sure. But he was a very active player, like really way back in the days. So and playing, I mean, a lot of the big tournaments.
All right.
He was not so strong player, but he said that he didn't have a lot of like play testing before this particular event, actually.
Right.
So,
Right.
but
Okay. I know Michal Duda. He's a guy from a small town not far from Prague, and he organizes his own Premodern tournaments.
nice,
Actually,
nice.
he runs it in a pizza place. So and it's I think it's a town of around 20,000 people. I would say. I don't want to I would have to Google, but that would be my best guess. And they have anywhere between 10 and 20 people, because usually like there's a couple of cars from Prague, who come.
So it's close to Prague.
I would say it's like 45 minutes.
Okay,
Or maybe less. Yeah. Anyway, we are off, and Philip starts with Land Petal Petal.
Yeah,
So
playing them now proactively in case of a sphere, I assume.
Okay, and now things. Okay, wow. Impulse off of a Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
Wow. Does it mean that he's like so close to going off that he's willing to sacrifice one of his petals? Because
No,
this
it
is
could-
like.
It could be that they're just looking for land. But I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming he was happy with his hand. Again, we didn't see any mulligans.
Yeah, that's true. Do we know if one of the players mulliganed or...
Just came
Okay.
Okay.
So
Our
Pavel
supporter
seems
says
like Pavel mulliganed at least once.
Pavel mulligan, yeah.
Which makes sense. You're just looking for the spheres of resistance, right? It's all right. Philip's turn to after impulse.
There's the second land.
Yeah, I'm curious how much he feels like the clock is ticking. Like how much he has to
Here
go
comes the
for
sphere.
it. Yeah. That's the card that Pavel wanted to mulligan into, and he has it. So now let's see how exactly is Philip prepared. So he's gonna respond with cracking the fetch land. Having two very wasteland-proof.
That's always good. So do we see, we're not sure here if we do this in response or not. It's hard to tell from the from the
Also-
stream. Yeah, it could have like an impulse in response,
Yeah, yeah.
or just a regular.
By the way, none of Philip's lands are affected by Tabos Web, right? So and
that's
Pavel runs 3 Tabos Web's main deck, so it's actually 11 cards to board out. Like he has Oath, Swords, and Tabos Webs. So I'm curious if he.
Who runs Subus Webs?
Oh no, sorry. I'm confused. I got confused here. That was completely erase what I said in the last minute. No, that was a different deck. Okay, never mind. No Tabos Webs here. Everybody's safe. So the question here is, how close is Philip to going off? And the answer is still at least a little bit. There's Wasteland.
Oh, another
Jesus. Okay, but
No,
you can Hercus recall at the
Yeah,
end,
Hercus-
right? Like you have the petal, you have 4 mana.
Yeah, that's the play now.
Yeah.
I mean, so his options are kind of shrinking.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. Also because Pavel actually has a Wasteland.
Yeah.
So if he gets to untap, he can really start working on Philip's mana base there. Like, how bad is it if you're a Storm player and you're facing your 5th Sphere of Resistance in 3 games? That's just like...
Yeah. But hitting the land drops here is really crucial. Still, if he has another land drop, I mean, he could just like cast Merchant Scroll for Hercules, as an example.
Yep. That's true. But he needs to keep hitting his land drops here, I think.
And so
Otherwise, he's gonna get locked out.
for sure Pavel has more mana in his more lands in his deck, so he has a better chance of hitting him. But there's still, I believe, a bit of a chance involved here, like who hits more mana, because it's not. There's only a very slow clock from Pavel's perspective.
Okay.
No land drop, no nothing. Brush land for Pavel.
So,
And a Sylvan, okay.
so like,
He prefers that over wastelanding, but
like Philip still, it makes sense because like if Philip didn't have the Hercules recall last turn, chances are he doesn't have it now either. So you can just like start picking and looking for those crucial pieces of cardboard that you.
if that brush land was his last land, Pavel, it makes a lot of sense. I can see an aura of silence there, glancing from Pavel's hand.
Chain of Vapor on one of your spheres.
And
Well,
that's-
it's a start. Oof. Is it that Philip just sees the writing on the wall and he says like, okay, I have to go for it now?
Could also be that this enables, I don't know, like him to search for search for the Hercules, like the merchant scroll, just to like.
Sure, yeah, like you can just main phaser, but then there's still the wasteland.
There's still a wasteland.
This is rough.
Yeah.
That's the sound that you might be hearing is not a storm that's coming from one of the players, but it's just a little bit of noise from around here. As we are patiently waiting for Philip to decide, is this the turn? Am I going for it? Or again, he committed with the Chain of Vapor. That's a sign that maybe he's thinking about it, or maybe he's like waiting for what his draw would deliver. I don't think it's just like pure. Like, if he was desperate, he could have bounced the Sylvan Library to deny Pavel a chance of drawing something like more disruption. But if he just says go here, then I don't like his chances that much.
Unless he has the Hercules ready somehow.
Sure,
But,
like to make, but even then
he
Pavel's
could use
just gonna
the wasteland,
plus the sphere.
Yeah, sure, but he will have two mana left.
That's right. That is.
But no, yeah, he could wasteland before, force him to draw mana, and play the Hercules, and then he could replay one of the spheres, actually.
Yeah, right. Like if he... That's true. Lines I demand for 1 mana. Okay. So, and go. Wow. What is going on here? So Sylvan Library is going to bring some fresh cards to Pavel.
So a Thermokarst,
Mhm.
I think, and was that the fetch land?
So he can go like Fetchland, Thermokarst, Wasteland, right? He can pay for, if he decides that he doesn't want to play the other Sphere of Resistance, he can casually eat
Yeah.
2 of Philip's lands, which doesn't seem that bad.
But playing the sphere is pretty strong as well, because that
Yeah,
really forces
that's
him
true.
to have
That's true.
like the bounce 2 to
Yeah.
go off,
That's true.
and you can still wasteland as well.
Yeah. I'm curious if Pavel thinks that there's like a certain number of lands that you need to deprive Philip of. I think with the replenish matchup, the clear answer is 4, but here you don't know how many rituals Philip has, so it's like he can go off on 1 land, he can go off on 3, and there's no clear limit to like you're trying to keep him away from this much or that much. So
Nice with the spheres out. He would need to have basically 4
sure,
to
yeah,
cast
like
the
to do
Hercules.
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So
Pavel is in the tank, considering
Yeah,
his
right.
possibilities here. He can, as you say, he could cast the land destruction plus the wasteland, or he
Yeah.
could go for, recast the sphere plus the wasteland,
That's the wasteland.
and
Yeah, for sure.
possibly has some other play.
I mean, I like his position. It's
Yeah,
because I
sure,
think
sure, sure.
At this point, he's choosing between 2 great options.
Yeah, for sure. And he fetches there, so he gets like free reshuffle
Mm-hmm.
for Sylvan.
Yeah.
So
Also,
that's
it looks like he only took 1 card from the library. He's still in 19.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you were saying?
yeah, but I mean that's another clock that's ticking here, because there's even more hate
Yep.
possibly coming up, like
Digging deeper.
Tormous Crypt, and
Yeah.
perhaps even more annoyingly the Aura of Silence,
Silence?
because that you cannot bounce with the Hercules, so that would like seal. It's only artifacts with Hercules recall.
Oh, right, all right. Yeah, with Hercules Recall. Sure.
Okay, our tech guy whispers here that the Aura of Silence is actually in the hand.
Which is, by the way, a great follow-up play, I guess.
I mean,
No,
that's
maybe not. Maybe the sphere is just better. Maybe the sphere is still better.
No, I like Aura because it's hedges against the Hercules. But either
But like,
of,
but
either of
Philip's
them
not
get,
casting the Hercules Recall this turn, right? Like you just say, okay, let's go to combat. Your mana, you floated mana. Okay, sure. Are you gonna do something with it?
no,
then
it's true. He
second
can't
phase-
cast it now. So either of these plays are fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, even more. Yeah. He's just.
Yeah, he cannot go for it. I mean, it's very next turn. So
So
he
with
will
every
have
turn
time
f-
to
yeah.
cast both of them.
Yep. Philip is sliding deeper and deeper into trouble. Feels like. That's the Aura of Silence.
Yep.
It's gonna cost a couple of life, but yeah, we have Ondra has very sharp eyes apparently, and also he knows all the old cards. That's good.
But this is crushing. But he has another chain.
Chain in response. Wow, it feels
Yeah,
like his hand is like very reactive.
I think that was like just end of turn.
So
I'm
oh,
guessing.
okay, sure, yeah, like you don't have to.
It's
You don't have to
irrelevant,
cast
yeah.
it in response. Yeah.
But what does he?
So is Pavel going to go for the lines I diamond in response? Probably not.
or what did he do now? Did he respond to the wasteland? No, he wasted it before.
No, the wasteland I think is
yeah,
gone
yeah.
because he
Wasteland was
floated
before.
1 mana
Yeah.
and the 1 mana
Yeah.
I don't see it there anymore.
So is he considering which one to target,
I
the sphere or the aura?
I think so.
Or...
I think he's either he wants to bounce. He's
Okay, he wants to
bouncing
bounce that.
his own Lion's Eye Diamond but the Lion's Eye Diamond costs 2 extra
Yeah.
to cast.
I'm,
How is he going to? How's he gonna get around that?
I wonder if he even did he even think about that. I mean, it builds storm, but
Is it like the Aura of Silence is like a little bit on the front? Is it because Pavel is actually sacrificing it, targeting the Lion's Eye Diamond, and this Chain of Vapor that we're seeing is in response to the sacrifice of the Aura of Silence? So it's like, in response, I bounce my own Lion's Eye Diamond, and then I redirect it to target your Sphere of Resistance.
I don't know,
Is
man.
that what's going on?
I mean, technically it should be in the grave, the aura.
It should,
but I
but
mean,
like, why is it like
I don't know. But it seems like an odd play to sacrifice the aura.
straight
honestly.
away?
It's pretty good to have around.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I can't. On the other hand, I don't really see the rationale for like bouncing your own.
Yeah, like when it's like 2 mana more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, you can
So-
do it to protect it from aura,
Okay, no.
because you can play it when you want. But on the other hand, it costs 2 mana
Yeah,
extra.
right,
So
right. Like, how's your turn? Like, okay, if he has like a bunch of rituals, he doesn't mind the Lion's Eye Diamond costing 2.
but it's
And
still-
again, like Pavel has 2 spheres of resistance in his hand now, so maybe this is the turn where you want to go off if you're Philip, right?
I feel like, I mean, it's almost like he has to, right? I say
Yeah, yeah.
almost because there are other possibilities like ritual, like into, I mean, if another island or something, and then Hercules. But I don't. He doesn't want this to go on because every turn is like putting him
Yeah.
deeper
Yeah,
in this hole.
yeah, for sure. So, but he has cast a lot of reactive spells. So I'm even wondering how many cards he has in his hand at this point, and if there's enough to like. I see there's like a okay. He just passes the turn. So that does not look great.
He has threshold now for what it's worth, Philip.
Yeah. Oh, Sphere of Resistance costs 2 more.
No,
Is
no,
it?
it's targeted. It's
Okay,
only
okay,
on the
okay.
opponent.
It's just opponent. Well, that means that both spheres are back.
Did he misunderstand that? Is it possible that he thought it was symmetrical?
Could be. I don't know.
But still, I still can't really wrap my head around.
The chain of vapor.
Bouncing the Lion's Eye
Yeah,
Diamond,
Right.
because it seems like that land would be good to have around.
Yeah. Right. And now his Lion's Eye Diamond costs more mana than it actually gives you when you sacrifice it at this point. It's like you have to pay 4. Ugh, here we go
5
with
mana.
the Land
Oof,
Destruction
it's the
and
worst.
Wasteland, and Pavel is just saying, I am going to destroy everything.
I'm
and
afraid
I,
this is game over.
Looks like
and
it. He has even has like a Treat of Village and Mishra's Factory, right? Like
Yeah.
looks like it.
The course as well.
Just to add insult to injury.
Here comes the
Take 5.
4-turn clock.
Yeah, this just
Still
feels
like a phenomenal achievement by
Oh, yeah,
Philip
yeah.
going this far, and even stealing a game versus resolved sphere resistant at turn 2
Yeah.
when he was on the draw.
Yeah, the first game was pretty awesome. So Pavel says end of turn, tap your polluted delta, I believe. And Philip says in response I'm gonna fetch for an island.
Who was in the upkeep probably,
I think it was
or was it N2? I
might
feel like that doesn't matter.
either way or the other. Yeah, this game looks like it's over. 13 life on both sides, but when you look at the board, one person has everything and the other person not exactly. So that would be upkeep, tap your land. I think we're just going through the motions here, and we're gonna see Pavel advance into the semifinals.
Indeed.
Still, as you mentioned, that was a great run from Philip,
Indeed.
and he proved that he is the true storm master in any format, I guess. Yeah,
I mean, you have to say it's a little bit unfortunate that like Sphere of Resistance is like a legit card
Yeah.
in the meta. Because,
yeah, and that you play against a deck that has 4 of them
Yeah.
in deck. Yeah,
but that's
Yeah.
the way it is.
yeah.
Great
So-
run. And
Yep.
yeah, a great match, I think.
Agree. We're gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna be back with the semifinals. So stay tuned.
So welcome to semifinals.
Hello, everyone.
Can't believe it. You know, it seems like we started just a couple of hours ago. It's almost 11.
Yeah.
And here we go, semifinals. We have Fabian Surblom. We've had it on the coverage. That's the mono blue. Yeah, it was quite interesting game with mono red. And now Fabian will be facing, similar deck we saw in previous round, but now piloted by David Krinsky. And
It's not normal that the Dreadnought deck plays Parallax.
yeah, this is more focused on like the Parallax Titan. He plays only like 2 Dreadnoughts.
Oh, I see.
And he will be facing this deck, similar what we've seen. I think Pavel was not playing Weathered Wayfarer, if I'm not mistaken. I can actually check it, but yeah, I think it will be interesting for sure. I think. Well, the thing is this: the mono blue deck does not have really good ways how to remove creatures. So I think David can put Fabian under some pressure. He can seal the game with like something like Armageddon. He can get extra lands with like Wayfarer and such. Obviously, Mox Diamond, Sylvan Library. We saw how powerful it is, especially if you have a turn 1, which Pavel had, I think, in 5 games in a row, as somebody pointed out in the chat. So that's probably how you do it to get to the semifinals. But I don't think David has a good way how to stop like Parallax Tide, stifle. So his lands can be like kind of easily destroyed. But
It's gonna be an interesting matchup. I can definitely see it going both ways, and it's gonna really depend on
yeah,
the player's draws. Like, yeah.
what's quite interesting, I'm not sure if it's standard, that David has 4 Armageddon. That's quite a lot, I think. So we will see how this goes. Interesting thing for Fabian.
He even has Cataclysm in the sideboard, right? So he can even.
And
bring
he
it.
does have Cataclysm. Oh, no, yeah. Well, normally I think they play less Armageddon, but here it's 4. So we will see how that goes. I think, obviously, David's deck is very centered around lands, and Fabian can deal with that. On the other hand, if David has some kind of a real like pressure, like Sylvan Library into like elephant, I think maybe Fabian will have problems stopping that. Like, I think Fabian will have to win through Dreadnought. He only has 1 in main deck, or completely like locking the game. Also, Standstill doesn't seem very exciting for Fabian because, like David, if he could play green Standstill, he would play it, right? Because he has so much going on in terms of lands. He has 2 Treetop Village, 2 Rishadan Port. He has 4 Wasteland, and if he gets Weather Wayfarer into play, he can get any land in his deck. And here we go, Mox Diamond again.
He might get the 5 though.
Oh.
So that doesn't really make the Mox.
So maybe
great. So
Fabian, he has like 4 Chain of Vapor. Do you think what would you do if you had Chain
yeah,
of Vapor? You just
I
snap.
think I would do it. Yeah.
You snap, return it. Okay. Oh yeah.
You snap called it. Yeah, David really needs something like a sim library. Otherwise, this game is gonna be pretty one-sided. It seems like he have it. If he had it, he would have played it last turn. So
Yes, I think so. But I think what can happen, like what would be like a bad decision in my opinion, if Fabian play like Standstill, right? Nothing is on the board. I have 2 mana. I have Standstill. That sounds
Right,
like
right.
I cast it. Absolutely not. That would give David a chance to get back into the game, because David would not play a spell for next like 7 turns.
right.
He would just be drawing. And I wouldn't be surprised, I didn't count it, but I wouldn't be surprised if David has more lands, well, in Mox Diamond deck than Fabian.
One thing going for David is that the Fabian's deck doesn't really have a fast clock, so there's some hope for him that he will be able to draw out of it. But
Yes. Like Fabian's win con really is for Mishra's Factory and 3 Fairy Conclave. So it's 7 man lands. And I guess he hopes to win through that, especially after he destroys 5 of opponent's lands via Tide.
there are actually so many mono blue decks in Premodern. You have like the Dreadnought deck, you have this Tide Control, you have Stasis.
Yes. What's interesting, like Fabian, he went for Standstill version instead of like Gush, because obviously if you have 14 islands, it seems like Gush This is a good card. So Fabian is maybe. Oh yeah, I knew it that he has fiery conclave because you know the hesitation. Should I blow his Should I blow his wasteland? But the
Why
thing
do you
is,
think he didn't do it?
because maybe felt he wants to be casting something like Impulse or maybe Mana Leak he's holding in hand. So
Yeah, but like David can always wasteland the wasteland
yes,
anyway.
he can, but you can
So
always let your opponent make a display.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so, and I think David probably doesn't have too much going on. He has like what five cards. It's not too bad. I thought he's even worse off. But one of them is Mox Diamond. We must not forget that.
Yeah.
And Fabian just needs like, just want to say, yeah, you want your land drops. That's like what matters.
There's a small glimpse of hope for David. Blue Wonders under
bigger
wasteland.
glimpse. Impulse. Yeah,
That's gonna find a land for sure.
famous last words. I always tell people to shuffle their deck. Because that's what the impulse says.
Oh, really?
They're always confused. No, it's errata. It has errata. You don't shuffle
Anymore.
anymore, but
Okay.
you
The
can
card says
the
that.
shuffle your deck. Some people are confused because many people have never read thus far.
It actually matters, right? Like the difference between the cards being on bottom.
Of
and
course, absolutely. It all makes most sense that you don't shuffle, but that's originally how it was. Then it got errata. I think it's how they intended it, like that you don't shuffle, but then
Well,
it
if
got
they
there.
intended to not shuffle, then they wouldn't write shuffle on it.
I think they intended many things, and the result was completely
It's like
different. so-
explicitly written there, shuffle.
Yes. But how many times you said something and you meant something
Like every
completely
day,
different?
every minute. Yeah.
Remember your girlfriends. Yes.
Don't say that on stream.
Oh, sorry. Girlfriend, just one. Counterspell. Yeah, I think, well, we'll see. I mean, it seems that Fabian is.
That's like one thing that I don't really like about Premodern is that you like often have these stumbles and the games are just like super weird. Like people just don't have lands or they're just not really doing anything. I don't know. Like
No, I think it's part of the game. I think it's actually. I think this is not uninteresting game at all. You know, it seemed like David mulliganing down to 5. You said. Now he's like trying to find a way back into the game. Interesting that he casted Mox Diamond. That's quite interesting. I'm sure maybe he needs it for like a second green or what, but I would probably wait for it. What is this? Armageddon.
Armageddon. Probably, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we saw this from like turn 2 that he had it when he didn't waste. But I mean, that's like a real. That's always like contact with. It's a real reality check. It's like, do you have a counter, or you just you're kind of dead.
So how is Fabian gonna progress to like actually get ahead here?
I think he needs more lands, and eventually he needs to destroy. He will try to destroy all his opponent's lands.
Oh, factor
Is this
friction.
factor fiction?
Yeah,
Factor
that's-
fiction. Cool.
It's really strong.
There is tight. I mean, here like you take 3 cards probably. I feel like I think he is kind of low on resources, Fabian. But he would like to get, I think, Parallax Tight, because if you, we will see how the piles will look like. But of course, the Weather of the Wayfarer, like Fabian doesn't really have an answer for it. He can only like bounce it, so that can get him lands over a course of several turns. Okay, he took that. So land into Parallax Tide Chain of Vapor. No, okay. So he does have it.
So can you explain how does Parallax Tide work with Chain of Vapor?
Oh yeah, it's very easy. Similar, it's sometimes with Stifle it's even better. Basically, with Parallax Tide, you put it into play and it comes with 5 counters. Then you remove like all 5 counters and target 5 different lands. You keep priority, you can target whatever. You keep priority, and in response, you return with Chain of Vapor to your hand. Then trigger goes on the stack that when Peroxide leaves play, you return lands, but there are no lands to be returned. Then it
Right,
comes
right.
into your hand, and then you exile all his lands. So that's like permanent destruction of lands, and you still keep Peroxide for later use.
Not only that, but you also get to trigger the Chain of Vapor for your opponent as well, right? Because is that how it works? Isn't
No, you're targeting yours. You can, in response, sacrifice your non-land permanent and target one of his things.
Oh, right. I thought it works differently. Okay, sure.
So now you counter way far.
There's a big Terra War.
Yes.
Isn't that like a huge problem for the mono blue deck? Because he already used 2 Chain of Vapors.
Uh-huh.
So what is he gonna do about that?
I mean, he's going to...
I mean, that's good, but it doesn't stop a creature.
No, he does not.
I wonder how.
And
big it
Terra
is.
War is really tough,
Yeah.
right? You can't be just like jumping it or doing anything like that. There's another version of this that you can. Oh, that's super cool. You will untap. Now watch this.
Oh.
He targets all 3 lands, then he returns it, and now he'll get 2 untapped lands.
And he gets to bounce the Terra War as well.
That's so good.
Bam!
It seems like Fabian played this before.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant when I said that. Yeah.
I mean, in Terry, because before I was thinking about before there was Terra, but I was thinking he will bounce the mocks, right? Because that's yeah. I think that's how Fabian's deck can win. Something like this.
He
Something
probably
like-
wouldn't have used those Chain of Vapors so aggressively if he didn't have the third one, maybe. So
potentially. Now,
it's not like
you
you
play
like super
standstill.
lucky.
It's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Playing that standstill is a little suspicious. Just
It can backfire for sure because standstill is kind of really random. Like
kind of means that if your Fairy Conclave gets like Wasteland or whatever, you just got David back into the game.
David used already like 2 wastelands, so there is less of a chance. But even Richard Pot is like enough for David to stall, and we see that Fabian doesn't have like follow up. Like he's kind of dependent, and I think that's why standstill is very very tricky card that you don't know what's coming. Like and it's not like it will be decided in 3 turns. It's take like 6, 7, 8 turns.
His hand had to be really bad for him to do that. Oh, there's a second mainland that's gonna be pretty good.
Maybe he didn't have any like follow up, but now he will have like a counter spell backup, and yeah, he's going to attack. I would really like for him tapping differently, like having 2 islands untapped, so you're sure you can cast that mana leak or what. But it's probably not so relevant now.
I mean, that would require David to have Wasteland and then spell to play.
I understand that, but I mean, generally, it's good.
Right.
I feel like it's good to have these like manners. I don't know, like this technicality of your play that you always do it like that. Okay. So, Mox Diamonds triggering a standstill. I think Fabian has probably about 8 cards in hand now. I guess he's feeling pretty good. Standstill? No. Oh!
Is that
Powder Keg? He's going to destroy the Mox
Do
Diamonds.
you think that's good, Thomas?
I even forgot that he has the card.
He has 2 of them.
He has 3 of them.
Oh, 3?
Actually, he has 3 of them. Yeah, that must feel terrible. I'm not sure. Are deck lists open? No, they are not. They are not. Okay, I was asking technical stuff. So David did not even have to know that there is like Powder Cake main deck.
Right.
So he felt like Mox Diamond. That's like safe.
What is the card that Fabian just played?
Best card in format, Philips Furnace. Yes, one of.
Is that the thing that gains life?
It's the thing that does everything. It draws cards.
Is that a remove graveyard?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
He didn't even tap it. Oh no, he's just going.
It's like the old version of Relic of Broach, and it is basically right. Kind of.
It's more like Scrabbling Claws. You know Scrabbling Claws?
Yeah, I know.
So this removes bottom card. Like Scrabbling Claws can remove any card, and Relic removes both graveyards. Ooh, Swords to Clashers. So it doesn't really matter, I guess. Very cool. Interesting that he went for the Fiery Conclave. Maybe he thinks he can block Mishra, but Mishra is easier to activate.
Yep, the one extra mana can matter a lot.
Yes, I agree. But again, Fabian is passing with untapped dual.
I don't think it really like matters at this point.
Yes, non-basic land, I mean. Okay, that's kind
Is
of...
that a Dust Bowl?
It's also a pretty good card, not gonna lie.
Ah man, I thought we were watching a land destruction deck the last round, but
There's another sort of pressures.
if you had a counter, would you counter this? Probably not, right?
Probably not. But
Then you're risking that the other mana gets wastelanded and then the game.
honestly, what I would do, I would probably destroy the Sylvan, the Trito village with that bow, and attack with maybe just Mishra or something.
Yeah, that seems better.
Because like you want to limit his possibilities. Like you don't want him to cast like Sylvan Library now, so you don't want to like feel like you have to counter or anything like that. But David is on 7 lives, and yeah, of course, like if Fabian is drawing like a god. But see, for example, this card would not be in the picture now. Wow, that's pretty good, isn't it? Okay, I like it. I mean, very convincing from Fabian all this game. It seemed like even we had it like I think we had it in like round 2 or round 3, and I have to say that great. I have to say that he played. We felt that he played like these Chain of Vapors very aggressively. They like almost we felt he like throwing away cards, but it really seems that he knows what he's doing, and I always like it. I like when people know what they're doing.
Depends. If they're my opponents, then it's not so good. But
Yeah, but I mean, at least you can respect them. Like if you lose, you don't feel that bad.
that's true. Yeah, losing to someone who plays horrible feels real bad. Like you just get like mana screwed, and
You don't even have to go mana screw. You can just draw like kind of everything, right? But if you lose to player, like for example, Philip, with his Storm, he was so clinical. He could be like surgeon. You know, he was just like he knew exactly what he was doing. So I like that a lot. So let's see deck lists. So what do we have here? It seems to me that you might want to bring you probably want to bring Disenchant as David, and that's it.
does that actually work against the Parallax Tide?
It does. No, it depends. Not really.
Not really, right?
No, it doesn't really work.
So like I'm wondering if it's actually any good.
The thing is that maybe there's no point.
It can also kill Mishra's Factory.
The thing is that it kills Mishra's Factory. It can kill like Powder Keg, and also they don't always, now they have Phyrexian Dreadnought, which maybe David does not know about.
It's probably good enough.
Another thing is that they don't always have it, right? Sometimes they play Parallax Tide, remove your lands, and when they when they can't remove the counter, they have to sacrifice Parallax Tide. Then there is a trigger goes on the stack that returns his lands, and you can stifle it. That's kind of a way how you can do it when you're just on 4 mana. You just play 4 mana. That's like one of the best ways how Parallax Tide works, because you can just play it on 4, remove his lands. You don't have to like have any setup. You just play the single card, and like in 1 or 2 turns you find stifle or you already have it in a hand. So that's the way. And if we look in Fabian's deck list, there's a lot. Well, lot. There are 3 Annal. Like I'm sure you want Annal, and I think you want Teferi's Response, and possibly another Powder Keg.
Yeah.
Like the keg seemed great. It can kill Mungoose. It can kill Mox Diamond. So I think something along those lines. Like Teferi's Response seems really good, because especially against Richard Lamport, when he doesn't want to hurt you too much. He just wants to tap your land. And what are you going to do? You destroy his land and you draw 2 cards. It's 3 for 1. It's pretty good. And it's only for 2 mana. So I think that's what Fabian is bringing. I'm thinking what he wants to cut. I guess I would probably cut Standstill. I mean, it kind of won him the game, but I don't think you can really afford to play standstill in this matchup. Because I think if David Zek could play standstill, he would play it. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I don't really think standstill is great in this matchup for sure. Let's see. What would you bring in though?
What I would bring in, I just said it. Annul and if there is a response, possibly another powder keg. I would not bring in like Dreadnought because my opponent has swords and they also they will probably bring some number of like disenchant effects.
Right.
Wayfarer. I actually love the card.
Sorry, I was just like mentally away for 10 seconds and I didn't hear you say that, so I apologize.
That's fine. It was like a first like deck I played in Legacy with Wayfarer many years ago, and it was with Phantom Seer, which has like a gush effect, so you could return 2 islands to your hand, and this could always search. It was very cool.
One library.
Now for Spike, come on, show us. I feel like he really needs that for Spike, but I'm afraid if he had for Spike, he would have played it, and now he's probably thinking about Vapor, Chain of Vapor, and I think if he doesn't have Chain of Vapor, he probably needs to return the Sylvan Library and then try to counter it, because Sylvan Library is just, yeah, that's what he's doing. Feels bad, but on the other hand, his mana.
It is a 0-for-1, but if you let him have it, he's gonna generate card advantage anyway. So.
Yeah, it would just would get too strong. But that Wayfarer also gives a weird dynamic. It's like a teeny weeny like Lantex, but it can search for non-basics.
Right.
It's very strong.
Yeah, it's a really weird card because sometimes it's just 1/1/1/1 and it's like really weak, but sometimes it's just incredible. Especially if you draw Mox, then it just really goes off.
I think probably what Fabian wants to get is something like Powder Cake. That seems like a decent card. But the problem is that now, like, I guess David is passing. Possibly he's passing, like, right, this impulse is end of turn.
What do you think about playing the Mongoose over the library? He still has the Wayfarer up, but he can still, like, if Fabian plays a third lane, he can just use Wayfarer.
I just was about to say it. I like it a lot because now we know that Fabian needs to have like at least 4 lands in play to do something really, and like David is stopping him from it. It's like, okay, you play land, I get 2 lands because he's getting 1 land now, and then in his turn before he plays land, and the land he's maybe playing is fetch land, so he will get another land afterwards because you can fetch and in response search. So it's kind of Fabian is a little bit in a pickle. I think he really wants to play land, but he might feel that he can't afford it.
Yeah, this is rough for him. The only answer he really has is the powder cake, which he probably doesn't have, right?
Nice. Also, the question is whether you want to tap out. Oh, he played the land.
Also, even if he has the powder cake, David can have an answer in like a naturalize or something.
Exactly. Now, the possibility was as well for Fabian just to pass. You know, sometimes I feel sometimes people like don't do that enough because what is the threat here? Like 1/1 is attacking you, and the other one is like waiting. I think you can take a few hits like that.
Yeah, this is gonna be gonna be a 3-for-1 at least here. Well, 3-for-0.
It's quite incredible, and especially searching that Rishadan port. That means like you will play land as David. And your opponent will be on 2 lands again, and you can and if he plays another one, you get. Now you probably search again, and anytime you draw Mox Diamond, you obviously break the parity, you know, and in the lands, and you will be. Oh, why wouldn't you search? What was the reason not to search with Wayfarer?
That's one thing. The other thing is that, as you said, he could have searched for fetch land as well. And really like,
but I mean, I respect that David wants to have Richard on board in play and be and tapping the lands because next turn he could hit like 4th land and get like the parallax tide. I respect that, but I don't understand why he didn't search for it before.
Yeah, that was pretty loose. I think he just didn't realize that maybe.
Maybe he has 7 cards in hand. But even that, like you just find random land and discard it. You have it
Maybe,
in the
maybe he
graveyard.
thinks that Fabian will play land for sure, and he just didn't want to discard. Like that's the only thing I can think of. But I think he has 6 cards, so
Okay.
there is nothing like a mana tide or anything he would have hold for that 1 mana. So yeah, that was kind of loose probably.
Yes, and what's also kind of funny that you can always play fetch land. You could get fetch land and play fetch land now, and when your opponent plays the 4th land, you just fetch and you can search again, right? So, oh no, he's attacking. Really like Wayfarer. What a beautiful card. Yes, now he plays fetch land. Okay, interesting. Now we get Sylvan Library. He has the counter spell prepared. We knew that.
I'm not even sure it was right to play it into the open mana. Like
You could always like tap. Of course, like now we have to recognize like David's plan is I don't want Fabian to ever have 4 mana, so he's playing accordingly, right? He could force like the Sylvan Library, like in attack step you tap one of his lands and then you can get it through. But the possibility that your opponent plays,
that's not what I meant. I meant that I wouldn't play it at all.
okay, fair.
Maybe he has a second copy or something.
Yes, because now if Fabian would get Parallax Tide and remove all his lands, that would be just probably a bit too painful. Okay, also interesting. Standstill. Yes. Not sure about that. The good thing is that it's sometimes, and we talked about it before, that like Standstill is such an interesting card, and maybe David will just not play anything. He will be like tapping Mishra with Rishadan Port and just attacking for 1 with Mungus. And now it really depends. It's like on the top 5 cards of your library. What are you going to draw? Because if David is going to draw some like a land business spells. Cool. Okay. Then we have fetch land. Is he going to? Yeah, he's going to play. Okay. So that was kind of easy for Fabian. Getting 3 cards. And now he really can have like now probably that Parallax Tide, nothing will stop it. The only problem I see that possibly David can have like Armageddon, and that would seal the game, but he doesn't. Okay, he's tapping. Like with Fabian, obviously you want to have Stifle. Now that's like what I was saying. Now you really want to have like Parallax Tide with Stifle, and you can kill all 5 lands. No, 4 probably. It's just 4. Because can't kill the fetch land. By the way, Peter, when you saw the deck list from top 8, is there anything that really caught your eye?
I didn't actually
Would you like to play?
see all of them.
You can check it here. We have it all here. Don't say Storm from Philip.
Yeah, I'm not really a Storm guy. I don't know, the older I get, the more I want to just burn people. So I think I would just play burn. You know?
Yeah, we have 1 burn in the top 8. Two burns, but only 1 now, right? 1 was eliminated. 1 ran out of steam, out of fire.
I used to hate on all the burn players, and now I understand. Just 3-2, ball lightning, bam, bam.
I think that's the meme. That's the meme of like the Family Guy when they all sit in like these tuxedos. And it's like a mid-range player, mid-range player, control player, and combo player, and they look down on Meg. That's aggro player, and she's like, "Why do you think you're better than me?"
Is that an actual episode of Family Guy?
I don't know. It's a meme.
Oh,
But that's obviously like a screenshot from the show.
right.
When they all wear like tuxedo. And yeah, she's okay, Wasteland.
I mean, the aggro decks nowadays in like standards and stuff are actually probably the hardest. But yeah, I agree. Back in the day, aggro was probably the easiest deck to play.
But I remember growing up, like, control is so hard. But I remember when I play like aggro against control, and he just had like force spike into counterspell, into something, into Wrath of God, into like
Right.
draw 3 cards. I felt like, what's difficult about it? He just kills me. Okay, that's nice. Fact or fiction, that's always like some kind of fresh air. Is it end of turn?
I think that's kind of the story of every Magic player, that they were just losing to Wrath of God at the beginning.
Okay, now we don't really see it very well, but I think he's going to take the 3 cards, right? But there is Force Spike, which is kind of useless. Okay, he took it. Okay, so he has Force Spike, Island, and Mishra's Factory. Oh, he played it in response. I see. It's a bit risky. He's going to play another... Okay, another Mongoose. Faster than Cobra's Bite. But by the way, do you know it's true that mongoose can hunt like cobra? That's really huge, and they are very tiny. You know, these animals, but they really can dodge like cobra's attack, and I've seen it a few times on some National Geographic, and it's kind of very cool. And they're like some kind of an animal pest, like in India, you know, running around on the streets. They're really tiny, and they have this reputation. I've seen it like obviously not in real life, but it's interesting that it's like a hunter of snakes, and it does not have any resistance. When it gets bitten, it like dies.
Right.
That's it. But it doesn't. Okay. So how do you feel? Where we're at? What's happening here?
Yeah, and I think it's really happening that much. The creatures are holded by these Mishra's factories. And yeah, people are just players are just trying to find some trump cards.
Yeah, he does have a lot, David. And I think like David can have. I don't see what he has. I think there's like Naturalize, Swords to Plowshares, and so he got mana. He'll probably activate Mishra, but yeah, I think it's a little bit falling apart for Fabian. Like slowly but surely, he's like losing those lands. I really wish David got that extra land there, like getting like extra wasteland in hand, like that. He wouldn't be sorry for that. And also, if you're in this kind of situation and he attacks and you want to do some things with your Mishras, he can always like post combat like Armageddon when you tap out because you don't have enough mana now. Richard Port is doing a lot of work in this game, so. Elephant.
That's actually quite good against this deck full of counters. It's just so weird to me that 3 mana 3/3 is a good card. it's just crazy nowadays. It's not even good in limited anymore.
Like 3 mana 3/3?
Yeah, it's not good in limited.
Nice.
I mean, it's playable, but yeah, this is gonna be really hard for Fabian to come back.
No, yeah, I'm afraid it's kind of we got.
But can you imagine that David had like 2 more lands that he would have searched with that Wayfire? The game wouldn't really be close, right?
Yes. Imagine he plays another wasteland right now.
Right,
that he just searched before. Yeah, this is just so difficult. I'm really not sure what Fabian can have realistically.
I think he feels like pressured into like exposing that Mishra, and but I mean he even has like Richard on board. It's like nothing you can do about it. Also, this game is a little bit odd. I bet Fabian has some unknown